This woman, clearly a noble lady, was exploited by her stepmother and stepsister, forced to become her sister's tool for fame. In the ICU, Shangjin's body was covered in tubes and needles. The pain had distorted her features, leaving her with barely a breath. How's the taste of barely surviving these past 3 years? While others came to visit, Shang Qingqing was here to take her life. She spoke while taking out a syringe filled with a pale yellow, clear liquid. This is the antidote we successfully developed yesterday. Sister, isn't this what you've been holding on for? They considered your hardships these 3 years and prepared a dose for you as soon as it was developed. Just one injection and you'll recover. Do you want it, sister? Yes, I want it very much. Shang Jun closed her eyes, hiding her despair. Of course she wanted it, but with the serum in her dear sister's hands, today might be her death day. She had contracted the disease because of Shang Qingqing's actions. Seeing Shang Jun's eyes closed, Shang Qingqing finally revealed her purpose. I know you don't want to die. Now I'm not afraid of you turning the tables. No one will believe you anymore. Just tell me your lab's safe password, and I'll give you the injection. Then I'll send you abroad. How about that? Shangjin heard this. She opened her eyes and spoke her first words with unsteady breath. I never knew a person could be so shameless. Exploiting me for a lifetime isn't enough. You still want to cheat me out of my last bit of value. Dream on. Shang Qing weighed the syringe in her hand, threatening. What's more important than your life? Isn't this what you've been holding on for? Shang Jun laughed coldly. Seeing no response, Shang Qingqing persisted and played her trump card. You don't know yet, do you? Young Master Feng got engaged today to that childhood sweetheart Yu Mingrua. Back then, he and I worked together against you. Don't you want to live and get revenge? The words young Master Feng finally struck a deep chord with Shang Jun. Why did young Master Feng always despise her so much? He even watched her being humiliated without intervening. Was it wrong to love someone? Was being kind wrong? Why did she end up in such a state? If you're so unwilling, don't you want to live and get revenge? Quickly tell me the lab's safe password. I promise I'll do it. Liar, I know there's poison in that syringe. Shang Qingqing, you're my sister. Don't I know you well enough? All your reputation and achievements came from me. As long as I'm alive, I'm your biggest threat. Seeing Shang Jun would rather die than reveal the password, Shang Qingqing's face twisted with rage. Shut up, Shang Jun. You useless thing. How dare you talk back to me? I'm the Shang family's young miss. Do you think I can't survive without you? Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. She stepped forward and thrust the syringe toward Shang Jun. Once Shang Jun was dead, no one in this world could expose her anymore. At this moment, Shang Jun opened her eyes wide in fear. If I can survive, I won't live such a miserable life again. I'll make those who wrong me pay the price. On a rainy night, the white curtains billowed. A flash of lightning struck, illuminating the messy bed and Shang Jun's body. Suddenly, he was stunned. Wasn't he supposed to be dead and paralyzed for 3 years? Why could he move now? Shang Jun instinctively reached to touch his legs. As he raised his hand, he discovered a jade ring on his left thumb. This was the engagement token from the Feng family, but it had been taken away when he was 22. Too many shocks made him increasingly alert. The heavy rain, the mansion, his current body, the men outside the door. Could it be that he had died and been reborn, returning to the year when the nightmare occurred? Thinking this, his first reaction wasn't joy, but terror. If he truly returned to that day, then those two people talking outside the door were the beasts who wanted to rob him. In his previous life, this incident ruined his reputation and broke off his engagement. Now, with a second chance, he must protect himself. He needed to call for help, but as soon as he got out of bed, he fell to the floor. 3 years of paralysis had made him almost forget how to walk. This fall caused the voices outside to pause. There's a sound in the room. Could he be awake? These nightmare-like voices made Shang Jun's breath catch. He quickly grabbed his clothes and struggled to get up. The window was open, and cold raindrops hit him directly. His face turned grim. This was the second floor of the Feng family's secondary residence, far from the main house. Today, the Feng family was hosting a banquet, and all the servants were helping at the main house. The rain was pouring down. He feared that even if he screamed until his throat was raw, no one would hear. Behind him, separated by just a door, the men were already at the door, turning the handle to open it. With nowhere to run, Shang Jun had no time to hesitate. Ignoring his aching body, he crawled to the windowsill on all fours. Disregarding the 4-meter height, he jumped down. As soon as he landed, he rolled forward to absorb the impact. But the momentary pain upon landing still made him grit his teeth, his whole body aching as if falling apart. Damn, he ran. A man poked his head out of the window, but he couldn't see anyone. He angrily shouted to the other person, "Quick, find him! He couldn't have gone far." Before he finished speaking, they rushed towards the stairs. In this race against time, Shang Jun could only run. Using plants and the heavy rain as cover, he planned to run all the way to the main house. Only by getting there could he possibly save himself. He had no time to wonder why he had returned to this day. He only knew he couldn't repeat the same mistakes, even if this was just a dream. His reddened eyes peered through the gaps in the leaves towards the brightly lit main house. It would be different, wouldn't it? As long as he got inside, this life would be different. Inside the grand, opulent hall, the banquet was nearing its end. You've arranged everything. Are those two reliable? Don't worry, Mother. I guarantee that today, Shangjin will lose all his innocence and be thrown out by Feng Xiao. Just then, the main door was kicked open with a bang. Everyone froze, looking towards the entrance in surprise. Someone wants to kill me. Help! Someone wants to kill me. Shang Jun appeared at the hall's entrance, covered in mud and injuries. Everyone paused, looking towards the door in shock. From the crowd, Shang Baichi couldn't help but exclaim, "Shang Jun, how did you end up like this?" Shang Jun smirked coldly, his eyes like lightning, quickly scanning the room. When they finally landed on Shang Qingqing, his pupils suddenly contracted. "Shang Qingqing, you didn't expect this, did you? I've been reborn. This time, I won't back down." Shang Qingqing trembled under his gaze. Since when did her useless sister have such a terrifying look? And what happened to Su Zhe and Zhou Yaowen? How could they let a woman who was delivered to them escape? He secretly called Su Zhe, then ran over with a look of surprise on his face. "Sister, weren't you drunk and resting at the secondary residence? How did you end up in such a mess? I specifically had some security guards posted at the door. Could someone have taken advantage of you while you were drunk?" He opened with a flood of insinuations. He deliberately misdirected everyone's attention. Originally, the guests hadn't thought that way, but after hearing Shang Qingqing's words, their minds immediately went to the wrong place. At this moment, the unnatural flush on Shang Jun's face and her disheveled clothes did make her look like she had been assaulted. Suddenly, someone whispered, "If I remember correctly, isn't she young Master Feng's fiancée?" At the Feng family's banquet, for young Master Feng's fiancée to end up in such a state, it's truly thought-provoking. At this, everyone's attention turned to Shang Jun, whispering and gossiping. As the murmurs grew louder, Shang Qingqing's face turned red with anxiety. Finally, he simply said loudly, "Sister, don't be afraid. Uncle Feng will surely seek justice for you." Shang Jun was almost impressed by his acting skills. A few words to sway public opinion. "The meaning behind your words just now, are you implying that I was molested?" Shang Jun's unexpected response startled Shang Qingqing. He quickly put on a look of grievance and said, "Sister, I didn't mean that. Look at your injuries. Don't push yourself. Go rest first. With so many people here now, Uncle Feng will be displeased if he sees you like this." Shang Jun looked at everyone, suppressing waves of weakness in her body, and coldly smiled. "I'm displeased too. The Feng family hosts a banquet, yet someone tries to kill me. I barely escape with my life, only to be slandered by your insinuations. Dear sister, you truly care for me, don't you?" Before Shang Qingqing could respond, a sleazy voice came through. "So, Miss Shang ran here. Weren't you having a good time earlier? Why did you suddenly run away? And in such a mess too?" Su Zhe entered with Zhou Yaowen. Seeing them, Shang Jun coldly said, "So it was you chasing me. You dare to come in here? How brazen." Before others could speak, Su Zhe feigned surprise and said loudly, "Chase you? Little sister Shang, you're going too far. We just slept with you. Is it necessary to slander us like this?" His words caused an uproar. The implication was that Shang Jun had seduced them. Faced with everyone's suspicion, Shang Qingqing was secretly delighted. He then said, "Sister, what's this? It looks like a hickey. Were you really with him?" Their back and forth made Shang Jun feel like she was back in her previous life. In her previous life, she had also been accused by thousands. In the end, Shang Qingqing got what he wanted, and I broke off my engagement with young Master Feng. Given another chance, I won't let myself fall into the abyss again. Shang Jun took a deep breath, blocking out all these voices. Then, she looked at the two people she hated to the bone in her past life and calmly spoke. "Your insults are just an attempt to change the subject, because I overheard your crimes. Mrs. Liu, do you know where your precious missing daughter is?" 3 months ago, at a suburban party, your daughter caught the eye of these two men. Because she refused them, they got drunk and killed her first. They even hid her body in the garden of Zhou Yaowen's suburban villa. You're talking nonsense. Suja suddenly interrupted with a twisted face. Look at his expression. Does it look like I'm slandering him? The sudden reversal left the entire hall in pin-drop silence. No, you bitch. Don't slander us. But by then, Mrs. Liu had already rushed over, grabbing Zhou Yaowen and demanding, "Was it you who killed my daughter? Was it?" Zhou Yaowen, overwhelmed by Mrs. Liu's questioning, broke down. "I didn't mean to. She accidentally hit herself." Hearing this, Mrs. Liu, disregarding her image, started punching and kicking him. At this point, Suja finally panicked. How could Shangjin know about this? It's impossible for her to know. Shangjin smirked, because in her previous life, these two men had evaded justice for 10 years before being carelessly imprisoned for this very incident. At that time, she was down on her luck, but hearing this news brought her some satisfaction. In this life, she wanted to bring them to justice with her own hands. Shangjin gazed for a long while, then suddenly smiled. She looked at Shang Qingqing. That smile made Shang Qingqing tremble all over. He suddenly had a feeling. Shangjin was different. She made him afraid. Qingqing secretly gritted his teeth. While everyone was still in shock, he said nervously, "Aunt Feng, you must seek justice for my sister. We can't let her be violated by them for nothing." With one sentence, he drew everyone's attention back again. Indeed, Shang Qingqing wouldn't rest until he had tarnished her reputation. "What nonsense are you talking about?" The Feng family matriarch, hearing Shang Qingqing's words, was furious. Unexpectedly, Shangjin smiled at her. "It's all right, Aunt. The injuries on my body were all from trying to escape the pursuit just now. If you don't believe me, I can be examined." Shang Qingqing immediately chimed in, sobbing, "For the sake of my sister's innocence, please, Aunt Feng." Li Weiniang frowned at Shang Qingqing's words, but then heard Shangjin change the subject. "However, since I am young Master Feng's woman, he should be the one to examine me." As soon as she said this, the crowd whispered, "Let young Master Feng examine her?" Who was young Master Feng? He was the only son of the current Feng family patriarch, Feng Sihai, the sole crown prince of the entire Feng financial group. The newly appointed leader, young Master Feng, was always busy and never attended such banquets. Shangjin's request was clearly intentional. She was sure young Master Feng wasn't here, so she deliberately said this. Unexpectedly, after a moment's pause, Li Weiniang said, "All right then, I'll go call him." Young Master Feng was actually at home? Everyone was shocked, but Shangjin just smiled slightly. "Thank you, Aunt." She knew young Master Feng was home, and with Li Weiniang here, he would definitely appear. At this moment, the crowd suddenly gasped. Shangjin looked up. It turned out that the Feng family's eldest son had heard the commotion and came out himself. And as soon as he appeared, he became the absolute focus. "You want me to examine you? Why should I examine you? And who said you're my woman?" It should be known, Feng Xingyin was the man every woman in the country wanted to marry, bar none. Usually, it was as difficult as climbing to heaven just to see him once, let alone have close contact. The surrounding temperature continued to rise. But when Shangjin saw him, she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Her brain was boiling, but her body was trembling. Counting the time, it had been 5 or 6 years since she last saw him. Shangjin closed her eyes. When she opened them again, for the first time, she looked back at him without hesitation. "Just because you took my body, why am I not your woman? In my past life, I loved him to the bone, but he always thought I had ulterior motives. In this life, I will never let myself be constrained by emotions again. Feng Xingyin, you are just my past." Her words suddenly stirred up a storm. The guest's gazes almost pierced Shangjin like a sieve. The noble young master of the Feng family, he actually had something with his disliked fiancée. Of course, the most shocked was Shang Qingqing. He originally thought this marriage wouldn't happen in the end, but didn't expect such a thing. Shameless. Young Master Feng suddenly frowned and turned to go upstairs. As he turned, Li Weiniang became anxious. "San, wait." Shang Qingqing also stepped forward, saying, "Young Master Feng, this concerns my sister's reputation. Please help. Xingyin, just help Mom, please. Can't you do it for Mom's sake?" Li Weiniang pretended to cough twice. She had heart disease. If anyone's words could make young Master Feng listen, it would only be Li Weiniang's. Feng Xingyin indeed paused. Then he looked downstairs at that woman who had been pestering him since childhood. His eyes showed even more disgust. "Get up here," he said in a very unpleasant tone. Shang Jun smiled gratefully at Li Weining, then went straight upstairs. It was this man. She had loved him for over 20 years. Even though he always despised her, she still pursued him step by step. In the end, she met a miserable fate. Originally, she thought her heart would ache at this point. Unexpectedly, after being reborn, this pain turned into a kind of pleasure. The pain proved she was still alive. Could love compare to life itself? Feng Xingyin was tall. As soon as he entered the room, he turned around, completely covering Shang Jun. "Didn't you want me to examine?" "Strip then." Asking her to strip naked in front of him, Shang Jun chuckled, thinking Feng Xingyin was deliberately embarrassing her. After all, she used to be timid and shy. But after her previous life, her sense of shame was long gone. Shang Jun decisively unzipped her dress. In an instant, the dress fell down. Under the bright light, all the marks on her body were exposed. Feng Xingyin's eyes darkened, but the next second, he was stimulated by those finger marks, his anger erupting. Those two damned men, they even dared to touch his fiancée. And Shang Jun's calmness irritated him even more. She seemed indifferent to her own plight. He suddenly reached out and pressed her against the door panel. He sneered, "With all these marks on your body, you dare to let me examine? Want me to lie for you? Dream on. Back then when you deliberately found someone to patch me up to mock me. Only you and I know about this. Tonight they wanted to bully me. The marks on my body are from resisting earlier. Nothing happened to me. If you don't believe it, you can verify." Feng Xingyin seemed to have heard a joke, and the calmer Shang Jun was, the more his anger boiled. "You really stop at nothing to make me. So this is how you wanted me to examine you. You're dreaming," he finished. He released Shang Jun and opened the door to leave. Shang Jun spoke coldly behind him. "Haven't you always wanted to break off the engagement? Just prove my innocence, and I'll come to break it off tomorrow." Feng Xingyin paused, then laughed mockingly. "As long as I walk down from here and say your body is covered in marks, your reputation will be ruined. Then this damned engagement naturally won't be saved." Shang Jun reflexively replied, "Then everyone will know. I made you a cuckold, and with two men, it must look great. For the sake of growing up together, for the sake of me voluntarily breaking off the engagement, help me this once, okay? You don't need to lie. I am actually innocent. If you don't believe it, you can verify. If you don't verify, that's fortunate. Do you really want a woman who once loved you deeply to have her reputation ruined? As long as she could get through tonight and protect her reputation, she would soon have a brand new future. So she was willing to lower her head." Feng Xingyin had been waiting for Shang Jun to give in. When she did, he felt unsatisfied again, especially as Shang Jun, covered in wounds, stood there. Her thick bangs hid her expression, looking so pitiful and weak. He actually felt pity for this woman. "Put your clothes on and get down," Feng Xingyin said, then quickly went downstairs. The moment he appeared, everyone's gaze converged on him. Seeing his unpleasant expression, Shang Qingqing looked even more expectant. Young Master Feng's words were authoritative. He was born at the top. Such a person would never lie for someone he despised. Li Weining looked at him expectantly. How is it? Feng Xingyin saw these people and felt increasingly helpless. He stood on the stairs, saying coldly, "I've examined her body. There are indeed some marks, but the marks on her body are scratches and bruises from escaping. She is innocent. How is it possible?" Shang Qingqing exclaimed involuntarily. "Since you hoped so much, how could I disappoint you?" At this moment, Shang Qingqing let out a voiceless scream. Seeing everyone looking at her, she quickly smiled and said, "I'm sorry. I'm just too happy for my sister." Though she said this, in her heart she thought, "Shang Jun, you got lucky this time. We'll see about next time." The banquet ended. The car drove out of the Feng family mansion. Not far out, Lin Xuehan couldn't help but start scolding. She turned around, glaring fiercely at Shang Jun. "Jinjin, what's wrong with you tonight? Making such a mess of yourself. It's truly embarrassing." Lin Xuehan's fierce gaze made Shang Jun's breath catch. "Aunt Lin means I shouldn't have cleared things up? I should have let my sister falsely accuse me, let others imagine wildly? That would make you happy." Seeing this, Shang Qingqing immediately cried pitifully, "Sister, I was just trying to help you. I just said the wrong thing. How could you speak about me like that in front of others?" Shang Jun angrily said, "You have the nerve to say that? It wasn't intentional? You did it ugly, and I'm wrong for exposing you?" Shang Baiqi thought for a moment before speaking. "Jinjin, you shouldn't have made such a scene tonight. Couldn't you have resolved it privately? Couldn't you have told Feng Guomu privately? Wouldn't it be the same? Now who knows what outsiders think of our family? They just see through it, that's all. Shangjun wanted to laugh, but felt frenzied inside. Being reborn and sitting with enemies, the feeling wasn't exactly pleasant. The negative emotions piled up in her chest were about to explode. "Stop the car," Shangjun suddenly said. The driver instinctively stopped the car. "I'll sleep at Grandpa and Grandma's house tonight." Soon, Shangjun arrived at her late grandparents' home. "The happiest times of my life and all my research manuscripts are in this small house." But all of this was destroyed by Shang Qingqing. "Currently, I'm not strong enough. I can't protect them yet. Fortunately, my knowledge will always faithfully live in my mind. I certainly won't make the same mistake again. But these things, I won't give Shang Qingqing the chance to get them. In this life, I won't let anyone have the opportunity to harm me." The next day at the Feng family mansion, "Jinjin, do you really want to break off the engagement?" "Yes, Aunt Feng. I want to break off the engagement." Li Weining stood up abruptly in pain. "I don't agree." Shangjun seemed to have anticipated her reaction. She smiled lightly. "And listen to me. Did Xingyin say something to you last night?" "Don't worry. I said I'd make you my daughter-in-law. I'll definitely make Feng Xingyin marry you." Shangjun shook her head. Her tone was as obedient as before, but less timid and more composed. "I'm very grateful that the young master spoke up for me last night, helping to clear up the misunderstanding. However, breaking off the engagement is my personal decision." Li Weining was confused. Didn't Jinjin like her son? It must be that Xingyin did something behind her back. "Jinjin, just tell the truth. Did Xingyin say something last night? Is he unwilling to take responsibility?" Shangjun smiled bitterly. "That incident was just an accident. I'm willing and don't need the young master to take responsibility. Today's matter is also my own decision." Seeing Li Weining about to speak, she quickly stopped her. "Unfortunately, and he doesn't like me. If I insist on being with him, it will only make both of us unhappy." Li Weining was very disappointed. She looked flustered. "Today, it seems we really have to break off the engagement. But if Jinjin can't be my daughter-in-law, be my goddaughter instead." Shangjun initially wanted to refuse, but thinking about the benefits of becoming the Feng family's goddaughter, she hesitated. After resolving this matter, she had many things to do, so she prepared to leave. But Li Weining felt sorry for her and insisted she stay for lunch. "Call the young master down for lunch." Shangjun stopped her. "Aunt, today let's just have lunch, the two of us." "All right then," she sighed and said to the servant. "Then bring the dishes up." Unexpectedly, while they were enjoying their meal, Feng Xingyin came out. Shangjun's perfect smile froze slightly. She didn't show it on her face, but her grip on the knife and fork unconsciously tightened. "Oh my, I forgot to bring in the white-flowered red plant I bought a few days ago. With yesterday's heavy rain, I don't know if it's been damaged." Saying this, she called the servants in the hall to help her move the flowers. Then she said somewhat apologetically to Shangjun, "Jinjin, you eat first. I'll be right back." Shangjun smiled bitterly. How could the Feng family servants let valuable flowers get rained on? Li Weining's excuse was really not very good. Now in the large dining room, only Feng Xingyin and Shangjun remained. "It seems you've changed your strategy." Shangjun didn't look up. Feng Xingyin lowered his eyes, drinking the red wine in front of him, showing an expression of as expected. "Cancel the engagement. Then use my mom's guilt. Become Feng family's goddaughter." He raised his eyebrows and glanced at Shangjun. His deep eyes were extremely sharp. "You've become smarter." Shangjun ate silently, ignoring his words. Feng Xingyin had never experienced such cold treatment. His smile faded, and the latent anger made the air start to burn. "Now you want to play hard to get." Hearing this, Shangjun finally put down her fork, looked up at him and said, "Are you finished?" He stood up and walked towards Feng Xingyin step by step. Feng Xingyin held the crystal wine glass, squinting at him. As he walked, the white long dress traced a perfect arc. The waist-fitted design made him look fragile and innocent. He stood in front of Feng Xingyin like this. He spoke in a dreamy tone. "Since you're so hoping that I'm seducing you, how can I disappoint you?" Zhang Jun suddenly reached out and slammed a bowl of leftover food on Lin Xuehan's head. "What kind of person deserves what kind of food? Indeed, you're more lovable when you don't speak. Zhang Jun, you're simply shameless." Hearing this, Zhang Jun looked up at him, appearing as innocent as possible. "Wasn't it you who said I was playing hard to get, being shameless? I'm just living up to your words." Feng Xingyin narrowed his eyes. He actually saw excitement and eagerness in this woman's eyes. "Feng Shang, if you feel disgusted, then don't appear in front of me anymore. Or I can take the initiative not to appear in front of young Master Feng. That's also possible. At this moment, young Master Feng felt that Shang Jun seemed to have become a different person. Just then, Li Weiniang returned. Seeing the two talking together, she couldn't help but show joy. What are you chatting about? Feng Xingyan instinctively wanted to step back. Unexpectedly, the young woman in front of him retreated even faster. That look of wanting to distance herself from him made him very unhappy. Seeing Li Weiniang, Shang Jun showed a gentle smile. And it's getting late. I should go back. You're leaving already? Li Weiniang's expression showed regret. It's not easy to get a taxi here. Xingyan is also going to work soon. Why don't you let him drive you? No need to trouble young Master Feng. Before Shang Jun could finish, let's go. I'll drive you. Afraid of me yet pretending to want to get close to me. What game is he playing? Soon, the car arrived at Shang Jun's community. Just as she was about to open the door, Feng Xingyan grabbed Shang Jun's hand. Feng Shang, didn't you just say you'd stay away from me? Or that you'd actively avoid me? Shang Jun replied calmly. Yes, if it's because of this, I can assure you, I will definitely try my best not to appear in front of you. Young Master Feng, if there's nothing else, I'll go now. Please let go of me. But at this moment, Feng Xingyan was holding Shang Jun's hand tightly. Young Master Feng, could it be that you can't bear to part with me? Feng Xingyan loosened his grip while replying. Young Master Feng is joking. I'll go now. Thank you for driving me home. Shang Jun walked towards the community without looking back. Feng Xingyan in the car watched Shang Jun walking further away. Interesting, is he adopting a new strategy, or has he really distanced himself from me? As soon as Shang Jun returned home, a familiar voice was heard. Oh, you know how to come back? I thought sister had forgotten to return after playing around. Shang Qingqing stood in front of him with a provocative look. This is his true face. The understanding and kindness in front of others is just an act. Shang Jun smiled at him slightly. Looks like you didn't learn your lesson yesterday. It was better not to mention it. At the mention of last night's incident, Shang Qingqing trembled with anger. You bitch, you dare to bring up yesterday's matter. You clearly did something with those men yesterday. You still shamelessly deny it. You're truly shameless. Shang Jun raised an eyebrow and slowly said, speaking of them, I just remembered. I have no grudge against them. So why would they come after me? Why don't I ask Aunt Feng to help me pressure them and ask? What do you think? Hearing this, Shang Qingqing's face, which was angry before, instantly turned pale. You bitch, haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? I advise you not to speak carelessly. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer. Make me suffer? Shang Jun suddenly stepped closer. An inexplicable pressure emanated from him, making Shang Qingqing involuntarily step back. But he grabbed her collar. If I were you, I'd be panicking now. After all, Aunt Feng said she'd seek justice for me. And in this process, if Aunt Feng learns the whole truth, what do you think will happen to you? As Shang Jun finished speaking and let go, Shang Qingqing's legs gave way and she fell to the ground. Shang Jun originally wanted to return to his room, but suddenly smelled a fragrance. He hadn't eaten much at the Feng family mansion earlier. The consumption since last night left him feeling hungry, so he turned towards the kitchen. Sure enough, he saw the maid preparing afternoon tea. I'm hungry. Bring these dishes to my room. Coincidentally, his stepmother Lin Xuahan was also in the kitchen. Pointing at a bowl of leftovers, she said, if he's hungry, give him this to eat. What kind of person deserves what kind of food? Hearing this, Shang Jun showed no anger on his face. He only softly asked, it's too much. What if I can't finish it? Before Lin Xuahan could react, Shang Jun suddenly reached out and slammed a bowl of leftover food on Lin Xuahan's head. Indeed, what kind of person deserves what kind of food? Zhang Jun, have you gone mad? Rice and sauce covered Lin Xuahan. She screamed and stood up, shouting. Shang Jun stepped back, saying innocently, I'm just following Andy's words, and saving some food while at it. Lin Xuahan shouted at the servants, are you all blind? This dead girl has gone mad. Quickly grab her. The surrounding servants snapped out of their daze and rushed toward Shang Jun. But they all forgot that Shang Jun was very strong. Shang Jun's grandfather, in order to teach him the Shang family's traditional qi techniques, had taught him a set of complementary qi exercises since childhood, forcing him to practice daily. So Shang Jun was very strong. Seeing them surround him, Shang Jun kicked over the marble tea table. I dare you to touch me. Glass shattered everywhere. Screams echoed in the living room. Lin Shuahan's eyes widened, as if she didn't recognize Shang Jun anymore. Shang Jun stood in the center of the living room, smiling and saying, "Annie, don't forget. Shang Qingqing still needs my help for her recommendation. That useless person can't even graduate normally without me writing her thesis. Are you sure you want to fight with me?" Shang Jun's words made Lin Shuahan hesitate as she was about to move. Just then, a servant said young Master Lin had arrived. Hearing this, Shang Jun smiled eerily. "Is this because of last night's incident? Came specially to investigate? Are you sure you want to treat guests like this?" He pressured layer by layer, and his smile had an indescribable ghostly quality. Lin Shuahan's heart trembled. She suddenly felt unable to continue speaking with her. "Stop this chaos immediately. We have guests arriving." The urgent matter now was to call for help to resolve last night's incident. She would deal with Shangjun later. So after speaking, she glared fiercely at Shangjun and went upstairs to change clothes. This was the scene Lin Wenfeng saw when he entered. A young woman with a high ponytail, wearing an elegant qipao, exuded an indescribable gentle aura. But within that gentleness, there was also a sharp edge, proving she was definitely not as easy to bully as she appeared. Shang Jun smiled at him, seeing him stare blankly, as if not recognizing her. She had to introduce herself. "I'm Shang Jun. You seem not to remember me." Lin Wenfeng was first stunned by her smile, then belatedly heard what she was saying. Shang Jun. She was actually Shang Jun. Lin Wenfeng's attitude cooled considerably, becoming polite but distant. "Where are Aunt and Qingqing?" Shang Jun poured him a cup of tea. At this moment, only the two of them were in the living room, making it very quiet. They suddenly had something to attend to. "So I'm here to receive you." "Officer Lin, did the Feng family send 2 suspects to your station last night?" When it came to work matters, Lin Wenfeng immediately became alert, his gaze turning sharp. "That case is quite complex. It's currently under investigation. Why are you asking about this?" Shang Jun smiled faintly. "Don't be so tense." She took a sip of tea and said calmly, "Yesterday, their scandal was exposed because I overheard their crimes and revealed them publicly. Aunt Feng didn't let me go to the police station to give a statement to protect me, but I feel it's necessary to tell you about it." Lin Wenfeng's handsome features suddenly turned serious. "Speaking of this case, there are indeed a few points I don't understand. This case wasn't easy to discover originally. How did you happen to stumble upon it and expose it on the spot? And why did the Feng family keep you out of it? Because they tried to assault me at that time." Shang Jun's calm voice startled Lin Wenfeng. She continued with a smile. "Although they didn't succeed, Aunt Feng didn't involve me to protect my reputation. As for why those two targeted me, perhaps that's why Aunt called you here today. After all, you're the most suitable person to silence them." Lin Wenfeng instantly understood her meaning. "You're suggesting Aunt hired them to frame you? Even if we ignore why Aunt would do this, those 2 men are wealthy and powerful. How could Aunt buy them off?" Shang Jun sighed softly. "Aunt naturally couldn't. But what about my dear sister? If money doesn't work, how about using her body?" "Nonsense." Lin Wenfeng stood up, frowning and staring at Shang Jun with strong disapproval. "Miss Shang, I know you have issues with Aunt. After all, few children get along well with their stepmothers. But Qingqing is only 17. How can you, as her sister, say such things?" Shang Jun blinked, facing Lin Wenfeng's displeasure. She seemed to have anticipated it. "Whether it's true or not, you can ask those 2 men and find out." Lin Wenfeng hesitated. "You hesitate because subconsciously you already believe it. It's just your feelings for Shang Qingqing that make you deny my words." Lin Wenfeng frowned even more. On one hand, he felt Shang Jun wouldn't speak groundlessly, but on the other hand, he was unwilling to believe Qingqing was that kind of person. He decided not to say more and turned to leave. "Wait," Shang Jun softly called out to stop him. "The headless woman case from a month ago, you still haven't made any progress, right? This is the killer's address. Remember to turn off your phone when you go, otherwise it'll be trouble if they discover you. I can guarantee I have nothing to do with this. Go now, Officer Lin. If you don't hurry, he'll run away. We'll split up. You go to his house. I'll go to where he might have committed the crime. We'll contact each other if anything comes up." Shang Jun arrived at the luxury apartment. A glint flashed in her eyes. She was grateful for her photographic memory, remembering every detail. But what she didn't expect was, she saw Feng Xingyan with a face that could outshine celebrities. "Why are you here?" Feng Xingyan glanced at her sideways, frowning. "Why is this woman always around? I should be asking why you're here. Are you following me?" Shang Jun laughed bitterly. At this moment, a man who looked like a bodyguard came out and said to Feng Xingyan, "Aiwen wouldn't leave without taking leave. We've notified his family. He's still here." Shang Jun suddenly spoke up, interrupting Feng Xingyan. Shang Jun looked at him, saying with a rather subtle expression, "So, AI when is your subordinate? The world is really small." Thinking of this, she became calm instead, because she knew that just beyond the door, the killer was likely watching her. "Zhang Chong, open the door. I know you're inside. The police have already surrounded your house and found the head you hid. I called the police. I've been following you, so I'm certain you're in there now. Won't you let me in? Let me talk to you alone." Just then there was a small click. The door actually opened. Shang Jun's heart skipped a beat. She pushed the door wide open. The long hallway was empty. She took a deep breath and stepped inside. After a few steps, she suddenly realized something was wrong. Shang Jun only felt darkness before her eyes as a figure leaped down from above, a knife blade lunging straight for her face. In the critical moment, Shang Jun had no time to think and could only block with her elbow. She was prepared to be injured and also prepared to retaliate tenfold in an instant. But the expected pain didn't come. Someone suddenly rushed in, hugging her and quickly dodging. Then another person charged in, kicking Zhang Chong to the ground. The cleaver clattered on the floor. The bodyguard quickly pinned the attacker down. He looked up worriedly and asked, "Young master, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Feng Xingyan frowned, releasing Shang Jun. He said reluctantly, "I'm fine." Shang Jun looked at Feng Xingyan in bewilderment. "Doesn't he hate me? Why would he save me?" Feng Xingyan stared at Zhang Chong on the ground and asked displeased, "Why were you looking for AI one?" At this moment, Zhang Chong had none of his previous murderous aura. Feng Xingyan's strong presence had already terrified him. He stammered, "He's from the same village as me, but he became successful and wouldn't help me." Feng Xingyan didn't expect. It was such a trivial reason. It was simply a waste of his time. "Take him to the police station." "Thank you for your help, Miss Shang. We'll contact you if needed." The police closed the door. Only Feng Xingyan and Shang Jun were left in the room. "Let me bandage that for you." "Don't worry, I won't touch anywhere I shouldn't," Shang Jun suddenly spoke. "I thought you didn't know how to do anything. You learn when you get hurt enough. I know you really dislike me, but please give me a few minutes to finish what I have to say." "As you wish. Once everything is clear, I promise I won't bother you again." Feng Xingyan tilted his head slightly, his deep eyes bright and sharp. For some reason, Feng Xingyan was willing to listen calmly to what he had to say. Deep down, he felt so bitter. "First, what you hate most about me. It's probably the drugging incident from 5 months ago, right? I didn't do that. That night, I didn't know there were drugs in the drink I gave you. You're trying to say someone framed you?" Indeed, Shang Jun shook his head. He didn't expect Feng Xingyan to believe him with just one sentence. "Before the party, Yu Mingru came to me to make a love potion. I was scared, so I recorded it on the phone charm next to my phone. Last night when I resisted, I smashed those 2 guys' heads with my phone, so they threw it away. If you go back now, you should still be able to find it. As for that drink, she gave it to me that night too. I noticed something was wrong. That's why I helped you inside." Feng Xingyan clenched his fist, suppressing his raging anger. The atmosphere in the entire room became extremely oppressive. "So you're planning to push all of this onto Mingru? Such a good girl. And you have the nerve to slander her?" Shang Jun laughed. Her heart was filled with bitterness, hatred, and anger. Yet her laugh became even more radiant. "You're so quick to conclude that I'm slandering her. I mentioned evidence, but you don't believe me. Feng Xingyan, can I ask why you believe her and not me?" Shang Jun's smile grew colder, carrying a bone-chilling frost. "That's because she's kind and you're cold-blooded." Feng Xingyan sneered, then opened the door, preparing to leave. But at that moment, Shang Jun suddenly hugged him with lightning speed. She managed to press against the door first, pinning Feng Xingyan against it. "Move aside. I don't like getting physical with women. Tell me clearly, what exactly made you so biased against me? Just tell me, and I'll let go." Feng Xingyan laughed in anger. He decided not to be polite anymore, and instead pinned her against the door. Leaning in close, he said word by word, "You don't know? Then let me help you remember. When we were 14, we went to play at the countryside villa. I was drowning. You, afraid of water, stood by and watched coldly. It was Mingru who saved me." His words stunned Shang Jun. She looked at him in horror. "You say Yu Mingru saved you? Ha 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 ha." Shang Jun suddenly burst into laughter. Feng Xingyan, who was originally angry, now felt confused by her reaction. "What are you laughing at?" Shang Jun couldn't stop laughing, but her laughter sounded like crying. "I'm laughing at how stupid I am and how blind you are. Back then, I was afraid of water and didn't dare to go in. But when I saw you were in trouble, I still jumped in. I overcame my great fear to save you, then walked miles in the mountains with a fever to buy medicine for you. But after I gave the medicine to Yu Mingru, I fainted. I was in the hospital for a long time. At that time, Yu Mingru told me that if you knew about this, you'd feel very guilty. I didn't want you to feel guilty, so I told her not to tell you. So that's how it is. Ha 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 ha. Shang Jun couldn't help but laugh again. Stop it. Feng Xingyin suddenly interrupted her. His eyes were sharp as knives. You say you saved me? Where's the proof? Shang Jun glared back fiercely. Of course I have proof. Do you remember the small bottle that held the medicine? At that time, the hospital gave me the medicine wrapped in small paper packets. But it was raining outside, and I was afraid the medicine would get wet, so I specifically used an empty milk bottle. But I was in such a hurry. On the way back, I fell, and the bottle's mouth broke. Do you need more evidence? He asked hoarsely. The hospital where I was admitted, and my hospital records. If you don't believe me, you can go check. After saying this, Shang Jun suddenly reached out, hooked Feng Xingyin's neck, and fiercely bit his lip. This bite was extremely deep, drawing blood instantly. Feng Xingyin hissed, but didn't push her away. His gaze was as scorching as fire. Her kiss was sharper than her person. Just one kiss could make someone weak in the knees. Then he heard Shang Jun's low, cold voice. This kiss is what you owe me. You owe me a lifetime, but I don't want you to repay it. From now on, as you wish, we'll never see each other again. I wish you and Yu Mingru a long and happy life together. After Shang Jun ran out, it was completely dark. A drizzling rain had started, but she didn't take shelter, because she felt she needed to clear her head. It turns out that in this life, or the previous one, we can only be strangers. Shang Jun clutched her chest and slowly crouched down. Resentment, anger, grievance, unwillingness. She felt truly awful. At this moment, a car stopped beside her. Lin Wenfeng hurriedly got out. Why are you standing in the rain? Quickly get in the car. I'll take you home. With Lin Wenfeng's support, Shang Jun came to the car. Before getting in, she glanced at Feng Xingyin at the door. From now on, I will never have any unrealistic expectations of you again. Have you ever seen such a hypocritical stepmother? She actually gives her ex-husband's daughter leftover food and worn-out clothes. And she always brags to others about how well she treats her ex-husband's daughter. Are you all right? Shang Jun didn't answer. Lin Wenfeng thought for a moment, then said softly and somewhat awkwardly about the afternoon's events. I apologize to you. Those two people were indeed related to Qingqing. Hearing this, Shang Jun let out a bitter laugh. She turned to look at Lin Wenfeng and suddenly said, You don't need to apologize. You're not anyone to me. What you think of me, whether you misunderstand me or not, doesn't matter to me at all. Lin Wenfeng frowned, feeling a bit deflated. After a while, he managed to say, firmly, Aunt, when she marries into your family, I'll be your cousin. How can you say it doesn't matter? This time, Shang Jun really laughed. She raised an eyebrow. In the dim light, her features looked even more delicate. Her eyes were cold but with a hint of mischief. Well then, cousin, I'll help you solve a big case today. Do you have anything to show for it? Lin Wenfeng was momentarily dazzled by her smile and instinctively replied, There's a reward and a banner. As he spoke, he handed the money to Shang Jun. Are you in need of money? Doesn't Aunt give you 50,000 yuan as pocket money every month? Shang Jun knew it was pointless to explain and just said, Park your car outside. I'll take you to see a good show. As she leaned closer, a faint, cool fragrance enveloped him. Lin Wenfeng suddenly felt his heart racing and nodded without thinking. He parked the car on the driveway outside, then prepared to knock on the door. But Shang Jun stopped him, pointing to the side. How can we watch a good show openly? Go hide over there. Lin Wenfeng obediently went to the side. He didn't quite understand why he was being so compliant. Shang Jun rang the doorbell. The door opened quickly. It wasn't Li Man who opened it, but Lin Xuehan. Seeing Shang Jun's drenched appearance, Lin Xuehan felt truly satisfied. He hadn't settled accounts with Shang Jun for today's events, yet she dared to come back. Why did you come back? Aren't you feeling powerful now? You've learned to threaten and sow discord. What else did you tell Wenfeng? Do you think he'll believe you? Shang Jun said softly, I came back because I have no money and nowhere to go. Unless you give me some money, I'll leave immediately. Lin Xuehan thought Shang Jun must be crazy. He actually dared to ask her for money. Shang Jun sneered. You always boast to others about how well you treat me, how much money you've given me. Aren't you afraid they'll find out you've never given me any money? You give me defective clothes and leftover food. Your image would crumble if they knew. Shang Zhen's words reminded Lin Xuehan of last night's public humiliation. Her face contorted, her thin eyebrows raised high in shame. Fine, go ahead and tell them. Do you think outsiders will believe you? Get out. You're so slutty. There must be plenty of men willing to take you in. With that, she slammed the door shut. As Shang Zhen had guessed, she couldn't even enter the house. Shang Zhen turned to look at Lin Wenfeng, whose expression was extremely complex. She smiled slightly. Cousin, it seems I'll have to trouble you to take me to a hotel. Lin Wenfeng couldn't stand it. Is this how Aunt usually treats you? I'll go talk to her. Shang Zhen held him back. Under the street light and light rain, her expression was very calm, without a trace of anger, only faint fatigue. Don't cause trouble for me. If she knows I schemed against her, it won't be as simple as being kicked out. Why don't you go to my place? Lin Wenfeng hesitated, then finally said. Shang Zhen suddenly chuckled. Do you want to be the man who takes me in? Lin Wenfeng's handsome face reddened with indignation. But Shang Zhen had already turned around. Take me to a hotel. She didn't want to get too involved with the Lin family. Shang Zhen arrived at the hotel and had just finished showering when she suddenly heard some strange noises. Just as she was about to go check, she saw a gun pointed at her. At that moment, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Sikong narrowed his eyes and struggled to stand up. He threatened Shang Zhen in a low voice. Send them away, or I'll shoot you. He stepped back a bit to allow Shang Zhen to open the door. Shang Zhen took a deep breath and opened the door just a crack. To her surprise, it was the police outside. Little sister, have you seen a man in black clothes? Shang Zhen shook her head. I was just taking a shower. Seeing her wrapped in a towel, they believed her and left without further disturbance. As soon as Shang Zhen closed the door, the man pressed the gun to her forehead. Unexpectedly, Shang Zhen spun around and pinned the man down. Only then did she clearly see his face. It's you, Sikong Jin. Sikong Jin was actually him. What luck she had. Coming out once, she actually met Shang Qingqing, a future important person. Don't try any tricks. Shang Zhen looked at the man before her. I'm not. I'm just protecting myself. But if you dare to shoot, I can guarantee you'll die from poison before you can pull the trigger. Sikong Jin couldn't believe this young girl would have such ability. You know how to use poison? Yes. If you don't believe me, try coughing twice. You'll find your chest hurts. Sikong Jin coughed twice. Indeed, it was as she said. She really had such great skill. Shang Zhen naturally didn't know what Sikong Jin was thinking. In her previous life, Shang Qingqing reached the pinnacle of her life with Sikong Jin's help. In this life, she absolutely wouldn't let him succeed. The two came to the sofa by the coffee table. You don't need to look at me like that. Perhaps we can cooperate. Sikong Jin became interested. Cooperate? You have a dislocated leg bone and internal bruising. I'll treat you, and you give me 200,000 yuan. Sikong Jin hadn't considered it well. I'll let you treat me. If you succeed, I'll give you 200,000 yuan tomorrow. If you fail, I'll sell you. Shang Zhen looked at Sikong Jin, revealing a satisfied smile. Prepare the 200,000 yuan then. Now you can take off your clothes. I need to treat your injuries. Hearing this, Sikong Jin hesitated for just a moment before quickly removing his shirt. She didn't waste time and took a hairpin from her head. But Sikong Jin watched as she pulled out a needle from the hairpin. His pupils constricted. His body reacted faster than his mind. The next second, his gun was pressed against Shang Zhen's neck. His muscles tensed. What are you trying to do? Shang Zhen ignored the gun at her neck and said with a smile, Give you acupuncture. Sikong Jin frowned, his expression full of doubt. The gun in his hand gradually lowered. Finally, it moved to Shang Zhen's waist sash. He narrowed his eyes. I've changed my mind. Instead of having you treat my injuries, why don't you? Shang Zhen remained calm and said, If I were you, I'd lie still and not move. Do you want your brother to die after you're gone? Who exactly are you? Sikong Jin hadn't finished speaking. Suddenly, Shang Zhen grabbed Sikong Jin's arm and twisted it. With a crack, the arm dislocated. I can save you. I can also save your brother. But if you kill me, not only will you die, but your beloved brother will have no one to treat him. By the way, my name is Shang Zhen. Feng Xinyan's fiancé, Sikong Jin asked. Yes. Then I agree to cooperate with you. If you can really save my brother, name your price. But if you can't, no matter whose fiancé you are, I'll make you wish you were dead. As soon as Sikong Jin finished speaking, Shangjin smiled and popped his dislocated arm back into place. Deal. With that, Shangjun began to apply acupuncture to Sikong Jin. The purple bruises on his chest visibly faded. It felt as if each needle brought unprecedented stimulation and vitality to that part of his body, allowing him to heal instantly. Yes, heal. He was healing from the inside out. I didn't expect your medical skills to be so advanced. You even know the legendary Qi Zhen technique. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to cooperate with you. Shangjun clapped her hands and stood up. Tomorrow, Mr. Sikong, transfer the 200,000 yuan for treating you and 1 million for your brother. Seeing Shangjun gather her things as if preparing to leave, Sikong Jin instinctively asked, "It's so late. Where are you going?" Shangjun glanced back at Sikong Jin with a half-smile and said, "What else?" "Mr. Sikong, I only sell my skills, not my body." Sikong Jin was stunned. Before he could react, Shangjun had already opened the door and left. He couldn't help but stroke his chin, thinking this girl was quite interesting. When Shangjun came out, the rain had stopped. The night breeze carried moisture, and the cold made her more alert. After walking a few steps, a car stopped in front of Shangjun. At first, Shangjun thought the car looked familiar because its dazzling body was hard to forget. Feng Xingyin lowered the car window, feeling that the man's coat on Shangjun was an eyesore. His handsome face was tightly drawn. "Get in the car." Shangjun sneered. "Is this person sick?" He had already decided to cut ties with him. Shangjun continued walking. "But how can a person outrun a car?" "Get in. Don't make me say it a third time." Shangjun finally glanced at him. "We have no relationship now. Why should I get in your car?" Feng Xingyin's gaze fell on Shangjun's coat once again. He sneered. "Who's that man?" Shangjun laughed coldly. Her starry eyes gleamed with frost as she looked down at him. "What man? What's it to you?" Looking closely, the woman in front of him was wearing a bathrobe, just out of a hotel. Her ex-fiancé had been waiting outside for a long time. "Who were you with in the hotel?" Feng Xingyin glanced at her. Shangjun looked at him, puzzled. "Young Master Feng, you're overstepping. I've returned the token to the Feng family. I'm no longer your fiancé. Who I'm with is none of your business." Feng Xingyin laughed bitterly. "You think you can break off the engagement just like that? Have our elders met? Since they haven't met, you're still my fiancé. Don't you think I have the right to ask?" They stared at each other. Hearing this, Shangjun suddenly fell silent. Every time she saw Feng Xingyin, she lost control of her emotions. This couldn't go on. She needed to calm down. "Fine, tell me what you want." Seeing Shangjun's sudden coldness, Feng Xingyin awkwardly said, "Get in. Let's talk somewhere else." The car quickly drove to Haixin Island in Haizhong City. After getting out, Feng Xingyin looked at the lake and said coldly, "I investigated what you said today, but it happened too long ago. I couldn't find anything. As for Meng Ru, I'll ask him personally when he returns." Shangjun laughed. If he would admit it, he wouldn't have done it in the first place. "But if you want to know what kind of person Yu Meng Ru is, there's actually another way." "What way?" Feng Xingyin asked gravely. Shangjun narrowed her eyes. "He's on tour now, right?" "As far as I know, Phoenix Rising from the Water Village, that made him famous, was stolen from a folk dancer named Su Sun. This is easy to verify, because Su Sun is right by his side. He was just poison mute. If you clear this up, you'll know what kind of person Yu Meng Ru is." Feng Xingyin looked thoughtful. If what Shangjun said was true, Yu Meng Ru's carefully cultivated image would collapse in an instant. How could he bear it? "Perhaps I'm wrong. Maybe Yu Meng Ru didn't plagiarize or poison anyone," Shangjun said mockingly. Feng Xingyin stared at Chengzin. "I'm just curious why you have so much dirt on him, but only speak now. Yesterday, you also said you overheard those two confessing to murder. That might fool others, but not me." "Shangjun, what else are you hiding?" Shangjun pursed her lips. She had been too hasty. She was so focused on exposing Yu Meng Ru that she didn't consider Feng Xingyin's suspicions. "Feng Xingyin, you seem very curious about me. You should be careful." Shangjun lowered her eyelids, her face hidden in shadows. "Being curious about a woman is a dangerous thing. I can responsibly tell you, if you fall for me, it definitely won't be a pleasant experience." Feng Xingyin couldn't help but smile contemptuously. "You're quite confident in yourself. Don't worry, I couldn't fall for you in over a decade. It's even less likely now." Shangjun nodded in agreement, her voice low and hoarse. "That's how it should be. Feng Xingyin, let's make a deal. I know you've always wanted to enter the pharmaceutical industry, but you don't have any outstanding formulas or talent that can absolutely suppress others. I can do that. We can make an agreement. In 3 years, I'll help your pharmaceutical company open up the global market and create a 10 billion yuan value. And you only need to do one thing. What do you want me to do? Feng Xingyin asked persistently. Shang Jin smiled, a unique charm in the night breeze. I want to be a daughter of your Feng family. A real one with actual power. You support me for 3 years. I'll exchange it for 10 billion. Will you make this deal? If it were anyone else standing in front of Feng Xingyin, he wouldn't even listen to such nonsense. But Shang Jin made him seriously consider any proposal she offered, even if it seemed impossible. 10 billion isn't something you can just earn easily. Why should I believe you can do it? Shang Jin walked towards him step by step. Because my Shang family has been royal physicians for 9 generations. Because I've inherited the lost arts. If you don't believe me, I can prove it to you. As she finished speaking, her expression changed. With lightning speed, she suddenly thrust a prepared silver needle into Feng Xingyin's chest. Feng Xingyin stepped back, clutching his chest and looking at her in shock. But the next second, a burning sensation spread from his chest. He felt around several times and found that the needle that had pierced him was gone. What did you do? Where's the needle? She stumbled a bit, then forced a smile. Don't worry, it's a heart meridian needle. It will naturally be expelled from your body in a month. But for this month, you'll feel energized with sharp hearing and clear vision. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly collapsed to the ground. Her body was already exhausted to the extreme, and then she recklessly used such a difficult acupuncture technique. It instantly drained all the energy in her body. Feng Xingyin was startled and instinctively caught her. What's wrong? Shang Jun lay weakly in his arms. He smelled like sunshine, a scent only noticeable at such close proximity. She looked up at him, her breathing unsteady, but her hand tightly gripped his collar, as if clinging to a lifeline. I'm very capable. I really can do it. Feng Xingyin, believe me. Just trust me this once. Looking closely, Shang Jin steadied herself against Feng Xingyin's pale pink thin lips. Feng Xingyin's family doctor was a man in his 60s called Yin Su, who was very skilled. After just a brief examination, he concluded, nothing serious. Just extreme fatigue. She'll regain consciousness. She hasn't slept for at least 30 hours. Feng Xingyin nodded, then began unbuttoning his shirt one by one. Also, please check me. She just inserted a needle, but it disappeared. Old Yin initially just glanced casually. But when he saw the location of the small red, his eyes widened. Ah, this is the Suchi needle. Old Yin leaned in for a closer look, then clicked his tongue in admiration. It seems to be the highest level of Suchi needle, the heart meridian needle. It's said that for a month after the heart meridian needle enters the body, even if severely injured and near death, one can still survive. I've only seen this technique in ancient books. I never thought it really existed. And the practitioner is actually a young girl. After old Yin left, Feng Xingyin didn't leave. He stood by the bed, lost in thought as he looked at Shang Jin. When Shang Jin woke up, she felt much more energetic. She also saw the Qi Pao prepared by the bed. Shang Jin never thought there would be a day when Feng Xingyin would prepare clothes for her. After bathing, she changed into the prepared clothes and went downstairs with a calm attitude. Shang Jun tucked her hair behind her ear, revealing eyes like cold stars, and saw Feng Xingyin eating breakfast. Have you thought about the deal we discussed last night? Feng Xingyin narrowed his eyes, then suddenly smiled. I agree to cooperate with you. In a month, you'll get what you want. When Feng Xingyin suddenly smiled, few could resist, because he was incredibly handsome. Though his personality was a bit arrogant, he had the capital to be dismissive of others. Shang Jun lowered her gaze and nodded. She couldn't look at him anymore. During breakfast, given Feng Xingyin's worth, 10 billion was a lot, but definitely not enough to tempt him. He was now more interested in Shang Jun as a person. You seem afraid to look at me. As soon as he said that, Shang Jun immediately looked up. Who's afraid to look at you? Feng Xingyin suddenly leaned in and whispered, do you know how red your face is right now? You keep talking about breaking off the engagement, but you still have feelings for me. Shang Jun suddenly curled her lips in an eerie smile. The next second, she directly kissed Feng Xingyin lightly on his pale pink lips. As their eyes met, Feng Xingyin instinctively held his breath. Her lips were soft and fragrant, with a sweet milk flavor. Shang Jun gently bit his lip before pulling away slightly. She asked subtly, you're not resisting. Do you want me to continue? Feng Xingyin's pupils dilated. He suddenly pressed Shang Jun's head and exchanged a deeper kiss. Even while kissing, even with some passion, they both stubbornly stared at each other. one with fiery determination, the other with cold calculation. Shang Jun suddenly pushed Feng Xingyan away. She bit her lip and asked coldly, "What? You don't hate me anymore?" Feng Xingyan licked his lips, staring at her lips with some lingering desire. But his words were completely contrary to his heart. "I do hate you. But how could I? Feng Xingyan, let someone take advantage of me for nothing." Shang Jun laughed angrily. "So you didn't want to be outdone. Feng Xingyan, you really haven't changed at all. I guess I'm the only one who's changed in this world." Shang Jun stood up to leave. "I'm full. I'll go upstairs to pack my things." But what Shang Jun didn't know was that Feng Xingyan was covering his face at that moment. That was close, so close. He hadn't expected Shang Jun's kiss to be so sweet. Just 2 kisses and his body had already... It was good that Shang Jun left. Otherwise, if she found out, she would definitely mock him. At this moment, Shang Jun was using her phone to search for software used by Shang Yi. Shang Boki came to her and said, "Jinjin, you were shocked the day before yesterday. Your mom specially invited Dr. Lin to give you psychological counseling." Shang Jun's body trembled imperceptibly. "Li Jingming, in your past life, not only did you bully me, but you also posted my release video online, making me the black sheep of the sea's wealthy families. Li Jingming, how should I deal with you? Who said you're my psychologist?" Shang Jun ignored Li Jingming's outstretched hand and raised an eyebrow with a mocking smile. Hearing this, Lin Xuehan hurriedly pulled Shang Boki over, looking worried as she said, "Jinjin, don't be afraid. Dr. Li is very good. He's here just to help you. Your current state is very dangerous. Is it my state that's dangerous, or is it dangerous for you?" "Annie." Shang Boki was a bit displeased seeing Shang Jun call Lin Xuehan Annie again. But Lin Xuehan held him back, showing an understanding and slightly aggrieved smile. "It's okay. Let Jinjin call me whatever she likes. Jinjin, why don't you take Dr. Li to your room? You two can have a good talk." Shang Jun knew, without thinking, that her room must have cameras installed now. How eager they were to have her take a grown man to her room alone. What a caring stepmother indeed. Shang Jun smiled. "You want to be my doctor?" "Sure, come serve me there." Hearing this, Shang Boki was displeased. "Jinjin, you're being too rude. Dr. Li is a guest." But Li Jingming quickly waved it off. After exchanging a subtle glance with Lin Xuehan, he smiled and said, "It's all right. Girls at this age are all a bit rebellious. I understand." Saying this, he quickly took a cup and poured tea for Shang Jun. Shang Jun took it, smiling slightly. "You're right. Girls my age are not only rebellious, but also very volatile." As she said this, she suddenly splashed the water at Li Jingming. The living room immediately echoed with Lin Xuehan's scream and Shang Boki's scolding. But interestingly, Li Jingming didn't fly into a rage. A flash of anger crossed his eyes, but he maintained his smile. "Well, can I be Miss Shang's psychologist now?" He put on a saintly, fatherly expression and said seriously, "I really want to help you." If it were anyone else, seeing Li Jingming's behavior, they might have softened. But in Shang Jun's eyes, it was just laughable. "Not quite enough." Shang Jun smirked, bending to pick up the teapot and splashing it on his face again. Seeing tea leaves stuck all over his face, she felt much better. This time, Li Jingming was truly angry. He had never been humiliated like this before. Seeing this, Lin Xuehan hurriedly rushed over, wiping water off Li Jingming, while mouthing 2 words, "More money." Only then did Li Jingming suppress his anger. But Shang Boki couldn't hold back. "Shang Jun, are you crazy?" Shang Boki's hand was trembling as he pointed at Shang Jun. He had never lost his temper like this before. Shang Jun's behavior was just too disrespectful. Who would dare to visit their home as a guest after this? Shang Jun, however, was surprisingly calm. She smiled, glancing at Li Jingming, and said leisurely, "Dad, you don't know, do you? They say a good psychologist can best understand a patient's suffering. I splashed water on him, but inside I'm anxious and in need of help. I'm sure Dr. Li must have felt my pain. That's why he's not angry, right? You're still making excuses." Shang Boki's face was red with anger. Li Jingming, however, could only grit his teeth and say, "Miss Shang is right. People with psychological issues often act contrary to their consciousness. I understand. I will definitely cure you." Shang Jun smiled elegantly, calmly putting down the teapot. For a second, everyone thought Shang Jun would crack Li Jingming's head open. So when they saw her put down the teapot, Li Jingming showed an expression of relief. You've passed. Dr. Lee, I'll definitely be a good patient. I believe you'll have a wonderful memory at the Shang family. Shang Jun said with a smile, then went upstairs directly. Since this person was staying, there would be plenty of time. She took out her bank card and checked the balance, finding that Sikong Jin's efficiency was quite good. There was indeed a balance of 1.2 million in her card. This was a huge sum for her now. Although once she became Feng's goddaughter, fame and fortune would be at her fingertips. She hadn't forgotten that. Feng Xingyin still didn't like her now, so she had to make some achievements first to have the confidence to ask for his support to deal with future enemies. It seemed she would have to spend this 1.2 million sparingly. But at this moment, Shangjin suddenly remembered something important. In her phone's voice recorder, besides the evidence of Yu Mingru finding her to make drugs, there was something else. At this moment, to the young master of the Feng family, this should be what you're looking for. Feng Xingyin had just received the voice recorder. Suddenly, Shang Zhen's voice was heard. Feng Xingyin, this is mine. Please give it back to me. You must not let him hear the secrets inside. Let go of me? Don't you hate me? Who gave you permission to kiss me? Feng Xingyin was displeased with his non-cooperation. His kiss was so sweet, and he was so attractive. Besides, he kept provoking him repeatedly. Why couldn't he retaliate? His dazed eyes made him damnably sexy, like a soul-stealing enchantress. He said hoarsely, "You're allowed to force a kiss on me, but I can't force one on you? On what grounds?" Saying this, he again firmly kissed Shang Zhen's lips. To prevent him from turning away, he pressed one hand tightly against Shang Zhen's head. His tall body covered Shang Zhen entirely, leaving him nowhere to escape. Shang Zhen was furious. He hated that he was still kissing him. He thought he was still as easy to bully as before. Feng Xingyin pushed him away, almost clumsily. Both were panting, glaring at each other. Neither was willing to back down. Why stop? Or do you want? Shang Zhen provoked, feigning indifference. You push me away so quickly. Looks like you really do hate me now. But what Shang Zhen didn't expect was that his words seemed like an invitation to Feng Xingyin. He narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, he unbuttoned 2 buttons of his shirt collar. He said dangerously, "If it's what you want, I'll give it to you." He bit Shang Zhen's lips again. This time, Shang Zhen didn't hold back either, biting back directly. Though they were clearly fighting for dominance, their embracing bodies became more and more entangled. Shang Zhen gradually felt something was off. An unfamiliar desire was eroding his body. His strength seemed to be drained, leaving him soft and weak. Damn Feng Xingyin. Was it necessary to force himself like this just to win an argument? What are you doing? Li Weiniang's angry voice suddenly came. It instantly brought the out-of-control pair back to their senses. Li Weiniang's originally angry face turned to embarrassment when she saw Shang Zhen. As she backed away, she said, "It's okay, I didn't know it was you too. Please continue. I didn't see anything. I thought it was Xingyin with another woman. I didn't expect it to be Jinjin. Oh my, young people these days are so wild." Meanwhile, Shang Zhen had already shaken off his hand and said coldly, "Later, I hope young Master Feng will explain clearly to Aunt. Just now it was just a misunderstanding. I want to be the Feng family's adopted daughter. I don't want her to have false hopes." Feng Xingyin felt a twinge of jealousy, thinking, "You care more about my mother than me now." Feeling displeased, he naturally wouldn't comply with Shang Zhen's wishes. "If it's a misunderstanding, you go explain it yourself. While you're at it, tell her how you've been repeatedly seducing me." Shang Zhen's face was covered in frost. "Seducing you? Don't you want me to seduce you? Or is young Master Feng addicted to my kiss and doesn't want to draw a clear line with me?" Hearing this, Feng Xingyin snorted arrogantly. "Mind your own business." They really couldn't see eye to eye. Shang Zhen held back and turned to leave directly. However, the ripple stirred up earlier didn't seem fake. On the way, Shang Zhen couldn't help but close his eyes. Shang Zhen, have you forgotten how cruel this man was in your past life? He couldn't love you for over 20 years. Are you going to fall for him again? While waiting for a car, Shang Zhen encountered Lin Wenfeng and decided to ride with him. "Please take me to the housing rental center." "Thank you, Lin Xuehan. They probably filled my room with cameras by now. I need to move out as soon as possible." "What are you going there for?" Lin Wenfeng frowned. He then added, "Even if you don't get along with Aunt, there's no need to move out." Shang Zhen originally didn't want to engage with him, but suddenly thought of something and smirked slightly. He gave Lin Wenfeng a meaningful smile and said, "Whether I move out or not is none of your business. Why are you so concerned about my affairs? Could it be that young Master Lin has feelings for me?" Could it be that Officer Lin has feelings for me? Lin Wenfeng's brow furrowed. You're my cousin. Of course I care about your affairs. Shang Zhen's lips curled up slightly. Interesting. It's just a title. You didn't care before, but now you're using it as an excuse. Don't you think it's too late? Lin Wenfeng's heart suddenly raced at his words. Cousin, your face is red. I advise you not to have any ideas about me, because it won't be a pleasant experience. Lin Wenfeng quickly regained his composure. Don't worry, I have no feelings for you beyond that of cousins. A glint flashed in Shang Zhen's eyes as his smile grew more mischievous. Since you insist on recognizing me as your cousin, why don't I, your cousin, show you something interesting? Lin Xuehan had a villa next to Dailon Manor. This was something Shang Baiqi definitely didn't know. But Shang Jin knew, because in his previous life, after he was caught trying to escape, his hand was broken and he was beaten badly. He was locked up here for 3 months. When Shang Jun saw the vast fields of lotus flowers, he suddenly said, "We're here." Shang Jun looked at the villa before him. It hasn't changed at all. Lin Wenfeng, although you're from a rich family, you learned everything you were supposed to at the police academy, right? Shang Jun suddenly asked. Lin Wenfeng nodded. He had graduated top of his class at the police academy and couldn't let Shang Jun look down on him. Shang Jun smiled slightly. Instead of barging in directly, he led him to the side of the villa. See that alarm over there? Disable it. Lin Wenfeng was stunned, then silently destroyed the alarm device. After entering, they moved very quietly up to the second floor. Initially, Lin Wenfeng still had doubts, but when he heard some indescribable sounds, he hesitated. It was too familiar. This was his aunt's voice. She was actually cheating. Lin Wenfeng instinctively looked at Shang Jin's expression, only to see that Shang Jin seemed to have known all along. Then, under his incredulous gaze, Shang Jun waved his hand and forcefully threw a ceramic plate towards the floor below. There was a crisp crash as a waist-high vase downstairs shattered. Lin Xuehan's panicked voice came from inside the room. Lin Wenfeng had no choice but to quickly pull Shang Jun to hide around the corner. Soon, Lin Xuehan and a man came out. Seeing the broken vase downstairs, they went down to look. At this moment, Shang Jun suddenly moved. He boldly pulled Lin Wenfeng into the room. They rolled directly under the bed. Before Lin Wenfeng could do anything, footsteps were already heard outside. Lin Xuehan said tearfully, "Don't worry, it must be a stray cat. This villa is full of alarms. No one can get in." Li Jingming's voice came through. "I think we shouldn't hide. Let's go back." "Don't go. Lin Xuehan is in her prime years. How could I let go of a good-looking man like Li Jingming?" She pulled Li Jingming down onto the bed. Under the bed, Lin Wenfeng's face turned bright red, though it wasn't clear if it was from embarrassment or anger. Shang Jin was busy recording and didn't notice Lin Wenfeng's expression. They just heard the two rolling together. While enjoying herself, Lin Xuehan coldly sneered, "As long as you can take care of that little bitch Shang Jun, it'll be worth the fortune I'm paying you." Li Jingming's voice came through. "All right, you're paying and showing up. I'll definitely help you get the job done." Hearing this, Lin Wenfeng was so angry he wanted to crawl out from under the bed and kill this man. He actually wanted to harm Shang Jun. But before he could move, Shang Jun, as if foreseeing it, reached out and held his clenched fist, then used his other hand to send a message. Lin Wenfeng was stunned. He felt that when Shang Jun's soft hand grasped his, the anger inside him suddenly turned into a kind of restlessness. His face burned even more, not understanding what was happening to him. The shaking bed made his heart shake as well, unable to settle. At this moment, Li Jingming's phone on the bedside table rang. Li Jingming initially didn't want to look, but glanced and saw it was a message from Shang Jin. He quickly stopped. Li Jingming looked at the message and smiled triumphantly. "I told you no one could resist my charm. See, your eldest daughter is looking for me now." Hearing this, Lin Xuehan quickly grabbed the phone to look. Well, I didn't expect this little bitch to be so naughty. She's actually asking to meet you at a hotel. You better make good use of this opportunity." Li Jingming hurriedly got dressed. She said if I don't get there in half an hour, she'll leave. Let's continue next time. Although Lin Xuehan was reluctant, thinking of her plan, she also started to get dressed. "All right, let's go together. I want to see what this dead girl is up to." Only after they both left did Shang Jin roll out from under the bed, revealing a satisfied smile. Xiangjun was quite satisfied with the gains from this trip. Lin Wenfeng looked at Xiangjun with a complex expression. You knew all along that Aunt was planning to set you up. Are you going to give this recording to Uncle? Xiangjun glanced at him and smiled mischievously. How naive you are. Do you know how much this villa is worth? Do you know why Lin Shuahan dares to deal with me so recklessly? She doesn't rely on my dad for survival at all. Giving this to him would only bring him disaster. Lin Wenfeng suddenly realized that his aunt was so deeply hidden. The Lin family had been fooled by her all these years. Lin Wenfeng was shocked, but thinking of something, he suddenly asked with a strange expression, "Why are you telling me this? Aren't you afraid I'll tell him?" Xiangjun looked at him and sneered. You're one of the more conscientious ones in the Lin family. As the future head of the Lin family, it's better for you to see her true face now than to be deceived by her and stand on her side in the future. But this is a complex matter. Don't act rashly. So he wanted to cut off the mother and daughter's claws bit by bit from the source. Xiangjun narrowed his eyes. In exchange, I'll tell you another secret. At the Dragon Rider Pier south of the sea, a shipment will arrive tomorrow night. Trust me, the weight of that cargo is enough for you to get promoted several levels. The cold fragrance on his body made Lin Wenfeng take a deep breath involuntarily. Then his whole body went weak, and his heart started beating violently. He almost awkwardly took a big step back, finally breaking free from the intangible temptation. Xiangjun looked at him strangely. Lin Wenfeng quickly averted his gaze and asked, "How did you know about this?" In fact, his mind was in chaos now, and he didn't even know what he was saying. Xiangjun didn't delve into why he was so flustered, just crossed her arms and said, "It's a secret. Tomorrow night's trouble is related to the Sikong family. I advise you to bring more manpower." As she spoke, a mischievous smile appeared on her face. In my previous life, after discovering Shang Qingqing's true face, I had a chance to escape abroad, but was caught by Sikong Jin and handed over to Shang Qingqing. It led to no chance of redemption. Sikong Jin, since you fear having a criminal record the most, I'll have to give you a big gift. The next night, dark and windy, Xiangjun sneaked out of the Shang family house and headed straight for the pier. Sikong Jin indeed came. The reason Xiangjun knew about this was from her previous life. Tonight, a gunfight would break out here. The police later investigated for a long time and discovered it involved a large batch of weapons in the Sikong family. The Sikong family had been trying to clean up their image for years. I wonder what expression Sikong Jin would have when caught red-handed. Everyone hurriedly moved to their positions. Suddenly, several large trucks forcefully entered the pier, causing a commotion. Xiangjun hid behind rows of shelves. Watching those cars rush in, they started shooting without a word. The battle quickly became one-sided from the start. Sikong Jin coldly watched from the side. He knew someone wanted to move against him tonight, so he specifically waited to ambush and clean up this group of people. Everything was going according to plan, but then police sirens suddenly surrounded the area. The rumbling sound of propellers came, and two planes flew overhead. Searchlights caused the fierce fighting to suddenly turn to panic. A cold, hard voice from the planes echoed throughout the pier. You are surrounded. You are surrounded. Put down your weapons. Put down your weapons. Sikong Jin, who had been watching, suddenly changed his expression. People at the scene scattered and fled. They were well aware of the consequences of being caught, so they prepared to run towards the secret passage. But Xiangjun wouldn't give them the chance. She smiled mischievously. She took out the prepared anti-wolf alarm from her pocket, pulled the switch, and threw it towards them. The sharp sound made Sikong Jin's protectors feel under great threat. The police heard the sound and quickly chased after them. Sikong Jin's eyes shone brightly in the dark night. He had exceptionally strong night vision. This was something Xiangjun hadn't anticipated. Looks like you've been discovered, but she wasn't so easy to catch. It's not that easy to catch me. Xiangjun turned and ran. Sikong Jin's speed wasn't slow, and he was more skilled than Xiangjun. This time, he caught up in just a few moves. In Sikong Jin's eyes, the night was as clear as day. Because Xiangjun was dressed from head to toe, he didn't recognize her when they fought. Xiangjun kicked the gun out of Sikong Jin's hand, but although she was agile, her combat ability wasn't high, so she was constantly dodging. Sikong Jin only felt that this small figure seemed familiar. That faint fragrance and soft body all seemed familiar to him. But for someone trying to harm him, he showed no mercy. His attacks became increasingly vicious, with the knife in his hand striking at vital points each time. Finally, the knife tore through the opponent's clothes. His pupils contracted. It was actually a woman. At this moment, Lin Wenfeng finally arrived. Sikong Jin couldn't escape now. Just when everyone thought they would surely catch him this time, another sound came. A large group of men in suits arrived. Shang Jun narrowed her eyes. Could someone be coming to save Sikong Jin at this moment? Seeing that the newcomer was Pang Long, Feng Xinyan's diplomatic assistant, he said, "Young Master Jin isn't the one you're looking for. Your superior has already withdrawn to pursue the Panlong gang leader." Lin Wenfeng was secretly shocked. Fortunately, due to the gravity of the situation, he hadn't reported to his superiors that it might be related to the Sikong family. He didn't expect that involving the Sikong family wasn't enough. Now it also involved the Feng family. "Give me the gun," Sikong Jin said coldly, his 3 words seeming to freeze the air. His subordinate handed him the gun without a word. "Well, aren't you good at running?" Shang Jun slightly curled her lips. "I got tired of running and wanted to rest a bit." Sikong Jin's pupils contracted, looking at Shang Jun in disbelief. This woman was actually Shang Jun. He tried to remove the mask. Sikong Jin's chest heaved violently. He never thought he would fall into Shang Jun's hands. It was absolutely taboo. The next second, Sikong Jin forcefully pressed the gun against Shang Jun's head, his eyes burning with rage. "Why did you do this?" Shang Jun fearlessly looked into his eyes. "I'm helping you. The Sikong family has a mole. If you had gotten this batch of weapons, in a month, your second uncle would use them to betray you. So I sent them to the right place." "What's wrong with that?" Sikong Jin glared at her fiercely. "Then why did you try to harm me just now?" Since he knew everything, didn't he know that if he was taken away, although he wouldn't be in trouble, his life's mission would be ruined? Shang Jun glanced at him, suddenly smiling mischievously. "I just don't like you, okay?" Her answer made Sikong Jin's eyes turn red with anger. He grabbed Shang Jun's collar with both hands, pulling her close, forcing her to look into his eyes. "You told Lin Wenfeng about tonight's events, didn't you? How did you know about my plan? And how did you know my second uncle was going to betray me? You'd better explain clearly, word by word, or I'll kill you right now." Shang Jun looked at Sikong Jin's face, so close to hers, cold as ice. "Try killing me and see." Shang Jun glared back defiantly. Lin Wenfeng quickly walked over. "This matter was your Sikong family's fault to begin with. Shang Jun didn't do anything wrong. If you dare to hurt her, then I'll have to expose your crimes tonight." Shang Jun glanced at Lin Wenfeng, a bit surprised. She had used him more often, but didn't expect that at this moment he would risk offending the Sikong family to stand up for her. Pang Long, standing to the side, also advised, "Young Master Jin, Miss Shang is our young master's fiancée after all. It's not good for you to do this." Sikong Jin stared at Shang Jun ominously, sneering. "So it's because of them that you're so reckless? Let me tell you, if I, Sikong Jin, want you dead, I won't care about your background." Being threatened like this, Shang Jun's heartbeat was surprisingly calm. "If you want to kill, then kill. I want to see how long your brother can live without me." Hearing this, Sikong Jin's expression suddenly turned ferocious. "Is that so? Then you die first. You die first." Fortunately, before Sikong Jin could fire, his gun was shot out of his hand by another bullet. "Young Master Jin, killing your wife would be an unforgivable grudge. I just helped you, and you repay kindness with enmity." Feng Xingyan put away his gun and strode over. Seeing that Shang Jun was unharmed, he unexpectedly embraced her without a word. In the dim light, his already striking features became even more three-dimensional and profound. Even in the darkness, he seemed to glow. "Yes, you helped me," Sikong Jin sneered, "but I'm in this mess because of her. This woman is very strange. She knows too much but can't explain why." "Young Master Feng, aren't you afraid of being deceived by this woman?" Feng Xingyan's deep eyes glanced at Shang Jun indifferently. "My woman is none of your business." Sikong Jin pressed his lips together. Tonight was truly unlucky. Everyone he met was more hateful than the last. He took a deep breath. "Let's go. If we stay any longer, I'll die of anger if not from being shot." Shang Jun was baffled. She abruptly broke free from Feng Xingyan's hand, coldly saying, "We are no longer engaged. Please show some self-respect, young Master Feng." Shang Jun's blunt words made Feng Xingyan's expression freeze. "Shang Jun, if I hadn't arrived in time, you'd be dead by now. Is this how you treat your savior?" Shang Jun sneered. "I didn't need your help. You're meddling." Feng Xingyan was infuriated by this woman. He blamed himself for being foolish, rushing over as soon as he heard she was in danger. But she wasn't grateful at all. However, seeing Shang Jun quickly disappear into the night, Feng Xingyan cursed under his breath but still followed her. "What are you doing?" Shang Jun suddenly exclaimed, because Feng Xingyan had picked her up by the waist. "What else?" "Taking you home. Where else would a woman go alone in the middle of the night?" In the car, seeing Feng Xingyan's disobedience, Shang Jun coldly said, "Where are you taking me? My rented place isn't in this direction." Feng Xingyan snorted, "You're coming to my place tonight. Tomorrow, I don't care if you go to the Feng family or not." "No way." Shang Jun didn't want any unnecessary contact with Feng Xingyan. She said coldly, "You can stop caring about me right now." Feng Xingyan wouldn't listen to her. He continued driving towards the Haixing villa and had already locked the car doors. Shang Jun's chest heaved violently. She hadn't realized in her previous life that Feng Xingyan was so meddlesome. At this time, the road was almost empty, so Shang Jun suddenly pointed a needle at his neck. "You know what I'm capable of. If you don't want me to stab you, stop the car." Feng Xingyan, threatened by her, felt his anger rising. The next second, he slammed on the brakes. With lightning-fast movements, he grabbed Shang Jun's hand and pulled her, drawing her entire body into his embrace. "Looks like you won't settle down unless I teach you a lesson, huh?" Seeing Shang Jun's face, desperately wanting to escape, he felt inexplicably angry and, without thinking, lowered his head to kiss her mouth. Shang Jun's eyes widened. When kissed, she completely lost her usual aggressiveness. Feng Xingyan suddenly released her, only to see Shang Jun glaring at him fiercely, having bitten him. "You dare do that again, and I'll bite you again." Her self-proclaimed fierce words sounded more like a seductive demon to Feng Xingyan. He suddenly smiled. Then he domineeringly pressed down again. "You like biting me so much? Then I won't hold back anymore. You like biting me so much? Then I won't hold back anymore." Her body, soft and restrained, tried to dodge several times but couldn't escape. In her anger, she could only try to bite him fiercely. But Feng Xingyan's reactions were very quick. She couldn't bite him once, instead being caught off guard each time. Their bodies and lips were entangled. Suddenly, someone knocked on the car window. Feng Xingyan was startled. Shang Jun seized the opportunity, quickly pushing him away and crawling back to her seat. "Damn, how did I become so weak to let him manipulate me?" Feng Xingyan looked down and saw small spots of blood on his suit jacket. During their intense kiss, some blood had seeped out, but because he was wearing black, it wasn't visible. The wound in the passionate moment. She was really hurt. He suddenly felt a surge of anger. Gritting his teeth, he asked, "Did Sikong Jin do this? Does he have a death wish? Hurting my woman like this?" Shang Jun looked at him in surprise. "It's none of your business." But because Feng Xingyan was watching her intently, Shang Jun's movements slowed down. This naturally made her appear gentler. Feng Xingyan's expression improved slightly. Seeing her about to stitch herself up, even though Feng Xingyan knew little about medicine, he knew the procedure was wrong. "You're not using anesthesia?" Shang Jun weakly said, "No need," and started stitching the wound directly. Each stitch made her whole body tremble with pain. But pain meant she was alive. The more it hurt, the more alive she felt. Feng Xingyan couldn't bear it anymore. He extended his arm and said coldly, "Don't endure the pain. Just bite me. Please don't torture yourself like this." Shang Jun heard this and took a breath. She looked up, her wet eyes surprisingly hiding a lively smile. "If you're afraid I'm in pain, why don't you kiss me?" Seeing a flash of resistance in his eyes, Shang Jun naturally misunderstood. She smiled, pressing her lips together. "If you don't love me, why did you kiss me?" Feng Xingyan's heart tightened. Before he could think of a response, Shang Jun answered for him, "Because you're unwilling. A woman who loved you deeply for over a decade suddenly doesn't love you anymore. How could someone as proud as young Master Feng tolerate such a challenge? So you want to conquer me again?" Feng Xingyan said hoarsely, "There's one last stitch. Let me do it for you." Shang Jun was stunned. The next moment, Feng Xingyan took the needle from her hand and, with an extremely serious expression, passed the needle through her skin. "It clearly hurts. Why do you have to endure it? You can rely on me a bit more." At this moment, Feng Xingyan couldn't resist the desire to kiss Shang Jun. Those eyes, misty with pain, the gentle touch, made both of them tremble. Shang Jun narrowed her eyes, looking at him with an extremely inquisitive gaze. "Damn it," Feng Xingyan suddenly pulled away. "Get some rest," he said, then turned and left, closing the door. Outside, Feng Xingyan's thoughts were in chaos. He desired Shang Jun, not out of unwillingness or guilt, but an uncontrollable want to completely possess her. The next day, Shang Jun was waiting early for Li Jingming. When Li Jingming entered, the spacious living room had no servants, only Shang Jun sitting on the sofa, drinking alone. "Miss Shang," I'm very happy to see you again. Let's begin now. He hid the greed and covetousness in his eyes, saying excitedly. But before he could finish speaking, Shang Jun made a stopping gesture and personally poured him a glass of wine. This attitude was much gentler than when she first threw tea in his face. Li Jingming was almost certain that Shang Jun had issues, but this didn't affect her charm. He gratefully accepted the wine glass. Being so close to Shang Jun, he drank the wine in one gulp, feeling somewhat parched. Only then did Shang Jun smile. The psychological treatment isn't urgent. Dr. Li, why don't you listen to this first? Li Jingming was completely unprepared. As soon as the phone was turned on, the wine glass in Li Jingming's hand slipped and shattered on the floor. It was Lin Xuehan's voice. Doctor, do you know the power of the Shang family? If this recording reaches my father's ears, even if he's gentle, he'll ruin your reputation. The words ruin your reputation made Li Jingming panic. The phone fell to the ground. He anxiously bent down to pick it up, but Shang Jun suddenly stepped on it. She completely crushed his hand into the crystal shards. He screamed in pain, but no one came to help him. Shang Jun's strength was surprisingly great, and she made him too afraid to resist. Miss Shang, I was blind to your importance. It was Lin Xuehan who seduced me online. You know, people like us, how could we dare not listen to her? Miss Shang, please forgive me. I'll never dare do it again. The sweat on his forehead increased. But now it was different. He was in pain. His left hand was full of shards, causing excruciating pain. Shang Jun looked down at Li Jingming, who was bent over supporting himself on the ground, and laughed softly. Dr. Li, you misunderstand. I'm not going to expose you. Your conversation just gave me an idea. I suddenly thought of a brilliant game. Do you want to play? Li Jingming had no choice but to agree. He quickly nodded, and Shang Jun finally removed her foot. His palm was already a bloody mess. It was shocking just to look at. Shang Jun placed a card on the table. This card has 2 million. No matter what you do, as long as you make my father discover Lin Xuehan's infidelity, this money is yours. Cooperate with me, and you'll have unexpected rewards. Baichi is not what you think. I must have been framed. I don't know who that man was. I don't know anything. The once proud and aloof Lin Xuehan was now kneeling on the ground, hugging Shang Baichi's leg and crying. Shang Baichi kicked her away. Shang Qingqing rushed over, crying, Dad, you have to believe Mom. How could Mom betray you? Shang Baichi sneered at Lin Xuehan. Get out. I never want to see you again. Lin Xuehan, who had been crying, saw Shang Jun, and her expression suddenly turned vicious. It must be you who framed me, you bitch. Shang Jun shook her head and smiled. Walk the night road too often, and you'll eventually meet ghosts. Annie, although you're in your prime, it's better to be more discreet at home. Shang Qingqing didn't let Shang Jun off. She angrily approached Shang Jun. Lowering her voice, she said fiercely, Sister, this is all you're doing, right? You love messing with those medicine bottles and jars. And you've made aphrodisiacs before. How dare you do it and not admit it? Shang Jun, who had been smiling, suddenly changed her expression. She grabbed onto a word, aphrodisiac? How do you know I've made aphrodisiacs? She had never told anyone about Yu Mingru asking her to make medicine back then. Shang Qingqing's face changed, wanting to avoid this question. Shang Jun pressed further, staring dangerously at Shang Qingqing. So, you've been involved with Yu Mingru for that long. I can't quite understand. You like Feng Xingyan, and so does Yu Mingru. How did you manage to team up against me? Don't you find it disgusting? Shang Qingqing no longer wanted to pretend. She sneered. Who told you, a useless person, to get engaged to Feng? You should look at yourself. What qualifications do you have? You're just our common enemy. Shang Qingqing's face was now distorted, her eyes full of resentment and frustration. Seeing the anger growing in Shang Qingqing's eyes, Shang Jun slightly curled her lips and looked down on her. No matter how unwilling you are, Feng Xingyan is mine. Are you angry? Furious? I like seeing you want to kill me, but being powerless. It really shows how useless you are. I'll kill you. Shang Qingqing was finally provoked. Recent setbacks had made her temper particularly volatile, especially seeing the formerly useless person suddenly become strong and no longer allowing herself to be bullied. She wanted nothing more than to kill Shang Jun. Shang Jun smiled smugly and pushed Shang Qingqing away. You see? Your mom has become a stray dog about to be kicked out of the Shang family. You're next. Are you worthy of fighting me? Her cold voice made Shang Qingqing's skin crawl. Seeing Lin Xuehan come out with a dejected face, it was clear that Dad hadn't forgiven her. Mom, are you okay? Lin Xuehan, dazed, saw her daughter, and her eyes suddenly became determined. Qingqing, I'm going back to my parents' home. Your father misunderstands me now. I can only come back in a few days. But I can't swallow this anger today, so I just thought of a plan. Lin Xuehan's eyes flashed. No need for any roundabout ways now. Tomorrow, just have Li Jingming drug Shangjin. Take care of her. Film it and we'll see. Call more people then. Let them see Shang Zhen's ugly state. This time, we must ruin Shang Zhen's reputation completely, never to recover. Today was Shang Qingqing's birthday party, but she was in no mood to hear wishes. She was planning how to frame her own sister. Just as Shang Zhen entered, Li Jingming arrived. Everyone in the room looked over, with various expressions. Shang Qingqing ran over smiling and said apologetically, "Sister, today is my birthday. We're having a party. It's going to last for a while. Why don't you go to your room?" Shang Zhen smiled faintly. "Sure. You enjoy yourselves. Dr. Li, let's go upstairs." At this moment, several boys came over and said exaggeratedly, "Qingqing, you're so inconsiderate. Your sister is so beautiful. Why didn't you introduce her to us before?" Seeing Shang Zhen's popularity, Shang Qingqing was very displeased, especially noticing that Shang Zhen was very cautious and didn't touch any drinks or food. She had no choice but to personally bring 2 glasses of wine to Shang Zhen. As Shang Zhen was about to refuse, Shang Qingqing quickly said flatteringly, "Sister, there's so many people here. Just give us some face." She believed that in front of so many people, Shang Zhen would not refuse for the sake of family dignity. Shang Zhen said nothing, just staring at the wine as if suspecting something had been added. Shang Qingqing said somewhat shyly, "What are you afraid of at home? If you're really worried, just choose 1 glass. I'll drink the other." The boys around kept egging them on. Hearing Shang Qingqing say this, Shang Zhen reluctantly chose 1 glass. Seeing this, Shang Qingqing quickly drank the other glass in one go. Then she held up the empty glass, looking at Shang Zhen. Shang Zhen had no choice but to drink hers in one gulp too. Shang Qingqing sighed in relief. To dispel Shang Zhen's suspicions, she had put something in both glasses. Not long after, Shang Qingqing was already feeling a bit unwell. He quickly walked to Shang Zhen's side. Seeing Shang Zhen was also a bit tipsy, he asked Dr. Li to help Shang Zhen to her room. Li Jingming, seeing Shang Zhen's condition, knew that Shang Qingqing had made her move. And to make him believe, Shang Qingqing had also drugged herself. Panting, she whispered to Li Jingming, "Quickly take her to the room. Take care of her. I want to ruin her reputation." There were only the 3 of them in the room. Li Jingming was originally at a loss, but now seeing both Shang Zhen and Shang Qingqing were drugged, the evil thoughts in his heart spread like weeds, uncontrollable. He had already gotten money from Shang Zhen and Lin Xuehan. Now he could get this too. If these 2 sisters disappeared afterwards, he wouldn't lose anything. As Lin Wenfeng and Lin Xuehan entered, everyone in the living room looked at them. Lin Wenfeng frowned. Wasn't something supposed to have happened? Why did the scene before him look like a party? Seeing the crowd, Lin Xuehan was unusually excited. The more people, the better. The more who knew, the better. She quickly pretended and said, "Has anyone seen my eldest daughter?" A boy said, "Shang Zhen? I think she went back to her room with her psychologist." Lin Xuehan suddenly became excited. She pretended to be nervous and asked, "What? They're in the room now?" "No, Sang Fin." Lin Wenfeng frowned. "Aunt, what exactly are you worried about? What's wrong with Shang Zhen?" "I rushed back because I found out that Jinjin seems to have fallen for that psychologist." Seeing the drama unfold, everyone gathered around. A girl said gleefully, "Who would have thought? Shang Zhen acts so cold, but she actually likes older men." Lin Xuehan's eyes flashed with venom. She said, "Annie knows you all care about Jinjin. How about this? After Jinjin got sick, I was worried about her, so I installed cameras in her room. Let's see what they're doing in the room, to avoid misunderstandings. Otherwise, Jinjin will hate me even more." Lin Wenfeng wanted to refuse, but everyone in the living room was eager for drama. Yes, I've always wondered how psychologists treat their patients." The image immediately switched on the large TV. Everyone involuntarily looked over. Lin Xuehan especially had an expectant look, waiting to see Shang Zhen humiliated. But when it opened, there was no one in the room. Lin Xuehan's expression immediately froze. How is this possible? Didn't Qingqing say it was all set? She pretended to give the remote to Shang Baiji, but accidentally pressed the switch button. Suddenly, the sound on the TV became clearly audible. Shang Baiji was stunned. Lin Xuehan screamed, "I can't believe it's true. How shameless! I never thought Shang Zhen would be such a shameless person. This wicked daughter." Shang Baiji was truly angry. Ignoring the crowd, he shouted upstairs, "Shang Zhen, get down here right now." At that moment, a white figure appeared at the top of the stairs. "Dad, you called me?" Shang Zhen's cheeks were red, her expression a bit drowsy, looking as if she had just woken up. But as she appeared, Lin Xuehan's eyes nearly popped out. How could Shang Zhen be here? Then who was in the monitor? Zhang Baiqi slapped over. "Shang Qingqing, you wretched girl. You've completely disgraced our Shang family. Come out and explain what's going on right now." Shang Qingqing was instantly dumbfounded. "What's happening? Why are Mom and Dad here? And Shang Zhen, where did she go?" When she came out and saw the large crowd downstairs, she tried to remain calm. But seeing the bathroom scene displayed on the large electronic screen, she quickly understood. The gazes from the crowd were filled with mockery, disdain, and disgust. The malice was so intense it felt like she was being shot full of holes. So it wasn't Shang Zhen fooling around with the doctor at home, but Shang Qingqing, acting all high and mighty usually. How disgusting. Overwhelming fear made Shang Qingqing's face turn pale. She couldn't understand how things had turned out this way, especially seeing Shang Zhen nearby, watching with an ambiguous smile. Without thinking, she rushed to Shang Zhen crying, "Sister, it must be you. Why did you set me up?" Shang Qingqing now could only push everything onto Shang Zhen. Lin Xuehan, coming to her senses, quickly joined in wailing. "Zhen, wasn't hurting me enough? Why did you have to hurt your sister too? So, you're planning to push everything onto me?" Shang Zhen glanced at them coldly. This superior look made everyone inexplicably uneasy. "I hurt her." Shang Zhen laughed mockingly. "Was I the one who brought Li Jingming home? Was I the one who installed cameras in the room? Was I the one who made you rush back to play the video publicly?" Shang Zhen's words were sharper than knives. Lin Xuehan was so angry her mouth trembled, but she couldn't utter a word. Shang Qingqing cried, even louder, "Dad, you have to believe me." Sister suddenly said she felt dizzy, so Dr. Lin and I helped her upstairs. But then I unexpectedly lost consciousness. She then turned to plead with Shang Zhen. "Sister, I've never offended you. I even introduced friends to you. Why did you conspire with Dr. Li to harm me?" Shang Zhen laughed in disbelief. "Wasn't it you who personally brought the wine and begged me to drink it? If I'm not mistaken, to harm me, you put something in both glasses, right? Evil deeds will backfire. This is the consequence of your own actions. You can't blame others. Who would have thought that the acupuncture skills grandfather taught me years ago would save my life at such a crucial moment? You wanted to destroy me? Look at yourselves first. What capabilities do you have?" She finished speaking and walked out the door. Seeing Shang Zhen trying to leave, Lin Wenfeng instinctively blocked her way. "Where are you going?" Shang Zhen stood at the bottom of the steps, narrowing her eyes. "What? You suspect I conspired with Li Jingming? Want to catch me?" To be honest, Lin Wenfeng did suspect Shang Zhen for a moment, knowing Li Jingming was there. But hearing Shang Zhen say it out loud, he felt very uncomfortable. He struggled to ask Shang Zhen, "Was Qingqing's situation you're doing?" Shang Zhen smiled eerily. "Don't you already have the answer in your heart? Let go. It really was you." Shang Zhen's words seemed to drain all of Lin Wenfeng's strength. Then his eyes widened, and he gripped her even tighter. "How could you do this? Even if you have a huge grudge against Anne, you can't take revenge on Qingqing. She's so innocent. How can she face people in the future?" Shang Zhen suddenly spoke, enunciating each word through gritted teeth. "She's innocent? Have you ever thought about what would happen to me if all this had fallen on me today? I don't have a good brother like you to help me. No father to investigate for me. No mother to cover up my shame. If the person in that video had been me, it wouldn't take a day for the whole Haizhong city to know what happened to me." Lin Wenfeng was speechless, but he still insisted, "Even if others plotted against you, that was wrong. But you could have just escaped. Why did you push Shang Qingqing into the fire?" Hearing this, Shang Zhen gave him a deep look, suddenly turning cold. "That's why I say we will never be friends, let alone relatives. Don't stand in my way. We're done here." Shang Zhen turned and left after speaking. Her last few words felt like needles piercing deep into Lin Wenfeng's chest. Shang Zhen had just taken a long cold shower in the room to stay calm. But now as the effects wore off, even her acupuncture wasn't working. She walked with some difficulty towards the woods by the roadside. She knew she just had to endure it a bit longer, just a little more. However, as she walked, Her foot suddenly slipped, and she fell forward. Careful! This man was like a timely rain. Wherever Shangjin was, he would surely appear. What's wrong with you? You're burning up. I'll take you to see a doctor. Shangjin blinked, as if trying to confirm something. Feng Xingyan, why don't you like me? What did I do wrong? My head hurts. This is the medicine Dr. Yin prescribed. Take it, and you'll feel better soon. Why am I here? Shangjun asked confusedly. Don't you remember? You suddenly called me, but didn't say anything. I was worried something happened to you, so I came looking for you. She vaguely remembered making a call when she was out of it, but it was to Feng Xingyan? Oh no! She had blurted out everything she had kept in her heart from her past life. But in this life, she didn't want anything to do with Feng Xingyan. She thought while drinking water in big gulps. Feng Xingyan frowned. Anyway, your stepmother and sister are no good. Don't go back. Just stay here. Shangjun was startled. Me stay here? Feng Xingyan smiled boldly, then took her hand. We're engaged anyway. Why can't we live together? Shangjun's face turned bright red. We'll talk about this later. Thank you for today. I'm fine now, so I'll be leaving. Feng Xingyan was somewhat reluctant. You shy little thing. I'll let you off this time. After Shangjun left, Feng Xingyan's smiling face suddenly turned serious. Zuiqi, take some men to help them. Li Jingming must be caught today. If someone is instigating Li Jingming to do something, you know what to do. Understood, young master. When Shangjun returned home, she saw Sikong Jing sitting on the sofa as soon as she entered. Mr. Sikong, it's a bit improper for you to come in like this. But since you're here, we should settle the score for that cut you gave me before. Sikong Jing immediately stood up. If I remember correctly, Miss Shang, you almost got me caught too. Now you're asking me for compensation. Don't you think that's a bit much? Shangjun didn't back down either. What you did were all serious crimes. Those people at the dock that night weren't good people either. What I did wasn't wrong. And if you weren't certain your second uncle was involved, why would you be here? I sent you such important information. Is it too much to ask for compensation? Hearing this, Sikong Jing pinned Shangjun against the wall. Miss Shang is right. The information you provided deserves compensation. What do you want? Do you want me to offer myself? Shangjun said playfully. You're not bad. You could barely qualify as a backup. Sikong Jing laughed angrily at this remark. Very well, you're quite reckless. He then pulled out a gun and pointed it at Shangjun. Tell me, what's your real purpose? You're very capable and know a lot. Others might be led by the nose by you, but you really don't understand me. You think I'd let someone with impure motives rescue my brother? Shangjun smiled. Is that so? Suddenly, Sikong Jing's hand went numb. Shangjun seized the opportunity to pin him down. Mr. Sikong, is this how you treat me? How does it feel? As for you saying I don't understand you, that's right, because I don't need to. If you obey, just let me lead you by the nose. If you don't obey, I'll push you until you do. So why should I try to understand you? By now, Sikong Jing was provoked. Shangjun, do you ever consider the consequences of your actions? The Sikong family is a giant that the Shang family should look up to. How dare you? Shangjun sneered. The worst consequence is death. It's not that big a deal. If you dare point something at me again, I'll cripple your hand. One time, one hand. I mean what I say. Now, back to business. The intel I provided saved the Sikong family from internal strife. Transfer $5 million to my account as payment. As for curing your brother's illness, I have it in mind. I'll contact you in a while. Now is not the right time. Sikong Jing replied. Money is not an issue. But when will be the right time? Shangjun smiled. When I'm in a good mood. At this moment, her phone rang. Miss Shang, Li Jingmin has been caught. Please come over to assist with the investigation. After hanging up, Shangjun said to Sikong Jing, help me with something later. On the way, Shangjun thought while walking. At this point, Lin Shuahan would definitely seek help from someone behind the scenes. Wonder if it's the Lin family head or... Suddenly, Shangjun was forcefully pulled aside and pinned against the wall. Shangjun recognized who it was, and her eyes widened in surprise. She didn't expect Lin Shuahan would actually dare to ask that person for help. The person's voice was as cold as a venomous snake. You're Shangjun. Do you know why I'm looking for you? Shangjun glared at this man, her eyes flashing with intense hatred. I suppose you don't know me. Let me introduce myself. I am Van Shaolun. Have you heard of Shangjin Wan? Shangjun panted while sneering coldly. She naturally knew which Wan family it was and why he would help Lin Shuahan. Wan Shaolun looked down at Shangjun with pity. To him, A family background like the Shang's was nothing but a joke. Actually, I didn't want to catch you, but you tried to harm my little darling. Since I happen to be in Haizhong, I might as well teach you a lesson. Let you know who you can mess with and who you can't. Ha, one Shaolin like Shang Qingqing? Hee, what a lie. The reason he said this was because Shang Qingqing was the illegitimate daughter of Wan Heng, the head of the Shangjin Wan family, and his only child. Of course, Shang Qingqing didn't know about this yet. Seeing that Shang Zhen remained silent, Wan Shaolin was a bit dissatisfied. He continued, "What are you thinking? About Li Jingming?" He said smugly, "Don't worry, I've taken care of Li Jingming. Not only will he testify against you, soon they'll find evidence of your unauthorized purchase of competing products. And that Mr. Sikong can't help you. Unless something unexpected happens, you're going in." Miss Shang Zhen, her expression slightly sank. "Are you done? If you're done, can I leave?" Wan Shaolin raised an eyebrow slightly. "You can go. But Miss Shang, you still have something you haven't given me." As he spoke, he began to search her. Then he took out a USB drive. Raising an eyebrow, he said, "Miss Shang, this won't do you any good in your hands. Better give it to me." Shang Zhen's teeth gritted audibly. "Is that enough? Then I'm leaving. Please stay away from me after this." Shang Zhen shoved him hard and immediately left. In her previous life, it was this one Shaolin who brought the K virus to Shang Qingqing, causing her to contract a terminal illness. But Wan Shaolin was someone she couldn't defeat even in her previous life. Having just been reborn for a few days, she naturally wouldn't confront him directly. At this moment, Shang Zhen's phone displayed a message from Sikong Jing. "Sorry, Li Jingming has been bought by someone else." As soon as Shang Zhen came out, she was caught by Lin Xuehan. He now had a triumphant expression. "Didn't expect this, did you? Our Qingqing is the love interest of the next heir of the Wan family. You dare to fight us alone? You're really not afraid of death. I underestimated you before. But now Li Jingming's entire family is in our hands. Who do you think he'll listen to? You can just wait to go to jail." Shang Zhen's eyes were terrifying at this moment. Her lips curved into a smile, giving off an indescribable eeriness. "Are you so sure I can't turn the tables? So sure I'll go to jail? We've caught the supplier. He's already confessed. A woman named Shang Zhen purchased the items. This is the evidence he provided." Shang Baiqi snatched it to take a look. Anger rose in his heart. His hand slammed hard on Shang Zhen's head. "Shang Zhen, it really was you. How could you do such a thing?" Shang Zhen was hit, but seemed unaffected. "Evidence can be fabricated. What can I say?" Lin Xuehan smiled. "Evidence can be fabricated. Then what about Li Jingming's accusation? If he accuses you, are you going to say he's been bought off too?" Lin Wenfeng stated, "Li Jingming, you better think carefully. You've already committed rape. If you dare to speak nonsense, you'll only be adding to your crimes." Li Jingming's heart trembled. He finally made up his mind. "The person who instructed me was Lin Xuehan." Lin Xuehan immediately lashed out at Shang Zhen. "I knew it was you. Why did you do this to Qingqing? Why did you do this to me?" After he finished speaking, he suddenly felt like he had misheard something. Seeing everyone looking at him in shock, he finally came to his senses. He asked Li Jingming, "Did you misspeak?" Li Jingming finally stopped hesitating. He looked at Lin Xuehan, his eyes filled with hatred, as if he wanted to bite off a piece of his flesh. "I didn't misspeak. It was you who instructed me. He wanted me to mess up the product line. It was all him who ruined me." Lin Xuehan cried out, "Stop talking! Stop talking! Quickly drag him away!" Seeing people move as soon as Lin Xuehan shouted, Lin Wenfeng hurriedly went over to grab the bars, asking seriously, "Who are you? Where are you taking him?" Li Jingming had already been dragged away. One of the remaining people apologetically said, "It's the chief's orders. He said he wants to interrogate personally." Lin Wenfeng suddenly understood. It probably wasn't some chief, but the person behind Lin Xuehan, right? He actually had such influence. Shang Baiqi stood up abruptly. He glared at Lin Xuehan darkly, his eyes full of impending storm. "Is everything he said true? Why did you do this to Zhen?" "It's not true. It's not true. Baiqi, you have to believe me." Lin Xuehan panicked. Wasn't it agreed? How did Li Jingming suddenly change sides? Shang Zhen was initially confused, but after thinking for a moment, she understood. Only one person could make Wan Shaolin suffer. Wan Shaolin slapped Li Jingming across the face, knocking him to the ground. He carefully wiped his hand and said, "Why didn't you listen?" Li Jingming, lying on the ground, laughed. "Why should I listen to you? You came and threatened me right away. Even if I listened to you, I wouldn't have a good outcome. You don't know, do you? Someone came to find me before you arrived. He said he had already protected my family. So why shouldn't I listen to the person who protected me? Ha 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 ha. As soon as Wan Shaolin heard this, he knew who it was. It must be Feng Xingyan. Why does this Feng Xingyan always oppose me? It was already late at night when they came out, but this didn't affect Shang Zhen's good mood at all. She had thought there would be a tough battle today, but unexpectedly, it was resolved easily. Seeing that Shang Zhen didn't go to the hospital, Lin Wenfeng came over, wanting to give her a ride. But before he could get close to Shang Zhen, someone emerged from the shadows and embraced her tightly. It startled Shang Zhen. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Happy to see me? Are you very grateful? Want to offer yourself to me? Shang Zhen couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. But she did indeed need to thank Feng Xingyan for helping her. So she said softly, "About today's matter, what are you thanking me for?" Feng Xingyan said nonchalantly, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. The Wan family has always been annoying. If he wasn't in the way, that would be fine. But he actually dared to extend his reach to you. How could I let him off? Shang Zhen's heart stirred slightly, but only for a moment. Wan Shaolin is indeed very annoying. Want to give him an unforgettable lesson? Wan Shaolin is indeed very annoying. Want to give him an unforgettable lesson? Feng Xingyan walked side by side with her under the streetlights. Hearing Shang Zhen's words, Feng Xingyan didn't look down on her at all. He smiled leisurely. As far as I know, he came this time for that piece of land in the west of the city. The Wan family wants to build a wealthy villa area there, and the owner of that land wants to sell it through bidding. The Wan family is determined to get it, and what you need to do is to drive up the price of that land. Feng Xingyan hadn't thought of this. Shang Zhen also knew. He stroked his chin. That land is not bad. I also want to get it. What? You mean you want me to give it up willingly? Shang Zhen smiled and glanced at him. Not willingly, but reluctantly give it to him. That land looks fine on the surface, but in reality, there's a large amount of garbage buried deep underground. After years of decomposition, it has become severely polluted. I can guarantee, if the Wan family invests their money, they will definitely lose everything. Seeing her so confident, Feng Xingyan believed her. All right, I'll help you. I also don't like the Wan family. It's not bad to teach them a lesson. The next day, Feng Xingyan scrutinized the entire Shang house with a critical eye. He said coldly, "The Shang family is so poor. Even the rooms of the Feng family servants are bigger than Miss Shang's room. And these furniture pieces are in such a state. Shouldn't they be in a landfill?" Shang Baichi smiled apologetically. "I've been too careless. His mother has been taking care of the household affairs all along." Feng Xingyan frowned, looking at Shang Baichi's purple-tinged black eyes, becoming even more displeased. "Shang Zhen's mother died long ago. Is your house haunted? All right, I'll have someone send some things over later. Shang Zhen is my fiancée. I hope your entire family remembers this clearly." An hour later, the stylist exclaimed, "Perfect! You're the most beautiful work of art I've ever seen." Feng Xingyan put down his laptop and looked over. Instantly, it felt like the entire room was illuminated by his beauty. Feng Xingyan was very satisfied, from his makeup to the shimmering ash-gray formal wear. But he was still missing one accessory. He was prepared. Jade was too dull, diamonds too flashy. Feng Xingyan carefully selected a ruby necklace and put it on him personally. Being embraced by Feng Xingyan, Shang Zhen felt a bit uncomfortable, and that necklace was clearly very valuable. But thinking he could return it later, he didn't say much. But just then, Feng Xingyan put the token ring on Shang Zhen's hand. "What do you mean by this?" "I've already returned the token," Shang Zhen said. "Aren't we dealing with Wan Shaolin? If you don't wear this ring, he'll see through our plan. Besides, this belongs to you. It will only belong to you." Shang Zhen pressed his head. It seemed he could only return the necklace and ring after the auction. This auction was held in a private estate. As soon as they got out of the car, they heard an unexpected voice. "Isn't this Miss Shang? I'm so glad we meet again." Hearing the voice, Shang Zhen's eyes reflexively narrowed. Wan Shaolin had indeed come. Feng Xingyan shielded him behind his back, gave Wan Shaolin a serious look, then led Shang Zhen inside. "Young Master Feng seems to dislike me. Is it because of Miss Shang? I can explain. There might be a misunderstanding here." Feng Xingyan arrogantly raised his head. "You're not qualified to speak to me. You're just a dog of the Wan family, and I don't talk to dogs." Wan Shaolin struggled to maintain his expression. In all his life, he had always been respected and feared. Being humiliated in public was a first. I am the heir of the Wan family. You're just an adopted son. Feng Xingyin interrupted him, analyzing coldly. If Wan Heng has a child, you'll have to step aside. This isn't an heir. This is a forced substitute, a dispensable plaything. Feng Xingyin, speaking like this, do you want to make an enemy of the entire Wan family? Wan Shaolin couldn't bear it anymore. He had heard that Feng Xingyin was arrogant and rude, but he didn't expect him to be even more contemptuous than he imagined. Feng Xingyin laughed coldly. Those beautiful, rippling peach blossom eyes were brighter than flames. I never knew a dog could speak for its master, he said, then walked into the estate, leaving only Wan Shaolin behind. Feng Xingyin, Shangzhen, I want you all dead. You have a grudge against the Wan family. Shangzhen glanced back at Wan Shaolin's twisted expression, saying disapprovingly, even if you have a grudge, you shouldn't show it so obviously. The Feng family is strong, no doubt, but the Wan family is vindictive and unprincipled. As the saying goes, better to offend a gentleman than a petty person. Hearing this, Feng Xingyin looked at Shangzhen strangely. Don't you have a grudge against him? Shangzhen was stunned. He smiled and held Shangzhen in his arms, saying matter-of-factly, if you have a grudge against him, then I have a grudge against him. Don't worry, the Wan family alone is nothing to fear. While Shangzhen was still in a daze, Feng Xingyin smiled flamboyantly. He raised an eyebrow and asked, how about it? Don't you think I'm great? Have you started to like me again? Shangzhen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This Feng Xingyin was really exasperating. It seemed that after today's event, he must keep his distance from him. All of today's guests are distinguished. We've also provided many rare items for tonight's auction that are hard to find on the market. Without further ado, let's look at the first auction item, the host said. In the VIP seating area, Feng Xingyin wasn't satisfied with just playing with Shangzhen's hand. He deliberately leaned close, his hot breath on Shangzhen's ear. He said intimately, what do you like? Tell me, I'll give you anything. Shangzhen whispered, can you stop touching me? Feng Xingyin narrowed his eyes, inhaling the cool fragrance on him, feeling restless inside. He unconsciously moved even closer. Wan Shaolin is watching. If you want to trap him, you should cooperate with me. Finally, it was time to sell that piece of land. Shangzhen's eyes lit up. Without waiting for the host to finish introducing, he said to Feng Xingyin, I want this land. His voice was neither loud nor soft, just enough for those around to hear. Dad said he wants to build a hospital, but all the places he looked at were too small. Didn't you say you like me? I want this land. Wan Shaolin hadn't expected Shangzhen to be after this land too. He had originally been interested in it, but these past few days, because of that mess with Lin Xuehan, he hadn't had time to carefully inspect the land, so he was a bit hesitant about it. After all, it wasn't a small sum, but since Shangzhen wanted it, Feng Xingyin would definitely buy it. He might as well arbitrarily raise the price, so even if Feng Xingyin bought it, he wouldn't make any money. After the host finished introducing, he said, because the seller is eager to sell, the starting price is 800 million. Each bid increase must be at least 10 million. Bidding starts now. Shangzhen saw many people bidding. The price had already soared to 1 billion. He tugged at Feng Xingyin's clothes anxiously. Hurry up and bid. It's going to be bought by someone else. Feng Xingyin slightly curled his lips. The front part was just a setup. Don't worry. Since I promised you, I'll definitely get it for you. Sure enough, Feng Xingyin raised his paddle and calmly said, 1.5 billion. Everyone gasped. The Feng family was rich, but not to this extent of wasteful spending, right? Raising it by 500 million at once, was that really okay? Few dared to compete with young Master Feng. Most people put down their paddles. Only Wan Shaolin called out, 1.6 billion. Feng Xingyin continued to raise his paddle, 2 billion. Wan Shaolin coldly smiled, 2.5 billion, 3 billion, 3.5 billion. The price kept rising higher. Feng Xingyin, for 0.5 billion. The scene was in an uproar. This was definitely the highest price. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at Wan Shaolin. They felt that at this level, even if the Wan family wanted to go against young Master Feng, they should think twice. Wan Shaolin was thinking, but his assistant beside him firmly said, don't raise the price anymore. This land isn't worth this price. Seeing Wan Shaolin hesitate at these words, Feng Xingyin sneered and said to Shangzhen, so a dog is just a dog. Even when out, someone has to hold its leash. This pointed remark made Wan Shaolin's brain flush with blood. The next second, he pushed away the assistant Wan Heng had assigned him and gritted out for 0.8 billion. Many people felt their hearts almost stop at this number. Feng Xingyin frowned slightly. He was about to raise again, but was hugged by Xiangjun. Don't raise anymore. It's too expensive. I feel unworthy. Many people, including Wan Shaoluan, thought Feng Xingyin would say, "What's this small amount of money? If you want it, I'll buy it for you." After all, since they arrived, everyone had witnessed Feng Xingyin's doting on Xiangjun. Moreover, the Feng family really didn't lack money. But unexpectedly, Feng Xingyin hesitated for a moment and actually agreed. "All right, I also think that land isn't worth this price." Wan Shaoluan almost coughed up blood. The host, who belatedly came to his senses, trembled slightly as he picked up the small hammer. He didn't dare say anything. Once, twice, he gently brought down the hammer, finalizing the deal. At this moment, Wan Shaoluan realized he had been played. After the auction, the host began the last routine segment. All auction items have been sold. Our auction house also collaborates with Hawaii Charity. I wonder if those present would be willing to contribute to charity. At this time, Wan Shaoluan said with a forced smile, "Doesn't Miss Shang have anything to offer? As young Master Feng's fiancée, not contributing to charity? Or is young Master Feng's love for Miss Shang all fake? Miss Shang can't even produce one auction item." Xiangjun looked at Feng Xingyin with some confusion. Only then did he notice that many women present had brought a small box. So there was such a custom. Feng Xingyin gave him a suggestive glance at his necklace. He had prepared long ago. How could he let Wan Shaoluan find a loophole? Xiangjun also felt his thoughtfulness towards him. It's just that this affection came out of nowhere. In his previous life, he clearly hated him so much. He even got engaged to Yu Mingru. Could his feelings change so suddenly? Thinking about Yu Mengru's imminent return, thinking about how he had loved him for over 20 years without result, he felt powerless to be involved in this relationship again. Why not end it all now? So after some thought, he surprisingly retreated. He gently placed the ring on his hand onto the display stand. Isn't that the Feng family's ancestral heirloom? The whole venue was in an uproar. Feng Xingyin felt it was his turn to cough up blood. "Xiangjun, you dare to auction off the ring? I'm donating it. Starting bid is 10 million. Someone excitedly asked, "Does that mean whoever gets this ring is equivalent to being engaged to young Master Feng?" They all felt as if they had been stunned by a pleasant surprise. They stared at Xiangjun intently. Xiangjun hesitated for a moment. Immediately someone shouted, "I believe it. Even if I have to bankrupt myself, I'll bid 100 million. It jumped directly from 10 million to 100 million. Tonight's auction was truly exciting. Feng Xingyin couldn't bear it anymore. He suddenly violently flipped over the coffee table in front of him. "I'd like to see who dares to bid." With each step Feng Xingyin took, his anger intensified. He glared at that woman, his teeth almost grinding to pieces. "Who gave you the courage? What exactly do you take me for?" Everyone was as silent as cicadas in winter, not making a sound. Xiangjun saw Feng Xingyin rush up to him, his eyes full of surprise. He thought Feng Xingyin would endure it, then buy back the ring and never associate with him again, because he had embarrassed him in front of everyone. He also guessed he would be angry, but this situation of directly confronting him caught him off guard. Where was the dignity, the composure? This was handing over an opportunity to be stepped on again. Since this ring was given to me, why can't I auction it off? Although Wan Shaoluan didn't know why Xiangjun suddenly wanted to embarrass Feng Xingyin. But if not now, when? That's right, since it was given to her, she can auction it if she wants. I bid 500 million. Feng Xingyin coldly smiled and stared at him, saying, "You're too ugly. I won't marry you." Feng Xingyin didn't care about Wan Shaoluan's expression. He released his grip, took the ring from the table, and forcefully put it on his finger. Xiangjun's whole body stiffened. His heart felt both sour and cold, but not moved at all. Why bother? You give it to me, but I won't marry you either. Hearing this, Feng Xingyin's thin lips pressed tightly together. He looked at Xiangjun and suddenly, in front of everyone, said word by word, "It's up to you. Anyway, I only want you." He forcefully embraced the person in his arms and fiercely bit his lips. Yes, it was a bite. Xiangjun's actions tonight undoubtedly trampled on his dignity. But why did he not dare, not want, not let go? Xiangjun thought, why is it that when I like you, you don't like me anymore? I won't allow being forcibly kissed in public. Xiangjun's face turned red with anger, but he couldn't push him away, especially Feng Xingyin's kiss, which was urgent and heavy, as if he wanted to swallow him whole. Xiangjun was originally struggling hard, but suddenly caught a glimpse of the pain in Feng Xingyin's reddened eyes that he couldn't hide in time. Even with such a forceful declaration, Xiangjun's actions still hurt him. When he wanted to present everything to him, He discarded it all? For the proud Feng Xingyan, this was definitely not easy to accept. But things had come to this point. Why was he still unwilling to let go? After getting in the car, Feng Xingyan sat with a cold face, without speaking. The air around him was agitated, as if a single spark could cause an explosion. Shang Zhen glanced at Feng Xingyan and suddenly sighed. After being reborn, my soul only had hatred and survival instinct. I once hated Feng Xingyan, but since learning the truth about his different treatment of me, I suddenly stopped hating him. Without hate, there can't be love. In this life, I only want revenge. I don't want anything else. Feng Xingyan couldn't help but secretly glance at Shang Zhen, only to see a hint of desolation in his cold eyes. His heart suddenly clenched. He immediately forgot all his previous resentful thoughts and asked, Shang Zhen, don't you have anything to say to me? You're my woman. I won't hold what just happened against you. But don't do that again in the future, understand? Feng Xingyan sighed inwardly. What's there for a man to hold against a woman? Shang Zhen was his woman. Although she acted a bit recklessly, he would cover for her. Thinking this way, the huge insult he had just suffered was completely forgotten. He held Shang Zhen's hand and suddenly understood her feelings. Is it because of how I treated you before? The sudden change makes it hard for you to accept? Shang Zhen's heart stirred. Feng Xingyan was apologizing. It's nothing. Tonight's incident has nothing to do with you. It's because I can't accept you that I did this to make my stance clear. If you still don't understand, I can guarantee that tonight's incident will happen again. Shang Zhen's icy voice made the smile freeze on Feng Xingyan's face. Then the anger in him surged again. This made Peng Qi, who was driving, start to sweat profusely. Miss Shang, ancestor, if you're going to stay silent, just stay silent. Why do you have to speak? Get out! Feng Xingyan suddenly roared. Shang Zhen thought this was directed at him. But unexpectedly, Feng Xingyan, grabbing his hand, shot a sharp glance at Peng Qi. Why haven't you gotten out yet? It was as if Peng Qi had eyes on his back. He quickly pulled over, stopped the car, and hurriedly got out. He didn't dare stay a moment longer. What do you mean? Do I disgust you so much that you want to escape by any means necessary? Shang Zhen, do you have any conscience at all? I'm good to you, but you ignore it. You insist on remembering those past things. Feng Xingyan gritted his teeth. In the dark car, his eyes were shockingly bright. But it would have been better if he hadn't mentioned it. Once he did, Shang Zhen also got angry. His small face was covered in frost as he coldly said, That's right. I am petty. I do remember those past things. I remember how you ignored me. I remember how you catered to Yu Mingru's every whim. I remember how dissatisfied you were with this marriage. I remember how you told me more than once, with disgust, to never appear before you again. What do you want by provoking me? Is it that time, 5 months ago, that you can't forget? But Feng Xingyan didn't dare to touch him. Just thinking about how many harsh words he had said to Shang Zhen before made him feel guilty. If Shang Zhen could vent like this and forget some things, that would be good. But he had some presumptuous thoughts. After Shang Zhen vented on him, he felt much better. He coldly glanced at Feng Xingyan. Suddenly, he lowered the car window and called out to Peng Qi nearby, Drive. The rest of the people were stunned. It was over so quickly. As Shang Zhen suddenly withdrew, Feng Xingyan felt a sudden lightness on his body. Send someone to protect Xinjin. Inform me immediately if anything happens. Also, have someone spread the news about the problems with that land. It must be known to everyone by tomorrow. If it weren't for Wan Shaoluan, Xinjin wouldn't have had to go on stage and wouldn't have impulsively done such a thing. Wan family, I'm not done with you. It wasn't long before Wan Shaoluan got the news. Wan Shaoluan's assistant said nervously, The family head already knows about this. He's very angry. It would have been better if he hadn't said that. Once he did, Wan Shaoluan directly pointed a gun at him. Have you forgotten who the master is? You're just a dog. Unexpectedly, that assistant wasn't afraid of Wan Shaoluan at all. He was personally assigned to Wan Shaoluan by Wan Heng. Wan Shaoluan didn't dare to touch him. Then I'm also the family head's dog. You've done such a thing. Just wait to be cut off by the family head. Before he could finish speaking, a bullet pierced his brow. But Wan Shaoluan didn't care at all. His face was so gloomy, it could drip water. Feng Xingyan, Shang Zhen, you dare harm me? We'll see about that. Have you ever seen such a hypocritical person? Shang Zhen woke up in the morning to find Lin Xuehan and Shang Qingqing had already returned. When Lin Xuehan saw Shang Zhen, she suppressed all her resentment and approached with a guilty face. Xinjin, you're back just in time. The truth has come out. It was your father's nemesis, Li Jingming, who was behind all this mischief. He's been arrested now. Don't be afraid, Xinjin. I was also confused before and wrongly accused you. I didn't expect those people to be so vicious. To think they would come up with such a method to tear our family apart. Jinjin, don't be angry. Mom will definitely make it up to you in the future. Shang Zhen's expression was unreadable. Since once Xiaoluan insisted on helping Lin Xuahan and Shang Qingqing clear their names, I'll play along with them slowly. Just as Shang Zhen was feeling in control, suddenly there was a knock on the door downstairs. The servant opened the door, and Pang Qi walked in. He got straight to the point. Miss Shang, the young master says the weather is nice today and wants to take you to a suburban winery to taste his treasured wine. Shang Zhen noticed that while Pang Qi was saying this, his lip movements didn't match at all. He was clearly saying, the young master says the Sikong family is dangerous, but you promised to treat them, so he'll accompany you today. Shang Zhen originally wanted to refuse, but Feng Xingyan's invitation was hard to decline. Just as he was about to speak, Shang Qingqing eagerly said, wine tasting? Sister, can I go too? Shang Zhen smiled. He looked at Shang Qingqing with lingering interest and asked, why is it that as soon as you hear about Feng Xingyan, you want to tag along? It was the same before. Whenever Aunt called me to go to the Feng family, you always had to come along. What are you after? Feng Xingyan is my fiancé. He doesn't have any brothers, you know. Lin Xuahan chimed in. Jinjin, you don't like to talk much. If Qingqing goes, she can help liven things up. Otherwise, people might think our family is impolite. Shang Qingqing immediately looked at Shang Baiqi, asking him to be fair. Shang Zhen made a stopping gesture. Dad, I'm going on a date with my future husband. If my little sister tags along every time, what will others think? Even if Shang Qingqing doesn't have that intention, how will others see it? They'll say you're offering both your daughters for someone to choose from. Her bold and direct words made Shang Baiqi's face turn bright red. This was the first time Shang Qingqing had been rejected by Shang Zhen. Thinking that Shang Zhen might never take her along again, she became angry. She said angrily, Sister doesn't want me to come along. Is it because she wants to do something private? She suddenly realized and pretended to be naive, smiling. Oh right, I almost forgot that Sister is already Mr. Feng's person. This also made Shang Baiqi's face look uncomfortable, standing there feeling hot and bothered. Just as she was about to say something, suddenly a flamboyant voice came. You guessed right. I just miss Jinjin. We're engaged. Do you have a problem with that? His intimate behavior, as if no one else was around, shocked everyone in the room except Pang Qi. When did young Master Feng become so close with Shang Zhen? Didn't he used to hate Shang Zhen? What kind of magic has Shang Zhen used lately to even captivate young Master Feng? Shang Zhen, however, firmly resisted Feng Xingyan. He wasn't in the mood to put on a show with Feng Xingyan. Seeing his undiminished enthusiasm, he suddenly felt powerless. Let's go. Weren't you going to invite me for wine tasting? Seeing the affection and sweetness in Feng Xingyan's eyes, Shang Qingqing could hardly believe her own eyes. Especially seeing Shang Zhen's indifferent attitude, she felt even more resentful. Stop pretending. So young Master Feng and sister are so close. Huh? That's wonderful. Does Sister Mingru know? She'll be so happy when she finds out. The words Mingru instantly cracked Feng Xingyan's perfect, noble smile. He nervously glanced at Shang Zhen. The next second, his sharp gaze shot towards Shang Qingqing. Who is Yu Mingru to me? Hao Jinjin and I are as none of her business. Shang Zhen suddenly sneered. Who Yu Mingru is to you, the whole Haizhong city knows. Young Master Feng, why bother others here? Some even guess that you hate me so much because I took Yu Mingru's place as your fiancé. Thinking about it now, it's really ridiculous. She pushed Feng Xingyan away and strode out. Seeing Feng Xingyan chasing after Shang Zhen, Shang Qingqing's face twisted extremely. But then she thought of something and suddenly smirked. She then took out her phone and sent a message to Yu Mingru. She didn't believe she couldn't outdo Yu Mingru. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu Mingru, who was on a national tour, looked very displeased after seeing the message. She had only been away for 3 months, and Haizhong City had already changed so much. No, she had to return early. What's the use of being famous? What she wanted was the position of the Feng family's young mistress. Shang Zhen was just a coward. Did she think she could turn the tables? After getting off the car, Sikong Jin had already been waiting for a long time. My brother is in the backyard. Miss Shang, young Master Feng, this way please. Shang Zhen nodded and walked in first. Amidst layers of flowers, a clean, elf-like young man was painting under a flower arch. He was so focused that he didn't even notice someone had arrived. The scene before her gave Shang Jun a sense of unreal beauty. Shang Jun pursed her lips and said dryly, "You all leave first. Too many people is a disturbance for me." Sikong Jin hesitated a bit, but Feng Xingyan trusted Shang Jun very much. So he said to Sikong Jin, "Didn't you have questions about the contract last time? Let's discuss that elsewhere." Sikong Jin nodded. He told the people around him to take good care of the young master. And when Shang Jun saw this person, she recognized him at first glance. Wang Chun. Shang Jun remembered him clearly. In her previous life, it was he who said he was acting on Sikong Jin's orders. He intercepted her at the airport and handed her over to Shang Qingqing. It was also he who, following Shang Qingqing's words, stole her chip and crushed her right hand. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been injured, falsely accused, and unable to prove my innocence. Wang Chun, it's time for you to pay for what you did back then. Surely he had never seen such a pure man in the world. Who are you, and why are you here? Hearing footsteps, the young man immersed in his painting looked up. His clear amber eyes held a hint of confusion. Shang Zhen's brilliant starry eyes lit up slightly. Shikong Changsheng, I am Shang Zhen. I'm here to cure you. Hearing this, Sikong Changsheng's eyes dimmed slightly, but he covered his mouth and smiled. Thank you for your concern, but no one can cure me. Shang Zhen placed her hand on his pulse and smiled faintly. No one could cure you before, because you hadn't met me yet. Sikong Changsheng has congenital deficiency and incomplete heart meridians. Ordinary doctors might be at a loss, but for me, this is just a minor illness. As long as I regularly nourish his heart meridians and use supporting medications, his heart meridians will be fully developed in half a year. His internal organs will regain normal function, and his body will naturally recover. Sikong Changsheng's senses were very keen. He felt that when Shang Zhen took his pulse, she showed no emotional fluctuations, making her unreadable. After Shang Zhen finished taking his pulse, Sikong Changsheng asked, "Are you the doctor my brother invited?" Remembering Sikong Jin's sour face, Shang Zhen nodded, "I suppose so." Seeing Shang Zhen's vague response, Sikong Changsheng thought his brother had forced her. "Don't worry, even if you can't cure me, I won't let my brother bully you," he said seriously. "My brother listens to me the most." Shang Zhen looked at him as if looking at a harmless little rabbit. She said teasingly, "Why does your brother listen to you?" Sikong Changsheng rarely met outsiders, so he had no guard up. Plus, he could feel that Shang Zhen had no ill intentions, so he easily opened up. "Because my brother says I'm his most important family. My brother might seem scary on the surface, but he's actually a good person. When we were young, our uncle drove us out. With nowhere to go, our mother told my brother to abandon me, but he never gave up on me. He dropped out of school to work, and at night, he would go to the docks to watch over cargo. If it weren't for him, I would have died from illness long ago. He's the best brother in the world." Hearing you say this, Sikong Jin is indeed a good brother. Getting Shang Zhen's approval, Sikong Changsheng felt very happy. Shang Zhen had a thought and suddenly asked, "Where did the scar on your chest come from?" He lowered his head and touched his chest. After a while, he said, "When I was young, some bad people tried to ambush my brother. I got anxious and quickly blocked it." Shang Zhen thought perhaps this is the real reason why Sikong Jin is so good to Sikong Changsheng. A cold light flashed in her eyes. Looking at it this way, Sikong Changsheng is indeed Sikong Jin's lifeline. In other words, if anything happened to Sikong Changsheng, Sikong Jin would be devastated. Feeling the surge of killing intent from Shang Zhen, Sikong Changsheng suddenly looked up, his gaze clear as he looked at her. "What's wrong? You seem very sad. If there's anything, you can tell me. I'll ask my brother to help you. He could do anything." Shang Zhen couldn't help but ruffle his soft hair again and asked softly, "Why do you want to help me?" This question was difficult for the young man unfamiliar with worldly affairs. He furrowed his brow. "I just don't want to see you unhappy. When you're sad, I feel a bit sad too." Such a simple sentence, yet it made Shang Zhen's body tremble slightly. "Sikong Changsheng, how can there be such a pure young man like you in this world? Don't worry, I will cure you. Your illness is not difficult for me at all. It will hurt a little later. Bear with it." Sikong Changsheng didn't quite believe it, but he didn't say anything to discourage Shang Zhen. He just smiled and said, "Okay, I'll cooperate fully." Sikong Changsheng watched as Shang Zhen quickly applied 4 needles to him. Sikong Changsheng's expression was initially very calm. After all, he was a seasoned patient. But as Shang Zhen's needles pierced him, he couldn't help but let out a light cry. As soon as he made a sound, Wang Chun was the first to rush out. "Miss Shang, what did you do to the young master?" Shang Jun, suppressing her inner weakness, deliberately sneered. "Nothing, I just saw he was lacking energy. I feared he couldn't handle the strong medicine I'm about to prescribe, so I'm boosting his strength first. Go prepare the medicine according to the prescription. Boil it over high heat for half an hour, then bring it here." Wang Chun took it and looked, deliberately saying, "Miss Shang, you were brought here by young Master Feng. I shouldn't doubt you. But please double-check the prescription carefully. Don't make any mistakes that might harm the young master." Shangjin knew what he meant. She slightly raised her delicate chin and said coldly, "If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility. Now hurry up and go." After Wang Chen left, he took the opportunity to call Shang Qingqing. At this time, Shang Qingqing heard that Shang Jun didn't go to the winery with young Master Feng, but went to the Sikong family, and even wanted to treat that sickly boy of the Sikong family. How presumptuous! Her heart was unsettled. She quickly thought of a poisonous idea. "Tell me, if Shang Jin does something wrong to Sikong Changsheng, will Sikong Jin retaliate against the Shang family?" Wang Chen seemed to guess Shang Qingqing's intention. He sneered, "No. Shang Jin was brought by Feng Xingyan. She represents the Feng family. Even if Sikong Jin wants to move against the Shang family, there's still me. Don't worry, I won't let anyone harm you." Hearing this, Shang Qingqing felt relieved. She smiled sinisterly. "Then what are we waiting for? My dear sister studied traditional Chinese medicine. I don't understand those herbs and such, but who can tell if there's a little more or less? Don't you think?" Wang Chun laughed along. "Qingqing, you're so clever." No one knew that Wang Chun had secretly pledged allegiance to Sikong Jin's uncle. Given how much Sikong Jin values Sikong Changsheng, this is an opportunity to severely hurt Sikong Jin. When Sikong Jin and the Feng family start fighting, they'll be the ones to profit. Wang Chun returned with the medicine. "Miss Shang, the medicine is ready." Shang Jun took the bowl and sniffed it. The dosage had been increased. "It seems Wang Chun is not Sikong Jin's man. Does this mean that in my previous life, when Wang Chun came to capture me, it wasn't Sikong Jin going back on his word, but rather he was following someone else's orders? Have I hated the wrong person?" She sneered, then made Sikong Changsheng drink the medicine. "After drinking this and sleeping, you'll be fine when you wake up." Sikong Changsheng suddenly believed in Shang Jun. He tugged at Shang Jun's sleeve, looking at her intently. "If I really get better, can I go to school with you?" I've never been to school before." The longing for life in his eyes was touching. Shang Jun nodded involuntarily. "You can." Hearing this, Sikong Changsheng smiled. He was about to speak, but instead coughed up a mouthful of deep purple blood. This alarmed all the bodyguards. "Young master, have you ever seen someone brought back from the brink of death?" At this moment, the young master was coughing up blood. Yet Shang Jun acted as if nothing had happened, coldly looking towards Wang Chun. The deep meaning in her eyes was chilling. "What are you panicking about? It's just a mouthful of blood." "Miss Shang, you're really not afraid of death. Do you know what the young master means to the eldest young master?" Shang Jin calmly said, "Of course I know how important Sikong Changsheng is to Sikong Jin." As she spoke, Shang Jun pulled out a gun from her bosom. The next second, she shot Wang Chun in the leg, with a bang, accompanied by Wang Chen's scream. "My leg! Shang Jun, you wait. The eldest young master will tear you to pieces." Shang Jun weighed the gun in her hand. While easing the pain in her palm, she smiled and said, "Do you know why I shot you? You increased the drug dosage without permission. It shows you have ulterior motives, and you wanted to use me to kill someone. It proves you're not loyal to Sikong Jin and have unknown intentions." Hearing this, Wang Chun suppressed his panic and said viciously, "Stop slandering me. What increased dosage? I didn't do anything." At this moment, the on-duty doctor rushed in with a first aid kit, hurriedly examining Sikong Changsheng. A few minutes later, he said tremblingly, "It's no use. The young master is dying." Before he could finish, a furious roar was heard. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Everyone realized Sikong Jin had arrived. "The young master's body is weak. Medication must be used with extreme caution." But this woman gave the young master something too strong. Now the young master's body couldn't handle it. His internal organs are damaged. Even the gods can't save him now. "Don't touch him," Shang Jun suddenly spoke. "He's not dead yet, but if you touch him, he might die." Sikong Jin's body tensed up. Upon hearing Shang Zhen's words, his fierce gaze immediately locked onto her. He lost control instantly. Why did you harm him? Just because I didn't help you deal with the Wan family last time? So you killed him to get revenge on me? You vicious woman. Sikong Jin's eyes were bloodshot, clearly having lost his reason. Shang Zhen frowned. I didn't. Your doctor is the problem. He didn't. Before she could finish, Sikong Jin pressed a gun against her head. Bitch, you dare harm Changxing, then you can die. Shang Zhen didn't expect Sikong Jin to be so insane. When the gun was pressed against her, her eyes widened in shock. There was a bang as Sikong Jin's gun went off. But at the last moment, someone raised his hand, firing the shot into the sky. The next second, Shang Zhen fell into a solid embrace. Feng Xingye glared at Sikong Jin with fury. Sikong Jin, have you gone mad? You dare to touch my woman? Sikong Jin was pushed back. He wanted to laugh, but couldn't. His gloomy eyes stared at Shang Zhen through the chaos. Full of hatred, he fixed his gaze on Shang Zhen. The thing I regret most in this life is trusting you and entrusting Changxing to you. If Changxing dies, I'll make your entire Shang family accompany him in death. Sikong Jin, based on just one doctor's words, you want to condemn Shang Zhen? If anything happens to Sikong, Changxing, my Feng family will take full responsibility. Will this calm you down? Feng Xingye's statement made everyone present draw in a sharp breath. Eldest young master, you must seek justice for the young master. I started to question Shang Zhen, saying her prescription was a bit strange. She even said she'd take full responsibility. I didn't expect that after one bowl of medicine, the young master would. His words made Sikong Jin's anger flare up again. He kicked Wang Chen aside. He roared, if you thought there was a problem with the medicine, why didn't you come ask me? Why didn't you ask the doctor? Wang Chen, having been kicked hard, felt bitter inside but said fearfully, no, it's not like that. Young master, you said Miss Shang's acupuncture technique was special and told us not to question it. He was in a hurry, so I didn't ask the doctor. Shang Zhen remained very calm. She raised an eyebrow at the doctor. Doctor, are you sure you don't need to check again? The doctor glanced at Sikong Changxing, becoming more certain. No need. I'm very sure of my examination results. The young master took too strong a tonic. His weak body couldn't handle it, causing internal bleeding and sudden death. Miss Shang, you've killed someone. How can you not be afraid at all? Shang Zhen was not just unafraid, she was extremely calm. Hearing the doctor's words, Shang Zhen confirmed her suspicions. She nodded with a smile, glancing at Wang Chen. Interesting. Your Sikong family is truly full of evil spirits everywhere. Wang Chen said he didn't ask the doctor and just brewed the medicine as I said. But Wang Chen doubled the amount I prescribed. The medicine dregs should have been disposed of by him now. Wang Chen, lying on the ground, trembled. He did indeed double the dose and disposed of the dregs. But how did Shang Zhen know? Could she tell the components just by smelling? That's impossible. Then Shang Zhen looked at the uncertain doctor. After your examination, you said Sikong Changxing was beyond help. The reason being his body was too weak to handle the tonic. This shows you're also problematic. You're talking nonsense. You killed someone, and now you want to blame me. The doctor instinctively retorted. He was considered an old hand in the Sikong family. Sikong Jin trusted him a lot. He didn't expect Shang Zhen to suspect him at first glance. I'm talking nonsense? Shang Zhen, seeing Sikong Jin's restrained expression, said seriously. Sikong Changxing clearly vomited stagnant blood. His body was automatically healing and digesting the medicine when he fainted. Yet you insist he couldn't handle it. This only proves you had seen the prescription beforehand and already drawn a conclusion. Wang Chen said he didn't show you the prescription beforehand. This proves both of you are lying. If you still insist, I'll make things clear to you. Shang Zhen walked towards Sikong Changxing. Sikong Jin blocked her without thinking. What are you trying to do? Shang Zhen snorted. Of course, to show you what it means to bring someone back from the dead. I'm going to show you what it means to bring someone back from the dead. After saying this, she waved her hand over Sikong Changxing's chest. For needles obediently returned to her fingers. As soon as the needles were removed, Sikong Changxing suddenly opened his eyes and took a long breath. Brother, Sikong Changxing's call almost made the tense Sikong Jin weep with joy. He really was fine. Wang Chen and the doctor's faces changed simultaneously. How is this possible? Wasn't Sikong Changxing about to die? Wang Chen panicked, turned to flee. But he had been shot in the leg by Shang Jin earlier. How could he outrun those bodyguards? Drag him over here. Shang Jun patted Sikong Jin's shoulder with a half-smile, then pointed at Wang Chun. This person recklessly increased the drug dosage, attempting to kill by proxy. He was clearly targeting me. Can you hand him over to me to deal with? At this moment, Sikong Jin felt guilty for wrongly accusing Shang Jun. Hearing her words, he nodded unconsciously. Wang Chun, crying in pain, now with his life hanging by a thread, begged, "Please spare me. This wasn't my idea. It was Shang Qing. It was him who told me to do this. He wanted you dead." Very good. Shang Jun smiled faintly, but a murderous aura surged within her. She walked step by step towards Wang Chun. She stepped on Wang Chen's hand pressed against the ground, sneering, "I don't care who instructed you. I only know that at first glance, you conspired with others to harm me. If Sikong Jin had shot me dead just now, you would have been very happy, right?" Shang Jin said while grinding his hand hard. It was so similar to when she was captured in her previous life. That's how her hand was broken, unable to hold needles anymore. "Wang Chen, do you feel my pain now? Enjoy it well." Wang Chen's leg hurt, his hand hurt, tears streaming down his face. He wished he could just faint right there. But at this moment, he suddenly became alert. "How do you know my name?" He had given Shang Jun a fake name. Shang Jun finally showed mercy and lifted her foot. Looking at him, she slowly smiled. "Because I'm a vengeful ghost crawling out of hell to take revenge on you." Her red lips were so bewitching that Wang Chen actually believed her words for a moment. At this time, Sikong Jin grabbed Shang Jun's hand. "Enough. He's suspicious. I will definitely investigate and give you an explanation." Shang Jun looked up at Sikong Jin, her eyes still filled with unchecked madness, making those eyes as bright as a starry sky silhouette, piercing to look at. "Sikong Jin, you don't think I'll let you off just like this, do you?" With a bang, Sikong Jin stepped back in shock, clutching his arm. Shang Jun's gun was pointed at him, her smile unwavering. The bodyguards were stunned. They quickly surrounded Shang Jun, guns aimed at her. With one word from Sikong Jin, Shang Jun would be riddled with bullets. But Shang Jun was not afraid at all. Her tone was even more composed. "I said if you point a gun at me again, I'd cripple one of your limbs. After hands, there are feet. I always keep my word." At this moment, she was like the sharpest needle. Anyone who wanted to hurt her had to be prepared for retaliation. "Sikong Jin, I saved your brother and helped you expose 2 traitors. Are you sure you want them to keep pointing guns at me?" Sikong Jin closed his eyes. "Let them go." When Shang Jun returned home, Lin Xuehan smiled and said to her, "In a few days, it's my nephew's full month celebration. Let's go together. Your father has already agreed. You'll go too, right?" Although unsure of Lin Xuehan's intentions, Shang Jun thought, "I'll deal with it as it comes." It's time to eliminate Lin Xuehan and Shang Qingqing, this backing. This was the most satisfying counterattack I've ever seen. Shang Jun finally vented her anger. On the day of the Lin family's full month celebration, Shang Baiqi brought the whole family as promised. "Jinjin, last night I discussed with your father. We decided to leave you at the Lin family for a month. Let your uncle teach you well. Look how excellently he has educated Wenfin. If you could be half as good as Wenfin, we'd be satisfied." This might be the real point of today. After listening for so long, Shang Jun finally understood their intention. The smile on her face became more mocking. You want me to stay at the Lin family? In my previous life, Lin Xuehan once sent me to stay at the Lin family for a month. During that month, the Lin family locked me in a damp, dark basement. They fed me spoiled food, dirty water, and would whip me at will, just to make me not dare to defy Lin Xuehan again. Such humiliating memories, such a lowly self. Lin Xuehan, don't even think about it. Everything in this life will not be repeated. Let go of Shang Jun. With a wave of her hand, Lin Xuehan deliberately fell to the ground. "Ouch! Jinjin, haven't I always been good to you? Mom won't harm you. Letting you stay with the Lin family is just to help you become better." People around heard the commotion. With so many eyes on Shang Jun, she wouldn't dare to act out. Lin Xuehan was determined to ruin Shang Jun's reputation today. Her words sounded pitiful and aggrieved. Many uninformed people cast malicious glances at Shang Jun. So this is Lin Xuehan's adopted daughter. She may be pretty, but her personality is terrible. It's just as Lin Xuehan said, ill-mannered, disobedient, and unruly. Lin Xuehan is really pitiful. After all, she's not her biological child. I heard Lin Shuahan gives the adopted daughter 50,000 in pocket money each month, while her own daughter only gets 5,000. Yet the adopted one is ungrateful. Shang Jun stared at Lin Shuahan. 50,000 in pocket money? Lin Shuahan, since you want to create drama, don't blame me for not being polite. Aunt Lin, how did you give me that 50,000 pocket money? I didn't receive any cash. Was it transferred to my card? Lin Shuahan couldn't read her intentions. Nervously, she went along with it. Yes, I transferred it to your card. Didn't you receive it? Yes, I transferred it to your card. Didn't you receive it? Shang Jin smiled. Indeed, I've never received anything all these years. But have you ever asked for my bank account number? Did my dad tell you? Then you must know which bank my card is from, right? Lin Shuahan's face turned pale. She had never transferred any money, so how could she know? Shang Jin smiled and looked at Shang Baiqi. This way, I really can't continue acting with you, Aunt Lin. Do you remember what you told me before? You said you're the one supporting the Shang family. I eat your food, live in your house, and you won't give me a penny. Lin Shuahan was startled and shouted, No, it's not like that. Shang Jin, you're slandering me. Lin Shuahan was completely exposed by Shang Jun. Every word Shang Jun said peeled off a layer of her facade. Her face burned with shame. She wanted to find a hole to crawl into. How dare you? This is our Lin family's banquet. Who dares to cause trouble here? Lin Ming, hearing the servant's report, rushed over without even changing his clothes. His old face was ashen. Behind him followed Lin Hanshi, who had hurriedly come. Seeing her father and brother arrive, Lin Shuahan quickly ran behind them, looking utterly wronged. Dad, big brother, it's nothing. Just a small disagreement between Jinjin and me. Sorry for the embarrassment. It's just a little misunderstanding between Jinjin and me. We've embarrassed everyone. Shang Baiqi shielded Shang Zhan behind him. He used to treat Lin Shuahan very well and trusted her. It was because he felt indebted to Lin Shuahan and grateful to the Lin family. But that didn't mean he would allow Lin Shuahan to bully his daughter or let the Lin family insult the Shang family like this. He hadn't married into their family. Zhen, if Lin Shuahan dares to bully you again, Dad will divorce her. I give Lin Shuahan a large sum for household expenses every month. She always said most of it was spent on Jinjin. I never thought she would dare to lie to me. Lin Ming's face tightened, his cane tapping the ground. Divorce? Baiqi, have you forgotten? Who helped your Shang family in times of crisis? If not for Shuahan, your Shang family would have collapsed long ago. All these years, Shuahan has put in effort and care. Yet you dare to mention divorce? After hearing these words, Shang Jun sneered. Your Lin family are the most shameless and disgusting people I've ever seen. Isn't the Shang family's business turmoil all thanks to the Lin and Wan families? To consolidate Lin Shuahan's position in the Shang family, they stopped at nothing. Hearing this, Lin Ming became furious. His cane struck the ground thunderously. Shang Jin, what kind of attitude is this? It seems you need to be properly disciplined. You don't understand what respect means. Kneel down and apologize to me. Otherwise, our Lin family will withdraw our investment immediately and let the Shang family go bankrupt. Shang Jun got angry after hearing this. Let my family go bankrupt? I didn't want to break ties, but the Lin family is going too far. When the Shang family overcame difficulties, my dad went to repay the money. Why did you insist on taking half of my dad's shares? Then, without investing a penny, you get half of the profits. The Lin family claims to be benevolent and righteous, but I see you're just opportunistic bloodsuckers. People were surprised to learn that when the Lin family helped the Shang family back then, they had such an ulterior motive, making such an outrageous demand. Only Shang Baiqi is so easy to bully. Anyone else wouldn't have agreed. That's half of the shares. He must have been furious. Shang Jun's words were lethal, hitting where it hurt most. They were left speechless. Speaking of the Shang family's drug incident 18 years ago, it's not impossible to investigate. You keep talking about bankrupting the Shang family. Could it be that you actually did it back then? It seems necessary to have my fiancé look into this. Shang Jun smiled maliciously. Then she dropped the key sentence that made the Lin family's faces change dramatically. Shang Jun's words were already a threat. She must know something to dare make such a scene. After all, the incident of the Shang family's drugs being swapped and causing problems wasn't hard to investigate. The Shang family couldn't find out, but that doesn't mean the Feng family can't. Lin Ming saw the thoughtful expressions on everyone's faces. He quickly made a decision and said, go get the contract. The share contract with the Shang family. Lin Ming's decisiveness in handling matters was undeniable. When it was time to bleed, he didn't hesitate at all. Lin Hanchi was reluctant, but also scared. After some thought, he went to get the contract. Unexpectedly, Shang Jun, who seemed impulsive, was actually waiting for this. He had underestimated her intelligence. Everyone looked at each other, wondering if the Lin family really didn't care about these shares and was being so generous. After the contract was brought, Lin Ming said on the spot, "Our Lin family had good intentions. With shares, if anything happens to the Shang family in the future, the Lin family would have a reason to help fully. We didn't expect the Shang family to think we were taking advantage. Since that's the case, I, Shang Jun, ask everyone present to witness." The two share contracts were torn up on the spot, rendering the agreement void. Shang Jun tore them with her hand, in front of so many people, proving that this matter was settled. But it wasn't over yet. After tearing up the contracts, Shang Jun took out another agreement. The words share transfer agreement were clearly visible to the Lin family. "To avoid future disputes, please sign this, Master Lin." Shang Jun handed the pen to Lin Ming. Lin Ming was cornered. His eyes narrowed, containing hidden murderous intent. Young people just gaining power and showing no mercy. Aren't you afraid that in the end, it'll all be for nothing, and you'll turn from in-laws to enemies with my Lin family? But Shang Jun was very assertive. Who knows what will happen in the future? Shang Jun, the share issue is minor, but you publicly humiliated your stepmother, which everyone witnessed. You're not leaving today. Stay at the Lin family for a month. The Lin family will educate you properly. Lin Hanchi snorted. He said loudly, "What if I say I can't stay?" Smiling, he continued, "Today I've fought and argued. What else is there that I dare not say?" Lin Hanchi's face changed color with anger. "Come here, see Shangjin for me. Such a disobedient youngster can only be dealt with by family punishment." At this moment, the main door opened again. "I'd like to see who dares to touch my woman." Feng Xingyan arrived just in time to witness this scene. His originally smiling face suddenly darkened. In an instant, the entire hall seemed to be set ablaze. Everyone was stunned. Young Master Feng, who didn't even want to attend his own family banquet. Why would he come to the Lin family today? Even Shangjin was shocked. Wasn't Feng Xingyan very busy? How did he come here? Lin Ling came to her senses and stepped forward respectfully, saying, "So it's young Master Feng who has arrived. We apologize for not welcoming you properly. As for just now, it was all a misunderstanding. Jinjin and my daughter Xuehan had an argument. My son got angry for a moment." Feng Xingyan laughed coldly. "Just for an illegitimate daughter, your Lin family wants to hit my precious? You really have some nerve." Lin Ming's smile froze on his face. No one had dared to openly say that Lin Xuehan was an illegitimate child before. But there was nothing they could do. The one who said it was Feng Xingyan. He represented the entire Feng family. They couldn't offend him. Even if Lin Ming was so angry he could vomit blood, he had to swallow it. He had said it many times, the Lin family is benevolent and righteous. They are reasonable. Jinjin is still young. As an elder, how can you argue with a junior? Aren't you ashamed? Quickly apologized to Jinjin. Shang Jun touched his face and smiled slightly. His face had once been slashed repeatedly by Lin Ming's men. They were afraid he would rely on his looks to make a comeback. After it healed, there were still crisscrossing flesh-colored scars on his face. How painful and desperate it was when his face was disfigured. He would remember for a lifetime. Lin Hanchi retreated under Lin Ming's stern gaze. Finally, in front of so many people, he lowered his noble head. Gritting his teeth, he said to Shang Jun, "I'm sorry. I was wrong to hurt Jinjin." Shang Jun waited until the surrounding people started whispering, and Lin Hanchi's face turned red from holding back his anger. Only then did he ask mockingly, "What did you just say?" "I didn't hear clearly." Lin Hanchi looked up, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. If it weren't for Feng Xingyan being present, he would have rushed up to hit him. Shang Jun didn't understand the principle of knowing when to stop. He wasn't afraid of falling hard later. Anyway, he remembered this humiliation. I'm sorry to you. I shouldn't have hit you." "Did you hear clearly?" Lin Hanchi said loudly, his eyes fierce. Feng Xingyan glanced at him indifferently. "It seems you have a big problem with my woman." His casual remark made Lin Ming's face change dramatically. He quickly used his cane to separate Lin Hanchi, glaring at him fiercely. Then he turned to Feng Xingyan sincerely and said, "This is all a misunderstanding. Hanchi was upset about something else earlier. He's been like this since he was young. unable to control his temper. I will definitely discipline him later. Please don't take offense, young Master Feng. Shang Jun laughed, his voice cold. The Lin family can't even control their own temper. Yet the Lin family wants to educate me and give me special treatment? Lin Ming no longer dared to mention that matter. His old face trembled, and he finally forced a smile and said, "No, we were just joking earlier. Jinjin is so well-behaved, there's no need for any lessons. I just wanted to invite you to come play at the Lin family to build our relationship. After all, our families are in-laws. All right, let's leave today's matter at that. But there's one thing I hope you remember clearly. Shang Jun is my person. Whoever wants to cross him, you'd better weigh your own importance first." As Feng Xingyin said this, his exquisite, alluring peach blossom eyes swept over everyone, filled with killing intent. No one dared to meet his gaze. It was clear his words had sunk into their hearts. As the scene gradually fell silent, Feng Xingyin let out a satisfied hum and left with his entourage in a high-profile manner. The Lin family took note of this account. They would repay today's humiliation 100-fold in the future. In the car, Shang Jun was in a good mood. After receiving the news, he even found Feng Xingyin more pleasing to the eye. If Feng Xingyin hadn't come, he was prepared to stay at the Lin family's house for a month with a do-or-die attitude. But Feng Xingyin came, which surprised him and warmed his heart. "Thank you for this time." Feng Xingyin couldn't help but curl his lips, feeling very pleased. "You're my future wife. You're not allowed to say thanks." Just as Shang Jun was about to say something, Feng Xingyin suddenly took his hand. "If you really want to thank me, come with me to a place." Feng Xingyin took Shang Jun to the Starfish Villa. Shang Jun was a bit confused. He saw Feng Xingyin turn on the TV that occupied an entire wall and pulled him to sit on the sofa. So after all this time, it was just to come back and watch TV. Shang Jun's expression was strange. Feng Xingyin said in a low voice, "Didn't you say Yu Mingru stole Su Sun's idea?" "I found Su Sun. Perhaps you were right. Yu Mingru is a ruthless woman. I admit Suvun. It's hard to imagine that Yu Mingru personally drugged her to make her mute. If she can mute others and steal their ideas, how could she possibly sacrifice herself to save me?" Shang Jun chuckled lightly without speaking, looking at the screen. So Feng Xingyin called him here to watch a well-prepared spectacle. As soon as Yu Mingru's pure face appeared on the TV, Shang Jun felt extremely uncomfortable. He shifted uneasily. Feng Xingyin held him in his arms. But even being held, Shang Jun felt cold and uneasy. This woman was once the one he envied most and later deeply hated. Her voice and face were nightmares for Shang Jun. "Thank you all for your support. Today's finale dance, Phoenix Rising from the Water Village, will still be performed by me. This is my signature piece. I believe you're all familiar with it." Yu Mingru started dancing. Her movements were graceful, her figure alluring, her face pure and beautiful. From the start, she captured everyone's attention. On the huge screen behind her, originally showing an ancient stone street background, the image suddenly changed. A person was dancing gracefully, performing the same Phoenix Rising from the Water Village. At first, Yu Mingru didn't notice, but the audience started whispering. Until the voice came from the big screen behind Yu Mingru. She stopped curiously and turned around, her eyes shocked. "Mingru, do you think I can win an award? I've been composing this dance for 5 or 6 years. It feels perfect, but I'm afraid I might be setting my expectations too high." And the Yu Mingru on the screen smiled coldly. "This dance of yours will definitely be a huge hit, but I have a request. I don't know if you'll agree." Yu Mingru was stunned. This was the scene when she threatened Su Sun back then. How could there be a video left? "Quickly turn it off. Turn off the screen. Turn it off quickly." The audience was confused. They heard Yu Mingru's sharp voice, unlike her usual tone, through the speakers. The staff were sweating profusely in panic. "We can't. The main system has been hacked. We can't turn it off." And the big screen continued. Yu Mingru smiled slightly at Su Sun. "Su Sun, I hope you can sell this Phoenix Rising from the Water Village to me." Su Sun showed a shocked expression. "No way. This is my life's work. I want to use it to achieve my dream. I can't agree to that." Yu Mingru's expression turned gloomy. "You think you have a choice?" Before she could finish speaking, there was a loud bang. Yu Mingru had smashed the main screen with a speaker. The image and lights disappeared. The crucial dialogue that followed wasn't shown, but those few sentences were enough to condemn Yu Mingru. However, Yu Mingru knew clearly that whoever had this video wouldn't stop here. Her face was as dark as water. Who dared to harm her like this? Weren't they afraid of retaliation from the Feng family? Everyone knew Feng Xingyin treated her well. The audience below had started discussing. Strange. Wasn't Yu Mingru's signature dance, Phoenix Rising from the Water Village, supposed to be her own creation? And if Yu Mingru wanted to buy it, but the other party refused to sell, how did Yu Mingru get this dance? Who was that Su Sun just now? Call her out for a confrontation. The voices below grew louder and more chaotic. Seeing Yu Mingru's pale and helpless face, Shang Zhen's tightly clenched hand gradually loosened. There was no need to watch anymore. Shang Zhen turned off the video and asked Feng Xingyan, "You brought me here just to watch this?" Feng Xingyan couldn't figure out Shang Zhen's thoughts. Was he happy or unhappy now? If he was happy, why did his eyes still look so old? Wasn't exposing Yu Mingru's true face what he wanted? Shang Zhen pondered for a moment, then stood up. Today's show was very good. Thank you for your hospitality, young Master Feng. I'll be leaving now. Feng Xingyan couldn't help but ask, Jinjin, are you angry? Why do your eyes tell me you're resisting? Hearing this, Shang Zhen finally shook off his hand forcefully. The word resisting is quite appropriate. In fact, I like what I saw just now. But I find you terrifying. I'm terrifying? Feng Xingyan felt as if his chest had been stabbed. It was dull and painful. He wanted to be angry, but could only suppress it. Shang Zhen sneered. Isn't it terrifying? Love wants them to live. Hate wants them to die. If one day you lose interest in me, or come to despise me, wouldn't you easily send me to hell too? This is simply slander. Feng Xingyan gritted his teeth. You know I would never do that to you. Shang Zhen's eyes suddenly turned sharp. At that moment, Feng Xingyan finally saw his hidden anger. If one day you find out that I'm the one who's been lying, what would you do? Without waiting for Feng Xingyan to answer, Shang Zhen continued. You would be furious. You would make me beg for life but unable to live, beg for death but unable to die. Young Master Feng, it's too easy for you to do whatever you want. It's dangerous to be by your side. I am scared. After saying this, he broke free from Feng Xingyan's hand and walked out. Feng Xingyan suddenly raised his voice. I won't. Shang Zhen paused. Even if you deceive me, even if you use me, even if you're a vicious and ruthless woman who stops at nothing, I still like you. I just like you. You know I won't hurt you. What exactly are you running from? Shang Zhen remained unmoved. I've never liked anyone before, and I don't know what's right. But liking is just liking. You can choose not to accept it, but you shouldn't doubt me. Shang Zhen pursed his lips, saying nothing. Give me a chance. Do you have a better marriage prospect than me? You have so many enemies. Only I can protect you. Feng Xingyan was telling the absolute truth. He was still investigating what dealings Lin Xuan had with the Wan family, but it was only a matter of time before Wan Jiahui and the Shang family clashed. The Shang family couldn't even beat the Lin family. How could they be a match for the Wan family? Only he, Feng Xingyan, could protect him. You're willing to help me do anything without complaint or regret, even if I use you? Shang Zhen gradually calmed down. His slightly hoarse voice made Feng Xingyan ecstatic. Willing. He believed Shang Zhen would definitely be moved by him. Why wouldn't he be willing? His unhesitating answer seemed to stun Shang Zhen. He really couldn't understand why Feng Xingyan had come to like him so much in such a short time. I need to think about it. Feng Xingyan's eyes widened slightly. He didn't expect Shang Zhen to actually consider it. This was an unexpected joy. He turned Shang Zhen to face him, eyes bright, as he said, I can give you time to consider. Actually, I have to go on a business trip. When I come back, will you give me good news? Shang Zhen finally sighed. We'll talk when you return. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Shang Zhen closely followed Yu Mingru's situation. In the video, Yu Mingru repeatedly apologized, her words sincere. Once it was released, many who had been cursing Yu Mingru changed their tune. From being the villain, Yu Mingru slowly transformed into a victim. She became a good person who admitted her mistakes, a pitiful figure forced to leave the stage due to a conspiracy. It was truly impressive. Shang Zhen closely monitored this matter. Han Qin had helped Yu Mingru countless times in her previous life, but was discarded so easily in this one. How amusing. Turning off his phone, Shang Zhen felt like something was missing. Later he realized it had become much quieter around him. Before, even when Feng Xingyan was busy, he would constantly call. Shang Zhen could choose to answer or hang up. But now, Feng Xingyan had been away for 10 days on what was said to be important business. Who knows what it was, but he hadn't made a single call. Shang Zhen pouted and lay on the bed. Suddenly, the phone rang. Shang Zhen knew it was Feng Xingyan. This time, he didn't let it ring or hang up, but chose to answer. Does Feng Xingyan have something? There was no sound on the other end. It was unusually quiet. Shang Zhen suddenly had a strange feeling and sat up. Nothing. I just miss you terribly." Feng Xingyan seemed to have anticipated this reaction. He sighed somewhat disappointedly. "These days, I've often thought about the past. You were right about one thing. I seem to have been too extreme. You were so good to me, but when I disliked you before, I couldn't see it at all." Shang Zhen pursed his lips and couldn't help asking, "Did something happen to you?" "Feng Xingyan, did something happen to you?" Feng Xingyan snorted lightly. "Your question is unnecessary. How could anything happen to me? By the way, the Wan family seems to be making some moves. I'm not in the country, so take care of yourself. If necessary, go to the Feng family's old house." "Did you hear me?" Just as Shang Zhen was about to speak, he suddenly heard a faint, loud noise from the other end. His expression changed. "You're not in the country? Where are you now?" There was some static from Feng Xingyan's end. After a long while, Feng Xingyan spoke quickly. "Xinjin, there's a small problem here, but it's nothing. I have to go now. I'll call you next time." Shang Zhen frowned, wanted to ask more, but Feng Xingyan's voice came through intermittently, accompanied by static. "Wait, Feng Xingyan. Hello?" Shang Zhen sat up in bed. Looking at the phone that had already disconnected, he tried calling back, but it showed unable to connect. It seemed like he heard an explosion. Where exactly had Feng Xingyan gone? Shang Zhen felt very anxious. In fact, he felt like he had missed something. In his anxiety, he went to the Feng family home. Li Weining had just been crying. Xingyan went to Daogu. It's very chaotic there now. I don't know when Xingyan will be back. So Feng Xingyan had indeed gone to Daogu. In his previous life, at this time, Feng Xingyan had also disappeared for several months. He was very anxious then, but knew Feng Xingyan was on important business and didn't dare ask much. He didn't expect it was really about Daogu, Shang Zhen thought. There was still a hint of contempt in his heart. "He'll be fine, I guarantee it," he said firmly. Because in his previous life, Feng Xingyan had gone there and returned. Although he was bedridden for a few months, he was still okay. At that time, he didn't allow him to visit, so Shang Zhen didn't know where Feng Xingyan was injured. But he certainly wasn't dead. Shang Zhen frowned deeply. Was it really certain? Doubt suddenly surged in his heart. Would everything follow the path of his previous life? Shang Zhen immediately called Sikong Jing. Receiving Shang Zhen's call, Sikong Jing was a bit confused. He thought Shang Zhen would never call him again. "You want a plane?" "Shang Zhen, where are you going?" Sikong Jing keenly sensed something was wrong. If it was a normal place, why would he need to borrow a private plane? Shang Zhen said calmly, without blushing, "I need to go to the F-country border. There's an important herb for treating Sikong Changsheng that I can only find at the F-country border. But all the flight routes there are suspended now." Shang Zhen thought to himself, F-country borders L-country. If he could get to the F-country border, he'd find a way to go. Before Sikong Jin could say anything, he quickly interrupted, "Arrange it quickly, or it will soon be past the flowering season. Don't you want Sikong Changsheng to get better?" Sikong Jin finally compromised. "Then I'll send someone to go with you." He originally wanted to say, "I'll go with you," but thinking Shang Zhen would definitely refuse, he didn't bother asking. The catalyst for Dao Gu's internal turmoil was the outbreak of the tear flu. I've been in contact with the tear flu pathogen before, and I have knowledge that's over a decade ahead of this era. I can save people. Yes, I can go save those suffering people. What? Shang Zhen borrowed a plane from Sikong Jing and left the country? Feng Xingyan knew with his eyes closed which places were under flight bans now. Shang Zhen borrowed a plane. Could he be coming to find him? This thought first made him ecstatic, then furious. It's too dangerous here. Damn, this is news from days ago. If Xinjin was coming, he must have already arrived in Zwichi. He hurriedly called out, and a man in black entered. "Take some men to guard the Mo primeval forest. If you see my wife, you must send him back safely and unharmed." Zwichi was stunned. "Young master, Pang Chi has already been sent out by you. For your safety, I can't leave your side. I'm ordering you to go. This is a command." Feng Xingyan was now very agitated and nervous. Zwichi had no choice but to reluctantly agree. In his heart, he felt no goodwill towards the woman who wasn't staying at home at this critical moment, but came out to cause trouble. Just after he left, bad news came. "Young master, the enemy is charging this way. About 500 people, and they're well equipped." Shang Zhen looked at the map while walking towards the densely populated urban area. It shouldn't be far. The country had sent a medical team to support Liao Country, establishing a level 4 virus research station based on the hospital. If I can get there, I can be of the most value. But at this moment, a group of people rushed towards the urban area. From their appearance, it was clear they were rebels. The rebels weren't at the front line, but appeared here, obviously with a plot. Shang Zhen thought for a moment and followed them. "They're not heading for the hospital, are they? If the hospital is bombed, wouldn't my trip be in vain? Shang Jun had trained since childhood. His eyesight and hearing were extremely strong. The gunpowder smoke and yellow sand ahead were so thick that visibility was less than a dozen meters. But Shang Jun's sharp eyes still saw someone wielding a heavy machine gun, sweeping fire in this direction. Because the smoke hadn't cleared, Feng Xingyin hadn't yet realized that the cover in front of him was no longer safe. Seeing Feng Xingyin about to be shot, without thinking, he rushed over. He embraced him and rolled on the ground, narrowly avoiding the gunfire. Feng Xingyin felt himself being tackled, his whole body tensing up. Only after hearing the dense machine gun fire did he realize this person was saving him. But strangely, this person's body was soft, springy, and familiar. This was definitely not the body of a rough man. Shang Jun looked up and saw Feng Xingyin's inquiring gaze. He smiled, revealing snow-white teeth, and shouted over the explosions, "Are you happy to see me?" Feng Xingyin's charming peach blossom eyes instantly turned into wide almond eyes. He gripped Shang Jun's arm, his strength surprisingly great. This wasn't the place for a reunion. Shang Jun quickly dropped his smile. They got up and retreated to the hospital under cover fire. "Jinjin, I'm glad to see you." But Feng Xingyin's eyes turned sharp again. "This isn't a place for fun. People die here every day. I don't want you to get hurt at all. Leave this afternoon. I'll arrange a plane right away." Shang Jun looked at him coldly. "Feng Xingyin, I want to stay. I can conquer the tear flu. Just give me a lab." "No, it's too dangerous here. You saw the situation just now. Those people are reckless. I can't let you take risks." Feng Xingyin glared at him angrily. "These days, I've walked step by step from the infection source. No doctor understands the virus better than I do. My medical skills and knowledge are no less than the specially dispatched experts, if not more." Hearing that he came from the infection source, Feng Xingyin quickly hugged him. "Do you feel unwell anywhere? Some people have a long incubation period. Quick, let me do a full body check for you." Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang. Even my father doesn't dare to control me like this. After rebirth, Shang Baiqi always treated Shang Jin gently. Feng Xingyin raised an eyebrow. "I'm your future husband. If he doesn't manage you, I will." It was unbearable. Shang Jun suddenly hooked Feng Xingyin's neck, ignoring his dirty state, and kissed his thin lips. With the background of constant gunfire, under the dim sky, the embracing and kissing couple seemed so out of place, yet so natural. It was absolutely a unique scene on the battlefield. Fortunately, those subordinates who were fighting didn't see it, otherwise their jaws would have dropped to the ground. As soon as Feng Xingyin touched his lips, he was entranced. As he said on the phone, he had missed him terribly. Being suddenly hugged by Feng Xingyin, Shang Jin guessed he should have calmed down. He released his lips, seeing Feng Xingyin indeed with a serious face, but no longer telling him to leave. He couldn't help but feel relieved. "You know, only by conquering the tear flu can we end all this. Give me 1 day. If after 1 day you still think it's useless for me to stay, I'll leave without a word." Feng Xingyin glared at him angrily. "I'll have Pang Qi take you. If they ask, just say you're a specially dispatched doctor." Shang Jin nodded and hurried off. At this time, there were 7 people in the lab. They were working in an orderly manner. Because they were all wearing protective suits, it was impossible to distinguish them. Shang Jun had also changed into a protective suit. As soon as he arrived, Pang Qi, who was following him, gathered everyone together. He introduced Shang Jun and explained the purpose. Feng Xingyin now temporarily managed all the personnel in Liao country, so the hospital naturally fell under his jurisdiction. Shang Jun didn't beat around the bush. He directly took out the medicine. "I've come from the heavily affected area of the tear flu. Along the way, I discovered that these 3 herbs, when used together, can combat the tear flu. It may still recur, but if we add some other medicines, we might be able to completely conquer it." They glanced at it. Pang Qi, with his sharp eyes, noticed that this was someone close to young Master Feng. Even if they were skeptical, they still took the herbs to analyze their properties. At this point, they were at a loss anyway. Any possibility couldn't be overlooked. Seeing that they didn't raise any objections, Shang Jun breathed a sigh of relief. The analysis of the medicinal properties would still take a while. After Shang Jun handed over the notebook recording the virus changes to Pang Qi, he decided to rest and freshen up first. 2 young assistants came out with him. They were mainly here to gain experience and lend a hand. Moreover, they didn't come voluntarily. They were forced by their families. Their families were on good terms with the Feng family, sending two beautiful daughters at this time. Their intentions couldn't be more obvious. A battlefield romance, a friendship forged in adversity, would surely be better than young Master Feng's betrothed fiancé, right? Shangjun took off his protective gear. The two women discovered that Shangjun was as young as them, and their thoughts immediately went astray. The two whispered, "I thought it was some big shot. Turns out it's just a little girl. Looks like she's here to gain some prestige. If the professors succeed, she'll go back with a golden reputation. Her career will advance. I'm afraid that's not her real intention, though. She's not bad looking. Maybe she came specifically to seduce young Master Feng." Shangjun paused in his steps. He turned around, his eyes glancing sideways at the two women. "I came to seduce Feng Xingyin and gain experience? Isn't that what you two want to do? Please don't project your own thoughts onto others." When Shangjun was tired, his level of sarcasm increased exponentially. In one sentence, he left the daughters of the famous professor and their disciples, almost spitting blood. "Why are you acting so high and mighty, trying to fool people with a few herbs to gain merit? You're so shameless. Who knows where you came from? Looking at you, I doubt you've even graduated from university." Shangjun pushed one of the women against the wall. "In the future, can you bring your brain when you go out? Even your master wouldn't dare to speak to me carelessly. Who do you think you are?" Shangjun coldly curved his lips, looking at her with indescribable pity. "If you're shallow in knowledge, don't come out to embarrass yourself. Bai Fuqing was smart all his life, yet he accepted disciples like you. I'm really worried about his reputation in his later years. How dare you talk to me like this? Do you know who I am?" Ba Chiwen stepped forward, ignoring her companion's restraint, with an attitude of wanting to teach this vixen a lesson. "I'm from the Hua family in the capital. Young Master Feng is even my cousin. Don't think you can look down on others just because you were brought by the Feng family. You're nothing but a doctor. How lovely, cousins who are barely related. That's enough." Shangjun's smile became even more bewitching. Those starry eyes carried a hint of coldness, with an indescribable peculiarity in their depths. "It's truly a case of familiarity breeds contempt. You're Feng Xinyan's cousin? Well, I happen to be your sister-in-law. Come on, call me sister-in-law." Sister-in-law Hua Chiwen stated that she had never seen such a shameless woman. "You're dreaming. Young Master Feng is mine. I even bandaged him when he was injured before. Who do you think you are? You're not worthy of him. Young Master Feng isn't yours to claim. I'm the one who wants him." Shangjun was getting annoyed. If he didn't come out soon, his reputation would be ruined by these two women. He didn't even remember a woman bandaging him. He smiled as he went to take Shangjun's hand, but coldly glanced at the two shocked women. "Send them back. We don't need young ladies here. This is a battlefield." As soon as he spoke, the faces of the two young girls quickly turned ashen. Their families had gone to great lengths to send them here, and now they were leaving so quickly. They would surely be punished. But this was clearly not within Feng Xinyan's range of consideration. He took Shangjun's hand and walked out. Suddenly, he felt that the wounds on his body didn't hurt anymore. "You just said you were his sister-in-law. That means you've admitted to being my woman. You just said you were his sister-in-law. That means you've admitted to being my woman." Shangjun was speechless. At a time like this, in a place like this, was it the moment to dwell on such things? It was just a temporary measure. I didn't like their arrogant attitude, so I deliberately provoked them. "Move aside. I want to rest." "All right, I'll take you there." Feng Xingyan led Shangjun to his resting place. It was just an ordinary ward, but the sheets were snow white and the floor was clean. At a time like this, it was quite rare. Shangjun quickly wiped his body and collapsed onto the bed. Feng Xingyan sat by the bed watching him, lost in thought. Being stared at like this, even though Shangjun was very tired, he couldn't sleep. "Feng Xingyan, why are you still here?" Feng Xingyan narrowed his eyes. "I've been thinking carefully. I find it strange that you came here. Why did you come? Did you come for me?" Shangjun burrowed deeper into the blanket and closed his eyes. He regretted asking. Feng Xingyan's lips curved into a smile. His handsome face drew closer as he lowered his voice to ask, "And at such a dangerous time, you rushed out to save me. Have you fallen for me again?" His body still carried the scent of a recent bath and a fresh fragrance. Shangjun took a deep breath. In fact, he couldn't answer this question himself. He came to save people, and although this thought became stronger after he arrived, what was the initial thought that made him come? Jinjin, admit it. You like me. Feng Xinyan's lowered voice carried a hint of joy. Shangjun opened his eyes in annoyance. I just didn't want Annie to worry. Her eyes were swollen from crying over you. Shangjun's answer made Feng Xinyan laugh. Uncle has already reported that I'm safe. Little liar, tell the truth. Shangjun glared at him. I've seen similar cases before, so I came to help. I have the ability. Why shouldn't I come? Can't I want to be famous? Feng Xingyan was exasperated by this stubborn woman. Was it so hard to say she came for him? His deep purple eyes grew darker. Finally, as if venting his frustration, he bit Shangjun's lip. Being kissed, Shangjun initially wanted to resist, but the other's scorching heat made him tremble. Jinjin, I missed you so much. It was hard to imagine that Feng Xingyan could have such a soft moment. He kissed him intently, and the unease of the journey seemed to dissipate bit by bit in his passionate kiss. At this point, Shangjun had to admit that he seemed to have developed some feelings for Feng Xingyan again. This was undoubtedly tragic. Could he never escape this person's allure in past or present life? The temperature was rapidly rising. Shangjun unknowingly became flushed all over. Feng Xingyan's eyes were bloodshot, clearly preparing to physically prove his longing. But at that moment, the door burst open with a bang. Feng Xingyan regained his senses and quickly bent down to cover Shangjun's rounded shoulders. The person who entered quickly ducked their head and shouted, Sorry. I didn't mean to. It's the doctor who sent me. There's been a major breakthrough with the tear flu. After reporting the matter, the person who opened the door quickly and nervously closed it from the outside. Shangjun glared at him. Move away. I need to go to the lab. Hearing this, Feng Xingyan said, I'll go with you. On the way, he started questioning again. You came for me, didn't you? I felt you were moved by that kiss too. With people following behind, Shangjun remained incredibly calm, defeated by this thick-skinned man. His expression grew colder, with a look that kept people at a distance. Feng Xingyan didn't care at all about admitting it. If you like someone, you just like them. Are you still going to be shy like before? This statement definitely hit a sore spot. The next second, Feng Xingyan was pinned against the corridor wall by Shangjun. The one thing Shangjun couldn't stand in this life was people saying he was like before. In this life, what I can't stand most is people saying I'm like before. Feng Xingyan, I hope you won't disappoint me this time. Otherwise, I don't know what I might do. He finished speaking in a low voice. Feng Xingyan's expression became excited, but he wasn't quite sure. Jinjin, do you mean you're willing to give me a chance? Think what you want. After saying this, he turned and went to the lab. The following events went very smoothly. With what Shangjun brought, the research made a breakthrough. They were looking for other drugs to perfect the flu-controlling prescription. Shangjun, who brought these 3 herbs, inadvertently became the core expert among the resident specialists. Not only were his basics solid, but his proposed concepts were also very advanced. At just over 20, his future was limitless. The person being discussed was eating while writing and drawing on the dining table. He was so close. He felt he could soon replicate the detox capsule from his previous life. But what ingredient was missing? While eating, under everyone's gaze, Feng Xingyan pushed the food towards him. But Shangjun acted as if he didn't see it, muttering to himself. The food here isn't as good as at home. Just make do with it for now. I'll have a chef sent over later. Later, I'll have someone go hunting in the mountains. I'll roast meat for you tonight. How's that? Everyone was stunned by such blatant favoritism. Young master, it's bad. Feng Xingyan's expression suddenly changed. The previously romantic atmosphere in the canteen instantly turned gloomy. A troop is advancing towards us. They're well equipped, estimated at 1,000 men. We only have 800. Gather everyone. We have sufficient weapons. If they dare come, we dare to kill. Feng Xingyan's body emanated a killing aura. It seemed to scorch the air. His sharp gaze locked on by Fuqing as he ordered. The enemy must have detected our movements and wants to sabotage us. Solving the tear flu is now crucial to this battle. Professor B, your mission is most important. Later, lead the hospital staff to evacuate southward. If we hold out, I'll notify you to return. If we don't, you must ensure your own safety. Jinjin, you go with Professor B too. I'll send Pang Qi to protect you. Shangjun pressed his lips together, then nodded. Take care. He left without another word, leaving Feng Xingyan both relieved and somewhat disappointed. Jinjin, please don't be in any danger. On the way, facing the hesitant looks from the soldiers and professors, Shangjun smiled slightly. You want to ask why I didn't stay, right? You don't understand him. If I had said I wanted to stay, we wouldn't be able to leave now, or I'd be tied up in a car. Everyone looked at him, somewhat bewildered. Shang Jun gazed back at the hospital and said calmly, "Of course I'll stay, but he's very busy now. I don't want to argue with him. I came here to save people. Research and medication are Professor Bai's tasks. Now we'll split into two groups. Professor Bai, you take Professor Tang and Professor Li. You escort them. Pang Chi, you bring 10 people and come with me." After giving instructions, Shang Jun directly pulled the stunned Pang Chi away. The young master wanted them to protect his wife, but his wife didn't listen. Now should he report this or not? Shang Jun glanced at him. "I'm doing this for your young master's sake. Are you sure you want to report?" Pang Chi shuddered. The wife is so scary. He can read minds. At this moment, Feng Xingyin was in a very gloomy mood. When he wasn't on guard, his entire face was dark. Zhuo Qi saw this and said disapprovingly, "Miss Shang doesn't deserve you treating her like this." That cowardly woman left without a word. How is she worthy of our young master? Feng Xingyin instantly gave him a gloomy look. When the battle is over, go back and face family punishment. I don't need subordinates who question their master. Zhuo Qi immediately felt wronged. The young master is really bewitched. From the first gunshot, the two groups clashed in an abandoned town. Suddenly, water sprayed out from houses on both sides. The enemy troops, drenched, were puzzled. Was this to give them a bath? But they soon realized its potency. The water caused a burning sensation on their skin. Though it didn't tear their flesh, it was very painful. They hurriedly avoided the artificial rain. But in this short time, many had died. This should have been a joyous thing, but Feng Xingyin's brow kept twitching. He felt uneasy. Who was helping them cover? Those people helping us. Shang Jun, hearing Feng Xingyin's orders from afar, slightly curved his lips. Initiate Plan B. Shang Jun said into the walkie-talkie, watching from afar. Pang Chi heard and quickly took action. They brought out bundles of tree-like objects from the hospital's warehouse. Shang Jun sprinkled a lot of powder on them. After igniting, black smoke with a hint of green drifted towards the battlefield. The smoke grew thicker. Feng Xingyin's people smelled it and found it pungent. But when the smoke drifted to the enemy's side, screams were heard. The smoke seemed to react with something in the water. Wherever they were wet, it felt like sulfuric acid had been poured. The pain was so intense they couldn't even hold their guns. Though Feng Xingyin was somewhat surprised, this was the time to strike. They pressed on with their attack. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Screams were continuous. As they advanced, the wounded were naturally left behind. Shangjin quickly called the hospital staff to bring these wounded back. They moved swiftly and in an orderly manner. While Feng Xingyin led the charge at the front, Shang Jun completely took over the logistics. Pang Jiu's calm face showed no fear, seeming to steady people's hearts. Feng Xingyin felt much lighter. Although he was injured, seeing the enemy retreating step by step was undoubtedly satisfying. Suddenly his eyes widened. Pang Chi, why are you here? This shock was like seeing a ghost. If Pang Chi was here, where was Shangjin? Speaking of Shangjun, Pang Chi's eyes lit up. Young master, the wife is amazing. The medicine water and poison smoke were all arranged by the wife. The wife was afraid of disturbing you, so he pretended to agree to leave. But he had no intention of leaving you. The wife really likes you. Feng Xingyin felt a warmth in his heart. Even his eyes felt hot. That stubborn woman, so disobedient, so fearless of death. All right, don't let the wound get wet. Rest well. Shang Jun's voice was still cold. After speaking softly, he stood up. His somewhat cold gaze inadvertently fell on Feng Xingyin and slightly widened. Feng Xingyin, thinking about how she disobeyed, came back on her own, and even ran to the battlefield without protection, got angry. Didn't I tell you to leave? Why did you come back? Aren't you afraid? Do you lack confidence in yourself? Or in me? Shang Jun softly interrupted his words. Slightly raising her delicate chin, she lightly swept his battered body. Where could I run to? Or did you think I'm still that coward from before? Who talks about themselves like that? Feng Xingyin couldn't help but smile, then quickly suppressed it. Let's get married when we go back. Shang Jun was very calm, but was stunned by Feng Xingyin's swift, leaping thought process. What are you saying? Marriage. You just need to cooperate. Leave the rest to me. I've even thought about what to name our children and where they'll go to school. Shang Jun silently swallowed. Isn't Feng Xingyin's personality a bit too extreme? I just wanted to give him a chance to consider it. But undeniably, deep down, Shang Jun felt a bit of pleasure. We'll see. Shang Jun's expression was very shocked. I never said I'd definitely marry you. If not me, who do you want to marry? Feng Xingyin raised an eyebrow. His face suddenly darkened, as if thunder and rain were imminent. Shang Jun lightly snorted. She glanced at him. Your childhood sweetheart is about to return. You'd better deal with that first. After saying this, Shang Jun saw Professor Bai and the others returning. She hurried to greet them, leaving Feng Xingyin alone in the corner, unable to express his frustration. What childhood sweetheart? Although he grew up with Yu Mingru, so did Shang Jun. Moreover, Shang Jun was his fiancée. He didn't have any other childhood sweetheart. Shang Jun, however, was in quite a good mood. After settling Professor Bai and his group, she suddenly dropped a bombshell. Professor Bai, I think I found a way to conquer the flu virus. After hearing this, Bai Fuqing was shocked. Are you sure? They had only been here for a short time. Could they really conquer a flu that had swept across the entire country? This was almost a miraculous feat. Shang Jun smiled slightly. Our formula was always missing one thing. Today, I finally thought of a solution. This plant called the poison drop flower, when purified, produces a special toxin that can absorb foreign substances and incorporate them. Its strong toxicity can also instantly enhance the potency of other drugs. Unfortunately, I can't let you rest. We'll meet in the lab in half an hour. Everyone was excited. Being able to personally conquer the terrible flu was the most meaningful thing for them since coming here. 4 days later, cheers erupted from the lab. As Shang Jun had predicted, adding the poison drop flower detox capsule worked. The antidote was successfully created. The enemy forces were indeed thrown into chaos. When this news spread throughout the country, the people finally knew who the real villains were. With public opinion turning, this battle that would have lasted 1 or 2 years was estimated to end in less than half a year. But these things no longer concerned Shang Jun. After creating the antidote, she prepared to return home. School had already started, and if she didn't go back soon, she would miss the class placement exam. Feng Xingyin still had many things to handle. His testimony was necessary here, but it would be over soon. As the two were about to part, Feng Xingyin was quite reluctant. It's all because of this damn country's war. If there wasn't a war, this would have been a great opportunity to deepen their relationship. But without the war, Shang Jun wouldn't have come. And getting Shang Jun to soften her stance was already the biggest gain from this trip. Wait for me when you get back, Feng Xingyin said firmly as he hugged her. He had many things he wanted to say, but at the moment of parting, he didn't know what to say. Shang Jun said in a deep voice, I'm still quite useful. Are you sure you don't want me to stay and help you? It's no problem to ask for a few more days off from school. No need. Feng Xingyin's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement. Shang Jun was worried about him, which was truly a leap forward for both of them. But he was equally worried about her. He said solemnly, now that the antidote is out, those people will be desperate and even more crazy. It's too dangerous for you to stay here. Go back first, be good. Seeing his firm attitude, Shang Jun gave up. You know what? I'm very grateful to my mom now, Feng Xingyin said loudly in her ear. Shang Jun smiled slightly. He then said the second half of the sentence. I'm indeed her son. She always picks the best for me, including my wife. Hearing this, especially under the ambiguous gazes of so many people, Shang Jun's face reddened slightly. Feng Xingyin, with his keen eyes, saw this and, as if enchanted, lowered his head to kiss Shang Jun's lips. As Shang Jun was being kissed, as if she were a treasure, she felt her heart being squeezed for a moment. She secretly licked his lip seam once. Feng Xingyin, I'll wait for you to come back, she said, then boarded the plane without looking back. Some time after the plane took off, suddenly a whooshing sound was heard, followed by a loud bang. Shang Jun hurriedly asked, what happened? Feng Xingyin, if you come to save me, I'll die first to show you. The plane's blade was suddenly hit by an incendiary bomb. The plane is malfunctioning. Quick, parachute out, the pilot shouted. We're under attack. Shang Jun immediately put on a parachute. Could this be the butterfly effect caused by my coming here? Feng Xingyin's side was also ambushed. This ambush was extremely frenzied. The enemy clearly wanted to kill him. Feng Xingyin, if you want Shang Jun to live, give up your resistance. Hand over all your equipment. We've intercepted Shang Jun's plane. She's in our hands now. The enemy shouted at Feng Xingyin, but unexpectedly, Feng Xingyin came out directly, pointing a gun at him. Where is Shang Jun? At this moment, that person suddenly turned around. Ha 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 ha, so you're here. Feng Xingyin, let's go to hell together. There was a bang, and blood and flesh splattered. Mission accomplished. A twisted smile appeared on the enemy's face. These were the enemy's last words. Finally, all enemies were dead. But at this moment, Feng Xingyin suddenly coughed. His body quickly heated up. This fever came on suddenly and rapidly. He violently coughed up blood. "Young master, what's wrong with you?" Feng Xingyin quickly reached out to support him. The veins on his arm were bulging, as if he was enduring something. "We might have fallen into their trap. There were pathogens among the ambushing enemies," Feng Xingyin suddenly said in a deep voice. His face changed again. "Rapid fever after pathogen infection. Could it be the K virus? Isn't this virus still incurable? How could they release it?" At this moment, Feng Xingyin's communicator suddenly rang. He answered it instinctively. A sharp voice came from the other end. "Young Master Feng, I've long heard of your reputation." Feng Xingyin had a bad feeling. He quickly bit his tongue to force himself to stay alert. The other party spoke unhurriedly. "Young Master Feng, although we've never met, you've caused me great misery. If it weren't for you, this country wouldn't have been able to resist my advance. We've been preparing for this plan for decades, but all of this has been ruined by you. Young Master Feng, you should know who I am now, right?" Of course he knew who it was. The instigator of this Russian internal strife, Ulixi. Feng Xingyin's eyes turned red as he gritted his teeth. "Where's Shangzhen? Can you tell? I didn't expect young Master Feng to be such a romantic. I originally thought she was just a useless thing. Looks like I was wrong." The other party laughed grimly. Soon, his cold voice came through again. "Little girl, tell him. Who are you?" The other party didn't speak, but Feng Xingyin seemed to sense something. His voice trembled slightly. "Shangzhen." Shangzhen never thought she'd be captured one day. She was surrounded shortly after landing. If her thigh hadn't been injured, she wouldn't have been caught so easily. But after being captured, she had already made up her mind. Feng Xingyin carried a heavy burden, and regardless of personal feelings, she couldn't let him be threatened. So, even when the blonde man stabbed her wound with a knife, she didn't make a sound. The blonde man's eyes lit up. This girl is quite interesting. But Feng Xingyin had already confirmed that Shangzhen was captured. For the first time in his life, Feng Xingyin was furious at Ulixi. "Where is Shangzhen now? You dare touch her, just try it." Ulixi grabbed Shangzhen's face and coldly smiled. "We're at fucking mountain. If you want to save this woman, come exchange your equipment and your life for her. If you don't come within 2 hours, I'll kill her. You can only bring 4 people and 4 vehicles of equipment. 4 people should be enough, right?" Shangzhen's eyes narrowed. Suddenly, she spoke hoarsely. "Feng Xingyin, if you come to save me, I'll die first to show you. Be a man. Don't forget your responsibility." What exactly happened? Shangzhen was being chased by a pack of dogs. On this side, Feng Xingyin finally ordered, "Pang Qi, come with me to fucking mountain." Pang Qi strongly objected. "No, young master. We can send an elite team to rescue Miss Shang. You don't need to risk yourself. Besides, she's just an ordinary girl from a wealthy family. Her life isn't as important as yours. You need to consider Mr. Xia and Madam's feelings. You're their only son." This time, Feng Xingyin hesitated for a long time. Parents' responsibility, himself, and Zhun. His face was flushed from the high fever, but his eyes were calm and bright. Finally, he slowly said, "Go to fucking mountain." Pang Qi was in disbelief. He couldn't believe that the high and mighty young master would give up his last chance of survival for a woman. Feng Xingyin pursed his lips. "Tell her I'm going to the hospital now. I only have a 1% chance of survival. But if I don't go save her, she'll certainly die. I'm willing to use my 1% chance of survival to exchange for her 100% chance of living. So, go to fucking mountain." After Shangzhen was locked up, she heard people outside communicating in the F country's language. She listened while calmly analyzing her situation. From what they were saying, Ulixi's plan was about to be revealed. With the situation lost, he used the K virus. He wanted to completely destroy this country. Come to think of it, in the previous life, the war in Austria hadn't ended when Feng Xingyin suddenly returned to the country. Could it be because of the K virus? But the urgent matter now is to leave this place first. Ulixi indeed still had a team under his command. And the reason he came to fucking mountain was because this mountain was hollow inside, containing the capital for his future comeback. However, he received news that Feng Xingyin's equipment transport hadn't changed course at all and had already entered enemy territory. What does this mean? It means Feng Xingyin doesn't care about Shangzhen at all. He never planned to come. What bad luck. He knew a woman couldn't possibly make Feng Xingyin come to his death. So why keep her? Bring that woman over. Since Feng Xingyin won't cooperate, let's initiate Plan B. They've gathered all the refugees together, right? Then let's blow them all up. L, you'll be the one to avenge me. Just input the password, and the refugee camp's explosive system will activate. The password is... Shangzhen stared intently at his moving lips. Her eyesight and hearing were extremely sharp. Though she couldn't hear now, it didn't mean she couldn't see. As Yulixzi's lips moved, Shangzhen's mouth also moved slightly. 4379. A 4-digit password. Shangzhen wanted to pass this information out, but when she felt around, there was no communicator or phone. She became a bit frustrated. Suddenly, she heard an angry shout from behind. "Leader, something terrible has happened. The woman we caught today is missing." Yulixzi gritted his teeth. A bunch of useless fools who can't even watch a woman. At this moment, several dog barks were heard. Soon, someone brought over the rope that had been used to tie Shangzhen, still stained with blood. "Find this woman. Tear her apart," he said as he released the rope. The two dogs immediately charged towards Shangzhen's direction. Shangzhen's body tensed up. This was going to be difficult. This woman in front of her was too pitiful. Not only chased by dogs, but also about to be assaulted by men. At this time, a broken voice came through the walkie-talkie. "Someone has infiltrated fucking mountain. We're not sure which faction it is yet, but there are many of them. Our people can't hold out. Even our planes have been shot down. Could it be Feng Xingyan? No, his people are all delivering equipment. He couldn't possibly have manpower to besiege him. Then who could it be? Who else has such capability? Regardless, he couldn't just sit and wait for death. He should leave through the secret passage first." Because Feng Xingyan was anxious and decisive, it only took an hour for them to storm up the mountain. There were many supplies in the cave. Besides equipment, food, and medicine, there were also piles of gold bars. Such abundant reserves must be Yulixzi's capital for making a comeback. But Feng Xingyan wouldn't give him this chance. For hurting his woman, today he must die here. Yulixzi underestimated Feng Xingyan and was blinded by hatred. If he hadn't been so determined to seek revenge and left with these resources, he might have really been able to make a comeback. From afar came Yulixzi's cursing voice. Feng Xingyan coldly smiled, raised his hand, and a dozen guns aimed at the entrance. Yulixzi still couldn't figure out who was hunting him down. The communication system was broken, and he had no idea about the situation outside, so he could only analyze by himself. And all of this, when he saw the man in front of him, had already been answered. Feng Xingyan, shouldn't he be delivering equipment right now? Yulixzi's eyes widened. After realizing the situation, he suddenly became terrified. As for Shangzhen, Feng Xingyan displayed undisguised killing intent the moment he saw him. But Yulixzi was cunning and sly. From the moment he saw Feng Xingyan, lies began to pour out of his mouth. "If you want to know, let me go. Otherwise, I'll kill that woman." Feng Xingyan squinted his eyes, examining him for a long time, then suddenly smiled. "It seems she's not in your hands." This was a statement. "Then you have no reason to exist anymore." Yulixzi was shocked and shrieked. "You can't kill me. I've planted bombs in the refugee camp. Only I know the password. If you kill me, 100,000 people will die." Hearing this, Feng Xingyan immediately had Pang Qi relay the message to Aguo. "Tell them about the bombs. Arrange evacuation within half an hour. This person is also handed over to you. If he doesn't reveal the password, once the bombs explode, there's no need to keep him alive. The rest of you come with me. Jinjin, wait for me." At this moment, Shangzhen was running at full speed. She had dealt with the two dogs, but it had cost her a lot of energy. However, the dog's barking had attracted another person. This person had tried to take advantage of her when she was tied up. Clearly, he was a lecherous man who didn't value his life. Right now, I'm certainly no match for their professional training. If I can't strike decisively, I'll be dead. Looks like I have no choice but to do that. As long as you don't kill me, I can satisfy all your desires. Shangzhen's coy voice came through. The man had never seen such a beautiful woman before. Since he's going to die anyway, might as well have some fun first. "Here I come, little beauty." On this side, Shangzhen was grateful that the needle hadn't been taken away. While the man was distracted, she quickly stabbed the needle towards his neck. But because Shangzhen had little strength left, the man caught her by the throat. "You bitch, how dare you try to trick me?" But a few seconds later, the man collapsed to the ground. The poison was taking effect. Shangzhen quickly pinned the man to the ground, grabbed the gun, and with a bang, finished him off. Not far away, Feng Xingyan heard the gunshot and quickly rushed towards its direction. Meanwhile, Shangzhen needed to leave quickly and transmit the password. The softening drug Yulixzi had injected her with seemed to be taking effect. Feng Xingyan's love is indeed worthless in the face of duty and greater good. Am I going to die with regrets in this life too? No, I still have so many things to do. I can't die. But under the drug's effect, Shangzhen still collapsed. She thought she would hit the ground, but surprisingly, someone caught her. She couldn't see clearly who it was, but since they caught her, they probably weren't here to kill her. Explosion password. Her voice was barely audible. Her finger traced on the man's arm, one stroke at a time. 4379. When Xiangjun woke up, she was already back in the country. Seeing the familiar surroundings, she was a bit confused. How did she get back? Were the bombs defused? Who saved her at the last moment? Seeing her wake up, Shang Baichi was overjoyed. Jinjin, you're finally awake. You've been unconscious for 6 days. Behind him were Lin Xuahan and Shang Qingqing, obviously here to visit. Jinjin, you're really something. You went on a trip and ended up getting injured and falling off a cliff. Your dad has been so worried he couldn't eat or sleep for days. She fell off a cliff. Shangjin saw that Baichi didn't know and felt relieved. If anyone knew about her activities in Austria, and those remaining evil forces found out, she would never have a peaceful life. Shang Qingqing snorted and said acidly, "You finally woke up. Any longer and young Master Feng would have belonged to someone else." Shang Zhen's eyes focused, staring intently at Shang Qingqing. "Qingqing, don't talk nonsense. Your sister just woke up," Shang Baichi said with a worried expression. But Shang Qingqing was clearly provoked and didn't hold back. Instead, she said slyly, "Nonsense? It's all over town. Everyone's talking about how devoted Yu Mingru is. While you were at war, he came back and went straight to young Master Feng. And when young Master Feng was injured, he only allowed him to take care. No one else was allowed near. Isn't that proof enough?" Shang Zhen's heart suddenly ached. "You said Yu Mingru went to Daogua?" Shang Zhen asked hoarsely, word by word. "Yes, he came back with young Master Feng. Now they're together day and night. I think your fiancé title will soon be changing hands. This woman is so pitiful, just rescued, and she hears her fiancé has been stolen by her best friend. Sister, your fiancé title will soon be changing hands." Shang Baichi finally stopped her, but Shang Jin couldn't hear anymore. 7 days ago was exactly the day she was captured. Feng Xingyan abandoned her, leaving her to live or die, while he was romancing Yu Mingru. Shang Zhen suddenly coughed up blood. Feng Xingyan betrayed me. After this thought took root, Shang Zhen didn't expect he could be so cruel. This hatred even surpassed her hatred for Shang Qingqing. How could he disappoint her like this? "Jinjin," Shang Baichi cried out, then quickly called for a doctor. "Miss Shang, your physical condition isn't good. Please don't have too much emotional fluctuation. Otherwise, your internal injuries might worsen, and it will be difficult for us to treat." The doctor's serious voice came through. Shang Zhen glanced at him, her eyes cold. "I understand," her voice still hoarse. "Thank you, doctor. I will cooperate with the treatment." Shang Zhen lay back on the bed. In the moment of being handled, her rationality finally returned a bit. No, something must be missing. Feng Xingyan isn't that kind of person. His personality has always been straightforward, only liking or disliking. And he's very persistent. He was still pursuing her before. He couldn't have changed so suddenly. There must be some internal reason she doesn't know about. Anyway, regardless of the reason, seeing is believing. She needed to see with her own eyes what exactly happened to Feng Xingyan. Shangjin arrived at the Feng family's old house. On the way, her head felt a bit stuffy. It happened to start raining, making her feel a bit feverish. With various doubts, Shangjin reached out to knock on the door, but she heard a woman's voice speaking. "Yingij, what's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything?" After a while, an elegant and magnetic male voice came through, saying somewhat stiffly, "Mingru, I heard you like me very much." Yu Mingru's face unconsciously turned red. "Yingij, so what if I like you? So what if I don't? You're Jinjin's fiancé. Jinjin is my good friend. I won't disturb you too. I wish you happiness." The last few words were especially bitter, perfectly portraying the kindness of not wanting to hurt a friend and suppressing one's feelings to give blessings. Love is selfish. If you like someone, you should fight for it. If you give up on Shangjin as a friend, then the title of Feng family's young mistress. Before he could finish speaking, there was a loud bang as the door was kicked open. Shangjin felt her temper was getting worse and worse. She was also becoming more fond of kicking doors. Her wet long hair hung down, but her eyes were piercingly cold. With a curl of her red lips, she said, "How about that young mistress title?" "Sorry to interrupt. Please continue." At this moment, Feng Xingyan had already anticipated this. He thought, "Jinjin, you really came. Blame me. Only this way will you stay away from me, not be infected by me. Only after I die can you live well." On the other side, Shangjin was also thinking, Feng Xingyan must have known I was here. But why did he deliberately say such things? Jinjin, are you alright? Why are you soaked in rain? You'll get sick. Seeing his hands trying to approach her like before, Shangjin swatted them away without thinking. She didn't use much force, but Yu Mingru fell to the ground like a paper doll. Staring in disbelief, she said, Jinjin, why did you push me? Shangjin didn't explain. Yu Mingru had used this act before, and now she had no interest in playing along. Seeing her silence, Yu Mingru lowered her head guiltily, looking embarrassed as she pinched her sleeve. I understand. You heard at the door. Yes, it's me. I've liked Yingage for a very long time. If you're angry, you can hit me or scold me. Just don't be mad at Yingage. If it were the old Shangjin, she might have been too angry to speak. But now, seeing this exaggerated act, both Shangjin and Feng Xingyan only felt disgusted and repulsed. You're begging me to hit you, right? As you wish. With that, Shangjin delivered a combination of punches, saying we're best friends to my face, then falling for my fiancé and asking me to forgive your uncontrollable feelings. You're so two-faced and shameless. The room instantly fell into a deathly silence. Yu Mingru couldn't believe it. Shangjin actually said such things in front of young Master Feng. Shangjin chuckled lightly, her starry eyes carrying a hint of mockery. You like this man, yet to make him hate me, you even sent him to my bed. Yu Mingru, you've got quite the nerve. Are you so sure the man who hurt my body can escape? Shangjin's words were increasingly shocking. Now not only was Yu Mingru speechless, but even Feng Xingyan couldn't utter a word. I didn't drug you, Jinjin. You can't slander me like this. No matter how incoherently Yu Mingru spoke, Shangjin didn't want to listen anymore. She walked step by step towards Feng Xingyan. With each step, Feng Xingyan felt more exposed. He looked deeply at Shangjin, his Adam's apple bobbing. Seeing her already at the bedside, Feng Xingyan swallowed all sweetness and bitterness, trying hard to put on a disgusted expression. Just as he was about to speak, Shangjin spoke first. Looking down at him with a scrutinizing and cold gaze, she asked, So, what about you? Her thin lips were unbelievably red. Though disheveled, her aura was aggressive. Her breathtaking beauty carried an attacking edge. She reached out and lifted Feng Xingyan's chin. This gesture was extremely flirtatious and wicked. When her cold fingertips touched Feng Xingyan's chin, his body trembled slightly. Looking directly at Shangjin with a suddenly bewitching smile, she said, You touched my body, so you're mine. Are you trying to escape? You said you liked me. Feng Xingyan, aren't you going to tell the truth? Shangjin asked very seriously, more seriously than ever before. Shangjin leaned down to kiss his lips. But the next second, Feng Xingyan pushed her away. He used a lot of force, and his expression was even somewhat terrified. Shangjin's already weak body was pushed. This feeling was like a past life. She had gone to great lengths to find him, eagerly wanting to prove herself. She hadn't been praised by those two men. When he silently looked at her, he didn't care at all. Whether in past lives or this one, he was always like this. Even his kiss had become so repulsive. Very well, Feng Xingyan, you're really something. Not only are you hiding things from me, but you even push me away. Feng Xingyan, you once promised me you wouldn't disappoint me again. But clearly, you haven't kept that promise. Since this is what you want from now on, we'll go our separate ways. Shangjin took off the ring. The next second, Shangjin violently smashed it on the ground. The ring shattered into pieces. In the glimmer of the fragments, all those feelings of care and illusions of affection were completely shattered. The humiliation and shame, she remembered clearly. In this life, what Shangjin doesn't want, no one else can have. Feng Xingyan hadn't expected Shangjin to smash the ring. He had originally planned to give her the ring, have the Feng family adopt her as a goddaughter, ensuring her a worry-free life. But she smashed it. This meant she thoroughly despised and hated him. This was what he had hoped for, but his throat tightened, as if his heart had a huge hole in it. When Shangjin left, her path was clear, but at the doorway, she was stopped by Pang Qi. Miss Shang, you're soaked through. Please change your clothes before leaving. Shangjin looked at Pang Qi and asked what injury Feng Xingyan had sustained. But Pang Qi hesitated, only saying it was a gunshot wound. Such a flimsy excuse couldn't fool Shangjin. The Feng family's unusual behavior, and Feng Xinyan's act. Clearly his illness was too severe to solve. He had just returned from Austria, and Austria's most troublesome K virus. Shang Jun suddenly understood everything. Although Feng Xingyan kept it from me to protect me, he still disappointed me. Now that the ring is broken, our engagement contract no longer exists. This time, I won't save him for nothing. Perhaps I should think about how to negotiate with the Feng family. Meanwhile, at the Feng household, chaos erupted. Feng Xingyan suddenly began coughing up blood uncontrollably. Yu Mingru was forcibly isolated, and Feng Xingyan was rushed to the emergency room. In the chaotic emergency, hearing Pang Qi return, Feng Xingyan, with eyes closed, accurately grabbed Pang Qi's arm. Feng Xingyan struggled to open his eyes. Pang Qi, heartbroken, held his hand in return. "Young master, don't worry about me. I had the driver take Madam to the hospital." Hearing this, Feng Xingyan suddenly opened his eyes. His deep purple eyes momentarily lost focus. "Are you trying to hide something from me?" Pang Qi had no choice but to admit chokingly. Madam refused to get in the car. She wouldn't take an umbrella either. She left in the rain. Before Pang Qi finished speaking, Feng Xingyan coughed up another mouthful of blood. Old Yin was startled and angrily pushed Pang Qi aside. "Pang Qi, what are you saying? In the young master's current state, one setback could be fatal. The master and madam are out looking for renowned doctors. If anything happens to the young master before they return, can you bear that responsibility?" After Feng Xingyan was taken to the emergency room, he unconsciously kept calling Shang Zhen's name. A doctor beside him held his hand, lying to him, "Young master, don't worry. Miss Shang still cares about you. As long as you get better, you can be with her." But Feng Xingyan's heart seemed to sink into the deepest darkness. "It's over. She won't care about me anymore. Even if I told her the truth, her feelings for me won't come back. She's that kind of resolute person. She even smashed the ring I gave her." Seeing Feng Xingyan's heart rate drop dramatically, the doctors panicked. At this rate, Feng Xingyan would surely die. The man before them was so pitiful. Not only was he seriously ill, but his fiancée had also run away. Pang Qi anxiously said by the bedside, "Young master, the ring may be gone, but the engagement ring is still here. This pink diamond ring is the perfect wedding ring you found in Austria. Weren't you going to use it to propose to Madam? Only by living can you be with Madam." Feng Xingyan unconsciously gripped the ring tightly. Only that person could make him willingly open up. Seeing it was effective, Pang Qi quickly continued, "Young master, there's something I didn't tell you, because I was afraid you'd worry. Actually, the reason Ulrich kidnapped Madam was partly due to the Wan family scheme. The entire Wan family is despicable. If you die, Madam will surely be bullied by Wan Heng and Wan Shaolin. Madam is very capable, but can she match an entire powerful family? Young master, do you want to watch Madam suffer? Besides you, who else can protect her?" With each word Pang Qi said, Feng Xingyan's heartbeat increased. He couldn't die. He still needed to protect Xinjun. Eventually, his heartbeat gradually stabilized. The next day, Shangjin came. But strangely, Shangjin first went to see Feng Sihai. Shangjin got straight to the point. "Feng Xingyan has contracted the K virus, hasn't he?" Her words were like a thunderbolt. Feng Sihai's eyes sharpened, and a man walked out from the shadows. Clearly, if necessary, he would silence her. "Who else knows about this?" Feng Sihai instinctively asked quickly. Shang Jun smiled, her eyes sparkling, and spoke calmly. "Currently only I know. As for how I found out, I was there when Feng Xingyan was struggling. I came precisely because of his illness. I want to make a deal with Mr. Feng, a win-win deal." Feng Sihai remained unmoved. Shang Jun seemed to hear the sound of a gun being cocked behind her. In the dim room, every little sound was clear. Someone with slightly weaker nerves might not even be able to speak coherently. Her calmness moved Feng Sihai a bit. He couldn't help but ask, "What deal?" "I can extend Feng Xingyan's life. So, I use this to trade." Shang Jun dropped another bombshell. "Because in my past life, the K virus serum was developed using my blood. It took the Research Institute 3 years to develop it. So in this world, only I can save Feng Xingyan." Hearing this, Feng Sihai was shocked for a moment. But he quickly calmed down, his face becoming even more grim. "Little girl, who gave you the audacity to speak so boldly here? The virus is a global challenge. So many experts are at a loss, and you're barely in your 20s. Shang Jun brushed off non-existent dust from her skirt and chuckled. "People infected with the K virus immediately develop a fever. Due to different constitutions, they may also experience various bizarre complications. But they have one thing in common. They don't live past a month. Seeing Shang Zhen's familiarity with the K virus, Feng Sihai remained silent. Shang Zhen continued, "If I can extend Feng Xinyan's life, I'll naturally find a way to cure him completely. Why don't you give it a try?" Feng Sihai thought it made sense. It couldn't get worse than the current situation. "What do you want?" Shang Zhen smiled slightly, her eyes very determined. "If I can extend his life and achieve some therapeutic effect, I hope the Feng family will adopt me as a goddaughter and treat me as half a family member." Feng Sihai's eyes widened instinctively. He suddenly felt this girl's intentions were unclear. She was actually after the Feng family's assets. Thinking this, Feng Sihai became somewhat angry. Shang Zhen seemed to guess Feng Sihai's thoughts. The tension in the air grew heavier, and the pressure increased. So before he could speak, Shang Zhen quickly said, "I've just offended someone and need the Feng family's protection. This is my proposal. You publicly announce that I'm the Feng family's adopted daughter, but I won't have inheritance rights. If Feng Xingyan dies, our contract is void. I'll be at the Feng family's disposal. I certainly wouldn't joke with my own life." Shang Zhen's words were logical. Feng Sihai felt she was either absolutely confident or insane. At this moment, Shang Zhen dropped another bombshell. "By the way, I also conquered the flu. Since I could conquer the flu, do you think anyone in this world is more qualified than me to treat Feng Xingyan? This deal is harmless to the Feng family, isn't it?" Feng Xingyan was waiting anxiously in the room. Why did Jinjin come? Why did she go straight to see his father? Could it be to formally break off the engagement? That seemed the only possibility. A faint bitterness appeared on Feng Xingyan's lips. He felt the situation was actually what he wanted. He thought Shang Zhen would leave after seeing his father. Unexpectedly, she came. He's the most miserable male lead I've ever seen. He can only watch helplessly as the person he loves moves away from him. "Feng Xingyan, don't you have anything else to say to me?" Feng Xingyan pressed his lips tightly. Shang Zhen approached step by step. "Tell me why you suddenly changed your heart." Feng Xingyan suddenly sneered. His handsome face had a mesmerizing beauty under the light. His eyes were complex, but his expression was contemptuous. "Does changing one's heart need a reason? As long as you don't cling to me, I can let the Feng family adopt you as a daughter. Make your dream come true." Shang Zhen didn't expect that Feng Xingyan, on his deathbed, would still arrange such an exit for her. Shang Zhen lowered her eyes, thinking briefly, suddenly looking at him with a charming smile. "How about this? Just kiss me one last time, and we'll call it even on the past. You wouldn't be so disgusted with me that you'd begrudge even a kiss, would you?" Shang Zhen's tone was leisurely as she looked at him. Her gaze seemed to carry a hint of sadness. This might be her last chance to kiss him. Though he wanted to refuse, once the thought arose, it spread like wildfire. His heart clenched, finally giving in to his own greed. "Don't move." After a moment of silence, Feng Xingyan suddenly made up his mind. He had taken a large dose of suppressants. Just one last time, just a light touch. It wouldn't infect Jinjin. Bitterness welled up in Feng Xingyan's eyes, but he slowly leaned closer. He loved her. He suddenly realized this for certain. Feng Xingyan's kiss gently landed on Shang Zhen's forehead. The warm touch carried a hint of medicinal fragrance. There was also a slight fresh scent. For a moment, Feng Xingyan felt like pulling Shang Zhen to die together. Satisfied with just a forehead kiss, Shang Zhen suddenly spoke. "You must have taken suppressants, right? As long as it's not body dash." Her words made Feng Xingyan's eyes widen. "How do you know?" "Did Dad tell you?" "That's impossible. Once the K virus is discovered, it's a big deal. If it leaks out, the Feng family would suffer greatly. Dad wouldn't tell anyone. I guessed it myself." Feng Xingyan instantly recalled her earlier words. Her provocation was all to tease him. His face turned bright red, clearly from anger. Shang Zhen smiled mischievously, with a hint of wickedness. "Since you dare to deceive me, why can't I tease you?" "Feng Xingyan, I'm afraid I can't stay away from you as you wished. I've made a deal with your father. I'll stay to treat you, and he'll let me become the Feng family's adopted daughter." Feng Xingyan exclaimed, "You're being ridiculous. Do you know what you're doing? The K virus isn't the flu. It's a global challenge. If you want to be the Feng family seal, I'll help you. Why are you doing this?" Shang Zhen looked at the man before her with a dreamy gaze. "I won't ask for any more gifts from you. I want to earn you through my own abilities. Just believe in me and cooperate. That's enough. Don't interfere with other matters." At this moment, Li Weining walked in. "Zhen, I just heard from Sihai that you have a way to extend Xingyan's life." Shang Zhen nodded. "Yes. I've practiced a skill since childhood that generates qi. Using a special acupuncture technique, I can Inject the qi from my body into the patient's body using needles. Then combining it with acupuncture methods to merge the qi with the patient's body. It can extend life. The troublesome part is that it needs to be done every 3 days. However, this method only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. So while extending life, we need to find a cure quickly. The doctor beside them stated that they had already formed a research team to conquer the K virus, gathering international experts. Given enough time, they would surely find a treatment method. But Feng Xingyan thought more deeply about it. You mean, no matter who it is or what disease they have, you can extend their life? Then wouldn't all those people near death be able to find you? Wouldn't this be harmful to you? Shangzhen smiled lightly. There would be some damage, but not severe. I can recover with some rest. Traditional life-extending acupuncture rapidly transfers the practitioner's energy to the patient's body, essentially giving life to the patient. But after my improvements, doing it once every 3 days and injecting only a little each time greatly reduces the drain on the practitioner. Li Weining was deeply moved. Jinjin, don't worry. No one will spread the word about your miraculous medical skill. The entire Feng family will protect you. After saying this, she left with Dr. Yin to make arrangements. Left alone in the room, Shang Zhen bent down beside Feng Xingyan, cupping his chin. Feng Xingyan, I've explained everything I can do for you. Now, can you tell me how you got infected? Shang Zhen, you shameless woman. You stole Mingru's man. Have you no face? After hearing Feng Xingyan's description, Shang Zhen seemed a bit stunned. You say you got infected because you brought people to save me, so you missed the time to inject the antibody. So you saved me, got the password from me, and prevented the explosion. Feng Xingyan's eyes wandered. He had been so decisive when saving her before. Why was he feeling a bit embarrassed now? He said nonchalantly, it's not a big deal. Getting infected with the K virus, there's only a 1% chance of survival with the antibody injection. Even if I had injected it, I'd probably die anyway. It would have delayed saving you. So I naturally chose you. Shang Zhen's heart trembled slightly, looking at Feng Xingyan with a complex gaze. He still didn't know that if he had injected in time, he could have been that 1% lucky one. Moreover, for others, as long as there's a chance to survive, let alone 1%, even 1/1000 or 1/10,000, their own life would be more important. But Feng Xingyan came to save her without hesitation. He could have originally survived. Shang Zhen recalled her previous life, where Feng Xingyan recovered after 2 months of illness, in contrast to the current situation where the antibody was ineffective and he was near death. Such drastically different outcomes were indeed because of her. So apart from his value, she seemed to have also gained a responsibility that she must save him. Shang Zhen shook her head. Was it indeed a karmic bond, destined to be entangled and inseparable? Seeing her lost in thought, Feng Xingyan called out, you don't need to feel guilty. This was my own choice. Feng Xingyan, am not that fragile. So feel free to proceed with the treatment. Shang Zhen also held Feng Xingyan's hand. All right, let's work hard together. I will definitely cure you. To keep a close eye on Feng Xingyan's condition, Shang Zhen moved into the Feng family home. Fortunately, he was very cooperative and his condition gradually stabilized. Additionally, Shang Zhen also provided her blood samples to Dr. Yin. In her previous life, those people were able to make rapid progress solely because they had her as a perfect living specimen for various experiments. Not only was her blood special, but her physique was also unique, naturally leading to quick progress. Feng Xingyan also decided to host a banquet next month to announce Shang Zhen's adoption as the Feng family's daughter and gave her a red box. The autumn wind blew, scattering golden leaves on the ground. It wasn't easy to excel in all subjects. Although Shang Zhen was confident in medical-related courses, those advanced mathematics and physics subjects had long been forgotten. Have you noticed that Shang Zhen seems very different now? Before, she was just introverted and didn't like to talk. When we asked her questions, she would always answer gently. But now, I'm too scared to approach her. Whispers came from behind Shang Zhen. She kept a cold face, pretending not to hear. But Shang Zhen has become so much prettier. When she came yesterday, I thought she was a new student. I didn't expect it to be Shang Zhen. Yesterday, many seniors and juniors came to inquire about her. I heard someone will be waiting for her at the bottom of the teaching building today. It's a pretty boy from the fine arts department who fell in love with her at first sight. Shang Zhen gripped her pen, thinking about leaving through the other door of the teaching building later. The class ended amidst this chatter. Before the professor left, a discordant voice came from the door. Shang Zhen, where are you? Come out. Shang Zhen's eyes sharpened as she looked over, feeling the girl looked familiar. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was one of Yu Mingru's friends. She seemed to be called Hanwan. It's worth mentioning that Yu Mingru was her senior, a senior from the dance department. Seeing Xiangjun not responding, Hanwan walked straight towards her. The other students immediately scattered. Hanwan glared at Xiangjun, intending to slap her without a second thought. "Xiangjun, you shameless woman!" Xiangjun nimbly dodged, and Hanwan's fingers hit the desk hard. She grimaced in pain. Xiangjun stood aside, observing this woman who, in her previous life, was used by Yu Mingru until her death. She sneered, "Where did this mad dog come from, biting people randomly?" Hanwan's face changed color with anger. "You dare to insult me? You seduced Mingru's man, became the third wheel, and still dare to insult others? Have you no shame?" At this moment, Yu Mingru hurriedly ran over, still wearing a white dress, looking like an innocent flower. "Wanwan, I told you you misunderstood. There are so many people here. If this gets out, how will Jinjin continue her studies?" She suppressed all her resentment and said pitifully, "Jinjin, don't be angry. I'll take them away now. I don't blame you for that incident." With just one sentence, she intended to ruin Xiangjun's reputation. Unfortunately, her friend didn't cooperate. "Oh, why leave? Mingru, you're just too soft-hearted. That's why those unscrupulous people take advantage of you. In all of Haizhong City, who doesn't know that young Master Feng likes you? Yet some people like to be delusional and ruin others' relationships." Indeed, it was young Master Feng. The students here all came from wealthy families and were naturally familiar with young Master Feng. Under Yu Mingru's relentless promotion, they also knew that young Master Feng had some unusual feelings for her. But they never expected that the powerful and incredibly wealthy Feng family would have any connection with Xiangjun. You should know that in their eyes, Xiangjun was just like those specially admitted students with good grades. The kind of person from a very poor family who had to struggle for everything on their own. She actually got involved with young Master Feng and even stole Yu Mingru's man. Xiangjun looked at her watch and said irritably, "Have you finished your act? When did Feng Xingyin ever acknowledge you as his girlfriend? He never acknowledged you, yet you're throwing yourself at him. Is this what your Yu family teaches?" Xiangjun's words were always like this, each sentence more venomous than the last. Besides, Feng Xingyin already has a fiancé. Is it you? If it were you, you'd be over the moon, not crying here. Yu Mingru couldn't save face after Xiangjun's words. She gritted her teeth and pretended to be angry. "Jinjin, why are you speaking so harshly? Yanji doesn't have a fiancé. Unless someone has the Feng family's heirloom ring? Without the ring, there's no engagement." She was certain that Xiangjun couldn't prove the engagement without the ring. Unfortunately, her plan was about to fail. She's the most pitiful female lead I've ever seen. Beaten by her stepmother, scolded by her sister, even her classmates want to step on her. "Yanji, he almost asked me to be his fiancé last time. You came barging in and interrupted us. Do you dare deny this?" Xiangjun raised an eyebrow and glanced at her, revealing a mocking smile. "Then I slapped you in front of him, and he didn't say a word. Do you know why? Because I have that right. Look carefully, you mistress. The Feng family's heirloom ring is in my hand." In her anger, Yu Mingru spoke without thinking. "I clearly saw you smash it. So you admit this ring was originally mine?" "I did smash the ring, but Feng Xingyin repaired it and returned it to me." Xiangjun smiled smugly. "So, even the people around you know you haven't succeeded in securing your position. Yet you come here accusing me of stealing your man. It's laughable. He was mine to begin with. It's only a matter of whether I want him, not about me stealing him." After she finished speaking, the scene fell silent. Except for those who came to cause trouble feeling embarrassed, others felt oddly satisfied. This kind of scene where troublemakers get slapped in the face was incredibly satisfying to watch. After not seeing her for a while, Xiangjun not only became prettier, but also became so impressive. With just a few sentences, it felt like Yu Mingru and her group were about to cough up blood. Yu Mingru had no choice but to pretend to be wronged and ran away crying. In the evening, after entering the Feng family's main gate, Xiangjun walked directly towards an exquisite secondary residence. This place was used as Feng Xingyin's recovery area, and no outsiders were allowed to approach. Feng Xingyin was reviewing documents. With his condition stable and no immediate life-threatening situation, Feng Xingyin didn't want to be useless and took over most of the group's affairs to lighten his father's burden. Seeing Xiangjun enter, he put down the documents but noticed her extremely unpleasant expression. Feng Xingyin quickly realized she must have encountered something unpleasant at school. and the fact that Shang Jun was showing her displeasure to him meant it might be related to him. What's wrong? Shang Jun sat on the sofa by the bed, ignoring him. Who upset our precious? Shang Jun looked at him with disdain, her expression extremely cold. If we're talking about who upset me, it can only be you. Feng Xingyan raised both hands in surrender. But I've been at home doing nothing. Then Jun Jun, you can punish me by letting me tutor you. Advanced mathematics is my strong suit. Shang Jun's face reddened slightly. She quickly snatched the book away and glared at him fiercely. Who said I need you to teach me? I already know it all. Feng Xingyan looked at her indulgently. All right, I was presumptuous. All right, but you got this coordinate wrong. You should do this first, then this. Shang Jun started to deny it, but gradually became engrossed. When the professor taught this lesson today, it was like listening to gibberish. But Feng Xingyan explained it from simple to complex, making her understand bit by bit. Undeniably, Feng Xingyan was quite intelligent. You're daydreaming. Why is your face so red? Are you embarrassed? Feng Xingyan teased. Shang Jun snapped back to reality and stubbornly said, it's because you're too close. I'm hot. Feng Xingyan stroked Shang Jun's head. Can you tell me who upset our Jinjin? Shang Jun snorted. Today Yu Mingru came to say I'm the third wheel and told me to stay away from you. Haven't you not seen her for a long time? She must be desperate. Shang Jun smiled ambiguously. Feng Xingyan felt uneasy under her gaze. I won't see her again in the future. If you find her annoying, I'll personally deal with her. Shang Jun interrupted him. I'll say it again. My enemies, I'll handle them one by one myself. Honestly, I really enjoy this feeling of suppressing them now. They can't stand me, but they can't get rid of me. It's quite satisfying. Actually, Feng Xingyan had wanted to ask for a long time. Shang Jun mentioned revenge several times, and she knew many things she shouldn't know given her status. She mysteriously acquired medical skills and a bunch of enemies. All of this seemed suspicious, but Feng Xingyan didn't want to upset her. He stroked Shang Jun's hair and murmured, Jun Jun, if I ask you the reason, will you tell me the truth? What exactly happened? Young Master Feng actually chased Yu Mingru off the stage in front of everyone. As days passed by, Feng Xingyan suddenly asked in front of the mirror, how are things with the Wan family? Pang Qi, now much calmer, replied, the Wan family has long-term cash flow problems. It was originally a small issue, but after several failed collaborations, it has now become a big problem. They've closed several branch companies. Moreover, they're planning to arrange a marriage between Wan Shaoluan and the Beijing Yunhui Bank. The other party dislikes Wan Shaoluan's background, but the bank president's daughter fell in love with Wan Shaoluan at first sight. Feng Xingyan sneered. His reflection in the mirror remained stunning, but his eyes gained a hint of ruthlessness. Young girls always have a soft spot for pretty faces, and they're easily swayed. Tell Donati's I've chosen a nice girlfriend for him. Pang Qi nodded, then asked confusedly, Young Master, since we've already found evidence of the Wan family smuggling weapons and their dealings with rebels in Russia, profiting from national crises, why don't we just take them down in one swoop? Feng Xingyan fell silent, his eyes showing a hint of helplessness and indulgence. Why? Because my wife doesn't allow it. If we take them down now, they might still have a chance to recover. Since they wanted Jinjin dead, I have to make them despair and collapse, so they can't even crawl back up. Of course, the main reason is that Jinjin doesn't want me to interfere with her affairs. So I can only trim the branches and leaves of her enemies, then provide suitable opportunities for Jun Jun to deliver the fatal blow. That's how much I dote on my wife. Meanwhile, backstage, Shang Jun was changing into her gown. The dress unfolded, revealing a starry nightgown. On the gradient ink blue base, each star was made of diamonds. Just holding it was dazzling. Wearing it, she would undoubtedly be the most eye-catching person at the entire banquet. While zipping up, Feng Xingyan asked others to step back. He stepped forward to zip up Shang Jun's dress himself. His movements were slow, with a hint of composure and intimacy. In the full-length mirror, he stood behind Shang Jun, a head taller than her. Yet they looked unexpectedly harmonious, like a married couple. Shang Jun's entrance was indeed the center of attention. When the lights fell on her, many people held their breath. As if afraid to startle this fairy from the night sky, many were left stunned. Young people were especially captivated by the handsome man and beautiful woman. Isn't it Rin Qingyan today? Why are they together? It looks like an engagement party. They really are a perfect match. Young Master Feng is so handsome. Only a beauty of this caliber won't be overshadowed by him. Another person snorted. What's the use of being good-looking if young Master Feng doesn't like her? If he liked her, his fiancée wouldn't have changed. The stage is in the spotlight, but there's turmoil below. What makes that bitch worthy of becoming a Feng family member? Seeing Shang Zhen so glamorous. Shang Qing gritted her teeth with envy. She was the Feng family's goddaughter, much more prestigious than the Shang family's young lady. Lin Xuehan said, it's because her birth mother was close to Li Weiniang. Lin Xuehan suddenly smiled again. But this is good. Shang Zhen is half a Feng family member now. As Shang Zhen's sister, you can interact more. Now that young Master Feng is unattached, if you can win him over, Shang Zhen's status as a goddaughter will mean nothing compared to you. The Yu family shared similar thoughts. Yu Mingru looked displeased, but her mother was optimistic. This is great. That damned engagement is finally over. Mingru, during the dance later, you can ask young Master Feng to dance with you. You haven't seen young Master Feng for a long time. Perhaps someone has sowed discord, causing a misunderstanding. You must find a chance to explain clearly. Yu Mingru nodded. Don't worry, Mom. I won't let Shang Zhen succeed. At this moment, the dance music began. Feng Xingyan bowed slightly, and amidst the envy of many women, he very gentlemanly extended an inviting gesture to Shang Zhen. They had never seen young Master Feng dance before. Being watched from all sides, Shang Zhen felt pressured. Feng Xingyan smiled and said, "Beautiful lady, may I have the honor?" Before he could finish, Yu Mingru suddenly appeared. "Yengeji, you've recovered?" Yu Mingru glanced at Shang Zhen, suppressing the resentment in her eyes, and smiled. Zhen, you look beautiful tonight." But Zhen used to be Yengeji's fiancée. It's not appropriate for her to dance the opening dance with Yengeji today. After all, your status is different now. It's a pity. I was really looking forward to seeing Zhen and Yengeji open the dance. Shang Zhen raised her eyebrows high. Looking forward to it? She decisively took Feng Xingyan's hand. Since others are so eager, we shouldn't disappoint them. Let's dance the opening number. Yu Mingru's eyes widened, her face turning pale. Zhen, you misheard. I meant that since you're now the Feng family's goddaughter, and given your previous relationship with Yengeji, dancing together isn't appropriate. How about this, you dance with my cousin? She pushed a man forward. Shang Zhen smirked coldly. She'd be crazy to give this chance to shine to the Yu family. Before she could speak, Feng Xingyan's reaction was even more intense. He coldly and sharply glanced at that man, then directly led Shang Zhen to the dance floor. Ridiculous. Since when does what I, Feng Xingyan, do need your judgment on appropriateness? And who allowed you to call me Yengeji? You're not worthy. Yu Mingru's face turned ashen white. She even heard laughter behind her. Hearing this, Shang Zhen felt much better. She peeked out from behind Feng Xingyan and added, "Also, don't call me Zhen. We're not close. And did you think you could keep the childhood incident hidden forever?" Feng Xingyan was nice to you because he thought you were his savior. But once the truth is out, you're just a fraud. Yu Mingru's eyes widened at this moment. You're talking nonsense. If it weren't for Shang Zhen, young Master Feng would be mine. Yu Mingru suddenly grabbed a stone and threw it at Shang Zhen's head. Meanwhile, Shang Zhen had hastily learned some dance moves for tonight's performance. If she were dancing with a previously arranged partner, she wouldn't be afraid at all. But it was Feng Xingyan. No one had seen Feng Xingyan dance before, but he was a born aristocrat, so dancing was his innate skill. Shang Zhen didn't know how he maintained his dance skills. She hadn't seen him practice at all. Focus a bit. Feng Xingyan looked down at her, smiling indulgently as he said this. As Shang Zhen came back to her senses, she could only see his excessively dazzling eyes. In a moment of distraction, she suddenly stepped on Feng Xingyan's foot. Startled, she quickly stepped back, but because she lost her balance, she almost fell. A gasp came from the crowd, not because Shang Zhen fell ungracefully, but because at the critical moment, she was tightly held in Feng Xingyan's arms. He didn't push away the woman-averse young Master Feng. The height difference of a head made that girl, who was like the starry sky and a goddess, appear delicate and dependent for the first time. Her face was buried in Feng Xingyan's arm, her waist held by a pair of strong hands. Her ear heard Feng Xingyan's slightly quickened heartbeat. That pleasant sound seemed to come from within his chest. "Aren't you going to stand up? How long do you want to stay in your brother's arms?" The affection in his eyes was like an all-encompassing net, making Xiangjun feel breathless. Finally, Xiangjun reached out and patted Feng Xingyan's hand, saying in a somewhat sulky voice, "I'm not dancing anymore." But unusually, seeing Xiangjun leave with her chest out and head high, as if in a huff, Feng Xingyan slowly curved his lips, thinking Xiangjun was fleeing in panic. He seemed to have not concealed his desire well, just now. What to do? He seemed to have scared his little thing. After Xiangjun came out, she walked by the pool, feeling much better. At this moment, someone blocked her way. "Xiangjun, what exactly did you do to make Yengij change his attitude towards me? I've always been so good to you. Why did you harm me?" Xiangjun smiled faintly, becoming increasingly distant. "Good to me? Back then, you asked me to make medicine, but you put it in Feng Xingyan's body and hinted for him to investigate me. Is this being good to me? When we were young, only you didn't mind my aloofness and played with me. So you said you wanted to get close to Aunt Feng and have a brother. I was naive then and introduced you to them, speaking highly of you. Once you broke Aunt Feng's jewelry box, and I took the blame for you. At school, when your grades were poor, I took exams for you whenever I could. All these years, I believed I was good to you. Yumengru, why did you harm me like this?" And repeatedly, each time worse than before. Xiangjun's accusations finally made Yumengru break down. "Xiangjun, who do you think you are? Letting you pave the way for me is your honor. What right do you have to be engaged to Yengij? You useless waste. What right do you have to step on my head?" Yumengru's expression was full of disdain and hatred. Xiangjun shook her head and said sarcastically, "Just with your character of stealing others' achievements and your almost zero talent to climb up, the incident with Su Sun, it was you bitch." Yumengru screamed. She swung a slap at Xiangjun, but Xiangjun caught her hand. Under Xiangjun's cold and deep gaze, Yumengru looked as ridiculous as a clown, embarrassed and furious, completely losing it. How rare to see such an expression on your face. Pity, looking at you for one more second makes me sick. Xiangjun appreciated Yumengru's miserable state for a moment, then turned to leave. But what she didn't expect was, Yumengru was very provoked. She first stared at Xiangjun's back for a moment, then suddenly grabbed a stone and threw it at Xiangjun's head. Sensing danger, Xiangjun turned her head and instinctively tried to dodge. But at that moment, her long dress got caught on a large rock of the artificial mountain. She couldn't avoid it in time. Xiaoxi. Feng Xingyan didn't expect to see such a scene when he arrived, but his body had already instinctively rushed over at a speed barely visible to the naked eye, hugging Xiangjun in his arms and turning sharply. There was a tearing sound. In that split second, Yumengru couldn't stop her hand and threw the stone at Feng Xingyan with a terrified expression. But Xiangjun, who was being protected, saw this scene and found it even more terrifying. She absolutely couldn't let Feng Xingyan bleed, so she suddenly burst with strength, hugging Feng Xingyan back and turning around. The next second, Yumengru's stone hit her exposed shoulder. Xiangjun let out a groan, blood already flowing down. At that moment, Feng Xingyan's pupils constricted. Seeing the blood, he suddenly erupted with terrifying killing intent and anger. The air seemed to start boiling. Almost reflexively, Feng Xingyan kicked Yumengru away. Then he held Xiangjun tightly in his arms. After falling into the water, Yumengru realized the pool was very deep. At this moment, she couldn't care about anything else and quickly shouted, "Help! Help! I can't swim!" Feng Xingyan didn't dare to touch Xiangjun's wound. After all, he was also a high-risk person. But Xiangjun's selfless protection of him shook him to his core. Holding her, Feng Xingyan actually felt at a loss. At this time, Pang Qi rushed over. Seeing Xiangjun's condition, he was shocked. "Young master, you'd better hand the young lady to me. I'll take her to get bandaged." Seeing Xiangjun's pained expression, Feng Xingyan, though unwilling, reluctantly let go. However, after Xiangjun left, he didn't leave. He now had a full belly of anger that needed to be vented. As the cries grew louder, many people came overhearing the commotion. When they arrived, they found someone had fallen into the water, while young Master Feng stood motionless by the pool. "Quick, save her!" Li Weining didn't think much and quickly asked someone to rescue her. I dare anyone to move. Feng Xingyin suddenly raised his voice and shouted angrily. My daughter can't swim. If this continues, someone will die. Yes, Xingyin. Li Weining also walked over anxiously to persuade. Let's talk after she comes up. Feng Xingyin suddenly sneered. Fine, you save her. Feng Xingyin looked at Yu Mingru being rescued, his eyes gleaming coldly. Finally, he laughed mockingly. Miss Yu, can you tell me, as someone who can't swim, 9 years ago, how did you manage to rescue an unconscious person like me from a pool similar to this one? Yu Mingru's face instantly turned pale white. I'm sorry. Young Master Feng, I didn't mean to deceive you intentionally. I just like you too much. I won't dare to do it again. For the sake of our childhood friendship. Feng Xingyin slowly pulled back his leg with a terrifying smile. For the sake of our childhood friendship, I've decided to let you spend fewer days in jail. You just attempted to murder my sister in front of me. That's attempted murder. Wait for the lawyer's letter. After saying this, he couldn't be bothered to look at Yu Mingru again. He walked away with big strides. Old Yin, while applying medicine to Shangzhen, said, You girl, you have a cold face but a warm heart. Not letting Feng Xingyin protect you and protecting him instead is an unwise behavior. Pang Qi also asked, I heard you liked the young master before. Why did you at that time? Shang Zhen was silent for a moment, then said gloomily, I was too repressed when I was young. Everything looked black and white. And as you all know, Feng Xingyin has always been a dazzling presence. At first, it should have been envy, envying his carefree and arrogant nature, his proud and eye-catching presence. But all that is in the past now. Xing-Chi coughed dryly. If the young master recovers and proposes to you, that's not possible. Shangzhen frowned and interrupted, her voice a bit cold. Let's not talk about the possibility of curing him. Since I'm already the young lady of the Feng family, I can't be Feng Xingyin's wife. We can only be siblings. The room fell silent. Outside the door, Feng Xingyin suddenly felt the pain in his body become even more unbearable. Even his heart was aching. At this moment, the door swung open wide. Feng Xingyin had already composed himself and walked straight to Shangzhen's side. Feng Xingyin, you heard everything I just said, right? What exactly happened? This woman is actually kneeling in the square and kowtowing to Shangzhen. Shangzhen, Yu Mingru is saying she wants to find you in the square. Be careful. I think she might have bad intentions, her classmate couldn't help but warn. By now, the square was crowded with people, because Yu Mingru was kneeling on the ground. In front of her were written a few large characters. Shangzhen, I apologize to you. Please forgive me. As soon as Shangzhen arrived, she heard some people stirring up emotions. Yu Mingru had fully assumed the posture of a weak person. Combined with her good looks, it aroused many people's protective instincts. So even though Yu Mingru did something wrong, in the end, it still seemed like Shangzhen was wrong for not forgiving her. But it didn't matter. Shangzhen had never cared about how others saw her in this life. She only cared about her own satisfaction. So she playfully stared at Yu Mingru's face and asked with a smile, Senior, you're looking for me? Yu Mingru finally raised her head. Her gaze was pitiful and evasive, as if she was very afraid just seeing Shangzhen. Her body was trembling slightly. I'm sorry. Zhen, I didn't mean to hurt you. You can still come to school today, so the injury must not be serious. Can you forgive me and not send me to jail? I'm willing to compensate you with any amount of money. Before Shangzhen could speak, kind and righteous people around her couldn't stand it anymore. Enough! What's the point of humiliating someone like this? I see you're fine. Is it necessary to send someone to jail? She's just a girl. What future will she have if she goes to jail? But Yu Mingru seemed frightened and refused help. Tears fell one by one, making her appear panicked and helpless. No, I won't get up. If Zhen doesn't forgive me, I can't get up. I don't want to go to jail. Yu Mingru pushed away the person trying to help her up. With tear-filled eyes, she looked at Shangzhen, even crawling a few steps towards her while still kneeling. Zhen, please, I really didn't mean to. Please forgive me. I promise I'll never appear in front of young Master Feng again. Please give me a chance to live. Am I being too aggressive? Shangzhen roughly understood Yu Mingru's intentions. She was deliberately showing weakness in front of so many people, then forcing her to forgive her. But this trick wouldn't work on Shangzhen. She smirked and glanced around at the surrounding people. You all think I'm being unreasonable? That's right, I am being unreasonable. If I'm in the right and I forgive her, it's because I'm merciful. If I don't forgive her, it's also because I want to. Since she dared to hurt me, why can't I retaliate? Can everything be forgotten just by apologizing? Admittedly, Shangzhen's words made sense. Many rational classmates secretly agreed with Shang Jun. But in this world, there are always some blindly self-righteous people who like to do foolish things, like Yu Mingru's self-proclaimed protectors. Shouldn't all girls be kind? Why are you so vicious? Yu has already agreed to compensate you. You could just accept the compensation and end this matter. Always leave some room for forgiveness. Why do you insist on sending her to jail? Don't you know what consequences she'll face if she goes to jail? Shang Jun sneered. Sending her to jail is my right. She tried to kill me with a rock. If attempted murder only required an apology, what's the point of having laws? To restrain good people and indulge bad ones? Shang Jun's high intelligence meant she was quick-witted. Even if she wasn't in the right, she could argue convincingly, let alone when she was in the right. Jun, I'm not trying to escape punishment. I was confused and angry at that time. I made a mistake in a moment of impulse. But a mistake is a mistake. I sincerely apologize to you. If you don't forgive me, I'll keep kowtowing here. As she spoke, Yu Mingru became more determined. She kowtowed to Shang Jun again and continued repeatedly. But with each kowtow, she was cursing furiously in her heart. Isn't that enough? Shang Jun, I think she's quite pitiful, a classmate whispered to Shang Jun. He always thought that although Shang Jun wasn't sociable, she was quite kind-hearted and would forgive Yu Mingru. If it were an ordinary person, they would have already given in to this pressure and stopped it. But not Shang Jun. She watched Yu Mingru kowtow without any emotional response. In my previous life, I contracted the K virus. Wanting to save myself, I hoped for Yu Mingru's help, but she immediately sold me out. I still remember her victorious attitude when I was locked up in the research institute. Blame yourself for being stupid. Do you know who I am? You're not worthy of being my friend. If it weren't for the Feng family, I would have killed you long ago, you lowly fool. As the surrounding noise grew louder, Shang Jun finally nodded as if coming to her senses and walked towards Yu Mingru. Jun, have you forgiven me? I won't forgive someone who tried to kill me, nor will I give that person another chance to harm me. I just came to watch you beg for mercy. As expected, it didn't disappoint. Thank you for your excellent performance. Here's one yuan. Consider it a tip for all your kowtowing and begging. Keep kowtowing if you want. I need to prepare for exams, so I won't play with you anymore. After saying this, she turned and left. But she hadn't taken more than a few steps when Yu Mingru coughed up blood. This wasn't an act. She had really coughed up blood from anger. Yu Mingru glared hatefully at Shang Jun's retreating figure. The hatred in her eyes made even those dragging her feel chilled to the bone. Shang Jun. She almost hissed the name through gritted teeth. Shang Jun, I want you dead. The people around were frightened by Yu Mingru's behavior. They vaguely felt that Yu Mingru wasn't as sincere as she had just pretended to be. After a full day of exams, it was finally over. Getting into the combined master's and doctoral program in medical research wasn't easy at all. At this moment, Professor Lee called her. Jun, why haven't you submitted your research assignment yet? You need to hurry. The deadline is tomorrow. If it's not submitted by the deadline, it'll be a 0. Even with your good grades, you won't be able to enter the combined program. You need to hurry. Shang Jun was shocked. She had clearly asked Yu Tang to submit the research assignment to Professor Lee. Could it be that Yu Tang? She found Yu Tang with doubts. Upon hearing this, Yu Tang's eyes widened. No, I definitely submitted it. But suddenly, she remembered something and her face turned grim. But what? Yu Tang lowered her head, saying somewhat embarrassedly, but on the way, I met your sister. I've seen her looking for you before. She said she was just about to see Professor Lee and offered to take it for me. So I gave it to her. It seems that whether in the past life or this one, Shang Qingqing always has her eyes on my things. Well, don't blame me for being ruthless then. After Shang Qingqing submitted Shang Jun's research assignment, she indeed received high praise from the university professors. Moreover, the most famous professor was interested in taking her as a student, as long as Shang Jun didn't interfere. But things often don't go as planned. As soon as class ended, she saw Shang Jun standing at the door, her face unreadable. I'm here to take back what's mine. What thing? I don't know what you're talking about. Shang Qingqing decided to deny everything. She secretly called Lin Xuehan. At this moment, a girl suddenly walked over and said in an envious tone, Qingqing, here you are. I've been looking for you. Professor Luo is asking for you. She said she's very interested in your research and wants to talk to you. Shang Qingqing's face turned pale. Originally, she had made thorough preparations, having someone study the assignment carefully, ensuring she could answer any questions the professor might ask. But now Shang Jun was here. Professor Luo, interesting. Shang Qingqing, why don't I go with you to see? Seeing Shang Jun walk ahead, seemingly ready to cause trouble, Shang Qingqing had no choice but to grit her teeth and follow. Professor Luo was originally waiting for Shang Qingqing. When she saw Shang Jun, she was stunned for a moment, but quickly recognized her as the school's genius student. She couldn't help but smile, saying kindly, "Then student Shang can stay and listen in." Before she could finish speaking, Shang Qingqing firmly refused. No! She looked nervously at Professor Luo, her eyes darting quickly. She said, "Professor, although my sister and I are family, our family has a tradition of healthy competition. I don't want my sister to see my research results, lest she gets jealous." Shang Jun didn't expect Shang Qingqing to be so thick-skinned. Family competition? How ridiculous. Don't worry, sister. I, Shang Jun, never steal from others. After all, I'm not that shameless. As the elder sister, I'm like a mother. I'm just here to listen on behalf of our father. I know your capabilities very well. Shang Jun's words, filled with hostility, made Professor Luo a bit uncomfortable. It seemed this pair of sisters really didn't get along. At this moment, a female voice suddenly interjected. Though laughing, it was full of pointed meaning. Jun Jun and Qingqing's parents are still alive, so there's no need for you to intervene for now. Shang Qingqing, face the consequences of your actions. Lin Xuehan dragged Shang Baiqi, her face looking very unpleasant. Shang Jun narrowed her eyes. A flash of icy anger finally crossed her eyes, but the smile on her lips grew even more charming. It was expected that Shang Qingqing would bring Lin Xuehan, but even Dad had come. Was he here to protect Shang Qingqing, who had done wrong? Shang Baiqi nodded at Shang Jun. He said somewhat reluctantly, "Jinjin, you should go to class first." Shang Jun's smile froze, then became even brighter. "It's my break time now. I'm just about to listen to my sister's research assignment. After all, my sister's grades have always been poor. If I discover any issues in time, I can help her correct them, saving her from going astray." Lin Xuehan retorted, "We're all here now. What are you still worried about? Or is it that after entering the Feng family, you no longer listen to your father? That's unfilial." Professor Luo finally sensed something was amiss. "What's going on? Is there a problem with that research assignment?" "No problem. None at all." "Professor Luo, please wait a moment. Our Jinjin, she has a bit of a problem here." Lin Xuehan pointed to her own head, revealing an embarrassed smile. "But it's okay. I'll take her away immediately. We'll leave our Qingqing in your care." Shang Baiqi sighed. Although he was very ashamed of his younger daughter's actions, family reputation was more important in public. He followed up, "Jinjin, let's go home. Please, as a favor to Dad, okay?" Professor Luo looked utterly confused. Qingqing secretly rejoiced. Shang Jun shook her head and smiled bitterly. These people, if she hadn't been reborn, for the sake of the family's face, she would have certainly admitted it. And once she admitted it the first time, there would be a second time. Shang Qingqing was never a person who knew when to stop. Shang Jun spoke directly to Professor Luo. "Professor Luo, let me be straightforward. I suspect Shang Qingqing stole my research assignment. That's why I insist on sitting in. I want to see if I guess wrong, or if someone is really that shameless." Shang Qingqing panicked. How could Shang Jun say this in front of the professor? Doesn't she know not to air family dirty laundry? I'm talking nonsense. A flash of hatred crossed Shang Jun's eyes. If I back down this time, some people will think I'm easy to bully. They'll keep exploiting me. Dad, what Shang Qingqing stole was my practical assignment for this exam. Tomorrow is the deadline. Without it, I won't be able to enter the combined master's and doctoral program this year. Seeing Shang Baiqi not speaking, Lin Xuehan became anxious. She reflexively retorted, "If you can't get in this year, you can try next year. You're smart anyway. Why do you have to harm our Qingqing? Or is it that you couldn't produce a good assignment yourself, so you deliberately want to steal Qingqing's work? How can you be so evil?" Shang Qingqing, now in a difficult position, also chimed in, "Sister, you can't do this to me. This research assignment took me several years to complete. You know I'm not smart. I finally caught a moment of inspiration. Whether I can find a supervisor depends on this. You can't ruin me for your own future. Jinjin, let's discuss everything at home, okay?" Seeing Shang Jun's cold smile, Shang Baiqi immediately sensed trouble. Seeing his dilemma, Shang Jun scoffed lightly. She had already shown great restraint for Shang Baiqi's sake. It was Shang Qingqing who didn't know when to quit. It wasn't her fault. Why should we go home? To force me to back down. Dad, you'd better understand clearly. From just now until now, I've already given Shang Qingqing countless chances. Whatever I do next, she's brought it upon herself. I'm just protecting my own interests. I'll ask you one last time. Do you really want me to make a big scene out of this? Qingqing still held on to a glimmer of hope. She thought that since Shang Zhen hadn't brought it up for so long, she must be considering the family's reputation. Plus, with Dad here now, he surely wouldn't let Shang Zhen ruin her. If she just denied everything, maybe this whole thing would blow over. So she gritted her teeth and said, "Go ahead and make a scene. I won't admit to something I didn't do. Besides, words are just words. Show me your evidence. You're just slandering me." Shang Zhen smirked. "You want evidence? Sure, I have plenty." Shang Qingqing, face the consequences of your actions. This woman is too vicious. Not only did she steal her sister's work, but she's also framing her sister. The portly school affairs director hurried over. He first scanned everyone, then looked at Shang Zhen. "Shang student, I heard you want to report Shang Qingqing for stealing your work." Shang Zhen was Feng family's goddaughter, which the school leadership knew. So when she arrived, her attitude was very good. This was the benefit of having connections. But Lin Xuan nervously stared at Shang Zhen, threatening quietly. "Do you really want to create such tension with your family over a misunderstanding? Yes, you've married up now, but blood is thicker than water. When something really happens, only your true blood relatives will help you. You're recklessly tarnishing the family's reputation now. Aren't you afraid your dad won't let you come home in the future?" Shang Zhen glanced at Shang Baiqi's ashen face, then slowly spoke. "Shang Qingqing's grades are poor, and she has no talent in medical research. If she gets away with it this time and tastes success, she'll only become more emboldened and make more mistakes in the future." Shang Qingqing had no choice but to take a risky move. "Sister, you keep saying I stole your work. Let's confront each other then. Whether it's the concept or specific content, we'll see who the real author is." Shang Zhen revealed a strange look, coldly glancing at her. "Confront? You think I have that much free time?" Shang Zhen turned to Professor Luo and said, "Professor, actually the part Shang Qingqing stole was just a half-finished product. The drug only works for women over 25, and it's only 80% effective in prevention." She opened a document on her phone and handed it over. "You can look at this document. This is the finished product. The assignment I submitted was a byproduct isolated from the finished product. It can effectively prevent ovarian cancer. It's the focus of my upcoming research. Because it's a trade secret, when submitting the assignment, I deliberately submitted the half-finished product. I didn't expect this to happen." Shang Zhen's words shocked everyone. Shang Zhen had actually developed a cancer prevention drug. Professor Luo was especially astonished. He knew the content of Shang Qingqing's assignment well. Clearly, Shang Zhen's was the core part. Although he had heard Shang Zhen was a genius, he didn't expect her to be this brilliant. Seeing Professor Luo engrossed in reading, Shang Zhen turned to the completely stunned Shang Baiqi and said, "This research outcome, I originally planned to give it to Dad to handle after completion. It has huge potential and profit and could bring good reputation. But because the finished product still has some flaws, I'm working on overcoming them. I didn't plan to bring it out so early. Dad, your momentary lapse of judgment might have ruined an opportunity to revitalize our family. Do you realize that?" She calmly and sharply pointed out the consequences. And this consequence was absolutely unbearable for Shang Baiqi. The school affairs director, watching this dramatic development, curiously asked the professor, "So can we now prove who's lying?" Professor Luo nodded. He looked at Shang Qingqing with disappointment and said, "Today's students are so cunning. If only they could use that cleverness for good purposes." Shang Qingqing lowered her head, almost biting her lip to blood. Professor Luo then turned to Shang Zhen with a serious face. "Shang student, please rest assured. Although I've seen your research content, I won't disclose it. Moreover, I suggest you apply for a patent before finding a supervisor. This is truly remarkable research." The onlookers who had witnessed this drama had varied expressions. Someone sighed, "This Shang Qingqing is ridiculous. She stole her sister's work and then acted like her sister was trying to steal from her. So young, yet so devious." Lin Xuan saw Shang Qingqing looking lost, her reputation completely ruined. She couldn't swallow this anger. Pointing at Shang Zhen, she scolded, "You're an ungrateful wretch. All these years I've fed and clothed you, and this is how you treat your sister? How can you be so cruel? It's just a half-finished product. What's wrong with giving it to your sister? Or are you just jealous of her success? Jealous that she found a good supervisor? Now you've ruined Qingqing for a mere exam. Are you happy now? Enough. Stop making a scene." Haven't we been embarrassed enough? Shang Baiqi shouted with a twisted face. If it were about anything else, Lin Xuehan might have backed down. But this concerned her precious daughter, and she couldn't tolerate it. Shang Baiqi, you coward. You just watch as Shang Zhen bullies Qingqing? Is Shang Zhen your daughter, but Qingqing isn't? Shang Zhen's actions today clearly show she doesn't consider us family. If she hadn't exposed Qingqing, wouldn't she remember our kindness when she becomes successful? If she wanted to continue this research, she didn't need to expose Qingqing. When the finished product comes out, she could have just said it was their joint research. Wouldn't that have been fine? But Shang Zhen is too selfish. For her own fame, she's willing to crush Qingqing. Such a daughter won't take care of you in the future either. Lin Xuehan's long speech seemed logical, but was also laughable. As if Shang Zhen not covering for Shang Qingqing meant she would definitely be cold-hearted to Shang Baiqi in the future. Before she could respond, the school affairs director couldn't stand it anymore. His chubby face turned serious. Madam, that's not how it works. I don't care how you raise your children, but theft is something the school must punish. Moreover, Shang Zhen's exam is very important. As an 18-year-old who skipped several grades, directly applying for the combined master's and doctoral program, Shang Zhen is the first, and the school only gave her one chance. If she doesn't pass this time, there won't be a next time. Lin Xuehan's face turned ashen. Shang Zhen smiled again. She risked exposing her research to strike at Shang Qingqing, not just to embarrass her. School Affairs Director, how will the school punish Shang Qingqing for such a mistake? Shang Zhen dared to ask, knowing her intent. Lin Xuehan suddenly took a few steps toward Shang Zhen, as if to hit her, her eyes blazing with anger. Why wouldn't I dare? Just considering the value of what Shang Qingqing stole, sending her to the police would ruin her forever. But I'm a kind person. As long as Shang Qingqing drops out and never appears before me again, I won't report her to the police. The school affairs director quickly weighed the pros and cons and quickly announced the final decision. That's right, our school can't keep someone like this. Not only stealing, but also falsely accusing others. This is already a serious character issue. Hearing this, Shang Qingqing broke down. Shang Zhen, how can you be so cruel? I'm your sister. What's wrong with taking a bit of your work? Why do you have to crush me completely? If she has a chance in the future, she would definitely make Shang Zhen suffer 10,000 times more than her humiliation today. The more she thought, the angrier she became. Suddenly, Lin Xuehan let out a strange cry and rushed toward Shang Zhen. Shang Zhen, you heartless bitch. Why don't you just die? Shang Zhen, you heartless bitch. Why don't you just die? The next second, Lin Xuehan was pulled back by Shang Baiqi. He slapped her hard across the face. Stop it. Get a hold of yourself. His face was red, and the slap was forceful, knocking Lin Xuehan to the ground. Seeing this, Shang Qingqing quickly rushed over, hugging Lin Xuehan and crying out without any hesitation, Dad, this is all my fault. Don't blame Mom. Shang Qingqing knew very well that in the Shang family, only Lin Xuehan would wholeheartedly look out for her interests. At the right moment, she had to make Lin Xuehan love her even more. Sure enough, Lin Xuehan showed a look of pity. Covering her face, she looked at Shang Baiqi with tear-filled eyes and said angrily, Fine, you actually hit me. I know you don't like me. You only married me out of responsibility. My child shouldn't have even been born into this world. Why don't you just kill us and be done with it? At this moment, a round of applause was heard. Shang Zhen walked towards Lin Xuehan step by step. With arms crossed, she looked down at Lin Xuehan. What I did today was for Shang Qingqing's own good. Look, Shang Qingqing inherited your acting skills. It's a waste for her to be in medical school. Send her to drama school instead. That won't waste her talent. Shang Qingqing's face instantly turned pale. Sister, you're going too far. Shang Zhen glanced at the helpless Shang Baiqi and kindly said to the school affairs director, I see they're very emotional. Why don't you take them to the office for some tea to calm down? I have a class, so I'll leave first. Thank you for your trouble. The school affairs director nodded repeatedly. No trouble at all. This is what I should do. Shang Zhen finally made eye contact with Shang Baiqi. Seeing his complex expression, she left without saying anything. Meanwhile, at the Feng house, Pang Qi was excitedly reporting on Shang Zhen's movements. After finishing, his admiration for Shang Zhen surpassed that of an ordinary fan. Young master, you should really check out the school forum. Although Mrs. Xiao keeps a low profile, she has inevitably become a campus celebrity. There are tons of people praising her, and her popularity is sky high. Feng Xingyan had just finished reading a document. He directly accessed Shangzhen's campus network. The first post was about Shangzhen. The original poster not only shared today's incident, but also the previous one, where Shangzhen made Yumingru cough up blood. Jia Daoqian exposed as a white lotus, coughing blood in anger. Stepmother and stepsister offline. Queen Shou steals the scene. There were pictures and evidence, even with subtitles, perfectly recreating the scene, as expected of Mai Jinjin. But how can I let my wife handle such trivial matters? I should be the one to show off. What are these students thinking about all day? Not studying properly, just wasting time on nonsense. And these posts dare to criticize Mai Jinjin. Feng Xingyan quickly registered an account and replied with several provocative comments. His arrogant and domineering attitude immediately attracted hatred, and he was attacked by everyone in the thread. One against many, Feng Xingyan coldly watched their endless counterattacks and provocations, suddenly smiling. He looked up at Pang Qi and said, "Highball University students are future elites of society. How can they indulge in such frivolous pursuits? I think this campus network is very unhealthy. We should shut it down." Hearing this, Pang Qi went to make a call with cold sweat on his forehead. A few minutes later, the campus network mysteriously crashed. Feng Xingyan showed a devilish smile. "Fighting with me? Jinjin is mine." This was the scene Shangzhen saw when she returned. Feng Xingyan seemed to be in a good mood today. Seeing her return, Feng Xingyan quickly asked everyone watching him to leave. Shangzhen flopped onto the single sofa, sinking into it, and proudly announced, "I got into the master's and doctoral program." Feng Xingyan personally poured her a cup of tea, looking very proud. "I knew you could do it." Shangzhen looked at him strangely. "I didn't know you had so much faith in me." Feng Xingyan brought a perfectly temperatured fruit milk tea to her lips. "No matter what you do, I'll always believe in you. Here, have some tea." Shangzhen took a sip from his hand. Brother really knows how to serve people. Feng Xingyan then drank from the same cup. This ambiguous indirect kiss made Shangzhen's eyes widen slightly, but she heard him laugh. Yes, brother loves to serve his sister the most, and only serves his sister. "You're my one and only treasure." Shangzhen felt she couldn't stay any longer. Feng Xingyan was killing the conversation. "I think I'll go take a shower first." Feng Xingyan nodded. "Go ahead, I've already asked someone to prepare hot water. Take your time, no rush." That strange feeling surfaced again. Shangzhen looked back at Feng Xingyan. "What's there to rush about?" But Feng Xingyan's expression seemed a bit off. After cleaning herself, Shangzhen dried off and reached for the folded pajamas. Shangzhen picked them up to look. Her previous pajamas were all very conservative and cute styles, clearly prepared by the housekeeper. But the silk spaghetti strap nightgown in front of her was a bit too much. "Isn't this seductive?" "Feng Xingyan, I want to see what you're trying to do. This must be your idea. What are you planning?" Feng Xingyan tried hard to avert his gaze, finally moving it to her face. Under the light, her pupils were more dazzling than stars. His breathing quickened. It was as if a hand gently gripped his heart. His gaze must have been entranced. "I just think you look good like this." Shangzhen raised an eyebrow, her expression unfriendly. "Because you can't touch, so you want to look? Brother, aren't you being too presumptuous?" The upward inflection made Feng Xingyan's ears burn, especially when Shangzhen called him brother. He felt a strange excitement. Was he going to turn into a pervert from being denied? Seeing Feng Xingyan close his eyes in frustration, Shangzhen bent down closer. Her long hair fell on Feng Xingyan's knees. A cool fragrance filled his nose. "You look like you're really suffering," she finally concluded. Sure enough, the next second, she was pulled into his embrace. His rapid breathing hit her ear. Feng Xingyan said awkwardly, "Don't move. Let me hold you for a while. Just for a moment." Shangzhen managed to free one hand and gently patted his back. "Calm down. If you're feeling uncomfortable, I'll go work out with you." Feng Xingyan didn't answer, but his tense body gradually relaxed under Shangzhen's gentle patting. "No need. Tomorrow I'll have the housekeeper change your pajamas back." Shangzhen nodded. She felt that everything just now was a complete disaster. She only hoped Feng Xingyan could keep pretending. Although she wasn't afraid of the virus, she definitely didn't want to taste it again. While things were sweet here, a storm was brewing elsewhere. Damn it. Why was I expelled from school while Shangzhen gets to do a master's? What's the point of living? Dad's helping Shangzhen, and grandfather won't help me. I'm just a joke. Crash. Things shattered on the floor. Lin Xuehan gently hugged Shang Qingqing, comforting her. Don't be angry, Qingqing. You still have me. How about this? Go study abroad. Now that Xiangjun has the Feng family support, it's her time to shine. Let's not confront her directly. After some time, maybe young Master Feng will tire of her. We can deal with her then. You want me to hide abroad? Shang Qingqing's voice was full of disbelief. It's not hiding, it's further education. Don't worry. Last time Xiangjun badly beat the foreign troops. The old man won't let her off. It's just not the right time to deal with Xiangjun. When the time comes, I'll call you back immediately. Hearing this, Shang Qingqing realized Xiangjun was indeed hateful. Who knows what else she might do? All right, I'll go abroad. Mom, you must make grandfather deal with Xiangjun harshly. Really teach her a lesson. Yes, Mom knows. Come, let me help you pack. Lin Xuehan promised profusely, but deep down she was worried. The only solution now was for Qingqing to make something of herself. That man had never loved her and might recognize Qingqing. A plane roared as it took off. Shang Qingqing left with Lin Xuehan's instructions and her hatred for Xiangjun. Meanwhile, Xiangjun at school seemed to sense something and looked up at the sky, suddenly showing a cold smile. When she first came back to life, she only wanted to end things quickly and get rid of this most foolish person. But now, she suddenly felt at ease. Let's play a game of cat and mouse. 1 year later, as soon as Xiangjun's figure appeared at the school gate, it was like bees swarming to honey. They all rushed over. Xiangjun, is Y39 really developed by you? You're only 19 years old. How did you do it? Who helped and inspired you? The Max 39 vaccine will benefit women worldwide. With such an achievement, will you become the next heir to the Shang family? Xiangjun, are you interested in accepting? The public has always been very interested in you. Xiangjun's bodyguards surrounded her for 2 years, breaking through the crowd to escort her to a nearby car. After getting in the car, Xiangjun imperceptibly sighed in relief. Although her face didn't show it, her eyes were much more cheerful. Pang Chi had been with her for so long that he could naturally guess a bit of her thoughts. Seeing her good mood, Pang Chi said, Miss, young master is waiting for you at the Sea-Star Villa. Today is the big day for the drugs launch. Young master wants to celebrate for you. Xiangjun was a bit puzzled. Why specifically go to Sea-Star Villa to celebrate? He's just recovered a bit, and now he's running around. Over this year, with the efforts of me and the expert team, we finally developed a drug that suppresses the K virus. Although it can't cure it completely, it can eliminate the pain caused by the virus. Except for blood, it's no longer contagious. Now Feng Xingyin is almost the same as before. But as long as the K virus isn't eliminated, we can't let our guard down. After arriving, Pang Chi didn't stay to be a third wheel. With this hesitation, Xiangjun pushed open the door. The entire room was decorated in dreamy shades of pink and light blue. Colorful balloons floated in the hall. Despite the beautiful atmosphere, he felt a bit hesitant because, as expected, there was no one else there. Are you looking for me? A magnetic male voice suddenly sounded near his ear. Xiangjun turned to look. He saw Feng Xingyin wearing a well-tailored dark blue casual suit, smiling at him. Dear sister, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Xiangjun frowned. It wasn't that he was being presumptuous, but he truly felt that when Feng Xingyin said dear sister, the emphasis was on dear. Wasn't this supposed to be a celebration for me? Why is it just you? Feng Xingyin smiled mischievously. His deep purple eyes contained a hint of threat, but his smile remained unchanged. Who else did you hope would be here? Xiangjun took half a step back, trying to maintain composure. Kuan Changxing also said he wanted to congratulate me. So, do you want to invite him too? If I wasn't afraid of hurting you, I'd really want to possess you completely. Seeing Feng Xingyin staring at him, Xiangjun felt he must really want to know. Xiangjun took the glass and drank it all in one go, very boldly. As Xiangjun's eyes showed signs of intoxication, Feng Xingyin suddenly kissed his lips. It was still a gentle touch. His breath was even hotter than the alcohol. Xiangjun suddenly felt something was off, but the alcohol had numbed his senses. He couldn't react. Plus, he trusted Feng Xingyin too much, so when he was kissed, he didn't even dodge. Today is your birthday. Xiangjun's face showed obvious regret. I can't believe I forgot. I should have prepared a gift. His thoughts were a bit confused, and so was his speech. In his previous life, he remembered Feng's mother saying that Feng Xingyin usually doesn't celebrate his birthday because he's too busy. But he has a habit. On his birthday, he would taste different kinds of alcohol. That's why he remembered. Xiangjun glumly took a sip of alcohol. He had chosen strong liquor and had already drunk several glasses. I should have prepared a gift. I'll take you somewhere. he said, pulling Feng Xingyin outside, to the bamboo garden near the old house. As soon as he mentioned the bamboo garden, Feng Xingyin knew where Xiangjun wanted to go. The bamboo garden was where Xiangjun's grandparents lived when they were alive. Later, it was said to have been burned down by someone. Perhaps Xiangjun, in his drunken state, had forgotten it was burned down. Sunlight filtered through the trees. Everything around was quiet. Xiangjun was indeed drunk. His eyes were bright and shiny. He looked at the bamboo, then at Feng Xingyin, his little head clearly lost in thought. Feng Xingyin suddenly had a feeling. Last time when Xiangjun was drugged, he was like this too. It was as if his old personality had returned. Could it be that when he's drunk, his strong personality disappears and his original personality emerges? This was your secret base when you were little. Xiangjun replied without turning back, yes. Grandfather didn't like me playing with dolls or wearing those short dresses. Feng Xingyin suddenly felt a bit sorry for him. Do you still like them now? Feng Xingyin pondered. If Xinjin still liked them, he could give him a room full of dolls and princess dresses. No. I never liked them. Xiangjun had dug up something. His eyes lit up because they were the best cover. Xiangjun smiled. He carefully dug out a small jar, his eyes full of satisfaction. I heard from Aunt Feng that you give yourself a day off on your birthday and drink alone. You've had this habit since you were young. So, the birthday gift I prepared for you is alcohol. But every birthday, you didn't want to see me. I could only bury a bottle each year, waiting for a chance to give it to you later. I started burying them when I was 9. I've buried quite a few jars. Xiangjun said with a satisfied expression, somewhat mysteriously. Do you know how much risk I took? Our family's grandfather, when he was young, suffered greatly because of alcohol. So when Dad drank and made the mistake of marrying Lin Xuehan, he was so angry. That's why I used those dolls and clothes as a cover. Last time Grandfather found out, he only scolded me a bit. Then he didn't check anymore. I successfully protected my stash. Brother, aren't I clever? Feng Xingyin looked at Xiangjun and responded tenderly. My Xinjin is the cleverest. Whether you're strong-willed or innocent and carefree, everything about you moves me. If I wasn't afraid of being tricked, I'd really want to possess you completely. Seeing Feng Xingyin staring at him, Xiangjun felt he must really want to know, so he boasted. This is wine made from fruits from the back mountain. Buried for so long, it must taste great. Let me taste it. Feng Xingyin quickly stopped him. Although these wines were well sealed, Feng Xingyin knew very well that fruit wine doesn't age well. This bottle must have gone bad. How could he let him drink it? So he quickly snatched it away. Xiangjun tilted his head, looking at him very dissatisfied. I hid it for so long. Why won't you let me drink it? Feng Xingyin paused, then said very seriously, be good and listen. If you're good, brother will tell you a secret. Okay? Be good, and brother will tell you a secret. Okay? Brother's secret. You want to know? Only telling me? Yu Mingru hasn't heard it either? Xiangjun mumbled. That sour tone. A secret only told to you. Feng Xingyin suppressed the bitterness in his eyes. If he had fallen in love with him earlier, they could have been such a happy couple. He smiled bitterly, then cheered up and said, my grandfather was very strict with me since I was little. Whenever I did something wrong, he would scold me as useless in front of the whole family. I hated him then and didn't want to talk to him until he was on his deathbed, holding my hand, entrusting me with his life's work. The principal comforted me, telling me not to be afraid. Only then did I realize his good intentions. My birthday happens to be the anniversary of my grandfather's death, so I never celebrate it. Only alcohol can help me get through that day. I've also developed the habit of drinking on my birthday. Xiangjun comforted him. Don't be sad. Don't be sad. I'll spend all your future birthdays with you. Let's make a promise. Xiangjun's big eyes stared at him for a while. Brother Yin, I've always hoped you could drink the wine I made. Under Xiangjun's hopeful gaze, Feng Xingyin found it hard to say no. Although the wine had gone bad, he tilted his head back and took a sip. He almost instinctively wanted to spit it out, but seeing Xiangjun's expectant look, he slowly swallowed that strange, sour liquid. Does it taste good? Xiangjun asked carefully. It's very good. Better than any famous domestic or foreign wine I've ever had. Xiangjun broke into a brilliant smile. That's good. Feng Xingyin then noticed the box in Xiangjun's hand and asked what it was. After Shang Jun opened the box, a blood jade thumb ring appeared. It looked like a matching pair with the jade thumb ring on Shang Jun's hand. This was given to me by grandmother before. She said since the Feng family gave a valuable token, our family should return one too. Although our family's token isn't as valuable as theirs, we can't let others look down on us. But I knew Brother Yin wouldn't accept it, so I hid it away and never took it out. Feng Xingyin quickly interrupted him, who said I wouldn't accept it. As long as it's from you, no matter what it is, I like it. Come, put it on for me. Shang Jun happily raised Feng Xingyin's hand and lowered his head to put it on. This way we've exchanged engagement tokens. I can finally marry Brother Yin. Feng Xingyin held Shang Jun in his arms, taking a happy breath. Jinjin, I will definitely try hard to survive and then marry you. I will also try hard to live. Shang Jun rested his head on his shoulder. Suddenly he said, those who wanted me dead will all die miserably in the end, because I've come back. Feng Xingyin didn't hear clearly. When he looked down, he saw that Shang Jun had already closed his eyes. Sleep well, my Jinjin. But what did he mean by come back? Jinjin, what secret are you hiding in your heart? When Shang Jun woke up, Feng Xingyin had already had his stomach pumped and looked very unwell. Shang Jun saw this and immediately frowned. What's wrong? Feng Xingyin, were you feeling unwell? Feng Xingyin saw that he didn't seem to remember. Although a bit disappointed, he still said it was nothing. Just drank some alcohol yesterday. My stomach feels a bit uncomfortable. Shang Jun was worried. He helped Feng Xingyin to the bed, then asked Pang Qi and others nearby, is it really just because of the alcohol? Pang Qi didn't dare to tell the truth. Under Shang Jun's sharp gaze, he said dryly, it's because of drinking. After young master got sick, his body became somewhat special. Dr. Yin just said that young master is not allowed to drink alcohol anymore. Only then did Shang Jun believe it, regretting that he didn't stop him. But seeing the thumb ring on Feng Xingyin's hand, he vaguely remembered last night's events. Indeed, drinking leads to mistakes. Oh God, what did I do last night? He asked others to watch over Feng Xingyin and went to the research lab himself. He really couldn't face Feng Xingyin for a while. It was too embarrassing. Arriving at the research institute, the only female expert said, our research direction is correct. But without actual test subjects, our future research will become very difficult. Shang Jun was also clear about this problem. But bringing an infected person back to the country was difficult and unrealistic. Next, we can only go directly to the main concentration area of K virus patients in Gua. Next, we will go directly to the main concentration area of K virus patients in Gua. No, I won't go. Suddenly someone objected. Shang Jun stared at him and said calmly, if you don't go, don't forget, you've signed a life and death agreement. The Feng family paid a high price to invite you here, not for you to hide behind the lines. The Feng family will also do their best to protect your safety. Even if something happens, your families will be worry-free for life. So, Li Wenxian, what exactly are you afraid of? I'd rather not take the benefits from the Feng family than go to that place to die, Li Wenxian said, seizing the opportunity. He didn't believe Shang Jun would dare to do anything to him. Shang Jun sneered. If you want to quit, you can sign a confidentiality agreement. If you think that by quitting, you can publish the results we've achieved first, then I can only say sorry to you. Li Wenxian's eyes widened. This research also includes my contributions. Why not allow it to be published? Shang Jun's demeanor suddenly turned cold. His eyes suddenly became frightening. Because I'm the decision maker here. Because my contribution is the greatest. You want to use your authority to oppress us? Someone showed a disgruntled expression, seemingly dissatisfied with Shang Jun's domineering attitude. But before they could speak, Shang Jun sneered. It seems you're very dissatisfied. After taking all the benefits, have you forgotten the contracts you signed? You're just assistants hired by the Feng family for me. Helping me research the K virus is your job. Why should I give you an extra share? What if I want to monopolize it? You can't win even if you sue me. You think I'm using my authority to oppress you? I think you're insatiable. If you don't obey, then get out. Those who obey will naturally get the best. I guarantee this in the name of Miss Feng. Everyone's expressions became complicated. With Shang Jun's words, they remembered the contracts they had signed initially. Their status here, indeed, wasn't as leaders, not even Professor Huang. As assistants, they really couldn't strongly assert their rights. After all, their status wasn't as high, and they didn't have the leading authority. After the researchers thought it through, they quickly expressed their stance. No success comes without risk. I'll go with you. Others also expressed their agreement. This left Li Wenxian isolated. He gritted his teeth and glared at those people. Don't be too short-sighted. Being the life-saving benefactor of the Feng family's heir is more useful than your so-called value. Giving a carrot after the stick, painting a pie for hungry people, Shang Jun applied these tactics skillfully. When he was wary of everyone and hardened his heart towards all, his wisdom could keep him in an invincible position. Feng Xingyin waved his hand, didn't go in, and let Pang Qi push the wheelchair away. After having his stomach pumped, he felt very uncomfortable. Not wanting to be alone, he came to find Shang Jun. Unexpectedly, he witnessed such a scene. My Jinjin thinking that for his sake he was planning to risk going to such a dangerous place. He felt unable to bear this heavy sacrifice. He couldn't let him go. How could someone so beautiful take such risks? Feng Xingyin suddenly smiled. Lock up Li Wenxian. My matters must be kept confidential. Since he doesn't want to cooperate with me, we'll have to inconvenience him. Pang Qi nodded. I'll go take care of it right away. In the evening, Shang Jun came to tell Feng Xingyin, I need to go to Manhwa for a while. The smile on Feng Xingyin's face faded. Not allowed. It's too dangerous. Shang Jun asked, don't you want to get better quickly and be with me? I remember what happened yesterday. After all, the blood jade thumb ring on your hand is so obvious. I remember saying I wanted to marry you. They say drunk words are sober thoughts. Tell me, am I really meant only for you? There was too much information in his words, leaving Feng Xingyin stunned. The next second, he felt a numbing sensation at the back of his neck. A needle was inserted there, its end still slightly trembling. Inserting a needle here can temporarily paralyze a person. A few seconds is enough. The last image Feng Xingyin saw was Shang Jun smiling and saying 4 words, remember to miss me. Feng Xingyin, have a good sleep. I must hurry to cure you. Shang Jun immediately picked up the phone and called Feng's father. I'm going to Manhwa now. Please find a way to prevent Feng Xingyin from following. Also, I need some manpower. A series of arrangements were made in an orderly manner. By the time Feng Xingyin woke up, Shang Jun and the others were already on the plane. Madam, are we going to Gilmore? Manhwa has cases of the K virus, not just in Gilmore. Why do you insist on going there? You should know that place is very remote. Shang Jun had researched. Gilmore was originally an ordinary small town until someone suddenly died vomiting blood on the street. The K virus then spread. In just 2 months, 1,000 people died. I want to go there to understand more. Moreover, in the previous life, one Shaolin found a large fortune in Gilmore. This not only made him momentarily famous, but also helped make Jiang Shang Qingqing a top socialite. If Shang Qingqing's boasting time is correct, it will happen in a few days. Last time when I was captured by Ulrich, it was said that one Shaolin leaked the information. I suspect that the fortune one Shaolin found was Ulrich's inheritance. I believe we'll soon meet one Shaolin in Gilmore. Then, we'll settle our scores slowly. Shang Jun, you didn't find Feng Xingyin, but called me here instead. Is there something? Could it be that you want to seek some excitement with me here, behind his back? Shang Jun revealed a mysterious smile. That's right, I called you here, to do something exciting together. You'll cooperate with me well, won't you? On the other side, Feng Xingyin's expression was very calm. Jinjin left. Everyone became nervous. It's not the anger they fear, but the lack of it. It seems this time they'll be killed by Mrs. Xiao. Feng Xingyin smiled grimly, with deep mockery. It wasn't clear if he was laughing at them or himself. Today's family punishment is unavoidable. The fear is that they might also be replaced. After all, the Feng family doesn't lack people. Indeed, Feng Xingyin said with a foolish smile, since you don't obey, then only a monotonous ringtone was heard. Feng Xingyin's phone rang. Whoever was calling at this time really had bad luck. Feng Xingyin stared at the phone for a while. His thin lips pressed together, then pressed again. Finally, he couldn't bear to hang up. Awake! The hateful voice of that woman came from the other side. Her voice was very cheerful, as if being able to handle him and slip away was such a proud thing. This damned woman, he really hated her. Seeing Feng Xingyin not speaking, Shang Jun wasn't afraid of him. Don't punish them. They were all tricked by me. Instead of punishing them, why not wait until I come back and punish me? You think you can run away? Feng Xingyin couldn't help but say. Then he felt a bit annoyed. Why did he respond to this heartless woman? Shang Jun sighed. Feng Xingyin, you're actually scolding me. It seems I've fallen out of favor. Feng Xingyin paused. Don't joke around. Jinjin, I really want to imprison you, so you can't go anywhere and can only stay by my side. Hearing Feng Xingyin use such a serious tone to say ambiguous words, Shang Jun laughed softly. It's precisely so that I can stay by your side in the future that I must go. I've even given you grandmother's thumb ring. If you die, who else could I marry? After saying this, he hung up the phone. Holding the hung-up phone, Feng Xingyin was clearly very angry. But the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl upwards. Shang Zhen's meaning was that he was taking such a risk so urgently in order to be with him. Such a hateful person. Why is it impossible to hate him? Feng Xingye had no way to deal with him. He dialed another number. Go prepare the plane. I'm going to Ingwa. He hung up after saying this. If she wants to take risks alone, it must be under his supervision. At this moment, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Feng Xingyin frowned. It was Li Weining. Li Weining had just reached the door when she heard Feng Xingyin say he was going to Ingwa. She almost couldn't catch her breath. Xingyin, you're going to Ingwa? Are you trying to give me a heart attack? Feng Xingyin's smile froze. Then he gritted his teeth. Xinjin, you really thought of everything. To prevent me from going to Ingwa, you even called my mom. On the other side, Miss, as per your instructions, I investigated the first K virus-infected person here. He fell ill after hunting in the forest. I sent people to check the forest, and indeed found a suspicious place. Shang Zhen and the others arrived at this cave. It seems this could very likely be the treasure left by Ulrich. Indeed, after walking for 5 or 6 minutes, they saw a renovated laboratory. There were many instruments, as well as various liquid medicines and test tubes. More importantly, there were many completely decomposed bodies on the ground, covered with blue moss that glowed in the fluorescent light. The scene before them was like something out of a horror movie, very frightening. But in Pang Long's eyes, there was not a hint of fear to be seen. At this time, someone wanted to touch the moss. Don't touch it, that's the virus crystallization, not real moss. Shangjin shouted. As soon as she spoke, everyone's bodies tensed up, staying far away from those blue things. To accumulate to the point of forming crystals, how concentrated must the K virus be here? Shangjin was also somewhat relieved. Fortunately, they were fully prepared before coming in, choosing the Empire's latest generation of precision protective suits, both lightweight and safe. Otherwise, ordinary protective suits might not have been able to withstand the charm of this place of death. It seems this place was abandoned probably because the K virus cultivation period exploded. Excessive inhalation of the virus can cause a fatal fever within 10 minutes. In such a concentrated virus environment, it's likely that both breathing and contact would cause infection. Shangjin guessed that perhaps this was why Ulrich didn't move the valuables. By the time they returned, Sikong Jing had already arrived. Seeing Shang Zhen return, his eyes flashed behind his glasses. He stood up. It's really not easy to see you, Shang Zhen. I had to come all the way to Ingwa. Tell me, why did you call me here instead of Feng Xingyin? What's the matter? Could it be that you want to seek some excitement with me here, behind his back? Shang Zhen revealed a mysterious smile. That's right. I called you here to do something exciting together. You'll cooperate with me well, won't you? I called you here to do something exciting together. You'll cooperate with me well, won't you? Shang Zhen revealed a mysterious smile. According to reliable information, Wan Shaolin will come here with very few people. And I want to take his life here. I want his life. You want his market. Our goals align. We're just each taking what we need. Seeing Shang Zhen speak so lightly, as if joking, Sikong Jin also half-jokingly said, why didn't you ask Feng Xingyin for such a good opportunity? It's said that Feng Xingyin has long had evidence of Wan Shaolin's collusion with Ulrich. Evidence of Wan Shaolin's collusion with Ulrich. But because Shang Zhen hasn't made a move, he's probably giving him a chance to deal with Wan Shaolin personally. Shang Zhen shook her head. Although Feng Xingyin is indeed special to me, and he now grants my every request, who knows about the future? I need to leave myself an escape route. Sikong Jin was a bit confused by what he heard, but understood the last sentence. So, you want me to be your escape route? Shang Zhen nodded solemnly. If something happens, it would be best if you could give me a way out. If nothing happens, I'm not afraid of giving you an advantage. The Feng family is already prosperous. Wan Shaolin is just icing on the cake for Feng Xingyin. For you, though it's not exactly a lifesaver, it's definitely a timely opportunity, most suitable. Sikong Jin narrowed his eyes. Shang Zhen, can I ask you a question? You say Feng Xingyin is special. What's so special about him? If we don't consider wealth, just looks and age and such, he believes he's not inferior to Feng Xingyin. Why? Why? Feng Xingyin is just special. Even if he loses, he needs a reason. Shang Zhen was stunned, then said calmly, perhaps because he was the first one I liked. And I've liked him for so many years. Liking someone becomes a habit. Liking him has exhausted my greatest courage. So apart from him, I can't and don't have the energy to accept anyone else. Seeing Sikong Jin's smile gradually disappear, Shang Jun smiled instead. Didn't you not smoke before? Why are you smoking now? Sikong Jin looked at the cigarette in his hand and said self-mockingly, probably because of a troublesome person. Meanwhile, Wan Shaolin suddenly received news. You say Shang Jun is also in Gilmore City, and Feng Xingye didn't come with her? The assistant trembled a bit. Yes, Shang Jun has been going to the forest frequently lately. It said she discovered a strange cave. Could it be the treasure left by Ulrich? This is the wealth I plan to use to appease Wan Heng. Wan Shaolin's pupils contracted. He remembered what Wan Heng had said to him. I didn't know you were so capable, going to the sea once and offending the Feng family's ruler. If I don't see money this week, then you don't need to be the general manager anymore. The more Wan Shaolin thought about it, the angrier he became. Wan Heng is very dissatisfied with me now. I finally found out the treasure is in Gilmore. I can't let Shang Jun get there first. I need to eliminate her quickly. Have someone keep a close eye on Shang Jun. If she goes to the forest again, report to me immediately. Sure enough, not long after, Shang Jun came to the cave again. Wan Shaolin followed. Follow me in. I brought over 20 people. Shang Jun only has 10. Dealing with her will be as easy as turning over my hand. At Shang Jun's command, her people all hid inside the cave. After Wan Shaolin entered the cave, dozens of guns were instantly pointed at him. What's going on? Are these Shang Jun's people? Didn't she only bring 10 people? There are at least 30 people here. I've been tricked by Shang Jun. At this moment, a voice came from the side. Long time no see. How have you been lately, young Master Wan? When Shaolin finally realized who it was, he shouted somewhat out of control, Sikong Jin, it's actually you. Sikong Jin, do you really want to help Shang Jun kill me? Do you know what's behind this cave? Inside is the wealth left by Ulrich, with a total value exceeding 10 billion. To prevent any leaks, if you kill me, there's no guarantee he won't eliminate you too. Wan Shaolin forced himself to calm down and said through gritted teeth, that's our business. No need for young master want to worry. Sikong Jin's smile was somewhat cold. Just as Wan Shaolin was about to move, the people behind him raised their guns, aiming at him. Shang Jun, I have no grudge against you. Why are you doing this to me? No grudge? Are you sure? Shang Jun counted on her fingers. When we first met, you threatened to send me to prison. Later, you had Ulrich kidnap me. Just now you wanted to kill me. Wan Shaolin suddenly felt scared and took a step back. He signaled to one of his men. If they could capture Shang Jun, they still had a chance. I advise you not to act rashly, Shang Jun said to the people around him. Do you think Wan Shaolin is still worth risking your lives for? If you put down your guns and come over, I'll spare you. I'm only giving you one chance. One of Wan Shaolin's men stepped back. I don't want to die. He then threw away his gun, ignoring Wan Shaolin's furious gaze. Where there's one, there'll be a second. Such a simple math problem anyone can solve. Wan Shaolin was forced to gasp for air. Shang Jun, Sikong Jin, do you really want to do this? If I die, the Wan family won't let you off. Seeing him retreat repeatedly, Shang Jun said sympathetically, you think I dare not? Wan Shaolin finally lowered his noble head. I'll never dare to touch you again. Don't kill me. You can have anything you want. Do you want money or power? Just don't kill me. He looked extremely humble now, but Shang Jun remained unmoved. You know, I once begged you like this too. In my past life, when Wan Shaolin caught me, I thought death awaited me, but he made me wish for death instead. Shang Jun, you've caused us so much trouble. Killing you would be too easy. Wan Shaolin stared at him, smiling coldly. That person's son got infected with the K virus due to his recklessness. There are no such cases in the country yet. If we inject him, wouldn't he be a perfect live test subject? Shang Qingqing got excited upon hearing this. The K virus? Great! Then we can release him later. If he infects more people, wouldn't we have more test subjects? Even if he doesn't infect others, he won't live past a month. Sounds interesting. Shang Jun lowered her head to grab Wan Shaolin's pants. His fingers were pale, as if they'd break with a pinch. I'm useful. I'm much more useful than Shang Qingqing. Keep me alive. I can create more value. Don't kill me, please. Ha ha ha. Brother, did you hear that? He's begging you. So, our proud Miss Shang Jun can beg too. Shang Qingqing mimicked Shangjin's tone. Her expression turned fierce as she coldly laughed and kicked Shangjin down. What's there to beg for? Weren't you so proud? Weren't you so capable? Why don't you run? Why don't you cause more trouble? You bitch! Wan Shaolin smiled as he watched Shang Qingqing vent. Seeing you like this, I actually feel a bit sorry for you. What a terrible sympathy. Amidst Shang Zhen's piercing screams, the syringe was violently jabbed into his shoulder. He couldn't resist, could only watch as the drug slowly disappeared, his consciousness gradually sinking into despair. Wan Shaolin stared at Shang Zhen. When did you ever kneel and beg me? Shang Zhen's smile remained unchanged. Perhaps in a dream. Farewell, young Master Wan. Shang Qingqing is next. Just as he pulled the trigger, someone suddenly shouted, "Young Master, run!" At that moment, Shang Zhen suddenly realized something and rushed towards Sikong Jin. Then a loud boom was heard, and the entire cave began to shake. En explosion, Feng Xingyin wasn't supposed to come in, but hearing the explosion, he felt inexplicably anxious. Ignoring the obstacles, he forced his way in. Where are they? At this time, Pang Chi pointed with trembling fingers at the flooded cave. I'm afraid Madam and Sikong Jin are still inside. You go get treated first. I'll handle this. Jinjin, please don't let anything happen to you. Wait for me. Don't move. I'm hurting you. Bear with it. It'll be over soon. Sikong Jin's voice was a bit hoarse. His hand accidentally touched some places it shouldn't. Shang Zhen, you're bleeding. Why did you run to save me? Shang Zhen felt her injuries were severe. There was no way to treat them here. They could only wait for rescue. So she lay weakly on Sikong Jin, preparing to rest her eyes. But Sikong Jin panicked. With such severe injuries, if she fell asleep, she might never wake up. Shang Zhen, how are you? Don't sleep. Shang Zhen was gently shaken and almost coughed up blood. Sikong Jin's voice rang in her ears, making her head throb. Don't talk. It's noisy. At this moment, the satellite phone on Shang Zhen rang. My hand is stuck. Help me take it out, Shang Zhen said. It was probably someone calling from outside. They needed to establish contact quickly to get rescue. If I hadn't pushed Sikong Jin away just now, he might have been killed in the blast. I called him here. I can't let anything happen to him. The phone is under my waist. Sikong Jin's feelings were complicated at this moment. In the darkness, he couldn't see, so his other senses became more intense. This was the first time he had been so close to the woman he liked. It seems to be stuck. Shang Zhen shifted a bit, but as she moved, she pressed on Sikong Jin's hand. He accidentally pressed the answer button. Don't move. I'm hurting you. Bear with it. It'll be over soon. Sikong Jin's voice was somewhat hoarse. Feng Xingyin's face turned green. He couldn't stand it anymore and snatched Pang Chi's phone. What are you doing? Damn it. Sikong Jin, you dare touch her? Just try it. The two froze. Shang Zhen asked Sikong Jin, did you hit the answer button? Hearing Feng Xingyin's voice, Sikong Jin felt instantly annoyed. Jealous? He saved me, and now he's in my arms. Be careful when moving the rocks. Don't hurt him. Shang Zhen rolled her eyes. You're really bored. Sikong Jin grunted. He rarely had time alone with Shang Zhen, and Feng Xingyin had to chase after them. Wasn't it said that Feng Xingyin hadn't been seen for almost a year? Why couldn't he just stay at home this time? After saying this, he abruptly hung up the phone. Even through the rocks, they could feel the rage erupting like lava outside. Hurry up and move these rocks. Shang Zhen, you annoying woman, I won't let anything happen to you. Time ticked by slowly. Finally, Sikong Jin saw a glimmer of light. We found them, Feng Xingyin exclaimed. Jinjin, what happened to her? Sikong Jin had no time to care about much else now. Quickly, take her to the hospital. She's lost too much blood and fainted. Sikong Jin wasn't badly injured. His subordinate said, Young Master, Wan Shaolin's remaining 3 men have been detained. They've been checked and are fine. What should we do with them? Take them back for now. His subordinate lowered his voice. Young Master, I saw Wan Shaolin escape to the laboratory. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be infected with the K virus. He's no longer a threat. We can make our move after we return this time. But the Feng family caused too much commotion today. Since we got what we wanted, why don't we leave first? The local government is watching this area. Sikong Jin hesitated for a long moment. Finally, a bitter smile appeared on his lips. All right, we'll leave first. Let Feng Xingyin clean up this mess himself. When Xiangjun woke up, several days had passed. Outside the window, the fiery sun was slowly sinking. Judging by the buildings, they were still in Gilmer City, England. "You're awake." Feng Xingyin's voice came with some joy. But the moment he looked over, it turned to anger. "You woman, always hindering me from coming to England. You said you'd take care of yourself. Look at the state you're in. Are you feeling unwell?" He quickly poured Xiangjun a glass of water, which she obediently drank. Although the wound hurt a bit, she couldn't let Feng Xingyin worry anymore. "Dear brother, as long as you're not angry with me, I'll recover immediately. So, don't be angry anymore." "Okay, dear brother, as long as you're not angry with me, I'll recover immediately. So, don't be angry anymore, okay?" When Xiangjun's usually cold tone softened, it couldn't be associated with being cute and sweet. But she managed to do it to this extent. Feng Xingyin's heart was already bubbling. His mouth twitched, unable to suppress it. He could only sigh. "I'm really defeated by you. I'll tell someone to make you some porridge." At this moment, the thoroughly subdued young Master Feng was feeding porridge to Xiangjun because her hands were inconvenienced. When Zhuqi went in, once Shaolin had disappeared. Feng Xingyin nodded. Zhuqi checked. After the explosion, several cracks appeared in the cave. Behind the cracks were naturally formed caverns. He must have escaped through the crevices. But Zhuqi found some blood traces. Tests confirmed it was one Shaolin's blood, and it's certain he's infected with the K virus. Xiangjun smiled. "Then there's nothing to worry about. Infected with the K virus, he's doomed. The only thing to worry about now is one Shaolin spreading the news about me getting the treasure. I discovered Wuli Kezi's legacy. I don't want to hand it over to anyone." She had no choice but to look expectantly at Feng Xingyin. Her gaze made Feng Xingyin feel very pleased. He smiled mysteriously. "With me here, don't worry. If we can't take it away, we'll sell it here. England has the world's largest underground market. I can help you sell it. When I came this time, I specially arranged 5 cargo planes as cover. We can use them to transport the seized goods. We'll claim they're goods obtained from AO last time and sell them. Many people know about me getting goods from AO, but no one dares to say much." Xiangjun smiled. "That solves the problem. Turning the items into money and depositing it into an account is the safest." She raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at Feng Xingyin. "Then we'll split it 80 to 20. You get 28%. Xiangjun spoke like a businesswoman. Her attempt to bargain with him was really amusing. Feng Xingyin couldn't help but curl his lips. "Whatever you say is fine," he casually replied. Seeing Xiangjun's eyes light up instantly, he kissed her deeply. "Xinjun, don't leave me again." "Okay," Feng Xingyin said. "I'm sorry. As long as my enemies are not eliminated, I can't make any promises to you." Days later, Wuli Kezi's legacy was finally all purchased by the English government. The English government even held a banquet to welcome Feng Xingyin. At this time, a woman squeezed through. "Hello, Feng Shang. My name is Sanfrey. I wonder if I have the honor to have a drink with you." Sanfrey looked at Feng Xingyin with slightly raised eyebrows. "Young Master Feng, my father wants to enter the sea country market. He's always wanted to find a sea country partner. I wonder if you have." Seeing Feng Xingyin getting a bit impatient, Miss Sanfrey, to avoid him offending people with his first words, Xiangjun had to intercept Sanfrey, smiling and saying, "Our young master already has a companion tonight." This double entendre, Sanfrey naturally understood. She critically scanned Xiangjun. She revealed a flirtatious smile. "Little sister, you look very thin. Can you serve young Master Feng well? Big sister can teach you many things. With such a beautiful sister as company, it must be more fun." "Little sister, you look very thin. Can you serve young Master Feng well? Big sister can teach you many things. With such a beautiful sister as company, it must be more fun." Sanfrey's gaze at Xiangjun was somewhat ambiguous. Fearing this woman was indiscriminate, Feng Xingyin quickly pulled Xiangjun behind him. "You should switch to a stronger perfume when going out in the future. Otherwise, it can't cover up your smell at all. Please stay away from me." After saying this, he left with Xiangjun, not caring how spectacular Sanfrey's expression was. Xiangjun shook her head. "Your mouth is really..." Suddenly, a commotion arose. Everyone looked over. It was the host of the banquet. An old black man dressed like a king, in magnificent attire, walked in. His name was Noro Cash, the richest man in all of England, with a lofty status. Without his support, the local government wouldn't have been able to come up with so much money at once. After all, fund allocation is no small matter. "Hello, Mr. Feng. You're the youngest family head I've ever seen." Feng Xingyin was quite respectful to him because his grandfather had some connection with him. "The last time I saw you, you were a 6 or 7-year-old child. Now you're a family head in your own right. Back then, your grandfather was always worried you couldn't bear the burden of the Feng family, so he was especially strict with you. I'm very sorry your grandfather can't see you as you are today. After chatting for a while, Noro Cash patted Feng Xinyan's shoulder, expressing his regret. Feng Xingyan also comforted him a bit. The two talked pleasantly. Let me introduce you. This is my granddaughter Sadiara. She's only a few years younger than you. She's very interested in your sea country culture. You're both young people. You can communicate more. After they finished talking, Noro Cash scanned Shangzhen with a scrutinizing gaze. That gaze carried some disapproval, but in the end, he didn't say it outright. You're the adopted daughter of the Feng family. Indeed, a beautiful girl. Although these words weren't strange at all, Shangzhen keenly sensed unfriendliness. She nodded. I didn't expect you to know about me. I'm honored. Her neither humble nor arrogant attitude won the favor of those around. But Noro Cash frowned imperceptibly, said a few casual words, and left. On the other side, Noro Cash hugged Samfrey. Then the old man stared at Sadiara. Sadie, what's going on? Why aren't you chatting with Feng? Sadiara finally said, Grandpa, as you can see, Mr. Feng has a very outstanding female companion. They look very much in love. I don't want to break them up. Noro Cash showed a mocking smile. Child, they are not a good match. They're not suitable to be together. Only you can get such a husband. As he spoke, he sighed again. Grandpa has no choice. I'm old, and my children are all grown up. Your father died early. Who can protect you after I die? I can only find you a powerful husband. You have no choice. Sadiara lowered her head. Yes, Grandpa. I'll follow your arrangements. Only then did Noro Cash smile with satisfaction. Good girl. You don't need to do anything. I'll have them stay here tonight. I'll arrange everything for you then. As night fell, the white butler arranging the rooms said, This is Mr. Feng's room. Your guards will be arranged in the rooms to your left and right. As for Miss Shang, she will also be staying in a presidential suite of the same standard. The implication was that his arrangement didn't mistreat Shangzhen. Feng Xingyan frowned, clearly about to speak. Shangzhen quickly grabbed him. Very good. We're very satisfied with your arrangement. Let's leave it at that. I'll send my brother in. You wait for me outside for a moment. Saying this, she pulled Feng Xingyan into the room. As soon as the door closed, Feng Xingyan pressed Shangzhen against the wall. He hugged her tightly. I want to sleep with you. When he said this, his voice sounded a bit aggrieved. You came here without a word. I couldn't rest well during that time. I've only slept well these past 2 days. Now you're leaving me again. Shangzhen was extremely helpless. Since I'm your sister, it's best not to do anything too inappropriate. If you really don't accept others' advances, I'll come over later. Only then did Feng Xingyan smile happily. He tightened his arms and kissed Shangzhen. Smelling her scent, he said in a deep voice, Then come over early. I'll change your bandages. Time quickly approached midnight. Feng Xingyan anxiously waited for Shangzhen. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Feng Xingyan hurried to open it, but he saw a strangely dressed woman. Her hand loosened the bathrobe, which slid down, revealing a voluptuous and seductive body, enough to make one's blood boil. Mr. Feng, let me stay here tonight. This woman turned out to be Sadiara. Sadiara had also just bathed before coming. Her hair still a bit wet, not completely dry. On the 100th floor, the neon lights below seemed very distant. The starry sky could be seen outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Shangzhen looked at the sky, then at the ground, thinking the scenery was really nice. I didn't expect it to be so beautiful here. I've never been able to travel properly before. Going out for a walk, this time can be considered a trip abroad, Shangzhen said with a smile. But her light-hearted voice made Feng Xingyan's heart particularly sour. When I'm better, wherever you want to go, I'll take you there. Shangzhen nestled in his arms and chuckled softly. What are you joking about? In your current condition, how can you go anywhere? And at this moment, there was a sudden knock at the door. It was Noro Cash's granddaughter who had come. Feng Xingyan could guess with his toes what Noro Cash was up to. Damn it, Zhenjin had to witness this. Shangzhen smiled and pushed Feng Xingyan. We're still on someone else's turf. We didn't bring many people. Don't offend them with just one sentence. Then what do you suggest? Shangzhen glanced at Feng Xingyan, surprised at how obedient he was. Just make her give up, and don't let her know I'm here. We siblings still need to maintain some reputation. But Feng Xingyin was thinking about reputation. He wished the whole world knew you were his woman. He snorted and said, "Come in." Shang Zhen obediently shrank under the covers, hiding herself. Sadiara's expression was hesitant, but when the door opened, she still walked in. "Do you need something?" There was a lump on Feng Xingyin's bed. If Sadiara didn't know what Feng Xingyin was doing before she came in, she would have lived all these years in vain. She had thought Feng Xingyin was faithful. Thinking this, she no longer felt guilty about interfering. She slowly straightened her back. "Mr. Feng, can I spend this night with you?" A flash of disgust passed through Feng Xingyin's eyes. "Is this the upbringing of your Pusiniti family?" He had tried to be as euphemistic as possible, but it was still hurtful. Sadiara's face turned ugly. "Let's be frank, Mr. Feng. You should understand that among all the girls at tonight's banquet, no one is more suitable to marry you than me. In terms of family, Grandpa said that as long as you choose me, I will marry into the Feng family with 30% of the shares in his hands. Not to mention other cooperation and benefits. In terms of looks, I'm mixed race. Although I don't have fair skin, my appearance is not bad." Feng Xingyin sneered. Although he hadn't gone out for a year, it didn't mean his information wasn't up to date. "First, your father is dead. Because you're favored by Noro cash, your uncles have long been displeased with you. Even if marrying you could bring some benefits, compared to offending the future head of the Pusiniti family, it's not worth it. Second, your grandfather is no longer the glorious family head he once was. The shares in his hands, how much has he secretly distributed this past year? I know it all. So how much value he can bring me is still up for discussion. Third, I'm not interested in you. Most importantly, my heart already belongs to someone else." Sadiara was repeatedly beaten back by Feng Xingyin's words. She didn't expect Feng Xingyin to know so much about their family while in Sea City. He was indeed a formidable opponent. "What if I don't ask you to marry me?" Sadiara gritted her teeth. She suddenly said, "I'll be your mistress, give you shares, and you protect me." Feng Xingyin raised an eyebrow. "Why sell your body? Can't it just be a simple business cooperation?" Sadiara shook her head. "I don't trust men's words. I trust more in conquering them with my body." The bridge of transaction built with flesh. As she spoke, her hand loosened and her bathrobe slid down, revealing a voluptuous and seductive body, enough to make one's blood boil. "Mr. Feng, let me stay here tonight. Mr. Feng, let me stay here tonight." Her hand loosened and her bathrobe slid down, revealing a voluptuous and seductive body, enough to make one's blood boil. But Feng Xingyin immediately turned his head away. "What are you doing? Put your clothes back on." Shang Zhen poked her head out to look, but Feng Xingyin pushed her back. "What are you looking at? You can only look at me." Sadiara felt a bit hurt. She didn't expect Feng Xingyin to still refuse even after she had gone this far. "Is it for that woman in your bed?" "Mr. Feng, why are you pretending? You were just flirting with your adopted sister earlier. Now you're with another woman. I've offered myself, yet you're still acting reserved. Or do you have some kind of cleanliness obsession? Only accepting one woman per night? That cleanliness sounds a bit ironic." Feng Xingyin couldn't hold back anymore. "Are you that desperate for a man?" His words deeply humiliated Sadiara. Seeing that Feng Xingyin was about to say more, potentially making another enemy, Shang Zhen hugged him under the covers. Then she slowly emerged. Indeed, it was better to let people gossip a bit than to offend them. Shang Zhen, Sadiara. The one emerging from under the covers was... Sadiara immediately widened her eyes, then felt shame and embarrassment. But her pride wouldn't allow her to just run out. She forced herself to stay calm, picked up her clothes piled at her feet, and put them on. She said casually, "So that's how it is. It seems I misunderstood, Mr. Feng." Shang Zhen said helplessly, "You're right. Tonight was just a misunderstanding, Miss Pusiniti. You didn't see me tonight, and I didn't see you. How's that? It should save some face for both of us." Sadiara nodded with pale lips, then gathered her clothes and prepared to leave. But before leaving, she remembered her grandfather's instructions. Grandfather had repeatedly urged her to succeed. She looked at Shang Zhen. "Are you really in that kind of relationship? If so, why use the sibling identity? The reasons behind this can't be explained in a few words." Shang Zhen sighed. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around Feng Xingyin's neck and offered her sweet kiss. The moment she leaned in, Feng Xingyin reflexively dropped his standoffish attitude. He held her in his arms, accepting her kiss naturally, yet dominantly. "Now do you understand?" Shang Zhen hung on Feng Xingyin, looking back at Sadiara. Sadiara finally stepped back, saying nothing and quickly leaving through the door. The room became quiet once again. Feng Xingyin flipped over, swiftly pinning Shang Jun beneath him. "What are you doing?" Shang Jun asked calmly. Feng Xingyin's body grew increasingly hot. "Jinjin, I think I'm losing control a bit." Shang Jun narrowed her eyes. "Is that so? Then I'll let you hold me a bit longer." "Jinjin, if I recover, will you really marry me?" Shang Jun chuckled softly. "We'll talk about the future later." "No." Feng Xingyin glared at her stubbornly, then changed his words. "I was just joking with you. In fact, who else could you have besides me? Don't even think about it." But the next day, Feng Xingyin received some annoying news. "Are you sure you didn't get it wrong?" Wan Shaolin not only returned to the country, but also personally came to the old house to invite me and Jinjin to the Wan family's banquet. "Are you sure you didn't get it wrong?" Wan Shaolin not only returned to the country, but also personally came to the old house to invite me and Jinjin to the Wan family's banquet, and he looked normal, not at all like someone infected with the K virus. Shang Jun listened on the side. Her expression gradually darkened. Could those people be indestructible cockroaches? Wan Shaolin. Anyone who passed through that virus-leaking lab couldn't possibly avoid infection. Moreover, they found blood that Wan Shaolin had coughed up. He was clearly infected, so how could he appear normal? After hanging up the phone, seeing Shang Jun's unhappiness, Feng Xingyin quickly said, "No matter what he's planning, don't worry. You still have me. I have evidence of his collusion with Ulrika, enough to bring him down." Shang Jun shook her head. "I'm just wondering what's the purpose of inviting us to the banquet. He definitely has ill intentions. We just won't go." Shang Jun suddenly sighed. "I feel it won't be that simple. His action is very crazy. I think he's gone a bit mad." Wan Shaolin had truly gone mad. "Check again." "You must have checked wrong." Wan Shaolin hysterically grabbed a doctor. "Young Master Wan, this can't be wrong. You have indeed contracted the K virus." As soon as he finished speaking, Wan Shaolin viciously kicked him down. "How is this possible? How can this be?" Wan Shaolin found it absurd no matter how he thought about it. He was perfectly fine and had successfully left Gimel City, even taking a commercial flight back. How could he have contracted the virus? People infected with the virus would have a high fever for 3 days and severe body pain, right? Forget about returning to Bo. He shouldn't even be able to come down the mountain. Although he passed through the virus-leaking lab, apart from coughing up some blood, he was fine. He looked at the doctor lying on the ground, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Why should he die while these insects were living well? Swept by Wan Shaolin's gaze, the doctor didn't dare to cry out. He endured the intense pain, crawling at Wan Shaolin's feet with pleading eyes. Young master, please don't kill me. I will absolutely keep my mouth shut." His pale face was covered in cold sweat, almost wetting his eyes. "My daughter was just born. My wife has been sickly since childhood. I can't die. Young master, please give me a chance. I absolutely won't tell anyone." Wan Shaolin stared at him for a while. Finally, he neither cried nor laughed, as if accepting reality. He asked softly, "If I'm really infected, why don't I have any symptoms?" Seeing Wan Shaolin's calm tone, the doctor hurriedly said flatteringly, "Young master, you must have a naturally special constitution, immune to the virus. You're a virus carrier, but not completely immune. That is to say, you can infect others, but you won't be harmed by the virus yourself. As long as you're careful not to infect others, you can still live a normal life." The doctor's hurried words made Wan Shaolin laugh. "I can still live a normal life like this?" A bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, he lunged at the doctor, biting hard on his neck. Blood immediately appeared. "There, now you're infected too. Come live a normal life with me." The doctor's eyes instantly turned red. "Why did you do this to me? Why did you harm me?" But he only managed to hit twice. Before collapsing with a high fever, his body curling up, Wan Shaolin suddenly felt a strange sense of pleasure. He felt like a king. In the world of the virus, he was the ruler. He could decide who lives and who dies. He wanted to go to the Haisheng experimental shell. He wanted to let those people know that he, Wan Shaolin, was still fine. On the day of the banquet, not a single person came to the luxurious villa in the suburbs. For the already insane Wan Shaolin, this was like a harsh slap, and the butler's next words dealt him a fatal blow. He heard that the old master had just secretly contacted Lin Xuehan, but no one knew what was said. A cold smile appeared on Wan Shaolin's lips. "Now that I'm no longer useful, they kick me aside and think of that daughter they didn't want before." Sure enough, Wan Heng's call came through. Wan Heng's tone was very disgusted. He got straight to the point. "You said you'd bring back money after going to England. But where's the money? Now you're even holding banquets. It seems your mind is no longer clear. The Wan family doesn't need an unclear-minded heir. so don't call me father anymore. Wan Shaolin was stunned for a moment, then sneered. If it weren't for his old flame and that stupid daughter, I wouldn't have offended Shang. To think I've fallen so low. Now you treat me like this? Very well, Wan Heng. Why don't you just die? Wan Heng had originally expected Wan Shaolin to beg for mercy, just like before. Hearing such words suddenly, he widened his eyes in shock. You dare speak to me like this? Why wouldn't I dare? All these years I've been your slave, and this is how you treat me? Fine, if you won't let me live well, I'll make sure your lineage ends completely. With that, Wan Shaolin hung up forcefully. By now, his expression had become deranged, frightening the butler beside him. Under the butler's somewhat terrified gaze, he made a phone call. He said some terrible things. My game time is over. Now tie up Shang Qingqing and do whatever you want. Then send me the video. Wait for my next order to kill her. After hanging up, Wan Shaolin stared at the butler obsessively. For a long time, the butler's legs trembled. Seeing that Wan Shaolin wanted to kill the old master's only daughter, he had an urge to inform on him. What are you thinking? Are you thinking of betraying me? Wan Shaolin's voice was eerie. No, I wouldn't dare, young master. I absolutely don't have such thoughts. The butler's heart skipped a beat. He blurted out these words, almost kneeling down. But Wan Shaolin laughed hoarsely. Keep the food warm. The banquet will still continue. Since they didn't come at noon, let's change it to a dinner party. Wan Shaolin sneered. Since the evidence has been handed to the police, they should come for me once the arrest warrant is issued. It seems I can only delay as much as possible. Since you all want to drive me to death, then none of you should live. I planted a bomb here. If you take one more step, I'll press it. We'll all die together. With you all accompanying me in death, I won't be lonely. Jinjin, after today, you'll never see Wan Shaolin again. He'll either rot in jail or die. There's no third outcome. Shangjin finally felt relieved. Although it was a pity she couldn't kill him herself, this ending was good too. It saved any further complications. At this moment, Shangjin's phone rang. The number was Shang Baiqi's. He frowned and pressed the answer button. To Shangjin's surprise, it was Wan Shaolin's voice on the other end. His voice showed no trace of hatred, eerily calm. Wan Shaolin? Shangjin sat up immediately. You've captured my father? Wan Shaolin chuckled softly. I sincerely invited you to attend the banquet, but you didn't come. I had no choice but to resort to this. What do you want? Shangjin's face was ice cold. What do I want? I want you to attend the banquet. To be honest, I know I'll be taken by the police today. So before I go, I want to have one last moment of glory. If you don't come, it's good to have someone die with me before I go. Although he seemed to know nothing, oblivious to everything, pitifully stupid. Enough, Shangjin frowned. I'll come, but how can I ensure my father's safety? Don't worry, as long as you show up, I'll release Shang Baiqi in front of everyone. So you should invite some people too. The people of Haizhong City are such cowards. Afraid of the wind, not a single family member is willing to come. I am Trudi Hurt. As long as Feng Xingyin comes, I believe those small-timers will appear too. 7 p.m. tonight. We'll meet without fail. He hung up after saying this. Wan Shaolin, I've already lured Shang Baiqi here for you. When will you release my Qingqing? Please, Qingqing is my only child. Wan Shaolin couldn't be bothered with him. When everything is settled, I'll naturally release her. Shangjin looked at the phone, deep in thought. I feel Wan Shaolin is very strange. If he knows he'll be arrested today, why is he still insisting on holding the banquet? Perhaps he doesn't want to live and wants to harm me before he dies. Feng Xingyin snorted. Then you'd better not go. I'll send people to rescue your father. He'll be fine. Shang Jun shook his head. Wan Shaolin is clearly not in his right mind. No matter how capable your people are, I'm afraid they won't be able to save my father before Wan Shaolin reacts. We might as well go ourselves. I'm also curious how he managed to return from England. He paused, looking at Feng Xingyin. I'm sorry for involving you in this risk. Feng Xingyin raised an eyebrow, smiling boldly. If you're really sorry, why not give me a kiss? Shang Jin smiled. Can't you be serious? He was still very worried. Don't worry, it's good to go find him. We'll surround the place, preventing his escape. At night, in Wan Shaolin's suburban villa, when Shang Jin entered, the hall was already full of people. Shang Jun scanned the crowd and spoke directly to Wan Shaolin, who approached him. I'm here. Where's my father? One sentence startled everyone present. It seemed the Feng family wasn't here for the banquet, but for revenge, because Wan Shaolin had captured Shang Jin's father. Wan Shaolin's smile didn't change a bit. He clapped his hands, and someone brought Shang Baiqi out. Shang Baiqi didn't seem to have suffered much, just shocked and a bit dazed. When he saw Shang Jun, He walked towards him like finding a pillar of support. But Feng Xingyin stepped forward to block him. His right-hand man took Shang Baiqi aside, checking him thoroughly before allowing him near Shangzhen. Seeing Feng Xingyin being so cautious, a glint flashed in Wan Shaolin's eyes. After the inspection, the right-hand man nodded to Feng Xingyin. Only then did Feng Xingyin snort. "Let's go," he said, pulling Shangzhen, ready to leave. "Want to leave?" Wan Shaolin suddenly spoke, smiling at Shangzhen. "I've planted bombs here. If you take one more step, I'll press the button. We'll all die together. With you accompanying me in death, I won't be lonely." "Damn it, Wan Shaolin wants to blow us up? Bastard, you'll go to hell for this." "Quiet." Wan Shaolin revealed a remote control. "One more noise, and I'll press it immediately." "What do you want?" Shangzhen remained calm. "What do I want? I want money. Yurik's inheritance was rightfully mine, but you bitch, took it away. With money, the capital chain could be completed. That bastard Wan Heng wouldn't have abandoned me, and I wouldn't have to go to jail. But you ruined everything." As he spoke, Wan Shaolin's gaze grew increasingly fierce. Shangzhen laughed coldly. "In my view, how are you any different from that old man Wan Heng? Discarding when there's no value left. Aren't you used to this method too? Or is it that when you're the one being discarded, you feel wronged and can't accept it?" "Shangzhen, you're deliberately provoking me. You think what I'm holding is a toy. If they die, it'll be your fault." Wan Shaolin didn't miss a chance to blame Shangzhen at this moment. Shangzhen sneered. "Begging a madman for mercy is as ridiculous as asking a butcher to put down his knife. Even if I die, I won't beg you again. Not even a single word." Wan Shaolin's expression turned eerie. "Fine, just come over here, and I'll give you the remote control. I know Feng Xingyin's people are trying to find the bombs. It will take some time." Feng Xingyin held Shangzhen's hand tightly. "Don't go. Even if there's an explosion, we won't be harmed. When we came in, we already scanned with devices. If there were a lot of explosives, we would have detected them before entering. But the alarm didn't go off. It proves that the explosives Wan Shaolin planted are minimal, too little to be detected. Plus, we're all wearing bulletproof vests. But going over there is different. What if Wan Shaolin has strapped explosives to himself, intending to die together with Zhenjin?" Seeing Shangzhen hesitate, Wan Shaolin voluntarily took off his jacket. "Don't worry, I have nothing on me. I just want to talk to you. Didn't you say you were very interested in the K virus? Don't you want to know how I passed through that laboratory without getting infected?" Shangzhen's eyes lit up slightly, seeing that Wan Shaolin didn't seem to be hiding anything. "I'll go over." Shangzhen looked back at Feng Xingyin. Seeing he wouldn't let go, she had to stand on tiptoe, whispering in his ear, "The reason I came back, besides my father, is mainly to find out why he wasn't infected. Perhaps he's the key to me conquering the virus. Your body is getting more painful day by day. Don't think I don't know. I must go." Feng Xingyin's heart felt like it was being squeezed. He widened his eyes, then Shangzhen broke free. He instinctively reached for Shangzhen's clothes, tugged once, then slowly let go. Because Shangzhen was glaring at him, she really had to go. Meanwhile, Wan Shaolin's blood was boiling. His gaze, somewhat fiery, swept over Shangzhen's neck. He thought her scent must be much more delicious than that doctor's the other day. "I've come over. Give me the remote." Wan Shaolin held the remote, but didn't immediately hand it over. Instead, he smiled and said, "Before I give it to you, I want to tell you the secret of the K virus. Do you want to hear it?" Shangzhen's heart skipped a beat. She stared at him intently. "Tell me." Wan Shaolin stepped forward, lowering his head close to Shangzhen. "The reason I could come back alive is because..." Wan Shaolin's smiling features suddenly twisted with resentment. "Because I'm a special infected." As soon as he finished speaking, Shangzhen's pupils contracted, and she tried to step back. But as Wan Shaolin was speaking, he had already pressed the remote in his hand. An explosion was heard. It turned out that of the 5 explosive packages he had planted, Feng Xingyin's people had already disarmed 4. The only one left was behind the large crystal chandelier on the ceiling. The ceiling burst, and the chandelier crashed down heavily. Screams erupted in the banquet hall. In the chaos, Shangzhen pushed Wan Shaolin away, but he lunged at her again. Moreover, due to his near-death state, he unleashed a terrifying potential. As he opened his mouth, his teeth were about to sink into Shangzhen's neck. Shangzhen, with her limbs restrained, could only watch helplessly as he drew closer. That feeling was exactly the same as in her previous life, watching Wan Shaolin inject her with the virus. Wan Shaolin's face was as ferocious as a wild beast. He bit down, but the expected pain didn't come. Xiangjun opened her eyes to find that Wan Shaolin had bitten Feng Xinyan's hand instead. Seeing Wan Shaolin trying to bite Xiangjun like a madman, Feng Xinyan, without a sound, used his left hand to block his right. He threw a hard punch, knocking Wan Shaolin's head aside, making him spit out blood. Wan Shaolin's grip on Xiangjun finally loosened. Feng Xinyan kicked him away and embraced Xiangjun. After hugging her, he carefully examined Xiangjun from head to toe. His injured, bleeding left hand instinctively kept away from her. He kept asking, "Are you hurt? Are you okay? Are you injured?" But Xiangjun stared blankly at his injured hand. Seeing her seemingly unharmed, Feng Xinyan shook his hand, self-deprecatingly saying, "I'm fine. I'm already like that. Now the one in trouble should be him." After being kicked away, Wan Shaolin was restrained by Feng Xinyan's men. "Don't get close to Wan Shaolin. He's infected with the K virus," the butler's words instantly threw the previously calmed hall into even greater chaos. No wonder Wan Shaolin was so frantic. Because he was dying. Many who had eaten here felt nauseous. After the bomb crisis was resolved, they found themselves in an even more terrifying situation. It seemed even the air here was toxic. Young Master Feng was bitten by Wan Shaolin. The bound Wan Shaolin's face turned red, realizing he had bitten Feng Xinyan instead. He still couldn't suppress an excited, muffled roar. Although he couldn't take Xiangjun with him, Feng Xinyan was an unexpected bonus. The butler, seeing his goal achieved, was so excited his eyes turned red. Now he could claim credit from the master. He pretended to be scared and said, "What should we do? Young Master Feng must be infected. Our young master has already infected 2 people since he returned." I didn't expect. At this point, no one cared that the butler had withheld information. Everyone involuntarily took 2 steps back, their faces showing terror. It was as if the next second, Feng Xinyan would turn into a demon and pounce on them. This should be the first time Feng Xinyan faced rejection from people. Previously at home, though the experts were afraid, they didn't dare show it. But now, these people's naked discrimination and fear gave him an instant feeling of isolation. No one would approach him. But the next second, his injured hand was grasped by Xiangjun. She stepped forward, almost pressing against his body as she spoke. "Pretend to have a fever, quick." Feng Xinyan snapped out of his daze. He gave Xiangjun a complex look. The next moment, he leaned his entire body on Xiangjun. He secretly observed Xiangjun's expression carefully. Suddenly, he very much wanted to know if Xiangjun was truly not afraid of him at all as he fainted. Only then did everyone remember that people infected with the K virus would quickly develop a high fever. This also made them secretly relieved, as none of them showed signs of fever. Xiangjun, holding Feng Xinyan, raised her voice to speak to Zhuqi and others, effectively telling everyone else, "Don't lose heart yet. Quickly take him back. We still have the antibody. There's still a 1% chance of survival." Zhuqi immediately understood how Xiangjun wanted to cover up the young master's condition. He quickly nodded and came over to help Xiangjun take Feng Xinyan away. They left in a hurry, as if truly rushing to inject the antibody. Once in the car, she let Feng Xinyan lie on her lap. Noticing people occasionally looking at the car windows, although knowing they couldn't see anything, Xiangjun still cautioned, "Don't move yet." "Don't worry," Xiangjun analyzed calmly. "After we get back, we'll tell everyone that you've successfully received the antibody." Usually, after a successful antibody injection, there's a 1 to 3 month weakness period. People infected with the K virus don't live past a month. After a month, when they see you still alive and well, they'll believe you weren't infected. Feng Xinyan suddenly spoke, "But there are many who want to bring me down. They won't stay quiet during this month." Xiangjun's fingers ran through his hair. "I'll be by your side the whole time. With me here, I won't give anyone a chance." Feng Xinyan slightly curved his lips, his tone very subtle. "Zhenjin, are you not afraid of me at all? I mean, those people's reactions today were normal. But you've never had that. Are you really not afraid of me?" Xiangjun looked down at Feng Xinyan, finding his question strange. She understood he was affected by those people earlier, but what did it have to do with her? She was someone he had saved twice. She had twice narrowly escaped the K virus because of him. What right did she have to fear or distance herself from him? So Xiangjun directly gave him a kiss. In a situation, nothing was more reassuring than intimate contact. Feng Xingyin kissed her forehead in return. I thought I loved you enough, but you forced me to love you more. I think even as a ghost, I couldn't let you go. Seeing his emotions finally calm, Shangjin sighed in relief and chuckled softly. It's supposed to be a touching love confession, but the way you say it makes it sound like a horror story. At this, Feng Xingyin also laughed. The gloom in his eyes completely dispersed. He became vibrant and full of life again. I won't disappoint you, right? Shangjin sat up from under him, replying somewhat challengingly, we'll see about that. They soon arrived at the old residence. Before they got out of the car, quite a number of people had already gathered there. They seemed to be reporters. It's reported that Wan Shaolin has been officially infected, so the entire Wan residence has been sealed off. But in front of everyone, Wan Shaolin bit Feng Xingyin. We've arrived at the Feng family's gate. The specific situation is still being verified. Finally, several cars were blocked at the entrance. Shangjin said to Feng Xingyin, don't worry, you just need to walk out weekly. As long as they see your fever has gone down, it's enough. To the public, we can say you were injected with the antibody in the car and successfully pulled through. Feng Xingyin glanced at her, raising an eyebrow and smiling. I'm not worried. Let's walk this time together. Shang Zhen didn't hesitate. She held his hand and said, Together they walked. As soon as Feng Xingyin appeared, the reporters surged forward like madmen. Young Master Feng, was the antibody injection successful? Young Master Feng, how do you feel now? Will you still be contagious in the future? Young Master Feng, will you publicly take a blood test to reassure everyone? Feng Xingyin didn't speak, seemingly not paying any attention to this group of people. After getting out of the car, he unexpectedly reached his hand back. Shang Zhen held Feng Xingyin's hand as she got out. Today she was wearing a black tight-fitting long dress. When not smiling, her gaze was extremely sharp, exuding the aura of a high and mighty queen. I know what you want to ask. Yes, my brother was bitten by that madman earlier. But just now in the car, he has already been injected with the antibody. And obviously his fever has gone down. He's become one of the 1% lucky ones. This is a major issue. I wonder if the Feng family would be willing to hold a press conference, publicly test blood, to reassure everyone. Someone held up a microphone and immediately said. Shang Zhen glanced at Feng Xingyin. After successfully injecting the antibody, there will still be a 1 to 3 month recovery period. During this time, my brother won't be going out. What do you have to worry about? You should know, people infected with the virus can only live for a month at most. When my brother recovers and comes out, any speculation and rumors will naturally fall apart. So why should we make my brother hold some meaningless press conferences when he's not feeling well? At this point, Feng Xingyin needed to step forward and strongly support. Xinzhen's words are my words. If you really want to hold a press conference, then wait until I recover. How uncomfortable people who have been injected with antibodies are during recovery, I don't need to explain. You know I'm not feeling well, yet you're here making a fuss. Do you want me to sue you for intentional harm? Feng Xingyin's veiled threat made everyone's voices lower. They hadn't forgotten that the Feng family's place wasn't somewhere they could run wild. A few days later, Wan Shaolin was privately summoned. Separated by a thick protective wall, Wan Heng sat opposite, looking at Wan Shaolin with a very cold gaze, as if assessing his remaining value. I came to tell you, although Feng Xingyin was bitten by you, his fever went down after he was injected with the antibody. Barring any accidents, he should be one of the 1% lucky ones. Wan Shaolin's previously dazed gaze instantly turned terrifying. That's impossible. He slammed his hands hard on the glass, his voice suddenly rising. How could he stay calm? Wan Shaolin felt like he was going mad. He had risked his life to bring down an enemy, but the other party was completely fine. Was there anything more ironic than this? Wan Shaolin pounded his chest, feeling like he was about to cough up blood again. Wan Heng also noticed his emotional state wasn't right, but what needed to be said still had to be said. I came only to ask you, where have you hidden Qingqing? If you hand him over, I'll find a way to get you out of here. Give you a place to spend your final days. For Wan Shaolin, no one understood the ugly fat man in front of him better than he did. I won't tell you, because I said, I want to end your bloodline. The flesh on Wan Heng's face twitched a few times. His voice suddenly turned gloomy. Since you refused to drink the toast, you'll have to drink the forfeit. Then just wait here slowly to die. After saying this, he walked out. The number of people seeking an audience at the Feng family's old residence was also increasing. All kinds of people came, but most had only one purpose: to probe the truth. Always hiding like this wasn't a solution. After discussing with Shang Zhen, Feng Xingyin decided to hold a birthday party, specifically to entertain some people close to the Feng family, nominally to celebrate Li Weining's birthday, but in reality, it was to give the outside world a chance to know the truth. Young Master Feng, why do I feel like your condition is so off? Tell us what you were just thinking about, smiling so radiantly. Xiao Yunren, worthy of being a best friend, guessed correctly with just a casual remark. Min Lu also showed a suspicious look. Yin, you haven't fallen in love, have you? Feng Xingyin glared at them. Can't you guys be less gossipy? He didn't even deny it. Xiao Yunren was stunned for a moment. Then he said, it can't be true, right? Young Master Feng, you're really interested in a woman? The one from the Hua family? That's too unchallenging. Li Jia? She's so proud, you definitely wouldn't like her. Xiao Yunren thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with a suitable candidate. He just felt that no one was worthy. Feng Xingyin, Zhang Qiyu. It couldn't be your former fiancé, Qi Shuxian, right? Ha ha ha. He laughed at his own joke in the end. The way you say it, it seems like liking me is something to be ashamed of. Shang Zhen on the side was amused, but there was a hint of sharpness in her eyes. Zhen. Feng Xingyin glanced at her with a smile, then looked at his dumbfounded friends, his eyes full of pride. And his slightly shining eyes all indicated that the one he liked was indeed Shang Zhen. Oh God, tell me this isn't true. This woman is really that unsophisticated, greedy, and ugly fiancé. After Xiao Yunren finished speaking, he received a warning look from Feng Xingyin. Min Lu's unchanging poker face even showed a crack, mainly because their impression of the previous Shang Zhen was too deep, and the woman before them, at just one glance, made them think of 4 words: complete transformation. That Xiao Yunren didn't mean it. He's just a bit loose-lipped. Feng Xingyin felt it necessary to say something for his friend. Shang Zhen chuckled lightly. No, he's right. I used to pester you often, and I was unsophisticated and ugly. Regret flashed in Feng Xingyin's eyes. Actually, you weren't ugly before either. Let's not talk about this now. There's something I want to tell you. In the inheritance grandfather left me, there's a place meant to be a sanatorium. I plan to convert it into a level 4 research institute and give it to you. This way, you can do your research domestically. After hearing this, Shang Zhen's eyes lit up. You're going to build a separate research institute for me? Just for me? Yes, build a research institute exclusively for you. And Wan Shaoluan's special physique can be your first test subject. Shang Zhen felt it was truly karmic retribution. In the previous life, Wan Shaoluan and Shang Qingqing made my life in the research institute worse than death. But in this life, Wan Shaoluan has fallen into my hands. Should I take revenge ruthlessly or give him a quick end? As Shang Zhen was pondering, she was interrupted by a woman. We haven't seen each other for a few years, right? I hope you still remember me, your cousin. Li Cheng winked playfully, squeezing past Shang Zhen. She completely ignored Shang Zhen, an adopted daughter who came out of nowhere. If it weren't for Li Weining's impulsive support, she would have been relegated to the corner by young Master Feng long ago. Shall we go have a drink together? Li Cheng smiled as she approached, a glint flashing in her eyes. The next second, she reached out to take Feng Xingyin's arm, her small handbag swinging towards him. It was about to make intimate contact with Feng Xingyin's hand, but at the last moment, someone grabbed the bag strap. Shang Zhen pulled the bag up and examined it, asking with a half smile, Miss Li, can you explain why your bag has these sharp things attached? Ordinary people might not notice the problem even if they looked closely, but Shang Zhen's keen eyes immediately spotted the small needles hidden in the gaps between the various gemstones. If it scratched Feng Xingyin's hand, it would instantly draw blood. Once the blood is tested, the condition couldn't be hidden anymore. Li Cheng was instantly alarmed. She forced a smile and said, Are you talking about the pearls and gems on the bag? They're not sharp at all. I don't know why you're saying this. As she spoke, she smiled and tried to pull her bag back. But both her hands couldn't overpower Shang Zhen's one hand. By now, Feng Xingyin's expression had become quite frightening. He exchanged a silent glance with Shang Zhen, then glared at Li Cheng with barely concealed anger. A storm seemed to be brewing in his purple eyes. I believe Zhen Zhen's words. As for you, what are you trying to do? Want to get my attention? Your family and my Feng family are about to be related by marriage. Are you prepared to give up this relationship now? Li Cheng's face turned pale at his words. She said almost reflexively, Aren't you misunderstanding something? Young Master Feng, don't listen to this woman's nonsense. Please look carefully at my bag. Where is there anything inappropriate? She was certain that the bag's design was discreet, others couldn't see it. The tiny, less than half a centimeter, truly sharp needle tips would be hidden by the glitter of the gems. Shang Jun couldn't possibly have seen it. She must be deliberately testing. Shang Jun stared at her playfully. Is there a problem? Let's try and see. Young Master Feng, why do I feel like your condition is so off? Tell us what you were just thinking about, smiling so radiantly. Xiao Yunren, worthy of being a best friend, guessed correctly with just a casual remark. Min Lu also showed a suspicious look. Yin, you haven't fallen in love, have you? Feng Xingyin glared at them. Can't you guys be less gossipy? He didn't even deny it. Xiao Yunren was stunned for a moment. Then he said, it can't be true, right? Young Master Feng, you're really interested in a woman? The one from the Hua family? That's too unchallenging. Li Jia? She's so proud. You definitely wouldn't like her. Xiao Yunren thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with a suitable candidate. He just felt that no one was worthy. Feng Xingyin, Zhang Qiyu. It couldn't be your former fiancé, Qi Shuxian, right? Haha. He laughed at his own joke in the end. The way you say it, it seems like liking me is something to be ashamed of. Shang Jun on the side was amused, but there was a hint of sharpness in her eyes. Jun Jun. Feng Xingyin glanced at her with a smile, then looked at his dumbfounded friends, his eyes full of pride. And his slightly shining eyes all indicated that the one he liked was indeed Shang Jun. Oh God, tell me this isn't true. This woman is really that unsophisticated, greedy, and ugly fiancé. After Xiao Yunren finished speaking, he received a warning look from Feng Xingyin. Min Lu's unchanging poker face even showed a crack, mainly because their impression of the previous Shang Jun was too deep. And the woman before them, at just one glance, made them think of 4 words: complete transformation. That Xiao Yunren didn't mean it. He's just a bit loose-lipped. Feng Xingyin felt it necessary to say something for his friend. Shang Jun chuckled lightly. No, he's right. I used to pester you often, and I was unsophisticated and ugly. Regret flashed in Feng Xingyin's eyes. Actually, you weren't ugly before either. Let's not talk about this now. There's something I want to tell you. In the inheritance grandfather left me, there's a place meant to be a sanatorium. I plan to convert it into a level 4 research institute and give it to you. This way, you could do your research domestically. After hearing this, Shang Jun's eyes lit up. You're going to build a separate research institute for me? Just for me? Yes, building a research institute exclusively for you. And Wan Shaoluan's special constitution would be perfect as your first test subject. Shang Jun felt it was truly karmic retribution. In the previous life, Wan Shaoluan and Shang Qingqing made my life in the research institute worse than death. But in this life, Wan Shaoluan has fallen into my hands. Should I take revenge ruthlessly or give him a quick end? As Shang Jun was pondering, she was interrupted by a girl. We haven't seen each other for a few years, right? I hope you still remember me, your cousin. Li Cheng winked playfully, squeezing past Shang Jun. She completely disregarded Shang Jun, an adopted daughter who came out of nowhere. If it weren't for Li Weiniang's impulsive support, she would have been relegated to the corner by young Master Feng long ago. How about we go for a drink together? Li Cheng smiled as she approached, a glint flashing in her eyes. The next second, she reached out to touch Feng Xingyin's arm, her small bag on her wrist swinging towards him. It was about to make intimate contact with Feng Xingyin's hand, but at the last moment, someone grabbed the bag strap. Shang Jun pulled the bag up, examined it, and asked with a smirk, Miss Li, can you explain why there are sharp objects on your bag? Ordinary people might not notice even if they looked closely, but I can see the small needles hidden between the various gemstones. Shang Jun's eyes were sharp, immediately spotting the small needles hidden in the gaps between the colorful gems. If it scratched Feng Xingyin's hand, it would instantly draw blood. Once the blood is tested, the condition couldn't be hidden anymore. Li Cheng was instantly alarmed. She forced a smile and said, Are you talking about the pearls and gems on the bag? They're not sharp at all. I don't know why you're asking this. As she spoke, she smiled and tried to pull her bag back. But both her hands couldn't overpower Shang Jun's one hand. By now, Feng Xingyin's expression had become quite frightening. He exchanged a silent glance with Shang Jun, then glared at Li Cheng with barely concealed anger. A storm seemed to be brewing in his purple eyes. I believe Zhen Zhen's words. As for you, what are you trying to do? Want to get my attention? Your family and my Feng family are about to be related by marriage. Are you prepared to give up this relationship now? Li Cheng's face turned pale at his words. She said almost reflexively, Aren't you misunderstanding something? Young Master Feng, don't listen to this woman's nonsense. Please please look carefully at my bag. Where is there anything inappropriate? She was certain that the bag's design was discreet, others couldn't see it. The tiny, less than half a centimeter, truly sharp needle tips would be hidden by the glitter of the gems. Shang Jin couldn't possibly have seen it. She must be deliberately testing. Shang Jin stared at her playfully. Is there a problem? Let's try and see. No problem. Let's try and see. Shang Jin slightly curved her lips. The next second, she suddenly gripped the bag and forcefully pressed the side with needles against Li Cheng's arm. Li Cheng instantly screamed in pain. She tried to struggle but was pinned against the corridor wall by Shang Jin, unable to move. As the needle tips pierced the skin, blood droplets immediately welled up. But Shang Jin didn't stop. Instead, she used a torturous method, smiling as she stared at her, slowly dragging the knife downwards, easily creating a shallow blood trail on her fair arm. Li Cheng was about to go crazy. Let go, you bitch! Let go! Li Cheng's other hand frantically tried to tear at Shang Jin's hair. But Feng Xingyin grabbed her first, staring at the blood mark on her hand with an unfriendly gaze. That gaze was like a male lion whose territory had been invaded, his purple eyes filled with murderous intent. So, how do you explain the wound on your hand? To obtain a sample of my blood, you came up with such an intricate design. Your family really went to great lengths. Young Master Feng, please. Young Master Feng, forgive me. I didn't mean to. I'm your cousin. I was just curious. It wasn't my family's idea. Feng Xingyin waved his hand. You appeared out of nowhere again. Throw her out, and those who came with her, throw them out too. Li Cheng begged him with tears in her eyes. No, young Master Feng. We're relatives. If her parents were thrown out too, she would surely face terrible punishment. I don't need relatives who are always scheming against me. Feng Xingyin snorted, continuing to walk with Shang Jin. Shang Jin licked her lips and smiled excitedly. I think tonight's banquet will be very interesting. I wonder what other brilliant tricks they have in store for you. Feng Xingyin frowned. Tonight is just a probe. Given those people's nature, the real show is yet to come. Sure enough, as soon as they appeared, everyone turned to look at them, displaying smiles of utmost sincerity. Thank you all for coming to celebrate my mother's birthday today. Feng Xingyin's gaze was quite unfriendly, because he knew very well how many people here were sincere and how many were just pretending. So unconsciously, his gaze carried a hint of pressure. But as you all know, I recently had an accident. I was injected with the K-virus antibody and am currently in recovery, so I don't have the energy to attend for too long. My doctor requires me to rest in bed. After I recover in a month or two, I will host another banquet to celebrate with everyone. His words naturally received an enthusiastic response. They had seen him, and apart from looking a bit pale, Feng Xingyin seemed fine otherwise. So some people still believe that Feng Xingyin had successfully received the antibody. And even if some didn't believe, what could they do? They wouldn't act openly. But there were bound to be unexpected situations. Suddenly, a person stepped out, smiling and saying loudly, "Young Master Feng, you won't mind me coming uninvited, will you?" The crowd started to murmur. The invitation allowed everyone to bring a companion, but no one remembered who brought this person. Of course, that wasn't important. What mattered was that he seemed to be here to cause trouble. Feng Xingyin didn't recognize this person, but someone else did. Zhao Yuan, what are you doing here? Zhao Yuan was a thin, small man. He chuckled. How should I put it? I'm also distantly related to the Feng family. Since it's a family gathering, why can't I come? Feng Xingyin then remembered. This person was a former shareholder who had been expelled. He could be considered a minor enemy of the Feng family. He had no reason to play games with him here. Seeing that Feng Xingyin was ignoring him and about to leave, Zhao Yuan smiled and said, "It's understandable that young Master Feng needs to rest if he's not feeling well. I just wanted to ask Miss Shang a few questions in front of everyone today." Feng Xingyin pulled Shang Jin behind him, finally turning to face him with a cold smirk. "What right do you have to question her? If I remember correctly, you're just the least favored illegitimate son from a fallen family, while Jinjin is my treasure. Aren't you overestimating yourself?" Sure enough, Zhao Yuan's face turned ugly. Young Master Feng really protects Miss Shang, doesn't he? Treasure? Can we know why? What made young Master Feng suddenly change his view of Miss Shang? It was known throughout Haizhong City that young Master Feng used to dislike Miss Shang. Can Miss Shang explain this? No one around tried to stop him. In fact, they were also curious about this. Over the past year, although young Master Feng was seen less often, his kindness towards the Shang family was evident to everyone in Haizhong City. Not to mention how inseparable Feng Xingyan and Shang Zhen had become. Miss Shang must be able to bring extraordinary benefits to young Master Feng. Ordinary benefits wouldn't catch his eye. But Miss Shang is researching the K-virus, right? It seems there's been some progress. Perhaps Miss Shang has already found a way to conceal the K-virus outbreak. For example, making the infected person's fever subside quickly or even appear normal. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly in front of everyone, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed Feng Xingyan's somewhat pale, thin lips. If Yin is fine, I will marry her and have a cute child. If Yin dies, I'll die with him. There's no third option. Many timid people instinctively took a step back. Admittedly, Zhao Yuan's guess was quite reasonable. They also found it hard to believe that Feng Xingyan would be so lucky as to easily become part of the 1% who successfully received the antibody. His guess was very likely true. Are you done? Feng Xingyan's gaze was already quite disgusted. In front of everyone, Shangjin showed no discomfort at being exposed. She said with a half smile, I must say, your guess is interesting. But Feng Xingyan had already frowned and ordered, throw this attention seeker out. Immediately, two people walked over and restrained Zhao Yun on both sides. Zhao Yun didn't expect that Feng Xingyan would completely disregard other speculations and show no intention of explaining, just wanting to deal with him so easily. Zhao Yuan's voice became extremely shrill. Young Master Feng, you must give everyone an explanation. As long as you can explain why you suddenly treat Shangjin differently, we'll believe there's nothing suspicious between you two. Feng Xingyan found it extremely amusing. He glanced at everyone and asked contemptuously, So, you all think I need to explain to you? Everyone hurriedly shook their heads. Although they didn't really think so, they all outwardly sided with Feng Xingyan. We are all on your side. We definitely trust you. That Zhao Yuan clearly has ill intentions and came here to stir up trouble. The clever ones quickly began to show their loyalty. But what they really thought, no one knew. Shang Zhen and Feng Xingyan exchanged a glance. It was time to bring out the explanation they had prepared long ago. Shang Zhen suddenly took Feng Xingyan's hand and laughed softly. I didn't expect everyone to be so concerned about me. Since that's the case, I shouldn't keep it a secret anymore. You want to know why Yin changed his view of me? Why he suddenly treasures me so much? She smiled slightly, turning her head to look at Feng Xingyan. Because after more than 10 years, I finally won his heart. The scene instantly fell silent. Feng Xingyan and Shang Zhen liking each other? This was impossible. This must be a charade they were performing to cover up the truth. Regardless of the commotion below, Shang Zhen continued speaking. Originally, he didn't like me because of a misunderstanding. Later, I settled for becoming the Feng family's goddaughter. Spending time together daily, the misunderstanding was cleared up. He was finally moved by my love and accepted me. Shang Zhen was also very satisfied with Feng Xingyan's expression at this moment. He had a composed smile on his lips. It's just that when we confirmed our feelings, I had only recently become the Feng family's goddaughter. So it wasn't convenient to announce the change in our relationship to the world so quickly. Plus, I was still young, so we wanted to keep it a secret for now and wait a couple of years before announcing it. We didn't expect it would cause such a misunderstanding. He said with some frustration, I am indeed interested in the K-virus. I believe any genius is inherently competitive. It's natural to be curious about the world's most challenging virus. That's why I went to England. But I'm just an ordinary person with limited knowledge about it. The gentleman's speculation earlier was overly demonizing me. Yin did indeed get infected with the virus, but because he received the antibody in time, he became one of the 1% lucky ones. I'm even happier about this than he is. Under his gaze, Feng Xingyan's heart started beating faster and faster. In the end, he seemed to be filled with emotions called happiness and satisfaction. Since you all want to know, I'll tell you. If I don't die in an accident, when Jinjin reaches the legal age, I will marry her. My love for her will never change. Suppressed exclamations came from below. Shang Zhen also added fuel to the fire. If I don't die in an accident, I will love you forever. 10 years, 20 years, or even longer. At the scene, some young people couldn't help but exclaim. It was too exciting. A handsome man and a beautiful woman standing together was already impactful, but they were also shamelessly flaunting their love. This was definitely intentional. I'm saying if, young Master Feng hadn't become one of the 1% lucky ones, what would Miss Shang do? This seemed like a harmless joke, but Shang Jun sensed the malice in it. If a yin really couldn't get better, then I would only do one thing. As she finished speaking, suddenly, in front of everyone, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed Feng Xinyan's somewhat pale, thin lips. If a yin is fine, I will marry him and have a cute child. If a yin dies, I'll die with him. There's no third option. Zhang Qingqing is very spicy, still very similar to Wan Heng. It seems it's time to let Zhang Qingqing return to her roots. Many who were still doubtful now had to put aside their suspicions. Shang Zhen's action of kissing Feng Xingyan just now had no hint of falsehood or hesitation. It's impossible for one person to act like that. In any case, they would absolutely never kiss, let alone French kiss, someone infected with the K virus. Feng Sihai finally let out a long sigh of relief. Following Shang Zhen's words, he smiled and said, "That's how it is. Xingyan is still in recovery. Please don't focus on these two kids for now. Let them rest. Young Master Feng must rest well. We're waiting for your wedding invitation," said a noble lady in her 50s. Feng Xingyan held Shang Zhen's hand tightly. For the first time at a banquet, he became extremely patient and thanked them. They received many blessings and only managed to leave the banquet hall after about 15 minutes. It was clear that their strategy tonight was successful. Phew, Shang Zhen sighed softly. Being a devoted woman is so tiring. She didn't know how he had persevered for 10 or 20 years before. Under the bright moonlight, as they passed through a corridor, their hands were still firmly interlocked. Shang Zhen said helplessly, "Won't you let go? My hand is hurting from your grip." Feng Xingyan loosened his grip a bit, but refused to let go. He said he would keep holding it, who knows if someone might see. But after walking a few steps, Feng Xingyan suddenly asked, "Was what you said earlier true?" "What?" Feng Xingyan didn't turn back, so Shang Zhen couldn't see his expression. "You mean when you said if I die, you would die with me?" Those words, although it seemed a bit impossible, right when Shang Zhen said those words, he suddenly felt that she was telling the truth. She really would be willing to die with him. Shang Zhen chuckled softly. "What do you think?" Feng Xingyan frowned slightly. He naturally thought it was true, but Shang Zhen's usual personality and attitude made it seem a bit unbelievable. Shang Zhen smiled, pressing her lips together. Under her sparkling star-like eyes, her smile was somewhat mysterious. "You should know," she said slowly, word by word. Everyone in the banquet hall earlier were shrewd people. Only 100% truth can move people's hearts. After saying this, she gracefully walked away first, leaving Feng Xingyan standing there somewhat dazed. He looked as helpless as a boy experiencing his first love. In other words, everything she said was true. Overwhelmed by immense joy, Feng Xingyan's smile grew wider and wider, finally breaking into a dazzling and exuberant grin. But when he came to his senses, he realized Shang Zhen had already walked far away. "Jinjin, wait! You mean everything you said about loving me is true?" "Jinjin, I've remembered it. You can't take it back." The joyous news from last night's banquet became bad news when it reached Wan Heng's ears. "I wonder how much of last night's scene was true and how much was false," he muttered, but was overheard by the person reporting to him. Recalling the scene from last night, the person couldn't help but say, "At least I didn't see any signs of pretense." Wan Heng nodded absent-mindedly. Regardless, he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, so he still had doubts. That useless Zhao Yuan was easily defeated this time. If I want to test them again, I must have a more thorough plan. I have to say, that Feng family boy is indeed not easy to deal with. No wonder Xiaoluan suffered a great loss at his hands. It's also my fault for being stuck in the capital and unable to leave. Now it seems I can only accept my bad luck and swallow this loss. How's Qingqing doing? Has her mood stabilized? Wan Heng's assistant inwardly despised him, but calmly replied, "Not yet. This near-death experience was quite traumatic for her. We've already changed to a new psychologist." Speaking of Zhang Qingqing, Wan Heng also felt a headache. Indeed, like mother, like daughter, Zhang Qingqing really doesn't take after me at all. Perhaps it's just because she hasn't grown up yet, the assistant said indifferently. At least through investigation, Zhang Qingqing's fiery temperament is still very similar to Wan Heng's. Let's hope so. Now that Xiaoluan is useless, I seem to have no other choice but her. It seems it's time to let her return to her roots. Do you believe in rebirth? Meanwhile, Wan Shaolin was brought to a place with his face covered. He was now skin and bones. In just over 10 days, he seemed to have aged 10 years. Each day was worse than death. When the hood was removed again, he saw Shang Jun. Strangely, only Shang Jun was in this room, no one else. Wan Shaolin, you look so pitiful. Didn't they feed you well in the isolation area? Shang Jun sat across from him with a mischievous smile. Wan Shaolin was tied up all over, curled up on the carpet, looking quite miserable. Shang Jun, do you want to kill me? Wan Shaolin strained to glare at him. Don't waste your energy. A few days ago, someone came saying they wanted to take me away for research. You don't know, do you? Others infected with the K virus die within a month, but I'm different. I can keep living as long as I keep getting nutrients. I can live on indefinitely. If you dare kill me, prepare to face the consequences. Shang Jun laughed at his naivety. In fact, the person who wanted to take you away for research was me. Wan Shaolin's heart sank. He looked at Shang Jun with near terror. It's you? What are you going to do to me? What am I going to do? Shang Jun crossed his legs on the sofa, showing a thoughtful expression. I originally planned to build a research institute, and you would become my #1 live experimental subject, convenient for me to study the K virus, this global problem. When Wan Shaolin heard that Shang Jun wasn't going to kill him, he felt relieved. But Shang Jun's next words plunged him into despair. Do you think being an experimental subject is better than dying? Wan Shaolin indeed thought so. If the experiment succeeded, he still had a chance to survive. Isn't it? Shang Jun cruelly shattered his hope. Compared to ordinary patients, your biggest advantage is that you don't suffer pain, right? Seeing him not responding, Shang Jun continued slowly. You're not in pain now only because the K virus has paralyzed your pain nerves. You will indeed live longer than average people, because many obvious reactions like fever and other complications won't happen to you. But 3 to 4 months is your limit. You can't live past half a year. Impossible. Wan Shaolin firmly believed he was different from others, so he reacted intensely. He showed a sudden realization and said through gritted teeth, I get it. You're saying this on purpose. You're deliberately telling others this. After 3 or 4 months, you'll kill me. Then you can tell everyone I died naturally, right? You're dreaming. Shang Jun chuckled softly. Whether you believe it or not, you only have 2 options now. One is to die. The other is to be my live experimental subject. His voice contained hidden pleasure. Once you become a live subject and enter the treatment phase, the virus's nerve-numbing effect on you will weaken. You'll soon experience the same pain as other patients. And because of your special constitution, I'll try to extend your lifespan. For my research, by then, you'll be living each day worse than death. Trust me, I'll make every day feel like a year for you. Why? Wan Shaolin's expression turned sorrowful. He lay on the ground and asked hoarsely, I admit I ruined your plans when I first appeared, and I later wanted to kill you. But I didn't gain anything from you. Why do you hate me so much that you want to torture me like this? Shang Jun laughed silently. Why? Because I've experienced all this pain. Do you think I hate you? Wan Shaolin thought Shang Jun was crazy. He was cherished by Feng Xingyan, and when bitten, he immediately retaliated tenfold. How could he have experienced the pain he just described? Shang Jun's expression was distant, his eyes slightly unfocused as he looked at Wan Shaolin's dejected face. You look confused. Let me tell you a story. Do you believe in rebirth? Do you believe in rebirth? In the dark night, under a dim, golden light, Shang Jun gradually told his story. Wan Shaolin's expression changed from initial disbelief to final silence, then madness, and finally hysteria. So that's it. So this is the reason for your overnight transformation. I knew it. You're completely different from what Lin Xuehan said. So that's it. Shang Jun saw it was about time. Wan Shaolin's mental state was already teetering, just needing a final blow. Do you know why I'm researching the K virus in this life? Because I want to save Feng Xingyan. At that moment, Wan Shaolin felt like he was suffocating. Feng Xingyan had already been infected with the K virus. Feng Xingyan wasn't good to you in your past life either. Why do you want to save him? Why can you save him but not spare me? Wan Shaolin's eyes widened, almost becoming incoherent. Shang Jun watched with interest as his expression became increasingly frantic. How dare you compare yourself to Feng Xingyan? You're just a supporting character. Feng Xingyan is the heir of the Feng family. I want to show you with facts that you're not his equal. I will use your suffering to cure Feng Xingyan. Stop it. Wan Shaolin screamed like a madman, his bound legs kicking wildly. Then he let out an eerie laugh. Ha ha! In an instant, his face was covered in tears, looking both pathetic and disgusting. I'm the most powerful one. You people are just standing there talking. Do you think I'll obediently let you experiment on me? Do you think I'll let you use me to conquer the virus? Use me to make a name for yourself, and then use me to help that damn Feng Xingyan recover? Ha! You're dreaming. You're dreaming. After saying this, he bit off his own tongue. Thick blood dripped from his mouth. A strange smile appeared on his face, filled with crazy stubbornness and despair. You're dreaming. I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. I just wasn't born well enough. Seeing that he had committed suicide by biting his tongue, Shang Jun turned to leave. You say you're not wrong. Being persistent isn't wrong. Striving to climb up isn't wrong. Not having a good birth and fighting for your own future, what's wrong with that? Shang Jun laughed self-mockingly. His voice dispersed in the wind. But why did you treat me like that? What did I do wrong? He closed his eyes and remained motionless for a long time. Indeed, he could have inflicted the cruelest tortures on Wan Shaolin one by one, using his special constitution, administering drugs recklessly, which would surely be much faster than his current trial and error approach. But if he did that, how would he be any different from those who experimented on him back then? But letting Wan Shaolin go, forgiving him, was also impossible. So Shang Jun chose to drive him to death, intimidate him, give him the greatest hope and despair, then deny him, stimulate his most sensitive psychological weaknesses, step by step breaking down his defenses. Finally, he naturally ended his own life, painfully in front of him. Only then was everything truly over. Reborn, he never intended to be a good person. When Shang Jun walked out somewhat tiredly, he happened to meet Pang Qi. He told Pang Qi that Wan Shaolin, fearing becoming an experimental subject, had already committed suicide by biting his tongue. His corpse was dangerous. Burn it! Pang Qi was stunned, unable to process it. Wan Shaolin's suicide seemed impossible to him. Wan Shaolin didn't seem like the type of person who would commit suicide. But Wan Shaolin's death wasn't the end. From the moment Feng Xingyan was bitten by Wan Shaolin in public, the Feng household was destined to never be peaceful again. Have you found out who it was? Feng Xingyan looked up from his busy work, glancing at his subordinate. The subordinate respectfully said, "We've found out. Li Cheng and Zhao Yuwen, who caused trouble at the banquet, were both instructed by the Wan family. Wan Heng is now trying to fill the void left by Wan Shaolin by recruiting his brother to help. The bargaining chip is making his nephew the heir. Feng Xingyan is ineffective. Wan Heng can barely protect himself. Jinghai is thinking of extending his hand to the Feng family. How's the investigation on Shang Qingqing's side? After Shang Qingqing went abroad, I've had people watching her. Recently, Shang Qingqing was kidnapped by Wan Shaolin, but the person who saved her was Wan Heng, known for his cold-bloodedness. This is quite interesting. When Shang Jun returned, he saw Feng Xingyan still working. Dear brother, I heard you have something important to tell me. He walked to the desk, slightly raising an eyebrow. And it's about Shang Qingqing. Feng Xingyan nodded. He had now obtained the paternity test results for Shang Qingqing and Wan Heng. Although it's absurd, this matter concerns you and your father after all. So I must tell you, Shang Qingqing is not your sister, nor is she from your family. As Feng Xingyan spoke, Pang Qi quickly placed a document in front of Shang Jun. Feng Xingyan tapped his finger on it. The report shows her father is Wan Heng, he said while observing Shang Jun's expression. But he saw that after looking at it, Shang Jun didn't even raise an eyebrow. Feng Xingyan suppressed a familiar strange feeling. He continued, although we don't know yet why Wan Heng didn't acknowledge Shang Qingqing, which he has already gone to investigate. We should have an answer soon. No need. Shang Jun suddenly interrupted him, his eyes flickering slightly. He looked at him with an ambiguous expression. I know the reason. You know? Feng Xingyan's voice raised slightly, which means you've known all along that Shang Qingqing is Wan Heng's daughter. He thought of Shang Jun and Pang Qi's behavior, his expression becoming even more peculiar. But you didn't tell your father. Shang Jun glanced at Pang Qi, then suddenly smiled and snuggled into Feng Xingyan's arms. Since everyone now thought they were a couple, he naturally had to make good use of this convenience. Feng Xingyan didn't expect him to approach so actively and almost fumbled for a moment. But Shang Jun still managed to sit down smoothly on Feng Xingyan's lap. He lowered his voice and said to him, this matter is very interesting. I'll tell you secretly. Pang Qi silently wiped his sweat. Please call me out quickly. I don't want to be a third wheel. Pang Qi Go out. Pang Chi showed a relieved expression, responding very loudly and running away like he was escaping. When only the two of them were left in the room, Shang Jun finally felt a bit uncomfortable. Don't you want to hear Shang Qingqing's secret? Feng Xingyin held him tightly and said in a muffled voice, "Right now, I'm most interested in exploring your secrets." Feng Xingyin held him tightly and said in a muffled voice, "Right now, I'm most interested in exploring your secrets." His words, "your secrets," clearly had deeper implications. Unfortunately, Shang Jun didn't understand. Being held by Feng Xingyin, his reaction was just like any other time they were alone this year, quietly enduring. "Don't fool around. I'm telling you something important." After Shang Jun revealed Shang Qingqing's secret, Feng Xingyin had calmed down. He didn't expect to hear such news, but it matched his guess. No wonder Wan Heng wouldn't want to acknowledge her. This is truly absurd. Shang Jun nodded. "So it's you who plan to use Shang Qingqing's background to strike back at Wan Heng. But now that Shang Qingqing has left the Shang family, it's not as convenient to deal with him." Feng Xingyin said, "If you really want to keep her, then I'll change my approach. There are many ways to deal with Wan Heng anyway." Shang Jin suddenly changed his mind, seeming to think this way of playing wasn't bad either. "I won't have to call Shang Qingqing's sister anymore." I can breathe a sigh of relief. Feng Xingyin couldn't help but lower his head to kiss his hair. He said indulgently, "Everything will be according to your wishes." Meanwhile, Wan Heng and his dear brother Wan Kai had finally agreed on terms. They were now having a friendly dinner after the transaction. "Brother, then it's settled like this. After all, I've given you both money and people. You must take good care of Xiao Ke." Wan Heng said in a sincere tone, "You know my situation. I don't have children. In the future, I'll definitely treat Xiao Ke as my own son. Even if by chance I have a child later." Wan Kai listened and laughed generously. "If you could have your own child, I'd definitely be happy for you. At that time, your child would certainly come first, but don't forget about Xiao Ke." This was just a polite remark. Everyone knew Wan Heng had annual checkups and treatments, but nothing worked. Last year, the doctor declared he had lost his fertility. So, wouldn't everything of Wan Heng's belong to his son in the future? A glint flashed in Wan Heng's eyes as he smiled and said, "Among the brothers, only you have the most human touch. It's not in vain that I chose Xiao Ke as my heir. I hope we'll be like you. This way, I'll have someone to rely on when I'm old." While this side was all familial bliss, not long after, Feng Xingyin received the news and sent a paternity test report, which landed precisely on Wan Kai's office desk. When Wan Kai saw it, his usually smiling face instantly clouded over. "Wan Heng, how dare you deceive me? You actually have an 18-year-old daughter. You lied to me saying you had no children. Give me back my money." Wan Heng hadn't expected Shang Qingqing's secret to be exposed. By now, Shang Qingqing had been taken away by Lin Xuehan. Could it be Lin Xuehan? On the other side, Shang Jin saw Shang Baiqi welcoming him like a guest. Shang Jin felt a bit uncomfortable. In his previous life, he had no presence in this family. It seems a person's status determines the treatment they receive. "Qingqing, quickly call your sister. You haven't seen each other for a year. It's a good time to catch up." Shang Qingqing's mood at this moment was far from beautiful. If she had the mood to be fake with Shang Jin before, now there was only jealousy left. She had suffered so much abroad, but Shang Jun was thriving in the country. When she was kidnapped, Shang Jun received a public proposal from young Master Feng. "Why I was kidnapped abroad, so I'm not in a good mood. Sister, please don't mind." Shang Jun raised an eyebrow slightly. It seemed Shang Qingqing had grown quite a bit. "How could I mind?" Shang Jun smiled and said, "Actually, I came this time to give you a big gift." Shang Qingqing was stunned. Would Shang Jun be so kind as to give her a gift? Lin Xuehan stood to the side, feeling inexplicably uneasy. Shang Jun spoke to Shang Baiqi first. "Dad, I have some private matters to discuss with Shang Qingqing. I promise it will be a pleasant conversation. Could you and Annie give us some space?" Lin Xuehan immediately stood up. "We're family. What can't be said in front of everyone?" Shang Jun revealed a rather mysterious smile. "Shang Qingqing, what I'm about to say is definitely good news for you. If you really don't want to hear it, then forget it." "All right then, let's talk in the living room." Shang Qingqing agreed hesitantly and gave Lin Xuehan a subtle look. Shang Baiqi, oblivious to the undercurrents between them, smiled and led Lin Xuehan to one side. When Shang Baiqi disappeared from view, the forced smile on Shang Qingqing's face vanished. "Say it. What do you want to say?" "Actually, I understand how you feel right now. Do you feel like everyone is revolving around me? That all the good things have fallen on me? Although we both have the surname Shang, Our circumstances are worlds apart. Shang Qingqing stared at her with lifeless eyes. So you came to gloat. You bitch. You stole everything from me. You ruined my reputation and got me expelled from school. Now you've successfully won young Master Feng and become the most respected woman in the entire city. You're pleased with yourself. But Shang Zhen continued her words. You look down on the title of Miss Shang. You think it's cheap. You despise Shang Baiqi, but you have to flatter him. Because without him, you wouldn't even have this cheap identity. You also look down on Lin Xuehan, even though she means well for you. But you still think she's petty. And everything you've ever wanted is now in my hands. You're jealous of me, wishing you could take my place. Isn't that right? Shang Qingqing gritted her teeth. If you're talking to me just to humiliate me, then we have nothing to discuss. Bitch, you'd better hope you can stay this smug forever. Shang Jin slightly curved her lips and asked softly, the big gift I want to give you is absolutely what you want. A prestigious identity, a powerful father, a unique position. Don't you want that? Shang Qingqing keenly caught the hidden meaning in Shang Zhen's words. She stared at Shang Zhen strangely. What do you mean? What I mean is, Shang Zhen leaned in closer, her tone very mysterious. You actually have an even more powerful father, and you're his only daughter in this life. Your true identity is the only daughter of Wan Heng, the current head of the Wan family. He was born with a physical defect and wasn't supposed to be able to have children. But you were an accident. The Wan family? I'm the only daughter of the Wan family head? That's impossible. Shang Qingqing's voice suddenly rose. The Wan family is a giant that 10 Shang families combined can't match. A hint of coldness swirled in Shang Zhen's brow, making Shang Qingqing shiver. Shang Qingqing, I will help you return to your ancestral roots, then catch you and Wan Heng in one net. Please, please help us. Just give us a place to stay, that's all. We promise to keep a low profile and not cause you any trouble, Uncle Wan. Shang Qingqing's tone was hard to discern between excitement and calmness. If what you're saying is true, Mom wouldn't have kept it from me. Shang Zhen, you're not making this up just to deal with me, are you? Shang Zhen smiled lightly. Lin Xuehan didn't tell you not because she didn't want to, but because Wan Heng forbade her. Because Wan Heng doesn't like Lin Xuehan, naturally he had no expectations for you. And Lin Xuehan was too obedient, didn't dare to defy him, so she brought you to marry Shang Baiqi. Shang Qingqing's thoughts were in chaos. She opened her mouth and, after a while, stuttered. You're lying, right? Why are you telling me all this? Shang Zhen didn't give her time to digest, coldly saying, because I want you to get out of the Shang family. Tell Lin Xuehan to divorce my dad within 10 days, or I'll give the evidence to my dad. Lastly, I'll mercifully give you one more piece of news. Wan Heng is planning to secretly adopt a nephew as his son. All future inheritance will go to him. If you don't hurry to curry favor with Wan Heng, you'll have no connection to his inheritance in the future. Wan Heng wants to use the position of heir to exchange money from Wan Kai to overcome difficulties. I'll send Shang Qingqing to Wan Heng's side now and see how he explains it to Wan Kai. Lin Xuehan was stunned by Shang Qingqing's words. How did the Feng family find out about your background? Shang Zhen deliberately told you this. Who knows what scheme she has? Shang Qingqing looked at her expression. She knew Shang Zhen was telling the truth. Angrily, she said, Mom, we're already at the Wan family's doorstep. What are you still hesitating about? We have no choice. If Shang Baiqi finds out I'm not his biological child, he'll definitely throw us out. We can only fight for the Wan family. I'm his only child after all. He has to accept me whether he wants to or not. Wan Heng is about to adopt an heir. If we don't act now, it'll be impossible to return to the Wan family later. Shang Qingqing's words finally moved Lin Xuehan. She gritted her teeth. All right, I'll take you to see Brother Heng now, then divorce Shang Baiqi. So, under the push of Shang Zhen and Feng Xingyan, before Wan Heng could catch his breath, trouble started brewing in his backyard. Lin Xuehan brought Shang Qingqing to his door. Wan Heng broke out in a cold sweat. If Wan Kai saw this, the situation that had just calmed down would explode again. Lin Xuehan, what are you doing here? Brother Heng, I have no choice this time. Shang Zhen, that girl already knows about Qingqing's relationship with you. She's threatening me. If Qingqing and I don't move out of the Shang family, she'll spread the news about Qingqing's relationship with you. At this moment, Shang Qingqing also looked pitiful. She looked at Wan Heng with red-rimmed eyes. Uncle Wan, I never thought you were my father. No wonder you were so kind to me before. No wonder I felt so close to you when I met you. The two women played the sympathy card, giving Wan Heng a headache. He stared at Lin Xuehan with an ashen face. almost roaring, "Do you know what time it is now?" Wan Heng's angry shout successfully silenced both women. Wan Heng gritted his teeth. "Due to losses for a full year, I urgently need a large sum of money, so I must adopt an heir. Wan Kai must get the money from Wan Kai. You're causing trouble at this time. Do you want me to go bankrupt?" Thinking of Wan Heng's wealth, Shang Qingqing's eyes flickered. She said unusually sensibly and obediently, "Uncle Wan, Mom and I are also at our wits' end. Mom will divorce Shang Baichi soon. I don't want to be homeless. Please help us. Just give us a place to stay. We promise to keep a low profile and not cause you any trouble." "Uncle Wan," she whimpered, "Enjin Lin Shuahan, why are you doing this to me?" Shang Baichi became very emotional. Lin Shuahan said she made a mistake. Before me, she had a one-night stand with Wan Heng. She said now that she's discovered Qingqing is Wan Heng's daughter, she wants to divorce me. Perhaps because Shang Qingqing looked so pitiful now, or because they had a common enemy, Wan Heng felt a sense of shared hatred. After thinking, he actually agreed at this critical moment. "All right, since you've been forced to this point, I can't ignore you. But for now, you'll have to bear with staying at your mother's house for a few days. Don't worry, I'm not really going to adopt Wan Kai. Those who aren't blood-related can never be truly close. I'm just using him. Once this period is over, I'll deal with him and give you an explanation." Lin Shuahan also knew that at this moment, she had to show sincerity. "Then Brother Heng, I'll go back and divorce now. I never thought in my lifetime that Brother Heng would accept me. I finally don't have to endure that wimp Shang Baichi anymore. Brother Heng, I'm so happy." Receiving Lin Shuahan's coquettish glance and the strong affection in her tone, Wan Heng's mood improved greatly. "All right, keep the divorce low-key. Just say you made a mistake. I suppose once Shang Baichi knows Qingqing is my child, he won't dare to argue with you." On the other side, Shang Jun was comforting Shang Baichi. "Jinjin, why would Lin Shuahan do this to me?" Shang Baichi became very emotional. Lin Shuahan said she made a mistake. Before me, she had a one-night stand with Wan Heng. She said now that she's discovered Qingqing is Wan Heng's daughter, she wants to divorce me. Hearing Shang Baichi's question, Shang Jin said softly, "Dad, although what I'm about to say might hurt you, it's obvious that Lin Shuahan planned this from the beginning." Back then, Lin Shuahan found out she was pregnant with Wan Heng's child, but Wan Heng refused to acknowledge it. So she got Shang Baichi drunk and deliberately set him up. Shang Baichi's face turned pale at her words. He was clearly deeply shocked. He clutched his hair with both hands, looking as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. "She set me up back then. Why is she telling me now? Haven't I been good enough to her all these years? Where does this leave Qingqing and me? Does she want us to become laughingstocks?" Shang Jun finally couldn't help but laugh. "Dad, haven't you realized the truth yet? I can't believe at this moment you're still thinking about Shang Qingqing. Do you know why Lin Shuahan suddenly revealed the truth? It's because Shang Qingqing encouraged her to. Qingqing found out about her real identity. She knows she's the only daughter of the Wan family, and she's forcing Lin Shuahan to take her back to her roots. Since your divorce until now, has Shang Qingqing called you? She doesn't care about you at all. You have no place in her heart." Shang Baichi finally despaired. He couldn't believe he had failed so miserably as a person. "Jinjin, perhaps you're right. I was too naive, thinking too well of people. But I'm not made of wood. It's hard for me to accept this right now. All these years, it seems I've loved the wrong people. Shang Qingqing and Lin Shuahan are cut from the same cloth." Shang Jun returned to the Feng family and heard Pang Qi's report. She learned that Wan Kai insisted on withdrawing his investment. To stabilize him, Wan Heng agreed to hold a family meeting tomorrow. Reportedly, Wan Heng will make a will stating he will never acknowledge Shang Qingqing for life. And Wan Kai, worried that Wan Heng might take the money and kill his son Wan Ku, demanded an additional clause. If the heir, Wan Ku, meets with any misfortune, Wan Heng must give up his position as family head. After hearing this, Shang Jun rubbed her chin, finding the matter quite interesting. She must tell Shang Qingqing about this. Moreover, at this point, Shang Qingqing will stop at nothing to become the Wan family's daughter. It seems the day when Shang Qingqing's biggest backer, Wan Heng, falls isn't far off. Is what you're saying true? Wan Heng is going to sign an agreement tomorrow to never acknowledge me? Shang Qingqing received Shang Jin's call, her tone very uneasy. "Why would I lie to you? But you're so understanding, you surely wouldn't want to trouble your new dad, right? Anyway, even if you can't become the Wan family's daughter, Wan Hung will still support you. You don't need to worry about that. It's just that this way, you'll never be able to surpass me. If I were you, I'd make a big fuss before he signs the agreement. Force him to acknowledge you. After all, you are his only daughter." Shang Jun finished speaking and hung up the phone with a laugh. To be honest, playing with an enemy like this in the palm of her hand was quite interesting. After Shang Qingqing put down the phone, she clenched her fists. "I can't let Wan Hung sign that agreement. I didn't manipulate Lin Xuehan to divorce and leave the Shang family just to be an illegitimate daughter who can't show her face." Shang Qingqing told Lin Xuehan about this. Lin Xuehan also realized the situation was not good. Wan Hung signing such an agreement clearly meant he didn't care about their lives anymore. At that time, they would surely become the laughingstock of the entire Haizhong city. Both mother and daughter were extremely unwilling. They had given up the Shang family and come this far. They couldn't end up like this. Lin Xuehan finally turned to her father for help. If she could become part of the Wan family, the Lin family would also benefit. There was no reason not to help them at this critical juncture. Lin Ming, the head of the Lin family and Lin Xuehan's father, was now in his 60s or 70s, but his eyes were still very shrewd. "You're right. We can't let Wan Hung sign this agreement." Lin Ming's old face was very gloomy. "These years, although the Wan family has taken care of us, we've also done a lot for them. At this point, if he signs the agreement to never recognize Qingqing, then our Lin family and the Wan family will essentially sever ties. So this agreement can't be signed." Lin Xuehan asked somewhat anxiously, "But we can't actively expose ourselves and ruin the agreement. Otherwise, Wan Hung will surely hate us. What exactly can we do to make Wan Hung have to acknowledge us?" Lin Ming smiled sinisterly. "Then we can only create an accident, burn our bridges." So before Wan Hung signed the agreement, big news broke in Haizhong City. Those Wan family members who had gathered because of the agreement looked at each other in bewilderment, until an assistant burst in shouting, "Family head, it's bad! Someone has kidnapped Shang Qingqing on the Haizhong Bridge. The kidnapper specifically said they want the boss to come in person. Otherwise, they'll kill Shang Qingqing." Wan Hung listened on the side without reacting. Moreover, Shang Qingqing had blurted out in panic that she was the family head's daughter. Now many reporters are there. The paternity test between Shang Qingqing and the family head has been timely released. The reporters are all waiting for the family head to show up. Hearing the assistant's words, Wan Kai could no longer hold back his roar. "Wan Hung, are you doing this on purpose? If you don't want to sign, then don't. Releasing this kind of news, forcing our Wan family to acknowledge Shang Qingqing, is that your goal?" "I didn't." Wan Hung finally felt the taste of being overwhelmed. He was almost hating Lin Xuehan and Shang Qingqing to death in his heart. He never thought they would make such a mess at this critical moment. "Go explain to the reporters yourself. Anyway, I'm withdrawing my investment no matter what." "Withdraw investment?" Wan Kai shouted, slamming the table with a thunderous roar. Then he left with Wan Ku, his face terribly grim. It seemed that no matter what Wan Hung said this time, Wan Kai was determined to withdraw his investment. "So what should the family head do now?" The reporters are still waiting. The assistant asked tremblingly, met with Wan Heng's murderous gaze. "Take me to Haizhong Bridge right now. With so many reporters there, if I leave my only daughter to die, how can I stand in society in the future?" "Where's Wan Hung? He doesn't even want his daughter anymore." The person who kidnapped Shang Qingqing was called Zhao Yong. He used to be a small business owner with some assets, but Wan Hung had ruined him, leaving him not only in debt, but also with a broken family and a ruined life. He didn't have a chance before, but now that he had finally caught Wan Heng's daughter, he was determined to make Wan Hung pay. Looking at the commotion at the bridge from the car, Shang Jun shook her head. This must be Lin Ming's idea. Wan Hung must be furious now. Feng Xingyin smiled mysteriously. "Anyway, after today, I want to see the Wan family fall apart and their reputation in tatters. Now it seems we just need to add a bit more fuel to the fire." Shang Jun chuckled. "Then I'll just wait and watch the show." Shang Qingqing was crying uncontrollably, already regretting her actions. Seeing so many reporters still there, Wan Heng's face changed. He shouted at the police chief, "You Haizhong police, are you all useless? So many reporters blocking the way here, and you're not doing anything?" The lead police officer replied with a subtle expression. "This is an order from above." The implied meaning was, "You've offended someone you shouldn't have, so don't take it out on us." Wan Heng didn't expect the Feng family to go this far. He should have admitted the losses earlier and gritted his teeth to mend the relationship with him. He should have bitten the bullet and fixed the relationship with him. Zhao Yong waited for a long time. Seeing Wan Heng finally arrive, he said, "It's been a year. I've tried everything to see you." "Hello, Wan Heng. You've got some nerve to show your face here." Under the urging of a group of reporters, Wan Heng wasn't in the mood to say much. Because of this person in front of him, he remembered. If he let him continue talking nonsense, today's incident would surely escalate. "All right, I wronged you in the past. Do you want money? I can give it to you. Just let go of my daughter." Hearing the impatience in his tone, Zhao Yong not only shed tears but also gritted his teeth. "Even with your daughter in my hands, you still refuse to admit your mistakes? I don't want anything. I just want you to admit your crimes." His voice grew louder. "Back then, you rented my boat for smuggling. When it was discovered, you pushed everything onto me. Luckily, due to lack of evidence, I escaped prison. But my wife and child ran away. My parents died. It's all your fault." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Admitting was certainly impossible. With so many reporters silently recording, he was already a national laughingstock. Putting his crimes out in the open would be like not wanting to live anymore. "I don't know what you're talking about. Quickly release my daughter." Wan Heng's expression was urgent. He now truly hoped this person would recklessly take Shang Qingqing to die. "Die. Just die right now." Wan Heng decided to provoke him. This Zhao Yong seemed emotionally unstable. It would be best to directly push him to death. "You don't know, do you? Why you can't find your runaway wife and child?" "Because they didn't run away. They were taken by the debt collectors who came to your house. Your wife is now in the pleasure house. As for your son, I'm afraid he was killed and sold for long ago." Zhao Yong was about to go mad. Shang Qingqing in his arms directly felt his anger. Blood rushed to her neck. She felt like she was going to die. He was about to jump off with Shang Qingqing. At that moment, everyone almost held their breath. "If you really jump, that's falling into his trap." A cool female voice came. It inexplicably extinguished Zhao Yong's rage, like a bucket of cold water poured over his head, preserving his precarious sanity. Shang Zhun slightly curled her lips, saying to Zhao Yong, "I'm here to help you. The reason there are so many reporters here is because I called them. The fact that you've been able to perform here for so long without being taken away is also with my tacit approval. So you better calm down. Otherwise, you won't see your enemy's downfall." With each word she said, Wan Heng's face grew paler. That night at the nightclub, Lin Yi recognized Wan Heng's identity. She half-reluctantly entered his private room. To please Wan Heng, she used all her charms, even attracting the attention of others in the room. There were 7 people in total in that room, Wan Heng's uncles and friends. It was truly a crazy night. Lin Xuahan got pregnant that very night. "Miss Shang Qingqing, are you implying that you want to openly become enemies with my Wan family? What right do you have to say such things?" Shang Jin laughed. "Right? I was once Shang Qingqing's sister, and I'm also the adopted daughter of the Feng family. I wonder if these identities give me the right to stand here." Wan Heng's face darkened, feeling increasingly uneasy. He took a deep breath, his eyes gloomy and sharp, his voice containing a hidden threat as he questioned her. "So you appear here to provoke me. Is it the Shang family's intention or the Feng family's? Can you make decisions for both families?" He deliberately sneered. Changing to a contemptuous look, Shang Zhun seemed to be saying that if he couldn't make decisions, he should quickly get lost. Shang Zhun's gaze fell on him bit by bit. As far as the eye could see, even the light rain seemed to turn into frost, making people shiver involuntarily. "You're wrong. My standing here is not the Shang family's idea, nor the Feng family's. It's my own decision. I'm declaring war on you with my own strength. You can understand it as me coming to make an enemy of you." Her smiling words stirred up ripples. The reporters went crazy. This girl, isn't she the one young Master Feng publicly proposed to before? She's actually openly challenging the Wan family. That's the Wan family of Upper Capital. Although not comparable to the Feng family, but is young Master Feng just letting her make enemies everywhere? But thinking about tonight, there were traces of the Feng family's involvement everywhere. It seems young Master Feng really spoils her to the point of lawlessness, letting her do as she pleases. Wan Heng suddenly felt panic. He had a feeling he would fall here tonight. He opened his mouth, trying to maintain a fierce expression. But what he didn't know was that his weak demeanor had already betrayed him. "Miss Shang, I believe I have no grievances with you." "No grievances?" Shang Zhun glanced at Zhao Yong, smiling slightly. "You colluded colluded with Lin Xuahan to deceive my father for 18 years. Is this matter just going to be forgotten? Wan Heng thought, this is bad. Forcing a smile, he said, Miss Shang, I think there must be a misunderstanding. You know my situation. It's very difficult for me to have children. If I had known back then that Lin Xuahan was carrying my child, I would have been overjoyed. How could I possibly not acknowledge them? Before Wan Heng could finish, he was interrupted by Lin Xuahan. Qingqing had been here all along. Because of worry, when he saw Zhao Yong about to harm Shang Qingqing earlier, he wanted to rush out. But at the crucial moment, he was tied up. Only now was he released. Seeing Shang Qingqing covered in blood and being held hostage, Lin Xuahan could no longer contain his anger. He roared at Wan Heng. What are you doing? Are you deliberately trying to kill Qingqing? She's your only daughter. How can you be so heartless? If anything happens to Qingqing, I won't let you off. Shang Zhen glanced at Lin Xuahan. Aunt Lin, you've come at the right time. I have something I want to confirm with you. Just now, Mr. Wan said that back then, it wasn't that he deliberately didn't acknowledge Shang Qingqing, but that you made a mistake. Shang Zhen said gently. But regarding Shang Qingqing's background, I've heard another version. Shang Zhen's words startled Wan Heng and Lin Xuahan. Could it be that Shang Zhen actually knows? Shang Zhen took in their expressions and, in a narrative tone, casually revealed a matter that could thoroughly disgrace these people. Lin Yi was an ambitious woman who wanted to climb the social ladder, but her identity as an illegitimate daughter meant she couldn't marry well. Lin saw that this daughter had some beauty and wanted to use it to her advantage. So she sent her to the New Macau International nightclub. Before Shang Zhen could finish, Lin Xuahan suddenly jumped up from the ground screaming. She was almost going mad, but as soon as she got close, she was restrained by Pang Si. That night at the nightclub, Lin Yi recognized Wan Heng's identity. She half-reluctantly entered his private room. To please Wan Heng, she used all her charms, even attracting the attention of others in the room. There were 7 people in total in that room, Wan Heng's uncles and friends. It was truly a crazy night. Lin Xuahan got pregnant with Shang Qingqing that very night. No wonder you refused to acknowledge Shang Qingqing. Wan Heng, if you acknowledged her, what if one day, someone who shared that night remembers her? How could you continue to live in Upper Capital? Shang Zhen's words made Wan Heng's pupils contract. Nonsense. With a glance, all the bodyguards behind him drew their guns. Shang Zhen was targeted by numerous guns, but also protected by many. Her expression didn't change at all. Shang Zhen waved her hand. The undercover agents behind Wan Heng suddenly raised their guns in unison. Mr. Wan, please put down your gun. This is within the country. Are you challenging us single-handedly? At this moment, a group of people rushed over. It was Wan Kai and several other brothers. As soon as they arrived, they said to Wan Heng in front of everyone, "You've ruined the Wan family's reputation. Let's split the family." Hearing this, Wan Heng suddenly sat down on the ground, his face pale. It was over. He could fully imagine his fate after the family split, even if he was still stronger than ordinary families. If Feng Xingyan wanted to deal with him, it would be as simple as crushing an ant. Thinking of this, Wan Heng felt a lump in his chest, almost coughing up blood. Meanwhile, Shang Zhen casually said, "Splitting the family is fine, but you'd better hurry, because I'm planning to sue Wan Heng and Lin Xuahan for conspiring to deceive in marriage." She smiled and glanced at Zhao Yong. Also, Wan Heng caused his family to be ruined. This account needs to be settled too. Not only that, anyone who has been wronged by Wan Heng can now sue him. Wan Heng's era is over. Wan Heng finally couldn't withstand the shock. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Mrs. Xiao is truly impressive. Such a large family is the Wan's, and she handles it with such ease. She's really extraordinary, Pang Qi remarked with emotion. My woman is naturally the best. Feng Xingyan looked through the rain curtain, his expression very proud. Fubo left with Zhao Yong. The stormy bridge finally returned to calm. Only Shang, Qingqing, and Lin Xuahan remained there. Lin Xuahan wanted to check her wounds, but was pushed away by Shang Qingqing, who felt Lin Xuahan was dirty. "Get away! Don't touch me!" Shang Qingqing really hadn't imagined she was conceived like this. Lin Xuahan had experienced such a thing, yet didn't abort her, and even lived on as if nothing had happened. It was unbelievable. Lin Xuahan showed a hurt look. Meanwhile, Shang Qingqing was staggering toward Shang Zhen. "Shang Zhen, you devil! My mom has suffered enough from that experience, yet you publicly revealed it. Don't you know how much this affects me? I can't choose my birth. I knew nothing about this. We grew up together after all. Why are you doing this to me? A glint flashed in Shangjin's eyes. You think you're innocent? Yes, you shouldn't bear the sins of your parents. But so what? When you hurt me in the past, wasn't I innocent too? You ask why I'm doing this to Shang Qingqing. You're still so naive. I will return everything I've suffered to you all. After speaking, Shang Jun ignored Shang Qingqing's ugly expression and turned to leave. A moment later, Shang Qingqing's frantic shouts came from behind. Shang Jun, why have you become like this? You should have just stayed the same as before, obediently letting me use you. Shang Jun snorted. If you hadn't once hurt me to death, how would I have returned with such hatred? After taking down Wan Heng, Shang Jun spent a few comfortable days at home. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and it was time for Feng Xingyan to go out and meet people. On the day of the banquet, people from the Feng family came. This time was different from the last. The family dinner only invited a select few. This time, many people came from various industries, even rivals were invited. After all, it was a banquet held to prove Feng Xingyan's health. Inviting them now was better than them plotting behind their backs later. Here comes young Master Feng. Have you really fully recovered? A sharp-faced female reporter asked with a smile. Excuse my directness, but this should be everyone's main concern tonight. Feng Xingyan invited them to quash those rumors. So he raised his chin, replying arrogantly, "Of course. It was just the K virus, nothing significant." The other reporters laughed. That's because young Master Feng is extraordinary. Naturally, he's not afraid. But some people are particularly timid. How does young Master Feng plan to silence those cowards? Feng Xingyan raised an eyebrow and smiled confidently. To avoid hearing annoying rumors in the future, I'll have my blood tested publicly today. As soon as he finished speaking, someone brought a bowl containing half a bowl of water. Under everyone's gaze, Shangjin used a syringe to draw a few drops of Feng Xingyan's blood and drop them into the water. Then she took out something that looked like a pen. I'm sure you're all familiar with the infectious virus detector. Just by immersing its tip in the blood, it can diagnose whether the blood contains infectious viruses. Everyone knows about the infectious virus detector. Besides the K virus, there are many other infectious diseases in daily life. So most households keep one of these testers at home. If the device shows a red light, it means the blood is infectious. If it shows a green light, it means the blood is normal. Seeing that everyone understood, Shang Jun continued, "Well then, now please pay close attention to the test results. We don't want to hear any more speculation about the K virus in the future." Hearing this, everyone focused on Shang Jun's hand, watching as she immersed the tip of the tester into the bowl. As expected, the tester lit up green. Seeing this, Shang Jun silently breathed a sigh of relief. Noticing the varied expressions of the guests below, she smiled and asked, "Does anyone still have doubts?" Outwardly, who would express any objection? "No, I knew it. How could young Master Feng be standing here if he hadn't recovered?" someone said, laughing. "It's those suspicious people. They clearly have ill intentions." Just as the bowl was about to be taken away, suddenly there was a commotion. A woman was violently pushed and fell, knocking over the servant who was carrying the bowl. All the water in the small bowl spilled. Shang Jun's pupils contracted slightly. She exchanged a discreet glance with Feng Xingyan, whose face darkened. With a wave of his hand, the wet carpet was entirely replaced. Most people didn't realize what this incident meant, but Shang Jun knew how serious this matter was. The banquet continued as usual. Feng Xingyan and Shang Jun stepped forward, both looking somewhat grim. "Has the carpet been taken care of?" Feng Xingyan asked his wife in a low voice. "It's been handled. The lady who fell doesn't know who bumped into her. Her water-soaked clothes have been changed, but we just discovered that a small piece of fabric was torn from her dress hem. When asked, she didn't know when it got torn. It seems we're being watched. We don't know by whom." Shang Jun frowned, somewhat irritated, because she had tampered with that bowl of water earlier. If someone got hold of the water for testing, it could become quite troublesome. They couldn't have taken anything away. Feng Xingyan asked the butler in a low voice, "Has anyone left early so far?" The butler replied, "No, everyone is still in the banquet hall." Being in the hall doesn't mean they haven't sent out information. Even if they didn't take anything away, Xingyan, we might have already been exposed. Feng Xingyan suddenly narrowed his eyes. When that woman fell earlier, who was the first to help her up? Someone recalled and confidently said, "It was Mrs. Yu." Meanwhile, at the hospital, Wan Heng had already received a call from that person. "It's absolutely true. I tested the water on the fabric with test paper. It's not pure water, but something else. Although I don't know what was added, it changed the color of the test paper. If there's nothing fishy, why wouldn't they use pure water?" Feng Xingyan's blood test showed no problem, so it's very likely related to that bowl of water. I took a huge risk to get this. In a corner of the elevator, Yu Mingru's mother, Bai Qing, nervously destroyed the fabric and test paper in her hand, still feeling a bit scared. She knew she couldn't take these things out and didn't dare to keep them. Pushing that woman earlier had already used up all the courage she had in her life. Her hand was shaking as she made the call. Remember, if the Feng family finds out, you can't give me away. But Wan Heng was no longer listening. Feng Xingyin had clearly survived a month, yet they had to manipulate the blood test on the spot. This was definitely suspicious. Could Xiangjun really have extended the lifespan of K virus patients? He had heard from Wan Shaoluan earlier that Ulrich had planned to infect Feng Xingyin with the K virus in Europe. And for the following year, Feng Xingyin had rarely been seen in public. Had they all been fooled? The Feng family was truly cunning. Now they were doomed. Mrs. Yu, please come with me. Our young lady has something to say. In an instant, Bai Qing's face turned pale. Could they have been discovered already? In a room at the Wang family's house, Xiangjun didn't find anything useful on Bai Qing. She told Bai Qing that, considering the long-standing relationship between the Wang and Yu families, this matter would be settled for now. But if there was a next time, the Yu family wouldn't be so lucky. In the car, Yu Gutting reproached Bai Qing. Wan Heng is now shunned by everyone, yet you dare to collaborate with him? At this moment, Wan Heng's call came through. Yu Gutting, do you want to see the Feng family in trouble? The Feng family caused your daughter to be imprisoned. Now Bai Qing has offended them too. If you don't strike first, the Feng family will definitely not spare the Yu family. You and I are in the same boat now. If the Feng family remains unscathed, we'll be the ones in trouble. But Yu Gutting scoffed at him. Bringing down the Feng family? Do you have that ability? Your Wan family has already split up. To fill the hole left by Wan Shaoluan, I fear your capital is almost depleted. Can you still afford to hire people with strong backgrounds to help you? After speaking, Yu Gutting thought to himself. However, if the Feng family falls, the crisis for the Yu family could be resolved. But this matter surely isn't that simple. It's better to be cautious. Wan Heng replied, this time, we don't need those who are afraid of the Feng family. Now I'm 80% certain that Feng Xingyin is truly infected. I have an idea. If you help me contact a few people who attended tonight's banquet, the Feng family is done for. 2 days later, reporters announced that a K virus patient had been discovered in Haizhong City. The patient was currently under controlled isolation. Wan Heng, disregarding the consequences, had made the situation boil over. He now had nothing to fear. Things had reached an irreversible point. They could only make it a bigger scandal. Everything was happening behind the scenes while turmoil brewed on the surface. Finally, it was time for the Feng family to hold a press conference. There were far too many people suspecting that the K virus had leaked from the Feng family. Therefore, on the day of the press conference, the entire venue was packed with people. The former head of the Wan family publicly stated that young Master Feng had been infected with the virus a year ago, and Xiangjun had been helping him prolong his life. Wan Heng also said that he was driven to the brink by the Feng family because he knew this secret. However, since the Feng family dares to hold a press conference, I'm starting to believe them a bit. If the virus really came from the Feng family, how could they have such confidence? I think so too. They wouldn't shoot themselves in the foot. Such conversations made the entire venue buzz with excitement. Upstairs, Feng Xingyin looked at the dense crowd outside with a cold expression. Don't worry, we're well prepared. Even if there's an unexpected situation, you just need to trust me. I still have a secret weapon, Xiangjun reassured him in a relaxed tone. Feng Xingyin asked curiously, secret weapon? What did you do? Xiangjun smiled mysteriously, his eyes sparkling with an odd light. A secret is a trump card, naturally 1,000,000% foolproof. Of course, if we don't need to use it, we won't. When it's time to use it, you'll know. He raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone light. In such a tense state, Feng Xingyin was amused by him. I didn't expect you to be the type to keep secrets. He guessed that Xiangjun was probably just comforting him, or maybe he had some medicine that could temporarily help him pass the inspection without fail. However, the latter possibility was small. After all, if there was such a medicine, Xiangjun wouldn't need to keep it a secret, unless the medicine had severe side effects. With these vague thoughts, Wan Heng arrived. As soon as Wan Heng appeared, the reporters became even more agitated. In just a few days, Wan Heng had lost a lot of weight. How unpredictable life is. Who could have imagined that the once powerful head of the Wan family would end up like this? He insists that young Master Feng is infected. Is he here for a face-to-face confrontation? This will be interesting to watch. At this moment, Tang Chi said to Feng Xingyan, "The state prosecutor sent by the Supervision Bureau has arrived. Long time no see, young Master Feng." The state prosecutor shook hands with Feng Xingyan, his expression resigned. "Thank you for your trouble today. We're just trying to quell the rumors." "I understand." Feng Xingyan's attitude towards him was quite amicable. "This incident was designed by some people to target me. I've already gathered some evidence. After the press conference, we can discuss it in detail." In fact, Feng Xingyan had already obtained evidence to incriminate Wan Heng. But those infected people, they had already decided it was the Feng family's fault. Even if they exposed Wan Heng now, it wouldn't quell the suspicions. So to thoroughly resolve this matter, Feng Xingyan had to take a small risk. The prosecutor was somewhat pleasantly surprised. "Really? That's great. If someone did this for personal gain, it absolutely cannot be tolerated. The higher-ups have instructed that the mastermind must be severely punished." Feng Xingyan nodded. "All right, it's getting late. Let's begin." The prosecutor saw Feng Xingyan's calm attitude. He waved his hand, and a person behind him stepped forward, indeed holding a virus detection device. Before the blood test, the state prosecutor looked at the recording equipment below and said seriously, "Due to the recent spread of rumors in Haizhou, to quell these false rumors, the Supervision Bureau has sent me, Zhou Hao, to oversee this matter. I have no personal agenda. All actions will be conducted in full view of everyone. I will not wrongly accuse the innocent, nor will I tolerate any wrongdoers." "Wait, I have an objection." Wan Heng hurriedly stood up. "Last time, Feng Xingyan relied on special water to pass the test in front of everyone. Are you using the same method this time?" Zhou Hao frowned. "Are you suggesting that I'm covering for a suspect?" Wan Heng explained, "I'm just afraid Prosecutor Zhou might be deceived by Feng Xingyan. Besides, machines can malfunction sometimes. Why don't we use a different testing method?" "How?" Feng Xingyan crossed his arms. "Wan Heng, it seems you won't be satisfied unless you find something wrong with me. Since you're raising doubts, you must have something prepared. Tell me, how do you want to test?" Feng Xingyan will comply to the end. "But I must warn you, I'll only play along with this nonsense once. If you keep pestering me after this, don't blame me for being impolite." At this moment, Wan Heng stared intently at Feng Xingyan. "As long as you dare, electronic devices can be tampered with. Let's use the most primitive method, test paper." Seeing Wan Heng choose test paper, Feng Xingyan's eyes flickered slightly, but he said nothing. "These will turn red when in contact with normal blood, but if it encounters abnormal blood, it will turn blue." On the other side, Shang Jun thought to himself that he was prepared for this. It seems the secret weapon won't be needed. Feng Xingyan then smiled faintly and slowly pressed the test paper onto the wound on his fingertip. Under the 100x magnified camera, even Feng Xingyan's tiniest movements couldn't escape everyone's eyes. Watching the snow-white paper gradually turn red, Wan Heng held his breath, silently chanting, "Change color, it must change color." But no matter how they wished, the test paper behaved just like ordinary paper, showing no unusual reaction to Feng Xingyan. The blood stains slowly spread on the paper, but in the end, it remained red. This scene dealt a heavy blow to all those with ulterior motives. This is impossible. Wan Heng had already turned pale. As someone who had always firmly believed Feng Xingyan was problematic, he had never considered what would happen to him if Feng Xingyan turned out to be fine. I knew it. How could someone like young Master Feng have any issues? Someone laughed, showing an almost genuine smile. "I hope certain people will stop slandering young Master Feng. How could the virus spread in Haizhou possibly be related to the Feng family?" But a noble woman whose child was infected showed dissatisfaction. Even if it wasn't done by the Feng family, all the victims attended the Feng family's banquet before getting infected. How can you say this has nothing to do with the Feng family? At this point, Shang Jun stepped forward. The people who attended the Feng family's banquet weren't just these few infected individuals. Why are only they infected while others are fine? Because they have another thing in common. After leaving the banquet, the infected didn't go straight home, but went somewhere else. This gave the culprit an opportunity. As is widely known, once infected with the K virus, one immediately develops a persistent high fever. But that night, all the banquet attendees went home in good condition. The real culprit behind this incident is actually quite obvious. Initially, it was Wan Shaolin who brought the K virus to Haizhou City. And there's one person who is close to Wan Shaolin. For him, obtaining Wan Shaolin's blood would be extremely easy. Moreover, he has been targeting me constantly. It's not surprising that the Feng family would spread the K virus and then frame me for it. Shang Zhen's pointed remarks immediately directed all cameras towards Wan Heng. You once asked if I was willing to die with you. Shang Zhen narrowed his eyes at him. Suddenly, he asked with a casual smile, if something happens to me, would you let me down? After saying this, he lowered his head. Without hesitation, he put Feng Xingyan's bleeding finger in his mouth. He actually dared to touch Feng Xingyan's blood. Feng Xingyan, haven't you ruined me enough? Now you want to push me out as a scapegoat? On the high platform, Feng Xingyan looked down at him with extreme disdain, like a lofty deity. You still want to quibble? Wan Shaoluan's former butler has confessed everything. You took the blood medicine left by Wan Shaoluan and secretly inquired about the whereabouts of the guests at my Feng family banquet. Wan Heng, you spread the K virus for your own selfish interests. You're truly insane. As Feng Xingyan finished his last word, Wan Heng was already arrested. Wan Heng, you heartless wretch. How did my son wrong you that you would harm him like this? At this moment, an unexpected voice suddenly interjected. Feng Xingyan is lying. The one who burst in at this time was actually Li Wenxian. Someone must have helped him, allowing him to pass through layers of security and stand here. Wasn't he under house arrest? Shang Zhen glanced at Feng Xingyan, whose face was grim as he looked towards Pang Qi. Pang Qi hurriedly said, I'll go investigate right away. After being surrounded by people, Li Wenxian seemed to feel a bit safer. His voice was no longer trembling and not as shrill. I am a professor at Kellen University and an S-level expert at the GSIU Virus Center. I was specially hired by the Feng family last year to work with other experts on conquering the K virus. It's been over a year now. But because I was unwilling to risk going to England, I was put under house arrest by the Feng family. I haven't seen my wife and children for over a year. His tone was emotional. He created a stark contrast between his own misery and the Feng family's tyranny. A reporter quickly asked, but young Master Feng just had his blood tested in front of everyone and there was no problem. Li Wenxian said angrily, I can explain to everyone why Feng Xingyan's blood test showed no problems both times. First, the virus detection device can be interfered with. As for the test paper, it must be due to a masking agent developed by Shang Zhen. Shang Zhen was researching masking agents last year. Now he must have successfully developed it. After taking the masking agent, the patient's blood won't change the color of the test paper. In fact, Feng Xingyan hasn't recovered at all. His blood is still infectious. As soon as he finished speaking, almost reflexively, many guests started to back away. That's terrifying. Is what this person's saying true? So was the K virus leak in Haizhong because of the Feng family? Li Wenxian's words were like a shot of adrenaline to the critically ill Wan Heng. He suddenly burst into laughter. Now you know who the real mastermind is, right? I'm innocent. I didn't release the K virus. Feng Xingyan wants to give false testimony and push everything onto me. I'm innocent. Shang Zhen's eyes flickered with a strange light, and his lips curved into a mysterious smile. It seems we'll have to use that final move, facing the accusations and anger from the crowd. Just before emotions exploded again, Shang Zhen suddenly stepped forward, forcefully shielding Feng Xingyan behind him. You all just listened to Li Wenxian's one-sided words and want to condemn the Feng family? Isn't that too hasty? His calm voice silenced the crowd for a moment. Li Wenxian quickly reacted. He said sharply, You are the K virus carrier. You assembled the expert team just to cure yourself. Shang Zhen sneered. Feng Xingyan gathered so many experts just because I was interested in the K virus and wanted to help me. But you're saying he got infected himself. That's why he gathered so many people. Where's the evidence? Li Wenxian's face turned the color of pig liver. It was already a miracle that he could escape. He indeed had no evidence to prove Feng Xingyan was infected. No contracts or anything. Wan Heng, breathing heavily, shouted, Shang Zhen, Li Wenxian has no evidence to prove what he's saying. You also have no evidence to prove what you're saying. Why should we believe you? Shang Zhen raised an eyebrow slightly. Of course I do. Saying this, he suddenly stood on tiptoe and kissed him. You once asked if I was willing to die with you. Shang Zhen narrowed his eyes at him. Suddenly, he asked with a casual smile, if something happens to me, would you let me down? After saying this, he lowered his head and without hesitation put Feng Xingyan's bleeding finger in his mouth. He actually dared to touch Feng Xingyan's blood. Really? The so-called secret weapon turned out to be himself. The scene was in an uproar. Shang Zhen had swallowed Feng Xingyan's blood. The blood of K virus patients is infectious. If Shang Zhen develops a fever, it would prove young Master Feng is infected. This is indeed the most powerful evidence. Shang Zhen turned to look at Zhou Hao. Prosecutor Zhou, in the medical kit you brought, there should be a thermometer. Could I borrow it? After testing with the thermometer, 36.8 degrees, normal temperature. Shangjin didn't have a fever. Zhou Hao patted Feng Xinyan's shoulder. Looks like it was just a misunderstanding today. I'll report the situation to the higher-ups. As for Wan Heng, let me handle him. Otherwise, I can't explain to my superiors. After saying this, he took Wan Heng away. Feng Xinyan immediately got into the car with Shangjin. Feng Xinyan looked at him, clenching and unclenching his hand. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Shangjin, you're all right, aren't you? Feng Xinyan looked at him like a 1-year-old child. Shangjin chuckled lightly, nodding self-mockingly. Feng Xinyan, I've also been infected with the K virus. Now we're really entangled inextricably. Feng Xinyan's eyes widened, his tone nervous, eyes full of panic. No, Jinjin, don't joke like this. You clearly don't have a fever. You won't be infected. He had been hoping somewhat luckily, thinking maybe Shangjin had taken some immune-boosting medicine. Otherwise, how to explain why he didn't have a fever? Unexpectedly, Shangjin also pretended to be serious and said, I'm not joking. I really am infected. It's just that my body is special. Many harmful substances that enter my body have a delayed reaction compared to normal people. The virus is the same. After he finished speaking, he fell asleep directly. When Feng Xinyan touched his body, he found he was running a fever. He's running a fever. At this moment, immense fear engulfed him. He shouted at the driver to return home at the fastest speed. Hurry back to give Zhen the antibody injection. Maybe he's one of the 1% lucky ones. At this time, the Feng family had watched the live broadcast and were already on high alert. They must save him, they must. Dr. Yin still had some methods. After all, their research on the K virus was leading the world. But even after injecting the improved antibody, it still had no effect. At least Shangjin's fever finally broke, unlike others who would have recurring fevers for 3 days. However, Shangjin was still inevitably infected. This news was a blow to the entire Feng family. For Feng Sihai, Shangjin's actions at the press conference, he was very grateful. If it weren't for his last-minute efforts to turn the tide, who knows what state the Feng family would be in now. Li Weining even fainted directly. After waking up, she kept saying she was sorry to Shangjin's mother, crying uncontrollably. A day later, Shangjin finally woke up, feeling the familiar ache in his body. He knew that even after the antibody injection, he couldn't escape and was still infected. Indeed, the lucky ones are always the minority. Zhen, a low, elegant male voice came. How could you do such a thing without my permission? Shangjin didn't beat around the bush. He told the truth. Don't worry, I won't die so easily. I promise to cure you, and I'll keep my word. To survive, as long as you find the right method, he can live for a long time. It's just that I'll feel uncomfortable all over like a normal patient. But no matter how painful, it won't be worse than being an experimental subject. Perhaps during the drug trials, I can recall the successful antidote serum from my previous life. 7 days passed in a flash. The virus outbreak in Haizhong City gradually subsided with the infected individuals in mental isolation. Guanheng was executed by firing squad. Li Wenxian also received his due punishment. Those who were accidentally infected took the medicine Shangjin sent in, and their conditions stabilized temporarily. The Yu family also faced a bankruptcy crisis due to this failed investment. However, after Yu Mingru was released from prison, she sought help from Shang Qingqing. Now Shang Qingqing has inherited Wan Heng's property and changed her name to Wan Qingqing. At this time, Shangjin was enduring pain, undergoing live experiments. Every day he was bearing pain that ordinary people could hardly endure. Every time Feng Xinyan saw Shangjin suffering, he was on the edge of frenzy. If possible, he really wanted to replace Shangjin. Dr. Yin pulled Feng Xinyan aside. The research has been progressing rapidly recently. We can't allow such a good situation to be disrupted. Miss Shang is special. She's an invisible carrier who won't infect others. Moreover, her body's vitality is 10 times that of normal people, so she won't die as easily as ordinary people after infection. But Feng Xinyan is different. The experiment was completed. Shangjin returned to normal. Feng Xinyan was stunned, seeing a strange light flickering in his brilliant starry eyes. Can you imagine? I actually feel that pain is real. Isn't this feeling terrifying? Although he was smiling, Feng Xinyan inexplicably felt a deep sense of sorrow. He instinctively hugged him. After a long while, he asked in a very soft voice, "Can I know what exactly you've been through in places I don't know about?" This question he had wanted to ask for a very long time. He never asked. Until now, he actually told him with a smile that pain is real. This made Feng Xingyin suddenly realize that the pain he had experienced when he didn't know was unimaginably heavy. What could be more distressing than contracting a terminal illness? Feng Xingyin couldn't think of anything. Shang Zhen glanced at him dreamily. His usually cold, delicate face was slightly relaxed now. With a faint smile, he drew circles on his chest and said softly, "It's all in the past." Although it was very scary, many times I thought I couldn't get through it, but I did get through it. Feng Xingyin was clearly unsatisfied with this answer, but Shang Zhen just chuckled softly. He asked, "Do you know why I'm good to you?" His words made Feng Xingyin unconsciously hold his breath. "Because you're safe. You've never hurt me, and I've liked you for so many years. As long as you don't cross my bottom line, I can accept everything. My tolerance for you is always greater than for others." Feng Xingyin pursed his lips, looking down at him. "I've hurt you." This was also what pained him most, where he hated himself. Once upon a time, he had mercilessly humiliated him again and again, but he seemed to have forgotten it all. In fact, Shang Zhen had truly forgotten. His fingers idly played with Feng Xingyin's striped shirt. That level of humiliation doesn't count as anything anymore. Compared to the persecution and greed of certain people towards me, Feng Xingyin's humiliation was like child's play, harmless. He smiled self-mockingly. "Besides, that humiliation was my own doing. I'm grateful you didn't actually do anything to me, so I'm willing to be good to you. I won't joke with my own life. Everything is still under my control. At the current rate, we can probably conquer the K virus in about 3 months. I want to use it to achieve my first step. Although I don't know what drug was experimented on me before, I still remember the feeling of the drug entering my body. With me as a pioneer, we can definitely overcome the K virus. In my past life, I couldn't prove myself until death. In this life, I want to solve the world's most difficult problem and make the whole world remember my name. Ching Ching, you must help me. My family has offended the Feng family now, and my dad's investment failed. If we don't have funds to turn around in 3 days, our family is finished." Yu Mingru suppressed her unwillingness and said pitifully, "So you've come to borrow money from me." Wan Qingqing smiled strangely. Who would have thought the once high and mighty Missy would have a day to come borrowing money from me? Qingqing, Yu Mingru felt embarrassed. She gritted her teeth and said, "You've inherited Wan Heng's property now. The money I'm borrowing is nothing to you. Besides, we have a common enemy. Helping me is also helping yourself." As soon as she mentioned the common enemy, Wan Qingqing knocked over a cup beside her with a bang. The name Shang Zhen was absolutely taboo for Wan Qingqing. Wan Qingqing would never forget how Shang Zhen had pushed her to this point. She would never let that bitch off. "If you want me to help you, I can." Wan Qingqing suddenly changed her tone. She took a deep breath, moving her recently cut ear-length short hair. She sneered, "Go dress up. I'll take you to meet someone. Serve him well, and I'll help you." Late at night at the Feng house, Shang Zhen, after injecting a cardiac stimulant, his eye movement frequency obviously increased, and he seemed to be dreaming. "Grandma, Grandpa." An elegant old lady held a book, showing no trace of modern restlessness, just like a lady from a big mansion. She pointed to a line of text, adjusted her reading glasses, and slowly said, "Love comes from truth." Let's use this character, Zhen, truth. How about Zhen 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 Zhen? It also sounds pleasant when spoken. The old man beside her nodded. "Good, this name it is. This will be your formal name from now on." Grandma smiled with pursed lips. "I hope in the future that Feng family boy will treat my little dough ball with true love, just like his name." This was perhaps also the greatest wish in choosing the character Zhen. The scenes kept changing from a gentle childhood to adolescence to adulthood, but the later it got, the more terrifying it became. The 2 elderly who treated him like a treasure died, and he seemed to be forgotten too, becoming the redundant one. The scenes became increasingly terrifying. He began to fear, cry, and run away. It shouldn't be like this. Originally, he was supposed to be treated with true love by someone, but that wasn't his fate. Perhaps he just needed to get through this period. It must be so. But soon he discovered, the more he persisted, the more he refused to accept his fate, the crueler heaven became to him. Every time he reached a dead end, he didn't dare give up, because he knew, once he had thoughts of despair, it would truly be hopeless. But he clearly never gave up. Why did he still end up in a desperate situation? Why? A tear slid down for his temple. The people surrounding Shang Zhen suddenly fell silent. Feng Xingyin's heart suddenly tightened. He reached out carefully to touch that tear, but felt as if the tear was lava. Not only did it burn his hand, but it also melted a big hole in his heart. The moment Shangjin cried, his eyes also turned red. But he knew Shangjin wasn't crying because of pain, but because he was dreaming. His eyes were moving, proving he was still in the dream, dreaming of a scene that made him despair. That's why he was crying. If possible, Feng Xingyin really wanted to go into his dream, change his dreamscape, and protect him well. What did I do wrong? He was just talented, and then was exploited and squeezed by Shang Qingqing. He was just betrothed, and then framed by Yu Mingru's jealousy. He just didn't want to sacrifice himself to extend someone else's life, and he was hunted. He just wanted to escape, and he was caught and injected with a virus, becoming an experimental subject without human rights. He had been running for his life all along, and the nightmare never ended. How many times had he yearned in his heart, if only someone could give him a hand? Not asking to be cherished like a treasure, not asking for true love, just someone to reach out and help him, let him catch his breath. In the intermittent dream, Feng Xingyin held his hand tighter. You've done nothing wrong. You didn't do anything wrong. Wake up, you're just having a nightmare. I'm here. Don't be afraid. It was Feng Xingyin's voice. Shangjin suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils contracted slightly. Deep in his eyes, there were still traces of the dream that wouldn't dissipate. But his voice had already become calm. That's great, Jinjin. You're finally awake. I couldn't wake you up just now. Shangjin touched Feng Xingyin's cheek. If you had protected me like this in my past life, would I have lived less painfully? But why did you, who should have been my true love, abandon me? After thinking this, he pinched hard. Jinjin, if pinching can make you feel better, go ahead. People in pain often lack a sense of security. Jinjin probably had a nightmare because of this. I originally wanted to wait until everything stabilized to give Jinjin a grand proposal. But now it seems, why not do it now? I don't need to hold back my desire to marry her quickly anymore. No matter what happens, I will stay by your side. After Feng Xingyin finished speaking, he opened the bedside drawer and took out the ring he had prepared long ago. He knelt on one knee in front of Shangjin. Jinjin, will you marry me? I bought this ring in Austria back then. I thought I wouldn't have the chance to give it to you. Fortunately, it's not too late. I've been thinking a lot lately. I originally wanted to propose to you after we both recovered, with everyone as witnesses. But now I don't want to wait. Of course, I'll make up for the grand proposal later. Shangjun covered his chest. So this is what being proposed to feels like. A warm current seemed to surge in his heart, mixed with various emotions. Surprise, joy, understanding, and a hint of unease. No matter how hard he tried in his past life, he couldn't marry Feng Xingyin. Can he really do it in this life? Shangjun took a deep breath and reached out his hand. Ido, why should I hesitate anymore? Feng Xingyin can't go back to my previous life to help me. And in this life, I won't endure that kind of pain again. Remember your promise today. After dealing with my enemies, I want to focus on living well in this life with Feng Xingyin. Just as they were embracing, the phone rang. Feng Xingyin shouted, "Who's so inconsiderate to call early in the morning and ruin the mood?" Shangjun glanced at the phone. It's Yu Mingru. She suddenly contacted us. Preparing to answer the call, the voice on the other end of the phone sounded. Jinjin, it's been a year since we last contacted, right? I heard that Qingqing has recently hooked up with a big shot. Shangjun raised an eyebrow. You called me just to say this? Seemingly afraid that Shangjun wouldn't take it seriously, she added, aren't you curious who Qingqing hooked up with? He asked me to tell you that the Wan family is hosting a banquet in 3 days. I want you to be there. He also said that if you don't come, something unfortunate might happen to Shang Baiqi. Shangjun remained non-committal and suddenly asked, are you threatening me? Yu Mingru, could it be that old Li's taste is too good and you're eager to go back? Yu Mingru's face changed, instantly becoming gloomy. Shangjun, what are you so proud of? You're just relying on Feng Xingyin's love for you. If it weren't for the Feng family, you'd have been killed by the Wan family long ago. At this moment, Feng Xingyin's voice suddenly appeared. Yu Mingru, it seems the Yu family is too comfortable now, allowing you to idle around and talk nonsense. But Shangjun's reaction was very calm. Yu Mingru, for the sake of Shang Qingqing once being my sister, I'll be there in 3 days. I'm looking forward to seeing what show you'll put on. In his past life, Shang Qingqing had hooked up with a noble family's son, Yi Meng. This one family banquet might invite him too. Back then, Yimeng got infected with the K virus due to his promiscuous lifestyle. It was to cure him that I was forced to become a living, experimental subject, enduring all kinds of torment. I need to go and confirm if Shang Qingqing's new backer is indeed Yimeng. On the day of the Wan family banquet, Shang Jin didn't want Feng Xingyan to go with him, so he persuaded, "My constitution is special. I won't infect others. But you're different. Be good and wait for me here, okay?" Shang Jun said in a negotiating tone in the car. Feng Xingyan gritted his teeth. "Then I'll wait for you in the car." Seeing his determined attitude, Shang Jun had to agree. With Feng Xingyan there, his safety was also guaranteed. As soon as he got out of the car, the banquet had already been going on for a while. After Shang Jun went in and looked around, he found that they were all young people. As soon as Shang Jun arrived, Wan Qingqing immediately left the person she was chatting with and came over with a smile. "Sister, I thought you wouldn't come. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be living such a good life. I have so much money now that I can spend it freely. It's much more impressive than being some Miss Shang." Shang Jun didn't miss the malice in Wan Qingqing's eyes as she spoke with a smile. He got straight to the point. "I heard you found a big backer. Who is it?" Wan Qingqing chuckled, her eyes wandering over Shang Jun. "They say it's a backer, so of course it has to be a bit mysterious. Look, he's in that room upstairs. The party downstairs is so boring. Want to join our private party?" Shang Jun suddenly realized this was a trap set for him. But remembering that Feng Xingyan and the bodyguards were just outside, he had nothing to fear. "Well, let's go take a look." Wan Qingqing smiled mysteriously. "You'll definitely like it." Saying this, she led Shang Jun through twists and turns to her room. As soon as the door opened, a strange sour smell wafted through the air. The entire room was filled with smoke. Shang Jun frowned slightly. This smell seemed familiar to him from somewhere. As he walked in, even the usually composed Shang Jun was somewhat shocked. There were 17 or 18 couples in the room. Some were smoking, others were engaged in inappropriate behaviors, as if they were in their own bedrooms. Shang Jun suddenly understood what kind of party this was. Had Wan Qingqing lost her mind? Shang Jun suddenly took a step back, but two men blocked his retreat. "Miss Shang, this is a private party. To prevent any accidents, no one who comes in can leave before the party ends." So Wan Qingqing didn't want to confront him directly, instead finding 7 or 8 influential people to lead the charge. "To keep me here, you really stop at nothing." Wan Qingqing replied indifferently. "I'm just helping you test your brother-in-law's true feelings. What do you think young Master Feng will think when he knows you've been in this room for an hour or two? Will he remain steadfast or discard you like an old shoe? A beauty is indeed a beauty. It's not in vain that I called so many people to back me up. Baby, come play with us. I'll make you feel like you're in heaven." At this moment, Wen Ji's eyes were fixed on Shang Jun, clicking his tongue. The moment he saw Wen Ji, all the haziness from the drugs instantly disappeared. Shang Jun narrowed his eyes, sizing up this famous and wealthy playboy, his face cold as ice. If he had to give this person a nickname, it would be Madman. There was nothing he wouldn't dare to do. He was a madman who never cared about consequences. Shang Jun cursed inwardly. With Wang Heng's connections to the Yi family and the memories from his past life, Shang Jun had thought he would see Yi Meng, that cultured scoundrel, here. It would have been good to know the enemy for revenge. But he didn't expect Wan Qingqing to have hooked up with Wen Ji. Indeed, he could no longer trust the memories from his past life. Seeing Wen Ji's interest in Shang Jun, Wan Qingqing pretended to be distressed and said, "Young Master Wen, you should be careful. Shang Jun is young Master Feng's beloved." "Beloved? She's just a woman. If Feng Xingyan wants, I can send him 10 or 8 more. But this one, I want her." Shang Jun inwardly cursed his bad luck. No amount of strategy works against a rogue. Moreover, when he just checked his phone, he found there was no signal, which meant if Wen Ji forced himself on him tonight, the people outside might not even know. Outside, Feng Xingyan, seeing that Shang Jun hadn't come out for an hour and couldn't be reached by phone, his expression suddenly changed. It seemed this party wasn't as ordinary as they had thought. Jinjin is in trouble. Feng Xingyan gripped his phone, coldly ordering, "Pang Qi, surround the villa with your men. No one leaves before I find Jinjin." "Zuiqi, we're going in." At Feng Xingyan's command, people from several cars sprang into action. To prevent anyone from touching him, Feng Xingyan was surrounded by 8 people as they marched towards the banquet hall. Seeing their aggressive approach, many confused people voluntarily stepped aside, not knowing what was happening. However, they were all frightened by the murderous aura emanating from Feng Xingyan. Who is that? So scary. Is he here for revenge? You don't know him? A man whispered cautiously in his ear. That's the one who secured the top position in the Feng family at such a young age. The young master of the Feng family, Feng Xingyan. At this moment, a familiar woman ran out, trembling as she said, "Young Master Feng, why are you here? Didn't Jinjin already go back? Did he forget something? Stop pretending. If you don't want to die, tell me quickly where Jinjin is now." With just that half-dead Yu Jia and the unsupported Wan Jia, you dare to lay hands on my Jinjin? Two men, Zhang and Chuang, with Shangzhen between them, doing unspeakable things. Shangzhen was obviously in a daze. As someone barged in, those men all panicked. Jinjin should be in here. I saw him go in with a man. Yu Mingru obediently walked in front. But Feng Xingyan wouldn't trust her just like that. He gave Zhuqi a look, and Zhuqi took two men to search elsewhere. In front of the tightly closed door, the group stopped. With a wave of his hand, someone behind him kicked the door open. Immediately, an unpleasant smell of lust wafted out. Feng Xingyan had a bad feeling. At a glance, he saw a scene that made his eyes burn with rage. On a bed, two men with Shangzhen between them, doing unspeakable things. Shangzhen was obviously in a daze. As someone barged in, those men all panicked. Yu Mingru, seeing the scene before her, screamed as if frightened. At this time, the butler also rushed in with some guests close to the Wan family. "Young Master Feng, these are rooms for important guests. You can't dash," but before he could finish, he saw the extremely chaotic scene in the room, including those behind him, who also saw those naked figures. "Are they having an orgy?" Someone exclaimed. "Isn't that Feng's bride-to-be?" This caused a stir. Many people instinctively looked. It was indeed Shangzhen's face. Shangzhen actually did such a thing before getting married. Feng Xingyan was truly enraged. His eyes turned red as he glared fiercely at the approaching people. What is the Wan family's purpose? To ruin Jinjin's reputation? To prevent her from marrying into the Feng family? Yu Mingru was stunned by the scene before her. Wan Qingqing said she would give Shangzhen a big gift, but she didn't expect it to be this intense. And the butler bringing people came at just the right time. Now Shangzhen was doomed. Slop slop bang. 3 gunshots were heard, followed by a chorus of screams. Feng Xingyan, unable to contain his anger, fired 3 shots at the ceiling. After that, everything went quiet. "Arrest everyone here and interrogate them. If we can't find Jinjin, no one leaves." Wan Qingqing must be tired of living, daring to use Jinjin's face to ruin her reputation. Hearing the gunshots, Wan Qingqing in the secret room on the 2nd floor was startled. Then she smiled and said, "Great, Feng Xingyan indeed can't handle the shock. He's killed someone." Shangzhen, who had been tense, heard Wan Qingqing say this and asked strangely, "What did you do?" "It's simple." Wan Qingqing leaned against Wenji, as if boneless. She smiled and said, "I found someone to have plastic surgery to look like you," and gave her a transformation drug. "I'm sure Feng Xingyan has already seen his beloved fiancée in bed with other men, and I've called many people to watch. Tomorrow, everyone in Haicheng City will know how shameless you are. Let's see how you can marry into the Feng family now." Wenji approvingly patted Wan Qingqing's head. "Your ideas are always so interesting. I can't wait to see Feng Xingyan's reaction. Once Shangzhen is exposed, public opinion alone can severely damage the Feng family." Forced to retreat, Shangzhen laughed softly. "It's impressive that you could come up with such a thorough plan. Seems you've been plotting how to harm me all this time. Enough talk. I've long wanted to taste what Feng Xingyan's woman is like." At this moment, a bodyguard lunged fiercely at Shangzhen from behind. But the next second, he screamed and fell to his knees, with 2 silver needles stuck in his eyelids. Shangzhen shook her finger. "There's another ending. As long as I can appear before the public, your scheme will fall apart on its own." Meanwhile, Feng Xingyan had searched everywhere, but couldn't find anyone. The house's design was strange. There must be a secret room, but he didn't know on which floor. Feng Xingyan irritably tugged at his tie. His purple eyes filled with deep unease. "We can't wait any longer. Can't find them, right? Simple. Drive everyone out and set fire to this place. I'll burn it down. You took my person and still hide. I must force you out." Feng Xingyan's words shocked the butler to his core. Burn this place down?" What about the people in the secret room? At this moment, someone pointed at a wall and said, "What kind of wall is this? It's so thin I can see the fire outside." Wan Qingqing and Wenji looked where he was pointing. They saw that one of the previously enclosed walls now had many holes in it. Some holes went right through the wall, and the fire outside could be faintly seen. Wan Qingqing suddenly realized why Shangjun had been leading them to shoot at that wall. It seemed Shangjun had known all along that one of the walls was fake. It's a glass wool soundproof wall. Quick, where's Shangjun? Catch her. She's going to escape. Wan Qingqing's anxious words made Wenji laugh foolishly. At the same time, Feng Xingyin watched the flames before him, his heart tense, his gaze highly focused. Where is Shangjun? Where is he hidden in this house? At this moment, Zuiqi suddenly pointed to a spot on the second floor and said, "Young master, look at that wall. Shangjun, you can't escape." Wan Qingqing snatched the gun from Wenji's hand and quickly fired at Shangjun. She had a feeling that if Shangjun escaped from her hands, the consequences would be severe. At this critical moment, Shangjun's muscles tensed. Using all her strength, she crashed hard into the nearly destroyed soundproof wall. The 2 layers of tortured boards broke with a crack. Shangjun protected her head with both hands and leaped down from the second floor. Flames rushed towards her face. Shangjun had stayed in this house in her previous life, so she knew the height and that there was a lawn outside. She wouldn't hit any sharp objects, so she dared to be so reckless. But the flames were beyond her expectation. She might be seriously injured today. Feng Xingyin heard the noise and instinctively looked up. At that moment, before he could clearly see who was jumping down, his subconscious already prompted him to rush over at the fastest speed. Finally, he caught the person in his arms. "Jinjin, I've finally found you." But at this time, Wan Qingqing on the second floor was holding a gun. There was a bang. With a bang, Feng Xingyin shot Wan Qingqing. The gun in Wan Qingqing's hand instantly dropped. He glanced at the burning villa and slightly raised his eyebrows. Zuiqi, send people to put out the fire. Remember, Wan Qingqing and others were illegally gathering in the secret room. They set fire to the house. Collect evidence while putting out the fire and hand it over to Fu Bo. Feng Xingyin's words contained a lot of information. The shocked crowd was full of resentment, but they didn't have the guts to hate Feng Xingyin, so they could only hate the Wan family for provoking the tiger. Really, why provoke him of all people? They just had to touch Feng Xingyin's beloved. Do they not value their lives? Feng Xingyin took Shangjun home. Seeing Jinjin so unusual on the way, Feng Xingyin was a bit anxious. "What's wrong? Did they do something to scare you?" Shangjun shook her head. "I just feel that I trusted my memory too much, so I bear a lot of responsibility for this incident. I shouldn't have made such a mistake." Shangjun's voice was a bit low, as if she had been hit by making such a basic mistake. Feng Xingyin couldn't help but smile. He mischievously ruffled Shangjun's hair. Seeing she didn't resist even like this, his heart melted. "Silly girl, everyone makes mistakes. Today's incident is not your fault. They're just too hateful." Shangjun's mood was still a bit down, trusting her memory too much and putting herself in danger. Even risking her life was absolutely her bottom line, so she couldn't easily forgive herself. "Silly." Feng Xingyin sat beside Shangjun, lovingly kissing her temple. "How did I fall for such a silly girl?" Shangjun frowned. She wasn't silly, okay? This was just her first miscalculation since her rebirth. In the future, she wouldn't rely solely on her memory. Hearing that Wenji was also involved in plotting with Wan Qingqing against her, Feng Xingyin's face turned ugly again. So it was that bastard. Back then, a woman he was pursuing publicly said she liked me. Since then, he's been targeting me. I always thought he wasn't a threat, so I didn't take him seriously. I didn't expect he was such a madman. He actually dared to lay hands on you. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Feng Xingyin's purple eyes. "Wait, Jinjin, I'll make him pay for this." Shangjun nodded. Not knowing what nerve she had touched, she suddenly said, "It's good to have you." Feng Xingyin was pleasantly surprised, and his previously gloomy face instantly lit up. Although he said, "You only realize this now," his heart was swelling. It felt as if something was about to overflow. He also wanted to tell Shangjun, "It's good to have you." He found his home with her. He was reborn with her. They had always been a perfect match, hadn't they? Their happiness was overflowing. Feng Xingyin suddenly remembered the gift he had promised to give Jinjin. He wondered if it was finished yet, If not, he could still make her happy before the wedding. It would be a surprise. The next day, in the news of Haizhong City, Wan Qingqing was sentenced to 1 year for a illegal gathering. Soon, the Wen family brought Wen Ji to apologize. Young Master Feng, please give Uncle Wen some face. This time, this beast was instigated by that bitch Wan Qingqing. That's why he did such a stupid thing. I've already punished him at home. This time he really knows he was wrong. Feng Xingyin snorted, sitting high on the sofa. His expression was cold and mocking, with a chilling aura. Shang Zhen sat on the side. Wen Yin smiled. Having suffered such a loss, if Wen Ji and Wan Qingqing had succeeded, forget about apologizing. The Feng family would have been in trouble, not to mention his reputation would be ruined. The Wen family thought they could settle this with just an apology. Mr. Wen, do you know what your son wanted to do to me? Shang Zhen's words made Wen Taiping's facial muscles twitch. He looked full of remorse and quickly apologized to Shang Zhen. I'm so sorry, Miss Shang. My son was confused for a moment. Please don't hold it against him. Our Wen family will definitely take responsibility for this incident. I prepared the Sea King Jade of Haizhong City. Feng Xingyin coldly interrupted him, his tense face full of anger. My Feng family doesn't lack money. I don't need material compensation. He wanted to hurt my wife. Shouldn't he pay with his life? Shang Zhen, thinking that Wen Ji would bring about his own demise in a couple of years, stopped Feng Xingyin. His life isn't necessary. However, that night young master Wen wanted to break my legs and humiliate me. Now, I'm not an unreasonable person. If Mr. Wen is willing to break his legs in front of us, we can consider this matter settled. Feng Xingyin was a bit confused. Shang Zhen signaled him to be patient, smiling at Wen Taiping. Break my legs? A fake phoenix from a third-rate family like you dares. Wen Ji had no sense of crisis. If Feng Xingyin really let Shang Zhen do this, it would mean opposing the entire Wen family. Feng Xingyin sneered and waved his hand. Pang Qi immediately tied up Wen Ji. Feng Xingyin, this is vigilantism. I'll report you. Wen Taiping also knew that once Feng Xingyin made a decision, it was impossible to take it back. The Wen family couldn't follow in the footsteps of the Wan family. Shang Zhen stood up. Mr. Wen, if you can't bring yourself to do it, why don't I do it? As a woman, I won't be too harsh. Besides, this is between me and Wen Ji. Wen Taiping immediately gritted his teeth. Then I'll trouble Miss Shang to discipline him for me. Wen Ji couldn't believe that his father, who had always cleaned up his messes, would abandon him like this. No. No matter how much you scream, it's useless. Shang Zhen chuckled, tapping the iron rod against her palm. Now you're mine. Whack, whack, whack. Before she could finish speaking, Shang Zhen's rod suddenly struck Wen Ji's legs. It really hurt. Help me quick. Shang Zhen casually struck again. This time, Wen Ji could only sob, unable to make any other sound. As Shang Zhen swung the rod, she smiled and lowered her voice, glancing at Wen Taiping, who was standing nearby with his back turned. She clicked her tongue. Tisk, your savior is right in front of you, but you don't believe it. How does that feel? Wen Ji couldn't say a word, only glaring at her fiercely. Shang Zhen chuckled. Don't think you're the only one who can hold a grudge. I can too, but the difference is you're just a disgusting waste. Suddenly, but Feng Xingyin, who had been watching closely, swiftly intervened and seized his wrist. With a twist of his hand, Feng Xingyin dislocated Wen Ji's wrist. It hung limply, causing Wen Ji to let out another scream of pain. Shang Zhen stood up, smiling. All right, that's enough. Mr. Wen, take your son home. Keep him in check. If there's a next time, it won't just be broken hands and feet. Yes, there won't be a next time. Absolutely not. After dealing with Wen Ji, Shang Zhen sat on Feng Xingyin's lap somewhat proudly. Boasting, she said, You know, I used a little trick just now. Wen Ji was really in pain, but the more he screamed, the happier I felt. Do you think I'm a bit cruel? Shang Zhen's sudden question left Feng Xingyin perplexed. His face became unusually serious. For some reason, hearing Shang Zhen say so earnestly that she was a terrible person made Feng Xingyin want to laugh. Shang Zhen stared at him disapprovingly. Feng Xingyin quickly surrendered. Okay, you're a terrible person. You're too hard on yourself. Feng Xingyin's lips curved upward, his eyes filled with bright laughter. You came to find me in country A without hesitation, saving my life under gunfire. When you knew I was a dangerous infected person, you still stayed by my side, saying you wanted to save me. When others doubted me and staying with me became dangerous, you repeatedly stood up for me. It was the first time I realized how reassuring it is to be protected by someone. His tone grew increasingly gentle. Finally, looking at Shang Jun, the sweetness in his eyes seemed about to overflow. But deep in his eyes, there was also a hint of bitterness. You even contracted the K-virus for me. I failed to protect you. And I really can't help but love this terrible you. Who told you to suddenly appear so forcefully in front of me, compelling me to fall in love with you? Shang Jun felt uncomfortable under his gaze, that familiar sensation resurfacing. A tingling electric current stimulated her numb heart. She suddenly realized she liked this feeling. I'm not very good at sweet talk. Feng Xingyin laughed again, sweeping away the previous gloom. Watching him return to his bright self. You just need to know that every word I say is true. Shang Jun pouted. You call that not knowing how to sweet talk? You've already beaten 99% of straight men. Feng Xingyin laughed heartily. Looks like I've become naturally good at it after meeting you. Jun, let me give you a gift before we get married. Do you remember when I said I'd build a research institute just for you? Shang Jun's eyes lit up. Really? Feng Xingyin tapped her head lightly, chuckling. When have I ever lied to you? The sanatorium has just been renovated. The weather's nice today. Want to go see the finished product? What are we waiting for? So, the group set off from the Feng family mansion, heading towards the research institute. As they drove further away, Shang Jun showed excitement for the first time. In front of Feng Xingyin now, she often flashed glimpses of her past self. Feng Xingyin took out a silk scarf and covered her eyes. He said mysteriously, to give you a surprise, you'd better close your eyes. Rest a bit, we'll be there soon. If it can bring a smile to your face, it's all worth it. After getting out of the car, Shang Jun's slightly upturned lips pressed together. Though she couldn't see, she seemed to smell something familiar. It was just like the scent she smelled every day in her previous life, when she was kept as a living experiment subject in the research institute. The reason I can always predict things is because I've experienced it all before. I'm someone who has died once, but heaven gave me a chance to be reborn. What I'm saying might sound unbelievable, but this is the truth you wanted to know. Now, let me take you on a tour of the underground world. Do you smell something? It's the scent of rosemary. There's a large patch of rosemary planted here. Feng Xingyin held Shang Jun's hand as they walked forward. He explained, this place is one of the Feng family's properties, isolated from the world. It's a great place for retirement. Grandfather wanted to build a sanatorium here before. Rosemary refreshes the mind and has medicinal properties. So outside the sanatorium, a large area is planted with rosemary. It's quite spectacular. At this point, Shang Jun suddenly stopped, and this is the gift you want to give me? A research institute of my own? Feng Xingyin, unusually talkative, replied, yes, from now on, you're the master of this place. No one is allowed to enter without a top-level search warrant, so you don't have to worry about being disturbed. You can do anything you like here. Feng Xingyin said as he untied the blindfold. It's actually this place. Shang Jun clenched her fists. This is actually the research institute where I was forced to be a live experiment subject in my previous life. No wonder it's here, illegally creating live test subjects without anyone intervening. So without a top-level search warrant, no one can come in to investigate. Shang Jun's head started to ache more and more. Feng Xingyin's light and joyful voice seemed like a chant, constantly stimulating her eardrums. Shang Jun even felt like the environment was gradually turning blood red. She fell to her knees, forcefully pushing away Feng Xingyin's hand that tried to touch her. She asked with all her might, word by word, Feng Xingyin, who is Yi Hong to you? Feng Xingyin still had many places to introduce, but hearing Shang Jun's words, he turned back, somewhat puzzled. Then he saw Shang Jun's flushed, bloodshot face and eyes. Jun, tell me what's wrong. Did Yi Hong do something to hurt you? Shang Jun's voice was sharp for the first time, causing Feng Xingyin to almost instinctively say, Yi Hong is grandfather's war buddy and sworn brother. He took care of me a lot when I was young. But if he hurt you, I absolutely won't tolerate it. Because I'm your husband, I'll always stand by your side. I won't let you suffer any grievances. Shang Jun stepped back, keeping far away from Feng Xingyin. The person who was once the most harmless to him now seemed to be covered in his blood. Every touch felt like it would wound him. Feng Xingyin couldn't bear his silence. He grabbed his chin, forcing him to look at himself. What are you afraid of? Just tell me. I'm your husband, the closest person to you in this life. I said I would shelter you from the wind and rain. You can trust me. Tell me what's hurting you, okay? Looking at his faintly flickering purple eyes, Shang Jun took a deep breath. What if I say it's you who's hurting me? Feng Xingyan was stunned. You've always been curious about what I've been through, right? Today I'll tell you everything. I'm no longer that weak Shang Jun. Now I can definitely face those painful past experiences. Shang Jun narrowed his eyes, suddenly smiling. This place is beautiful. I can see you put a lot of thought into it. I know your intention was to make me happy. Come with me. Feng Xingyan originally thought Shang Jun would take him out. But no. Shang Jun led Feng Xingyan through twists and turns to a very hidden stone sculpture. He turned a button under the sculpture, and suddenly a door opened from the seamless wall. Feng Xingyan quickly thought that he seemed to have indeed asked Pang Qi to build an underground secret room. But he hadn't had a chance to ask about this secret room. How did Shang Jun know? After the door opened, Shang Jun slightly curled his lips and said to him, Feng Xingyan, I was once locked in here for 3 years, forced to be infected with the K virus, forced to become a living test subject. In my past life, although you didn't love me, I loved you for a full 20-some years. All of this is already past. I just didn't expect that while I was suffering in your property, you never once reached out to help me. At that time, did you really not know it was me suffering here? Feng Xingyan looked at Shang Jun in disbelief. Jun, are you talking about a past life? Shang Jun looked at Feng Xingyan. The reason I can always predict things is because I've experienced it all before. I'm someone who has died once, but heaven gave me a chance to be reborn. What I'm saying might sound unbelievable, but this is the truth you wanted to know. Now, let me take you on a tour of the underground world. I heard Mang was also in prison at that time. Hong was his. At that time, Bao was. The Wan Qingqing family and our family were indeed close. But if you want revenge, I will definitely stand by your side, because everything else combined doesn't compare to you. I know. The day after tomorrow is Wan Qingqing and Mang's engagement party. I'll go with you. But since we're out today, let's have a good time. Before, you were the one leading me. Now it's my turn to lead you. First, we need to change our clothes. At this time in the amusement park, the crowd was buzzing. Look at them. I asked you to wear matching outfits with me, and you kept refusing. Could it be that you're sent by advertisers? I used to think couple outfits were ugly. Now I realize it's the people who wear them that matter. Never mind. The handsome man and beautiful woman look too perfect together. Feng Xingyan, let's go play that one. It looks like a lot of fun. Rare to see Junjun so happy. Might as well wear it with him. Besides, Junjun looks so cute in it. I want to take a picture. That day, they were like any other couple. They rode the carousel, ate huge cotton candy, and went on the roller coaster. Time quickly passed to evening. The two sat on a park bench. Today fulfilled a wish from my past life. In my past life, I had countless fantasies of being able to come to an amusement park with you like a normal couple, wearing matching outfits. Junjun, no matter what you want to do, I'll be there to make it happen with you. Why don't we make a wish list? Write down our own wishes, and then fulfill them one by one together. Shang Jun found it quite interesting. My first wish is to hear Junjun say, I love you to me. It was then that Shang Jun realized he had indeed never said those 3 words to Feng Xingyan. Feng Xingyan smiled. The entire amusement park erupted. Brilliant fireworks exploded above their heads. Let's watch the fireworks together. It's just 3 words. Why is it so hard to say? 2 days later, Shang Jun and Feng Xingyan arrived at a place. But as soon as they got out of the car, they saw Xikong Jing. Feng Xingyan's face darkened. Why is this guy here too? What nonsense are you talking about? How could that person suddenly have a fever? He suddenly took out a test device from his pocket, pointing at the blood stains on the ground, saying, this definitely has nothing to do with Feng Xiao. There's Feng Xiao's blood on the ground. I'll test it for you right here. Shang Jun, Chongqing's body has recovered well. When are you coming for his follow-up examination? Chongqing has been thinking about you. He also said he wants to take the college entrance exam and get into your university. Hearing Xikong Jing say this, Shang Jun realized it was indeed time for the final checkup. He planned to go next Friday. Just as he wanted to chat more, Feng Xingyan pulled him close. It's getting late. We should go in. Clearly, Feng Xingyan was jealous again. So Feng Xingyan led Shang Jun into the banquet hall. As soon as they entered, they immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. The combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman is always pleasing to the eye. However, what intrigued people more was the relationship between them. I heard the Feng family is preparing for Feng Xingyin and Shang Zhen's wedding. Are they really getting married? My male idol and my female idol are getting married. Family head Hong strode over. Young Master Feng, your presence truly honors us. Seeing his enemy, Shang Zhen's demeanor changed instantly. Feng Xingyin also responded with a different face. Uncle Yi invited me. How could I not come? But where are the two main characters of this engagement party? At this moment, Wan Qingqing suddenly appeared with a wine bottle, screaming loudly at Shang Zhen, "You bitch! Go to hell!" No one had anticipated this situation, because her target was Shang Zhen, who was standing in front of Feng Xingyin. Xikong Jing, standing nearby, tried to stop her, but it was too late. A heavy wine bottle was swung down fiercely. Shang Zhen instinctively tried to dodge, but couldn't in time. At that moment, Feng Xingyin suddenly turned around and embraced him. The bottle smashed hard against the back of Feng Xingyin's head. This shocked everyone at the party. Feng Xingyin was injured. Feng Xingyin's face darkened. Everyone was terrified. Yihong ran over, looking helpless. Young Master Feng, are you alright? I don't know what happened. Qingqing suddenly went crazy after getting pregnant. I was afraid she might hurt someone, so I locked her up, but I didn't expect her to escape. Feng Xingyin sneered. Only a fool would believe such a story. Shang Zhen, recovering from the sudden incident, noticed the glass shards on the ground with a bit of blood. His pupils contracted sharply. This is bad. Feng Xingyin's K virus hasn't fully healed. Bleeding in such a public place could easily lead to infection. Yihong, feeling very guilty, hurriedly tried to make amends. It's all my father's fault. I will definitely give you an explanation later. Let me have someone bandage you first. A flash of anger appeared in Feng Xingyin's eyes. Yihong, if I remember correctly, you invited everyone here under the pretext of Wan Qingqing and Yi Meng's engagement. I don't care what you're up to, but when you scheme against me, you should pay the price. Feng Xingyin's words made Yi Hong's face turn ugly. Many people sensed something was off. That's right. Why would Yi Jiao want his precious son to get engaged to a crazy woman? Today's banquet seems to have ulterior motives. At this time, Yi Meng ran over in a panic, shouting loudly, "It's terrible! Just now when I was taking Qingqing back, she used a broken bottle that hit Feng Xingyin and accidentally cut someone's arm. That person has a fever now. How is that possible?" Shang Zhen was certain that there was no blood from Feng Xingyin on the half bottle that Wan Qingqing had dragged away. In other words, Yihong was indeed targeting Feng Xingyin today. Feng Xingyin couldn't understand Yihong's motive. Wasn't he just destroying himself by doing this? With so many people present, Yihong didn't even bother to pretend anymore. Instead, he scolded with fake sincerity. "What nonsense are you talking about? How could that person suddenly have a fever?" He suddenly took out a test device from his pocket, pointing at the blood stains on the ground, saying, "This definitely has nothing to do with Feng Xingyin. There's Feng Xingyin's blood on the ground. I'll test it for you right here." Just as he stepped forward, Feng Xingyin personally grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. "Yihong, what do you mean?" Feng Xingyin lowered his voice and asked darkly, "What are you scheming for?" After being lifted up, Yihong stopped those who wanted to rush up and save him. He also lowered his voice and said with a smile, "I want you to hand over the person who helped extend your life. I've been watching you for over a year. That researcher Li Wenxian was released by me. I'm 100% certain you're an infected person. K-virus infectees are destined to die within a month, yet you've lived until now. Someone must be helping you. Have them help me too. I have a heart problem and could die at any time before finding a suitable heart. If I die, all the empire I've worked so hard to build will be handed over to others. I can't let that happen. Tell me quickly who it is." Feng Xingyin's eyes grew colder. "You want to know? In your next life. You want to know? In your next life." After saying this, he suddenly threw a hard punch, knocking Yihong to the ground. Many people gathered around, but Feng Xingyin immediately grabbed Shang Zhen's hand. "Let's go." Shang Zhen was pulled along as they ran forward. The guests were all panicking, while some influential people questioned Yihong. "We came here for an engagement party, but we haven't seen the couple, nor heard any happy news announced. Mr. Yi, what exactly are you trying to do?" Yihong was helped to his feet, a flash of madness in his eyes. Ignoring others, he fixated on Feng Xingyin. "Young Master Feng, you really won't agree to my request?" He clutched a testing pen in his hand. "Strictly speaking, This doesn't harm you, does it? What's the benefit? Can't we share it? Are your and Shang Zhen's lives worth more than mine? We can negotiate the benefits. You can have whatever you want. Feng Xingyin tightened his grip on Shang Zhen's hand. Delusional. Seeing Feng Xingyin refuse his offer, Yi Hong grew angry. Then don't blame me for being ruthless and forgetting old friendships. Shang Zhen looked at Yi Hong. It seems we can't avoid this inspection. Although the research is almost successful, even if Feng Xingyin is quarantined, he can come out quickly. But everything we've done before will be proven to be deception. The Feng family can't explain it at all. It seems we can only do that. Shang Zhen took a deep breath. We could do the inspection, but for a non-existent matter, you people have provoked us again and again. I really can't stand it anymore. Yi Hong, if Feng Xingyin is fine, you'll give me your Tianli hospital. How about that? As long as you agree, we'll test the blood immediately, without delay. In the previous life, Yi Hong survived because he found a suitable heart through Tianli Hospital. If I get Tianli Hospital first, perhaps I can indirectly cause Yi Hong's death. Shang Zhen's words made Yi Hong frown. A flash of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes. He said loudly, "Fine, I'll give it to you. Let's test the blood now." How could Feng Xingyin possibly be fine? Shang Zhen then looked up at Feng Xingyin, who opened his eyes at that moment. He hugged him. He took out a needle and pricked him. Feng Xingyin felt a bit dizzy. At this time, the disease control personnel nervously interrupted them, carefully dropping the blood onto a disc. The staff spread the blood over the entire slide, then pressed the switch. An electronic red light flashed. All the blood values were displayed. The staff glanced at the numbers, and their eyes widened. Yi Hong suddenly frowned. Young Master Feng's blood is normal. How is this possible? The person cut by the bottle definitely had a fever immediately. Shang Zhen smiled. That person might have indeed been infected with the K virus. But whether it's because of Feng Xingyin or because of your family, we'll have to ask Mr. Yi. Your family attacked first, then coerced us. What exactly are you trying to do? I'm completely baffled. Yi Hong, who was still in shock, suddenly looked at him upon hearing his words. It's you. What did you do? What did you just do? Shang Zhen chuckled. You're giving me too much credit. I'm just a weak girl under 20. What could I possibly do? But Mr. Yi, don't forget, Tianli Hospital is mine now, right? At this, Yi Hong completely passed out. The scene was in chaos. Shang Zhen had won a complete victory. After they left, Feng Xingyin started to lose his strength. His entire body leaned on Shang Zhen, his forehead suddenly breaking out in cold sweat. How did Feng Xingyin faint? Could there be a problem with the antidote serum injected into him? Good news, Shang Zhen finally conquered the K virus. Old Yin said, Feng Xingyin was fine when he left, but he's unconscious now. It's very strange. Shang Zhen calmly said on the side, I injected him with test subject number 3. What? That hasn't been approved yet. Shang Zhen tiredly rubbed her brow. I know, but today's situation was special. Anyway, when Feng Xingyin wakes up, let him handle this. You should check first. What exactly is wrong with his body? After all, the blood test showed normal. Theoretically, this shouldn't happen. In the Feng family's laboratory, a group of people got busy. However, the final results were unexpectedly good. At first glance, this is just a side effect of the serum. There might be a slight issue with the dosage, but for now, there's no sign of recurrence. In other words, our serum research has succeeded. However, for safety reasons, you'd better inject again after a month. Old Yin said at last, seemingly unable to contain his joy. In a year and a half, they had created a miracle. Who would believe it if told? Shang Zhen also discreetly sighed in relief. Now, let's speed up the follow-up experiments. Using Feng Xingyin's clinical manifestations as a reference, we'll strive to complete all research within a month. As she said this, Shang Zhen looked through the glass at Feng Xingyin on the hospital bed. Suddenly, the corner of her mouth curved up. The K virus is nothing after all. When Feng Xingyin woke up, he felt sore all over. Shang Zhen explained the situation to him. I injected you with the antidote serum, but the dosage wasn't quite right, causing you to faint. However, after testing, you're confirmed to be cured. We'll do further follow-up tests on you to ensure the K virus doesn't recur. Feng Xingyin chuckled. I can't believe we really conquered the K virus. That was a global challenge. Jinjin, you're amazing. You're so outstanding. I'll have to work hard to keep up. I need to treat you even better, so well that you can't leave me. Shang Zhen stood up. You've been unconscious for so long. You must be hungry. I'll go to the kitchen and make you something to eat. As Shang Zhen cooked, Feng Xingyin could only watch from the side. Watching her skillfully fry eggs, Feng Xingyan, who wasn't very hungry before, gradually felt his appetite growing. Jinjin, do you cook often? Feng Xingyan coughed lightly, trying to divert his attention. Seeing how proficient she was, he couldn't help but ask. Since Feng Xingyan knew her secret, Shang Jun didn't hide anything. She casually said, when I was alone before, I would cook for myself. Feng Xingyan blinked, the corners of his mouth turning up. Then I'm your first customer. Yes, so you have to eat it all later. Not a single noodle should be left. Feng Xingyan raised an eyebrow slightly as he looked at her. I'll drink all the soup too. Not a single drop left. Next time, let me cook for you. Shang Jun narrowed her eyes. Haha, can you even cook? A week later, Shang Jun and Pang Qi were on their way to the Sikong family. Feng Xingyan had to deal with family matters. The two families had always been on good terms, but suddenly falling out made many Feng family members very dissatisfied with Shang Jun. They believed that since Feng Xingyan fell in love with her, the Feng family, which originally had allies on all sides and held the orthodox position, inexplicably made many enemies. Although they didn't deal with them, friends are always better than enemies, right? So Feng Xingyan was handling Yihong while also trying to mend family relations. But at this moment, their car was suddenly hit hard. Mrs. Xiao, be careful. We seem to be under attack. Yi family deliberately set up a trap, disregarding our prior friendship. If we let them off easily, other families might look down on our Feng family. At this time, news came. We just received a call. Mrs. Xiao was attacked on the road. Feng Xingyan's face changed instantly. What did you say? Let's go there immediately. Amidst the violent roar, Shang Jun took cover in the forest, running swiftly towards the depths of the mountain. Mrs. Xiao, there are too many of them. We two alone can't break through. I'll hold them off. You run quickly. Don't look back. Shang Jun took the gun from Pang Qi's hand. Be careful yourself. The attacker's target is clearly me. If Pang Qi and I split up, we might be able to divide them and then find a chance to defeat them one by one. The pursuers saw Shang Jun's footprints on the grass, proving she was nearby. I heard the Feng family's people have arrived. We must find her before the Feng family does. They all nodded. Everyone sprang into action, but the leader suddenly tripped over something. With a whoosh, a bamboo bent to its limits suddenly sprang up. In the mist, a sharpened bamboo shot straight at his face. In a split second, the man dodged the fatal blow by turning his head, but he screamed in pain, covering his left eye. Even though he dodged in time, the bamboo had still gouged out one of his eyes. Shang Jun, I'll kill you. Mere woman, how dare you blind my eye? By this time, Feng Xingyan had found Pang Qi and was searching for Shang Jun. Meanwhile, Shang Jun felt her vision gradually blurring. She had to find a more open space with fewer trees. Perhaps reaching the highest point would be best. Unexpectedly, a fierce mountain wind blew, making Shang Jun stop abruptly. A vicious voice came. He finally found you, Shang Jun. Run. Why don't you keep running? Shang Jun instinctively looked back, but could only see a tall human silhouette. Shang Jun, go to hell. Shang Jun, go to hell. But at this moment his pager rang. The terms of the deal have changed. I'll still pay you, but you must not harm a single hair on Shang Jun's head. Otherwise, you won't get a penny. Do you hear me? On the phone, Li Hong was still shouting excitedly. But the man in black had already laughed coldly. His eye was still bleeding. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he might have already been dead. And this old fool, telling him not to harm a single hair on Shang Jun's head. What kind of international joke was he playing? Yi Hong wants me to bring her back to you. And completely intact? Dream on. She dared to hurt my eye. I want her dead. After saying this, he smashed the pager hard on the ground. With each shout, he stomped on it forcefully. Seizing the moment, Shang Jun pulled out her gun. But due to her blurred vision, the bullet only hit the man's right arm. This further enraged the man. He drew his knife and lunged at Shang Jun. Shang Jun had no choice but to retreat. Unexpectedly, the rock beneath them could no longer support their weight. The ground suddenly gave way beneath their feet, and they both fell. Was this really how she would die? When Shang Jun woke up, she was still a bit dazed. Her hand was broken, and her whole body ached. But she was surprised to be alive, and her vision had returned to normal. Beside her was a cold corpse. Shang Jun then realized that this man had cushioned her fall, saving her life. So, where was she now? Shang Jun reached out to search the man's body. She found an old-style mobile phone. It seemed heaven hadn't abandoned her. But a minute later, Shang Jun discovered that the phone couldn't make calls or send text messages. This guy, why would he carry such a useless phone? Wait, she just heard the sound of a radio program. It must be set to listen to a channel at scheduled times. Maybe she could try that. Meanwhile, Feng Xingyan had searched everywhere up and down the mountain, but still couldn't find Jinjin. At this moment, his subordinates received news about Shangzhen. She had sent a message via radio. This is Shangzhen. Although it's hard to believe, I hope everyone can help me. Please broadcast a message to someone for me. Feng Xingyan, I'm in the middle of a cliff. I'm not sure the exact location, but my position is very unstable. I could fall at any moment. Feng Xingyan, upon seeing this, widened his eyes. It was Jinjin. She was still alive. Jinjin's position was unstable now. They had to find her quickly. Young master, this information comes from a radio program called Listening to the Heart. Mrs. Xiao seems to only be able to contact the outside world through this program for some reason. We've checked the location from where Mrs. Xiao sent the message. It shows on the cliff, but we don't know the exact position. Feng Xingyan ordered, contact the radio station immediately. We need to borrow their frequency. I want to talk to Jinjin. So while Bai Zhe was hosting the program, suddenly a call came through to the main switchboard. After the caller stated his identity, the station director scratched her ear, speechless for a moment. The director was a woman. After confirming Shangzhen and Feng Xingyan's identities, she decided to let young Master Feng use the channel first to help rescue his fiancée. Bai Zhe immediately knew what to do. Taking 3 seconds to calm himself, Bai Zhe cleared his throat. He excitedly said, due to special circumstances, we're interrupting with breaking news. We have a friend whose fiancé is currently trapped on a mountain. For some special reasons, he can only communicate with his fiancée through the radio. Out of humanitarian concerns, we will dedicate the remaining time to this anxious fiancé, so we won't be taking any more calls. We ask for your understanding. At this time, to conserve battery, Shangzhen hadn't touched the phone until she heard the host's excited voice. She quickly turned up the volume that had been set to minimum. The call connected quickly. A very urgent and familiar male voice rang out. Jinjin, can you hear me? It was Feng Xingyan. Feng Xingyan had come to find her. Shangzhen suppressed her racing heart and forcefully typed 2 words, I'm here. At that moment, seeing her brief response flash by, Feng Xingyan's eyes instantly reddened, as if crying with joy, his voice a bit hoarse. Jinjin, do you remember where you fell from? Can you recall? Shangzhen felt her nose inexplicably sting. She hugged the phone, shaking her head and biting her lip as she typed a line. I don't know. I couldn't see anything when I climbed to the mountaintop. I was taken down by someone who wanted to kill me. Now I'm on a protruding rock halfway up the mountain. But the rock is loose. I might fall soon. Feng Xingyan's heart tightened as he read her message. Don't be afraid. I'm coming to save you right away. Trust me, I will definitely rescue you. Suddenly, TVs, radios, phones, and computers all exploded with the news. The official website and blog were flooded with comments. Listen to this radio program. Fiancé trapped on mountain. Fiancé rescues through radio. It's too exaggerated. Must be a publicity stunt. I heard there's a type of old-fashioned phone designed for radio enthusiasts. It can only send messages to radio stations. Can't contact anyone else. It's specifically used as a radio. Maybe the woman has that kind of phone. At this time, the station director also became excited. Bai Zhe, our radio station is going to be famous. This incident has reached the top of trending searches today. Meanwhile, Sikong Jin, hearing about Shangzhen's news, also rushed over. What do we do now? Although I'm nearby, the mountain crevices here are extremely narrow. Helicopters can't descend into the cliff. How can we pinpoint her location? We'll use the most primitive method. Did you bring the sound wave detector? We'll go to the foot of the mountain, then use sound wave reflection principles to locate that protruding rock. Shangzhen, listening to Feng Xingyan and Sikong Jin's conversation, surprisingly felt calmer. But at this moment, the rock on the cliff had already started to crack. Time was running out. Shangzhen picked up the gun. To help them find me faster, perhaps that's the only way. Jinjin has sent another message to the radio station. She says there's a way to help you find her fastest. She wants to fire her gun, Sikong Jin said. No, Jinjin can't shoot. Shooting will accelerate the rock's loosening. But the rock under her feet seems to be loosening already. Why not give it a try? Her decision to do this also shows that she believes we can find her in the shortest time possible. Feng Xingyan thought for a moment and had no choice but to follow Jinjin's suggestion. Adjust the sound wave detector to receiving mode. Lock onto the gunshot location. Everything was ready. Bang, bang. A few gunshots echoed through the mountain valley. It was like a signal that set everyone in motion. We got it. Southeast direction, 70 meters. At a height of 1,700 meters from the ground. They finally found her exact location. Take the helicopter. Going down from above is the fastest way to rescue her. Feng Xingyan made a quick decision. He took the helicopter to fly to the position directly above where Shang Jun was to rescue her. Young master, the rope length has been measured. You'll see her as soon as you reach the end of the rope. Miss Shang, you need to move slowly and steadily. Otherwise, in the strong wind, you might throw the helicopter off balance. Feng Xingyan, with a serious face, strapped the phone to his body in case of emergency. Before jumping, he used the radio to say one last thing. Jinjin, don't be afraid. I'm coming down now. Amidst the rumbling sound of falling rocks, Shang Jun heard Feng Xingyan's words and instinctively looked up. The huge rock she was on had already tilted 45 degrees. It was too late, even if Feng Xingyan was right above her. From the moment he said those words to sliding down, it would definitely be too late. Shang Jun's body began to tilt. As she started to fall, she seemed to see Feng Xingyan getting closer from afar. But was it possible? In a daze, she heard Feng Xingyan shout, "Jinjin, jump!" Almost as soon as he finished, Shang Jun leaped up forcefully. The massive rock plummeted downwards. Amidst countless gasps, Feng Xingyan tightly grasped her hand. "I've got you." Outside the radio station, everyone held their breath. When the phone strapped to Feng Xingyan's arm transmitted these words through the fierce wind, countless people cheered. But before the cheers could die down, a very ominous collision sound came from Feng Xingyan's phone. The helicopter was violently thrown off course by the sudden weight of two people. Its tail drew a large semicircle in midair. Feng Xingyan, we need to think of something quickly. If the helicopter loses control, we're all done for. Jinjin, do you trust me? Do you dare to take another chance with me? Of course I trust you. What do you want to do? As soon as Shang Jun finished speaking, Feng Xingyan let go of the rope. The two of them plummeted rapidly. Don't be afraid. I've got this, Feng Xingyan said. He pulled the rope, and it instantly inflated like a parachute in the wind. At that moment, people below who had lost hope suddenly burst into cheers. They landed safely. They survived. Knowing she was safe, Shang Jun felt a bit salty. She yawned, her voice getting softer and softer. After such a heart-stopping moment ended, she actually fell asleep just like that. Is it over? Have we arrived? A series of thrilling sounds made those following the program feel their hearts clench. So host Bai, on behalf of everyone, softly asked this question. Seemingly grateful to them, Feng Xingyan spoke quietly into the phone strapped to his arm. Sure, she's asleep. Thank you all. With these words, everyone watching on TV cheered once again. In the evening, Yihong's son supported Yihong as they came to the Feng family home. Trembling, he placed an object on Feng Xingyan's desk. Yihong, I haven't even come looking for you, yet you've come to me first. Young Master Feng, this was given to me by your grandfather. In the final battle back then, I saved his life. When he gave me this, he said that no matter when, I could use it to ask the Feng family head to do one thing for me. Feng Xingyan picked up the iron bookmark and sneered. So now you want to use this to blackmail me? To make me hand over the person who can extend life? At this, Bai Hong suddenly knelt down. It's come to this. Heaven doesn't want me to live. I accept it. I've been foolish lately. I've made unforgivable mistakes. I'm willing to take full responsibility. I bring out this object today only to beg you to spare my children. His eldest son, looking pained, also knelt down. Young Master Feng, please be merciful. Forgive my father this once. He just didn't want to die. That's why he resorted to this. He didn't mean to harm Miss Shang. He just wanted to scare her to force you to reveal the person who can extend life. Feng Xingyan raised an eyebrow slightly, saying with a subtle expression, how dare you threaten me? After harming my person, you still want to use the previous generation's friendship to ask for my forgiveness? This matter cannot be left as is. I, Feng Xingyan, will absolutely pursue it to the end. Yihong's face turned pale. Feng Xingyan, I humble myself to beg you, yet you're so ungrateful. You'll regret this. You'll definitely regret this. Let's go. Feng Xingyan couldn't be bothered to say more. A defeated dog still putting on airs. How laughable. On the other side, Shang Jun had also woken up. Feng Xingyan personally cooked porridge for her. Shang Jun was very happy. She also learned that Uncle Pang was out of danger, which put her mind at ease. At this moment, Feng Xingyan leaned close to Shang Jun. Jinjin. Actually, there's something I want to tell you about this time. Speaking of this, Shang Baichi glanced timidly at Shang Jun, as if afraid she would blame him. After a while, he stuttered, well, A few days ago, I ran into someone. It was Lin Xuehan. He was injured at the time, so I took him to the hospital. Then I contacted his family to pick him up. But the Lin family has cut ties with him and doesn't want to deal with his affairs. Shang Jun raised an eyebrow slightly. So, the Lin family doesn't want him. You pity him and plan to take him in? Dad, running into Lin Xuehan must have been his plan. I just don't know what he's up to this time. Seeing Shang Jun smile, Shang Baiqi felt even more uneasy. I certainly remember how he treated me before. I can't possibly have anything to do with him again. But he said if I take him in, he's willing to work like an ox or a horse. He also said he had no choice back then and now feels sorry for me. He should have really learned his lesson. Shangjin rubbed her head. My dad is soft-hearted. Lin Xuehan hurting him was some time ago. Now that he's in such a miserable state, Dad's starting to sympathize with him. Shangjin just got up. All right, when my hand heals, I'll go home for a few days. At this time, Feng Xingyan had just returned. Jinjin, you want to go back? This Shang Baiqi rarely visits, and he's here to steal you away from me. Isn't it good here? Why go back? Feng Xingyan's face was clearly saying, don't leave me. Shangjin chuckled. You're such a clingy one. Lin Xuehan has nowhere to go. He's come to my house to work like an ox or horse. After how he bullied me before, now that I have the chance, of course I want to pay him back properly. Fine, I'll let you go. Feng Xingyan suddenly held up one finger, saying fiercely, I'm only giving you 1 week. Come back when you've had enough fun. Feng Xingyan's adorable behavior made Shangjin love him even more. She pinched his cheek and agreed. A few days later, Shangjin arrived at the Shang family home. After Lin Xuehan prepared the tea, he cautiously and timidly brought the teacup over. His thin face showed no trace of his past harshness. Young miss, please have some tea. Shangjin only glanced at it but didn't take it. Instead, she looked at him with a half-smiling expression. You were my stepmother for over a decade. Don't you know I don't like black tea? Lin Xuehan was stunned. I don't know what you like to drink. You don't know? Shangjin laughed softly, sitting on the sofa. Like all arrogant young ladies, her tone was lofty. If you don't know, then go choose. Are you waiting for me, the mistress, to teach you how to be a servant? The words laced with mockery made Lin Xuehan's face turn pale. Damn it, Shangjin really came back to make trouble this time. Jinjin, the servants have already taken your luggage to your room. If you need anything else, just tell Dad. Shang Baiqi's expression was somewhat restrained. Jinjin, I was wrong before. I was foolish, but I've really decided to change and start anew. Please give me a chance. Let me stay in the Shang family as a servant to atone for my sins. Shangjin sat on the sofa. Lin Xuehan, I just asked you to pour me some tea. Why are you crying and wailing here? I can't afford a servant with such a temper. No. Lin Xuehan wiped away his tears, glancing at Shang Baiqi, looking like a helpless white lotus. I'll go brew it right away. Seeing Lin Xuehan leave, Shang Baiqi sighed. Jinjin, I know you're worried he might have bad intentions, and I understand you're looking out for me, but I'm just taking him in for a while. There won't be anything between us again. I just feel sorry for him. After all, we were married for over a decade, and I can't help but feel some pity. But he didn't understand Lin Xuehan at all. Lin Xuehan's scandals were known to everyone in Haizhong City, yet he could still shamelessly plot for himself. Shang Baiqi would never be a match for such a woman. At this moment, Lin Xuehan came back with a cup of flower tea. He timidly held the tea, not handing it over directly. Instead, he knelt in front of Shangjin. I was wrong in my attitude just now. Please forgive me this time. This cup of fruit vinegar flower tea is my apology. Shangjin narrowed her eyes, scanning the teacup, and finally reached out to take it. Seeing Shangjin take the tea, Lin Xuehan clenched his fists. He had added a lot of vinegar to the tea. If Shangjin drank it, she would surely get angry. Then Shang Baiqi, seeing Shangjin being so unreasonable, would definitely take his side. Shangjin lowered her head to smell the tea. Hee, I'll play along with you then. Shangjin held the cup in front of Lin Xuehan, smiling at him. How about this? Lin Xuehan, if you drink all of this tea, I'll forgive you. Lin Xuehan's face stiffened. Shangjin realized she really enjoyed teasing her, smiling. She said calmly, What? You want my forgiveness, but aren't willing to drink a cup of tea? Lin Xuehan felt like he had dug his own grave. But with Shang Baiqi watching, he had to drink it. He took the cup and drank it in one gulp. Instantly, he felt it was awful. So awful he felt nauseous. After drinking, he immediately went to the bathroom. Linny, don't make such strange things in the future. In the bathroom, Lin Xuehan gritted his teeth. Hateful Shangjun, I really want to kill her. But Shangjun is only staying for a week. I just need to endure a bit longer. Now that I can't see Qingqing, I can only start with Shang Baiqi. After toying with Lin Xuahan, Shangjun went to the Sikong family. Jinjin, you're finally here. I heard you were injured. Have you recovered? Sikong Chongqing ran to greet her. Although your medical skills are great, you shouldn't push yourself too hard. I wanted to visit you, but brother said it would disturb your rest. So I've been waiting for you at home. Shangjun found this scene very heartwarming. Sikong Jin was really good at raising children. How could he raise such an angel like Sikong Chongqing? The final follow-up examination was over. Sikong Chongqing had fully recovered and could now live a normal life. But Chongqing was reluctant to let go, because his only connection with Shangjun was about to be lost. He didn't want to never see Shangjun again. Jinjin, can I draw a portrait of you one last time? Shangjun looked at Sikong Chongqing's pure eyes and smiled, her eyes crinkling. Silly child, even if I don't come for checkups, we can still meet, you know? If you really want to draw my portrait, I'd be happy to pose. Halfway through, Shangjun felt drowsy from the winter sun. At this moment, Sikong Chongqing suddenly asked, Jinjin, do you really like Fengxingyan? Shangjun was stunned and didn't answer. Would you consider finding someone simpler? Have a simpler relationship. Live a simpler life. Shangjun couldn't help but smile, but then shook her head. Is there really such a life? It sounds quite interesting. Sikong Chongqing immediately replied, of course there is. If you want it. If you don't like Fengxingyan anymore, would you consider an older sister-younger brother relationship? Shangjun's smile froze on her face. Sikong Chongqing's pure voice sounded again, firmly. I feel that compared to your current life, you seem to prefer simplicity and freedom. And I like you. This feeling is very simple. You don't need to answer. You don't need to feel burdened. I just wanted to tell you how I feel. No matter what, I will always be by your side. Because we're friends, right? Shangjun looked up at his innocent smile, her mind still a bit dazed. Chongqing, thank you. Chongqing's affection was just like him, pure and sincere, not pressuring anyone, but instead making people feel happy. But in this life, I might really be tied to Fengxingyan. After experiencing disappointment, pain, and struggle, in the end, it's still this person. Today, I finally realized my feelings for him have never changed. Back home, Shangjun hung the painting on the wall. As she was admiring it, Fengxingyan's call came through. After connecting, before Shangjun could speak, Fengxingyan's urgent voice came through. Jinjin, are you at home? Don't go anywhere. No matter what happens outside, don't go out. I'll send someone to protect you soon. Shangjun sat up. What happened? Fengxingyan seemed to be outside. The howling wind made people nervous. The Liao government officially signed a peaceful liberation agreement yesterday. But the mastermind behind this war, Ulrich's uncle Keela, seeing the situation turn against him, had already fled. Even with 13 countries' joint manhunt, he wasn't found. Fengxingyan's tone became grave. But just now my subordinate reported that they spotted Keela. Although it's not confirmed yet, I'm worried about you. Stay at home, don't go anywhere. Pang Chi is already leading people to you. They'll be there in 10 minutes. Shangjun was startled. You sent Pang Chi? Pang Chi was meticulous and highly trusted. His arrival surely meant many Pang family guards were coming. How can you send people to me at this time? If it's really Keela, his target is definitely you. This is too dangerous. I'm safe. Don't worry. I've also arranged for Shang Baiqi. Just listen to me. Don't go out. Don't make me worry. Wait for me to come back. Then he hung up. Shangjun stood up and sat down again. But then her phone rang again. It was an email. Shangjun curiously opened it and found it was from Sikong Chongqing. He had been kidnapped. Fengxingyan's woman, Shangjun, right? I order you to come to Lianyu port in half an hour. Otherwise, I'll torture him to death. Shangjun sat on the bed, her hand holding the phone trembling. How dare they? Sikong Chongqing was such a pure person. How dare they? At this time, Sikong Jin also arrived at the Shang house. Shangjun, Chongqing is missing. At the place where he disappeared, we found a note he left. He told me to protect you. What exactly happened? Actually, I just received a video of Chongqing being kidnapped. They wanted to go to Lianyu port. The people who kidnapped Chongqing should be with Keela, the instigator of the Liao unrest. Their goal is to take us down one by one, while Fengxingyan and I are apart. I just didn't expect Chongqing to be involved. Just then, Pang Chi burst in with his men. Seeing Shangjun still there, he let out a long sigh of relief. Pang Chi, how many people did you bring? Is Fengxingyan really okay? Hearing Shangjun's words, Pang Chi tensed up. He instinctively said, I brought 25 people. Don't worry about the young master. But young mistress, if you go to Lianyu Port, the young master might get distracted if he knows. Shangjin narrowed her eyes. She said fiercely, then don't let him know. As Shangjin said this, her eyes were fixed on Pang Chi. Pang Chi shrank his neck. Finally, he gritted his teeth and thought, as long as the young mistress is safe, the young master will definitely be pacified by her. He just needed to protect people honestly. Besides, he was no match for the young mistress anyway. On the other side, a burst of gunfire rang out. The warehouse was suddenly flooded with well-armed men in black. Yihong, you dare to collude with foreigners to harm my brother. Are you tired of living? Dawei grunted in dissatisfaction. Where Shangjin? Wasn't she supposed to come with Feng Xinyan's people? Why isn't she here? Pang Chi replied, our young mistress did come, but it's not convenient for her to appear now. Yihong said, young Mistress Shang, I have a few words for you. He then threw the phone to Yihong. Yihong's face turned pale. What game was Shangjin playing now? At this moment, Shangjin's somewhat cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. E, why don't we make a deal? Suddenly, Shangjin laughed. You know what? Yihong was stunned. If I want someone dead, even if heaven wants to protect him, he will still die inevitably. Mr. E, why don't we make a deal? You're working with Keela, all for me. But Keela is wanted by 13 countries. While you're not exposed yet, you'd better distance yourself from him soon. I can promise to help you extend your life. Yihong gritted his teeth. Saying this now, don't you think it's too late? It's not too late. Bring Sikong Changsheng to the fishing port now. I'll exchange myself for him. With me there, you can threaten Feng Xingyan. If you're worried about an ambush, you can send drones to check. This place is open on all sides. I can't possibly ambush you. You can even bring bodyguards. Yihong thought quickly for a moment. Shangjun's words were indeed tempting. If possible, of course I want to distance myself from Keela. Otherwise, even if I survive, I'll have to be on the run. Yihong nodded and agreed. I'll bring people over. You'd better not have any tricks up your sleeve. Otherwise, I'll definitely take Sikong Changxing down with me. What's going on? Dawei was an impatient person. Yihong's eyes rolled, and he said, Shangjin wants us to go to the fishing port. Hostage exchange for hostage. She's probably afraid that after coming, we'll capture her, but not release Sikong Changxing. Seeing Dawei about to speak, Yihong said, no time to hesitate. Your master is waiting for this important hostage, Shangjin. Give me Sikong Changxing. Let's go. Sikong Jin watched Yihong leave. Shangjun really lured Yihong away. He didn't know what she was planning to do next. Pang Chi said, Changxing's kidnapping is related to Yihong. I have an idea. You go there first, and I'll be responsible for luring Yihong away. Let him take Changxing away. Then we'll take them down one by one. Even if Yihong is lured away, he'll definitely bring bodyguards. Are you sure about this? Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to Changxing. I'll definitely bring him back to you. Sikong Jin frowned. I'm not just worried about Changxing. You must not get hurt either. Not long after Yihong left, suddenly dozens of police cars surrounded the place. Dawei was startled and hurriedly called Yihong, but the line was busy, because at this moment, Yihong was on the phone with Shangjun. Cunning sea country person. Let's deal with these police. Call Kota. Tell him to go to the fishing port to handle the trader and Shangjun. On the other side, Feng Xingyan was on the phone with Keela. Yihong has betrayed and taken Sikong Changxing away. Keela, your subordinates are going to suffer. Feng Xingyan thought, if Keela hadn't boasted about his elaborate plan, I wouldn't have known Shangjin left home and went to the fishing port. Keela on the other end of the phone was not afraid. Since Shangjun has shown up, she's mine. You can barely save yourself. Why are you still thinking about my woman? Besides, it's not easy to catch her. Yihong hurriedly brought people to the fishing port. Shangjun, I've brought him. Shangjun looked at Sikong Changxing. My people are in that car over there. You release Changxing, let him walk towards the car. I'll walk towards you. How's that? It seems very fair. Moreover, in this open place, with Shangjin not having a gun, it seemed there was no danger. Yihong thought for a moment. He nodded and released Sikong Changxing. But Sikong Changxing refused to leave. As soon as the rope was cut, he pulled out the gag from his mouth. He wanted to approach Shangjin, but was stopped by Yihong's men. Young Master Sikong, you should leave in the opposite direction. Sikong Changxing didn't agree. Shangjin stopped and said with a smile, Don't worry. He needs me. He won't hurt me. Sikong Changxing knew that staying would only cause trouble, but he felt terrible. He was so useless. The girl he liked had to risk herself to save him. I'm sorry I got you involved. What nonsense. It's clearly me who got you involved. Shangjin chuckled. Her gaze fell on the crisscrossing scars on his upper body. Her smile gradually turned cold. Go. Your brother is waiting for you. Although Sikong Changxing really didn't want to leave at this moment, he could only grit his teeth and walk in the other direction. At this time, Shangjin suddenly laughed. You know what? Yi Hong was stunned. If I want someone dead, even if heaven wants to protect him, he will still die inevitably. Yi Hong, do you know? If I want someone dead, even if heaven wants to protect him, he will still die inevitably. As Shangjin's voice fell, suddenly the roar of car engines came from the south. Shangjin, you tricked us? Yi Hong's men stepped forward and restrained Shangjin, pointing guns at her. Shangjin shrugged indifferently. I didn't do anything. I don't know who's coming. Pang Chi saw the situation unfolding as Shangjin had predicted and quickly drove away with Sikong Changxing. As soon as he left, 6 black sedans broke through the barriers and drove in. 20 men with a bloodthirsty aura got out. The black man in the lead made Yi Hong's pupils contract. Before he could finish saying coda, the burly black man pointed a gun at him. Fortunately, Yi Hong's bodyguard was quick and pushed him. Otherwise, Yi Hong would have died on the spot. The bullet missed. Coda frowned slightly in displeasure. He said in broken Chinese, I want Shangjin. Give her to me. Yi Hong hesitated. If he handed over Shangjin, he would have no trump card left. But Coda and his men were not to be trifled with. Shangjin said in a low voice, the fact that he could find this place proves that Keela already knows about your betrayal. Do you think he'll let you go if you hand me over? If you give me up, you're dead for sure. Yi Hong glared at her, gritting his teeth. You set me up. I didn't. Shangjin chuckled. I can't control this big guy. All the choices were your own. Blaming me now is a bit too late, isn't it? Hearing this, Yi Hong clenched his teeth hard. But I do have a way to make them all die here. See those green fishing nets behind? Take me there. Try to get Coda to bring his men close to us. Yi Hong was half believing, half doubting. He shouted, Coda, I can hand her over to you. But you have to promise me one thing. Have your men put down their guns and come closer to this open area near me. I'm afraid you might ambush us. As long as I can leave alive, I'll give Shangjin to you. Hurry up or I'll kill her. Coda stopped in his tracks because he could tell Yi Hong wasn't lying. Yi Hong wasn't their important target. Letting him go didn't seem to matter. Everyone, put down your weapons. Follow me. Don't step on disturbed soil. As they approached and were gradually surrounded, Yi Hong became a bit scared. He lowered his voice and asked Shangjin, I've called them over. What exactly are you planning to do? At this moment, Shangjin suddenly let out a long sigh. Now, the game is over. As she said this, a small remote control appeared in her palm. The moment Coda saw the remote, his pupils contracted. There's a bomb! Get down! Soon the explosion sound faded. Coda saw that although his men were scattered, none were dead or injured. He couldn't help but laugh. Luckily, I warned my men not to go near disturbed areas. And this woman is so stupid. What's the use of burying bombs so deep? Shangjin just looked at him coldly. The next second, the ground suddenly shook. What's happening? The ground is collapsing. Coda was standing just 7 meters from Shangjin. At the moment the ground caved in, he held his breath, trying desperately to get closer to Shangjin. But a large piece of land in front of him collapsed, causing him to fall headfirst at the last moment, buried along with the rocks. What's going on? How can there be a sinkhole here? Shangjin didn't care about these questions. She snatched the gun from Yi Hong's hand and pointed it at him. I advise you to behave. In my previous life, I saw a news report about a sudden collapse at the Salmon Port's fishing grounds, creating a huge sinkhole. So I had Pang Chi send people to find the underground cavities in advance. We bought explosives. I didn't expect things to go so smoothly. They all fell into the trap. What a great harvest. At this time, Pang Chi also arrived. Madame Xiao, the police have already taken them away. Madame Xiao is really amazing. She played Keela's men and Yi Hong like fools. Suddenly, a gun emerged from the ground. Madam, watch out. Madam, be careful. Out of fear, Pang Chi's voice changed. Shang Zhen's body instantly tensed up. She instinctively rolled on the ground, but it was too late. A bullet pierced through her shoulder. Intense pain spread from her back throughout her body. Pang Chi's pupils contracted. He quickly fired several shots at Koda. Yihong took advantage of the chaos and ran away. Seeing this, Shang Zhen seized the opportunity to run away while covering her wound. Koda's muscles tensed up as he maneuvered around Feng's men while fearlessly chasing after her. In the alley, Shang Zhen had already used 2 hemostatic needles, but still couldn't stop the bleeding. Due to excessive blood loss and running such a distance, she felt dizzy. Koda quickly caught up with Shang Zhen. "Cunning woman, you can't escape now." Shang Zhen chuckled. "You people, why do you always have to cause me trouble?" Koda is indeed tough to deal with. But so what? Those 3 people who tried to kill me in Austria, they should all be in kindergarten now. The next second, she was grabbed by the neck, kicked up and slammed hard against the wall by Koda. "Woman, you're at death's door. I'll use you to threaten Feng Xingyan, then tear you to pieces." Shang Zhen's entire body was in extreme discomfort. Her already weakened body, when violently grabbed, ironically sparked a will to survive. "Koda, the one who will lose is definitely you. Although I have no weapon in my hands, I am the strongest weapon." Koda had been injured before, but it was bandaged. Only this wound was fresh and exposed. The needle was bloodstained. As her small hand touched it, Koda reacted as if electrocuted. "What's happening? My body, why is it suddenly so hot? These symptoms, the needle just touched my hand. It has his blood. Could it be?" Shang Zhen stood up. "As you suspect, I'm a carrier of the K virus. And now you've been infected. I'll give you one last choice. Do you choose to be tortured to death by the K virus, or to be shot dead by me?" A gunshot echoed in the alley. Koda's agonizing scream sounded particularly shrill in the narrow space. Pang Chi and others arrived at this moment. "Madame Xiao, I'm useless. I couldn't protect you properly. You really scared me. Madame Xiao, I'll take you back immediately to treat your wound." Meanwhile, Feng Xingyan in the mountains received news of Koda's death. Moreover, Madame Xiao was severely injured. After Pang Chi took her back to the Feng family, she fell into a coma. Feng Xingyan needed to quickly deal with Keela and then find Jinjin. "Everyone listen to my command. Charge in with me. Boss, Feng Xingyan's people are in hot pursuit behind us. Should we retreat this time? As long as we're alive, there's still a chance." Keela had just emerged from the hole when he encountered an ambush. "Keela, I'm tired of this cat and mouse game. Surrender now. You have nowhere to run. After a busy night, we've finally driven all the rats into the trap." Keela gritted his teeth. "To the victor go the spoils. Have I truly lost completely this time?" After dealing with Keela, Feng Xingyan immediately returned to the Feng family. "Jinjin, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been involved in such an incident." At this moment, Shang Zhen heard Feng Xingyan's call and woke up. "How do you feel now?" "Much better, but I look so ugly now," Shang Zhen said while covering Feng Xingyan's eyes with her hand. Feng Xingyan held Shang Zhen's hand tightly. "My Jinjin is always the most beautiful. I'm sorry I made you suffer. I couldn't be by your side immediately." Shang Zhen pursed her lips. "This is enough. I can handle the enemies myself. Now that you're here, and you're the first person I see when I open my eyes, that's enough." Shang Zhen looked at Feng Xingyan pitifully. "I didn't listen to you. I stayed at home and didn't let others tell you. Will you forgive me?" Feng Xingyan kissed Shang Zhen's forehead. "Silly, how could I blame you? But there should be a small punishment. You're not allowed to run around until you're fully healed. You can only move within my sight." Shang Zhen looked up. "Then what about when I need to take a bath?" Feng Xingyan whispered in Shang Zhen's ear. "Don't worry, it's not like I haven't seen it before." Shang Zhen's face turned red. "How dare you say that? What's there to be embarrassed about? We're husband and wife. We've done even more intimate things, and we'll do them often in the future. Anyway, your punishment is set." "No cheating." Shang Zhen was shocked. This guy must have imagined something weird just now. The next day, Shang Zhen locked herself in the laboratory. Feng Xingyan didn't want to see Shang Zhen so tired, but she explained the antidote serum was supposed to be developed 5 or 6 years later. "I've been through all that. With me leading, it will naturally be twice as efficient." Feng Xingyan couldn't say anything more. Meanwhile, Pang Chi was waiting for news, saying Yihong had captured Keela. They needed Feng Xingyan to go over. He reluctantly left the lab, leaving Pang Chi to take care of Shang Zhen. Shang Zhen looked at Pang Chi in front of her. "Unable to follow Feng Xingyan, only staying to take care of me. This patient must be very frustrated, right?" Hearing this, Pang Chi immediately showed his loyalty. Not frustrated at all. I love hanging out with Madame Xiao the most. Madame Xiao is my goddess. Shang Jun was amused by Pang Chi's words. How could such a cute person not have a partner? She made a mental note to tell Feng Xingyin not to make Pang Chi work overtime so much. He didn't even have time to find a girlfriend. Days later, news of Feng Xingyin's successful capture of Keela spread throughout the streets. Wan Qingqing happened to hear it on the road. Damn Feng Xingyin and Shangzhen. If it weren't for them, the Wan and Yi families wouldn't have fallen. I wouldn't have gone bankrupt. Now they're praised by everyone. Heaven is unfair. Why is it always against me? I'll make them lose everything. But since you can't sleep, why don't we do something special? Shangzhen was confused. What do you want to do? Of course, what couples usually do. Jinjin, I'm back. It took a lot of effort, but we finally got Keela to confess to all his crimes. Just now, the representative from the 13-Nation Alliance took him away. The court has sentenced him to death. Yi Hong, because of his collusion with Keela, was deported back as soon as he escaped to another country. He's currently awaiting the court's decision. His crime will be at least 30 years. His fate will only be to die of illness in prison. Shangzhen smiled and said, I heard from Pang Chi that EG's stock price also plummeted due to Yi Hong's incident, leading to bankruptcy. Now that the issues with Jia and Keela have been resolved, you've brought me so much good news. Let me tell you some good news too. This is the final improved version of the antidote serum. It has passed the trials, and now only needs the final testing. Feng Xingyin hugged Shang Zhen tightly. My Jinjin is amazing. Everyone fears the K-virus, but we managed to conquer it in just over a year. Do you need me to contact hospitals in Austria? There will be many K-virus patients there. Shang Zhen shook her head. I'll be the final test subject. No one understands the antidote serum better than I do. Feng Xingyin sighed. Although I don't want you to take risks, I know that once you've made a decision, you won't back down. I'll have all medical experts on standby outside. If you feel anything wrong, you must tell me immediately. Shang Zhen nodded. Don't worry, I won't joke with my own life. Pang Chi called Dr. Yin over to inject Shang Zhen with the antidote serum. How do you feel? Shang Zhen shook her head. No adverse actions. My body feels a bit lighter and more agile than before. But we need a blood test to confirm further. Feng Xingyin brought the test paper and dropped Shang Zhen's blood onto it. After all this effort, will it succeed this time? The device showed a green light. Success! We did it! Shang Zhen happily hugged Feng Xingyin. No pain after injection, silently eliminating all K-virus in the body. This is the final version of the antidote serum. Xingyin, can you help me contact all countries troubled by the K-virus? I'm willing to donate the antidote serum production method to them for free. From now on, the K-virus will be like a common cold. No need to fear it anymore. Feng Xingyin immediately agreed. Hearing the news of the successful serum, everyone will rush here. So now what's more important is that you should rest. I heard from the butler that you haven't left the lab at all. Shangzhen smiled faintly. Young Master Feng is right. You should rest too, young Master Feng. Feng Xingyin chuckled. Seeing you instantly energizes me. If you can't sleep either, why don't we do something special? Shangzhen was confused. What do you want to do? Of course, what couples usually do. The last time with Feng Xingyin feels like it was in a previous life. The memory is already very blurry. I know he's been holding back. Can you give me a bit more time? Feng Xingyin didn't refuse. Silly, I'm willing to wait for you no matter how long. But it's best not to make me wait too long. That night, Feng Xingyin looked at the messages on his phone. The nobles from Austria and leaders from Switzerland will arrive tomorrow. The press conference and the handover ceremony for the drug production method will be arranged by the state. There shouldn't be any problems. Arranging for Zhuiqi to assist will make it foolproof. My Jinjin is going to be famous. Jinjin is so dazzling. I'm afraid I'll have endless jealousy to deal with in the future. The next day at the press conference venue, Shangzhen was a bit nervous. Is it okay for me to go out like this? Don't I need to prepare anything? Although I've faced such situations before, I don't know why I'm so nervous this time. Feng Xingyin looked her over and said proudly, My Jinjin is perfect enough. You're the best no matter what. Go on, go receive everyone's applause. Under the dazzling lights, Shang Zhen stood in the spotlight. She calmly received each person who came to meet her. Kind lady, you must be a messenger sent by God to save us from suffering. On behalf of Austria, I extend to you our highest respect. I never imagined that the K-virus would be ended by a 20-year-old girl. I thought this cursed disease would plague us with pain into the next century. You are truly our savior. On behalf of Switzerland, I thank you for your generosity. Under their praise, Shang Zhen's heart swelled slightly. Everyone has the right to live. I just did what I could. I'm honored to have achieved this today. This is the method for producing the drug. I hope it can help your countries. In her previous life, she was exploited by Wan Qingqing, who stole her research results. In this life, she vowed to take back everything she deserved. Now I've finally proven myself and helped patients. And the person who allowed me to research without worries is him, Xingyin. I see you're clearly unsatisfied. Stop pretending. I'm your cousin, so I'm naturally on your side. The harmony between spouses greatly affects the quality of life. After the press conference, a reporter interviewed Miss Shang. You've achieved such outstanding success at just 20 years old. What are your thoughts for the future? Shang Zhen's eyes seem to be filled with endless starlight, appearing confident and strong. I will work hard with Feng Xingyin to solve more difficult medical cases. We'll treat more patients. The Feng family will establish a medical aid charity foundation to help those in need. When Shang Zhen got into the car, reporters were still chasing after it. The scene was even more frenzied than for international superstars. Once in the car, Shang Zhen let out a long sigh of relief. Can you take me somewhere next? Where do you want to go? The hospital I got from Yihong. I haven't had a chance to properly look at it yet. So they went to Tianli Hospital. Shang Zhen found a consultation room, planning to work and provide free consultations there. Feng Xingyin prepared to be her first patient. Before Shang Zhen could finish speaking, Feng Xingyin sealed her lips with a kiss. He eagerly explored her mouth. Entangled by a man's passionate body, Shang Zhen felt a bit dazed. At this moment, she heard a knock on the door. Dr. Shang, there's a patient now. Xikong Jing walked in. Feng Xingyin, you're here too? Looks like we came at just the right time. Feng Xingyin looked displeased. Xikong Jing, what are you doing here? This is a hospital. If you're not sick, please leave. Ignoring him, Xikong Jing said, Changsheng, didn't you say you weren't feeling well and wanted to see Shangjin? It's not really a big deal. I've just been waking up startled in the middle of the night lately, but I'm not having nightmares. Shang Zhen checked his pulse. Your breathing is calm and your pulse is steady. There's nothing seriously wrong with your body. Waking up startled at night might be an after effect of the kidnapping. It's my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been involved. Hearing this, Changxing cried out, No, it's because I'm too weak. If I were stronger, I wouldn't have been caught by them. I don't want to be protected by you. I want to protect you. Shang Zhen patted Changxing's head. Changxing, I'll prescribe you some medicine to calm your nerves. If you still wake up startled, you might need to see a psychologist. After the consultation, Xikong Jing glanced at Feng Xingyin. Shang Zhen, you're welcome to visit the Xikong family often in the future, especially when someone makes you angry. Feng Xingyin's face darkened further. These two brothers were so blatant. Xinjin is my fiancé. He had to find a way to convince Xinjin to get married soon, to make these covetous guys give up. So Feng Xingyin arranged a dinner for Shangjin. His cousin Feng Xiaoye also came to the dinner. Wow, is this my cousin-in-law? She's so beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Cousin, your future children will definitely be gorgeous. This combination of strong genes is incredible. TSK, that slim waist. It's making me envious. Feng Xingyin quickly covered Feng Xiaoye's eyes. Stay away from Xinjin. Don't always covet what you don't have. Feng Xiaoye removed his hand. You're even jealous of your cousin? Cousin, your possessiveness will scare your wife away sooner or later. I used to think you were a love expert, but now I see you're just a novice. Do you want me to give you some tips? Feng Xingyin pushed her away irritably. Shut up. Go cool off somewhere. If you cause any more trouble, I'll book you a flight back to school tonight. Shang Zhen seemed to understand Feng Xingyin's frustration now. At this moment, Feng Ba brought two directors and was introducing them to Shang Zhen. Feng Xiaoye watched from the side with her hands on her hips. Cousin, I see you're clearly unsatisfied. Stop pretending. I'm your cousin, so I'm naturally on your side. The harmony between spouses greatly affects the quality of life, Feng Xiaoye said with an exaggerated expression. Feng Xingyin's ears turned red at being discovered. He glared at her fiercely. What do you know? Feng Xiaoye snorted. Of course I know. I've had 3 boyfriends already. My poor cousin, engaged since childhood, never had the chance to see the colorful world out there. Seeing Feng Xingyin's face darken instantly, she smugly nudged him with her elbow twice. I have Xinjin. That's enough for me. A hint of mischief appeared on Feng Xiaoye's round face. Cousin undoubtedly loved his wife-to-be, but at this rate, when would he ever win her heart? Looks like I'll have to help him. Feng Xiaoye took out a piece of chocolate from her pocket. Cousin, this is a souvenir I brought back for you. I made it myself. It's the thought that counts. Try it quickly. Feng Xingyin didn't think much and ate it. I prepared one for cousin-in-law too. It's in the storage room. Cousin, can you help me get it and give it to her? Feng Xingyin sighed and went to the storage room. Is this the souvenir Xiaoya wants to give Jinjin? This girl always has tricks up her sleeve. I don't know what she's giving Jinjin. It's safer to check first. But at this moment, he felt his body starting to heat up. What exactly did Xiaoya give me to eat just now?